The story begins with a man lying in the middle of the forest near a hill. He wakes up from the rays that blind him and does not understand whether this is paradise. The guy believes that he simply died experimenting, because in his opinion his life is really boring, but this paradise seemed too shabby to him. At the same time he was surprised that there were weeds there. At that moment, the girl ran with an incredible thirst to go into the bushes. She ran and realized that the toilet was still far away. She could no longer hold back. The guy saw a girl running past him. He noticed that the girls in paradise were dressed in some kind of retro style. For him it felt like it was a decade ago. Making sure that there was no one around, the girl began to go about her business. The guy noticed this and was furious at what this girl was doing. As some old saying goes, a clear stream flows east, and the stars in the sky pay homage to the Great Bear. This was about water flowing over a hillock. Noticing that water was flowing towards him, he was scared and did not understand whether it would kill him, wanting to hide as quickly as possible. Hearing some sounds, the guy turned and saw the same girl, but not only him, but also a snake, which came to her and bit her. Out of surprise, the girl began to fall back and landed on the guy. Seeing the guy, the girl was scared, because she didn't know who he was, and slapped him in the face, asking him to introduce himself. The guy began to make excuses that he really had no bad intentions and it was just an accident. He also stated that he is not a bad person. But the girl asked him whether a bad person would call himself bad. The guy convinced her that he saw a poisonous snake crawling. She still didn't understand what he was doing there before the snake appeared. The girl tried to understand how it could be that there was a poisonous snake, and still continued to call the guy a pervert. She suddenly developed a headache and the guy noticed it. He believed that it was the poison that had begun to take effect and wanted to help, but after fighting off his hands, the girl declared that she did not want him to come near her. After all, in her opinion, he was just spying on her, and now he's saying the opposite. Having interrupted her, the guy said that the poison of this snake is very dangerous and he must help her get rid of it. He explained that her life was at stake. If she continues in the same spirit, she will die. The girl, in turn, refused his help and did not want such a pervert like him to help her, after which she stepped back and fell, pulling the guy with her. At that moment, the voice of her grandfather was heard. He was looking for her and asked her to go home with him. He saw an unpleasant picture for him, how the guy was lying on his granddaughter, and was shocked. Grandfather was furious. He walked towards the guy with a machete while the guy was trying to justify himself. But nothing stopped him and he rushed at the guy, surprised how he dared to pester his granddaughter and threatened to beat him. After swinging the sword, the guy, to his surprise, caught the blade with both hands and explained that he didn't want to do this and that the grandfather had better stop, otherwise his granddaughter would die. When she woke up, the girl saw her grandfather and talked about her condition. She was very cold. Grandfather immediately distracted himself from the guy and ran up to her, not understanding what happened to her, asking her to tell him what happened to her. The guy realized that things were bad and decided to act. He began to take off the girl's clothes, to which the grandfather reacted aggressively and took out his machete. The guy explained that he didn't mind if they cut him, but right now they needed to figure out a way to save his granddaughter, because she had been bitten by a poisonous cobra and if they didn't hurry, she would die. The guy was going to suck out the poison as soon as possible. Grandfather was not delighted with this news and, after thinking about it, decided that if anyone was going to suck out the poison, it would be him, simultaneously pushing the guy aside. Smiling maliciously, the guy said that he would allow him to suck out the poison, noting that the place where the snake had bitten was its butt. He asked questions whether the grandfather was sure that he wanted to suck the poison out of this place of his granddaughter. Is he afraid that after his granddaughter finds out about this, she will be too ashamed to continue living? Grandfather tried to object, but could not say anything. The guy noticed this and ordered him to step aside. Just rushing to help, the grandfather stopped the guy and asked him not to do this. The guy agreed, provided that her grandfather did it. But what if this leaves a scar on his granddaughter's heart? The guy reproached. Grandfather stepped aside and thoughtfully thought that maybe it would be better if the guy did it. According to the guy, the poison has penetrated deep, but he can still save her. After all, a little more and she will die. The guy thought about it, because even with his medical experience, he had never sucked out poison. The grandfather begged him to help, because besides his granddaughter he had no one else. Agreeing that it was important to save people's lives, he began to suck out the poison. The poisoned blood almost disappeared, after which the guy told the old man to collect some herbs. Lobelia chinensis, golden cypress, scourgeon, thin Dutch pipe, rehum rhabarber, prunella vulgaris. According to the guy, all this can be found in the mountains, but the grandfather admitted that he does not know any of these herbs. Hearing this, the guy was angry and decided that he would go and collect them himself. 3 hours later, being near the injured girl, the grandfather asked the guy whether he was really a doctor. The guy took this as his suspicion and said that he could stop helping her, but his grandfather calmed him down, explaining that it was just a question. The guy assured him to calm down, because he does not take people's lives lightly. After these words, the grandfather was moved and thanked the guy. The guy, in turn, was surprised and asked his grandfather what a year it is, because he and his granddaughter are wearing very old clothes, 2 styles from decades ago. Grandfather explained that even if they lived in the mountains, they would not be so outdated and stated that it is now 2019. Screaming, the guy asked what his grandfather had just said. He repeated once again that it was 2019 and why don't they go to his house and check the calendar. The guy agreed without thinking twice and began to take his grandfather with him to check the calendar. Grandfather told us not to forget that his granddaughter was still lying there in the forest. Having reached his house and looking at the calendar, the guy did not understand how it was not 2089. He tried to understand how this happened and accidentally saw a mirror and decided to take a look. The guy was also shocked by what he saw, not understanding where his omega-shaped chin went, where his beautiful mole and the whole peak of beauty were. Observing this from the side, grandfather believed that young people today are narcissistic. The guy sharply asked his grandfather who is the leader of the alliance now. Grandfather did not understand what he was talking about and said that this is the country of Huaxia, and there are many neighboring countries too. The country is me, the country is in, but he has never heard of any union. The guy recalled the story of Huaxia, that before the creation of the alliance, all these countries were independent. The guy suggested that during the explosion his soul traveled through time and he went decades ago. At that moment, the granddaughter woke up and started calling her grandfather. He was glad that she finally woke up and everything was fine now. The granddaughter did not understand how they ended up at home. Grandfather began to explain that he was very worried about her, because she was bitten by a poisonous snake, and fortunately the man saved her, pointing at the guy. Hearing this, the granddaughter began to scream and insult the guy. The grandfather asked her not to be so rude to him. The granddaughter did not understand why the grandfather stood up for him, saying that he was spying on her. Moving his grandfather aside, he was going to explain to her himself and reminded his grandfather that the boiled medicinal herbs were almost ready and he could go bring them. Grandfather agreed and went. Left alone with her granddaughter, she was at a loss and decided to ask again whether he really helped her. He enthusiastically told me that he had applied the medicine to her bottom. He also sucked out all the poison with his mouth and decided to see if she was satisfied now. The granddaughter was horrified. She didn't understand why he did this to her and who would want to marry her in the future after this. The guy explained that he was forced to do this, unless she wanted her grandfather to help her suck out the poison. While explaining this, he simultaneously wondered why he was suddenly traveling through time. An explosion in the laboratory could have carried him only a few meters, but how could he have been carried away 70 years ago? When leaving, he stated that the girl had not yet fully recovered and ordered her to rest well. She was wondering what his name was and decided to ask. The guy's name was Yi Wutian. She thought that this name was so arrogant and called her own, Li Wang Air. She also didn't understand what he was doing on this mountain, because he doesn't look like a person from their village. The guy also had no idea. According to him, he woke up there and heard the sounds of someone peeing. The girl became uncomfortable whether he saw everything. But she immediately reassured herself that according to him, he had just woken up, so he was definitely still confused, so it couldn't be that he saw it. Teasingly, the guy said that he always wakes up very quickly. She asked him not to joke like that and whether he was teasing her on purpose, trying to reassure himself that in fact he had not seen anything. Having guessed what she was talking about, he apologized for having seen everything, and quite clearly, after these words, she sharply attacked him, calling him a pervert. Seeing this, the guy advised not to move, otherwise the wound would get worse. Before she could get up, she immediately fell down with pain in her bottom. The guy was unhappy that she disobeyed him and decided to help her by taking off her clothes. The girl was furious with what the guy was doing, but he explained that he would give her a massage to relieve the pain. At that moment, the grandfather entered the room, telling him that the medicine was ready. He saw that the girl was hiding under the blanket. It was the middle of summer, wasn't she afraid of suffocating? The granddaughter was horrified, saying that from now on, she has nothing to do with this guy and will not stop doing this until her death. Grandfather did not understand what happened and decided to ask the guy what happened. The guy explained that nothing had happened and he just gave his granddaughter a massage to relieve the pain. The girl angrily warned the guy that if he dared to tell anyone about this, then, swearing to heaven, she would kill him. The guy turned away and humiliated her, saying that she had no body shape except her butt, so he was not interested, then asking her grandfather to give her some medicine to drink. The granddaughter refused this medicine, thinking that it might contain poison. The guy thought she was stupid and told her to listen to the doctor. Taking a mug of tea and approaching her, he explained that he didn't care whether she died or not, he is only afraid that she will ruin him and the Legend of Yuen's medicine reputation. And now that he had saved her, she had to stay alive. The girl completely refused to drink, not believing in his legend about medicine. The guy decided to put pressure on her, saying that if she didn't want to take it orally, then she wanted it applied externally, also reminding you of your injury check. The granddaughter immediately screamed, asking not to come near her, because she was already getting ready to drink. While she was taking the medicine, there were thoughts in her head that Yuen was a pervert if he liked taking off her pants so much. At this moment, the grandfather asked whether his granddaughter's injury was very serious, but Yuen convinced him not to worry, because she should have undergone some follow-up treatment. He had nowhere to go anyway, he was going to stay there for a few nights if his grandfather didn't mind, to which came the answer that he could stay here as long as he wanted. Already in bed, the girl fell asleep and asked in her sleep not to touch her, but the guy, lying in another place, was thinking about the fact that if he really went back in time, then who was the owner of the body in which he is now located? He thought about Li Wang-er and her grandfather's words that he was not from this village. In his opinion, if this is so, then why did he wake up in a barren mountain? In addition, this body is very weak, probably due to too much alcohol and bodily pleasure. Jumping out of bed abruptly, he realized that due to the large amount of alcohol and bodily pleasure, whenever he saw Li Wang-er, he felt excited, although Yuen had not been like this in the past. Yuen broke out in a sweat because of the conclusions. He could be reborn into a super pervert. Could it be that the original owner of this body was killed and the corpse was thrown into the barren mountains? Sharply rejecting these thoughts, he felt that he should clearly examine the previous life of this body. The next morning began with Old Man Li calling out to the street. Yuen heard this and asked him to let him sleep, because it was still early in the morning. Old Man Li went out into the street, where several people were waiting for him, reminding him that the 2-day deadline was expiring. They asked either to return his money or give him his granddaughter. Grandfather was very nervous and did not understand what he wanted to do by bringing so many people here. He indicated that he does not have money yet and he will not give up his granddaughter to repay the debt. The granddaughter looked out of the window and asked Old Man Zhou to give them a little more time to repay the debt. She promised that once they had the money, they would return it as soon as possible. Old Man Zhou introduced Hu Zi's boyfriend as her husband if she became his wife. He said that Hu Zi was in love with her when he was a child. Hu Zi confirmed these words. The granddaughter, with tears in her eyes, repeated what she had said many times, that she had no feelings for him and asked him to leave him alone. Old Man Zhou, shouting, ordered people to break into the house and drag out Wang-er. He promised that he would make sure that she and Hu Zi got married today, since he had already given them a chance to repay the debt. Hu Zi was glad that Wang-er was finally his and ordered everyone to go forward. Grandfather, in turn, decided that while he was here, he would not allow anyone to enter this door, after which he stood up to fight. But this did not help him, as Hu Zi lifted him with one hand and told him to better protect himself. Hearing that grandfather was being dealt with, the door suddenly opened. It was Yuen who explained that he didn't care what happened between his grandfather and these people, because now Wang-er was his patient and no one could touch her until she recovered. Hu Zi immediately began to find out who Yuen was and what his relationship with Wang-er was, but the guy said that Hu Zi only needs to know that Wang-er is injured and now she is his patient. Without his permission, none of them can touch her. The granddaughter stood outside the window and saw that Yuen was trying to protect her, but she did not understand why he was doing this, because it was none of his business. Hu Zi took these words as a threat and was dissatisfied with this, since, according to him, no one in this village would scare him. Yuen noticed that Hu Zi wanted to fight and swung at his face, opening his fist. he showed him the dust. While Hu Zi was at a loss, Yi Wuqian blew that dust into his face. He explained that he just wanted to tell him that dealing with him would be as easy as blowing away this dust. Hu Zi was about to attack him because Yi Wuqian dared to do something in front of him, but he was stopped by Old Man Zhou. He didn't understand why a guy not from their village was protecting them. Does he really like Wang Er too? Yi Wuqian understood what Old Man Zhou wanted to say and asked him not to worry, because he didn't like this type of woman like Wang Er. These words angered Wang Er, and with misunderstanding she asked what type of woman she was then. Yi Wuqian decided to find out how much the grandfather and his granddaughter owed and why Old Man Zhou needed such a crowd of people. Old Man Zhou replied that they owed 20,000. These words angered Yi Wuqian. He turned around and didn't understand how, for a debt of 20,000, they want to take away their granddaughter. Yi Wuqian began to shame these people, since they are from the same village, and they also bully the old man and his granddaughter. Hu Zi decided that no matter what it took, Wang Er would be his, and then rushed towards Yi Wuqian. Wang Er asked to be careful, which surprised Yi Wuqian because she was worried about him. But she explained this by saying that no one was worried about him and asked him to dodge, because his body would not withstand Hu Zi's blow. There was almost a blow, but something happened. Hu Zi could not tense his hand. Yi Wuqian also repeated his words that dealing with Hu Zi is as easy as blowing off dust. Old Man Zhou was worried about Hu Zi and wanted to know his condition. Hu Zi explained that he could not get up, he could not tense his body. The crowd of people also did not understand how Hu Zi suddenly fell and could not get up. They assumed that it was Yi Wuqian's doing. They thought he was too suspicious. Old Man Zhou sat down on his knees and began to ask Yi Wuqian to make his grandson normal or they would not let him go. Grandfather Wang Er tried to explain that they were all from the same village and it would be better to return everything as it was. Yi Wuqian decided with dissatisfaction, since there was no actual loss, he would let him go this time. Then I sprinkled some glitter on it with my hand. Hu Zi was able to move again, after which, when leaving, Yi Wuqian said that they should come for the money in 3 days, but right now they should get lost. Hu Zi, angry, decided to ask Old Man Zhou what they should do and asked not to say that they would just leave it like that. He was dissatisfied because he believed that Wang Er was his. Old Man Zhou explained that Yi Wuqian was dangerous and they should under no circumstances contact him. In 3 days they were going to demand money to see if he could collect 20,000, after which he ordered everyone to leave. Seeing that they left, Wang Er breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Wuqian standing next to him laughed. Was she really worried about him now? But Wang Er denied it and regretted that Hu Zi did not beat him. Yi Wuqian was not afraid of anyone and stated that even if there were 10 guys like Hu Zi, he could still stand up for himself. Wang Er also wanted to know what Yi Wuqian did to Hu Zi that he suddenly fell. Yi Wuqian explained that he was a medical legend and this was nothing compared to what he could do. Thinking to himself, Yi Wuqian was glad that they had collected a lot of herbs yesterday. Last night he turned them into different powders. Without them they would have been in real trouble today. He believed that he should prepare more powder for the future. Laughing, Wang Er didn't believe that Yi Wuqian was so strong. Yi Wuqian also couldn't believe that he was considered a liar in this decade. Yi Wuqian sharply stated that he could not only cure something, but also give Wang Er big breasts. He wondered if this interested her. Hearing this, Wang Er began to cry, which immediately made Yi Wuqian feel uncomfortable and unsure whether he had said anything bad. Choking in tears, Wang Er explained that she was teased at school and called the princess of the boards, and now Yi Wuqian is also mocking her. But Yi Wuqian explained that he was telling the truth and not laughing at her. He really can and did ask not to cry. Having calmed down, she said that everything was fine, and then asked him to help her do this, after which she opened her shirt. The next day, Wang Er stood thinking that yesterday Yi Wuqian said that he could help her enlarge her breasts, but in the end he did nothing. She was worried if he could really do it. The thought also occurred to her that if Yi Wuqian just wanted to take advantage of her. She recalled how they bullied her and abruptly entered the room, saying that she did not want to be a princess of the boards and asked to help her enlarge her breasts. Entering the room, she saw her grandfather cleaning. She was very uncomfortable and decided to find out why grandfather was in his room, all because Yi Wuqian went to collect medicinal herbs, and during this time grandfather wanted to clean this room. Grandfather did not understand why Wang Er was talking about breast enlargement and decided to ask again about it. Hearing this, Wang Er ran out of the room, denying everything. Running out of the room, she tripped over a stone, as Yi Wuqian was already returning ahead. They collided and fell, Wang Er's butt hurt sharply, which Yi Wuqian did not like, because he told her to refrain from physical activity. Now he had to give her a massage. After the massage, they were already in the room where Yi Wuqian was preparing medicine, and Wang Er was lying on the bed and insulting him again. Yi Wuqian stated that her repeated insults bore him, then he asked what type of seafood sold at the highest price. Wang Er replied that crayfish, each of them cost several hundred yuan. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian decided to focus on catching crayfish. At that moment, grandfather came with the words that he brought what Yi Wuqian asked for. Having put down some kind of jug, he decided to ask again if this was really what Yi Wuqian needed. Yi Wuqian confirmed that this is what they need. After finishing their business, they called everyone to go fishing. Sitting on the sea coast, they waited for the catch. Turning his head towards Wang Er, he thought that he liked such innocent and beautiful girls. Unlike those girls where he came from, filled with lust and violence, in comparison, he believed that Wang Er was pretty much a miniature angel. Maybe it was a heavenly sign for him. The old man suddenly began to run away, saying that they were now rich. They didn't understand what had happened, and he called them over to see how many crayfish had gathered on the shore. Further in the eastern city, in the Yinchuan building, a certain girl was sitting in the office and thinking that 3 days had already passed, wondering if he really died. At this moment there was a knock on the general director's office. Going inside, the guy told the director that the bank had sent another notice. Turning to face him, she decided to find out if it was a notice of debt repayment. The guy confirmed her words. She asked Xiao Man to arrange a dinner with President Zhu on her behalf. The guy nervously explained that President Zhu is not a very good person. According to him, dining with him is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. The director replied that she knew very well what kind of person he was, and if not for his intervention, the company would not have become like this, but she didn't understand what was the point of knowing his true face if they had no other choice at the moment. Next up is Li's house. The family was having dinner and grandfather asked Yi Wuqian to accept his thanks. Since after the sale of these crayfish, the debts are finally covered, he finally paid back the money he borrowed from old man Zhou. Wang Er, insulting Yi Wuqian again, decided to ask how it could be that the crayfish actually swam to the shore, expecting to be caught by them. Yi Wuqian wanted to know if they would believe him if he said that he was a Superman. Wang Er ended the conversation by saying that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to talk. But anyway, she thanked him. Yi Wuqian asked not to thank him, but simply not to kick him when he massages her. Wang Er was furious and didn't understand that if Yi Wuqian pulled down her pants, she wouldn't hit him, and why does he say such things to her when she tries to thank him? There was a knock on the door. Grandfather asked who it was and ordered him to come in. It was old man Zhou. He entered the house, noticing a delicious smell and decided to find out what they were celebrating there. Grandfather Li did not understand why he came to them, because the money was returned. But old man Zhou came to apologize and discuss something about Hu Zi. Addressing Wang Er, he stated that this concerned her and Hu Zi. Yi Wuqian interrupted him and asked if he was really still trying to set Wang Er up with his grandson. Taking Wang Er by the hand, he declared that she was his girlfriend in order to force his grandson to abandon her. Wang Er tried to resist, but Yi Wuqian touched her where it hurt and explained whether she really wanted to marry Hu Zi. According to him, he was putting on an act so that they would not harass her in the future. Seeing this picture, old man Zhou knew that Wang Er did not feel uncomfortable in Yi Wuqian's arms, and it looked like she really liked him. Leaving home, he accepted that young people have their own affairs, and he also has them, so he leaves. After he left, Wang Er was furious at how dare he grab her like that and threatened to bite him to death. Later that night, Wang Er asked Yi Wuqian whether he could really make her breasts bigger. She asked about the operation and whether he was going to put some silicone there, and also asked if it hurt or not, because she didn't like pain. Yi Wuqian explained that in the past, he enlarged the breasts of the president's daughter, therefore, dealing with her is too easy. Wang Er considered him a braggart as he began to stir some ointment. She liked the smell. Yi Wuqian explained that this is not food and he should massage it on her, having previously asked if she is ready for this and she needs to think carefully again. Wang Er, after thinking carefully, agreed that she would simply imagine that a dog was touching her. Yi Wuqian didn't like this and decided that then he wouldn't be polite either. An hour later, after rubbing in the ointment, Yi Wuqian warned that he would prepare medicine for her for tomorrow. She would have to take it. Going outside, he realized that his body was very weak and he was out of breath from a simple massage. After thinking, he decided that he should make himself some kind of medicine to supplement himself, not to mention strengthen this body. The previous owner of this body died due to known reasons. A strong body will be better in unexpected situations, Yi Wuqian believed. Further in the eastern city, the son reported to his father that, judging by the reports, the man was dead. The father was surprised by this statement and decided to find out how it happened. The son wasn't sure about the details, but rumor had it that the man was killed by a bunch of scum. He believed that this was beneficial for them. Laughing sarcastically, the father asked not to disseminate this information, since his son's second uncle does not know yet. The son said that he knows what to do, and if he sees his uncle, he doesn't know anything. He suggested we wait and see how events unfold. The father also asked how his son's relationship with Xianyu was going. According to his son, he boasted about how good their relationship was and asked only not to tell him that his son had not yet settled this woman. Nervous, the son explained that Sunyu was not like other women, but the father believed that if she was the same as other women, then she would not be an Ouyang Xianyu. The father considered this an important step and they must achieve the goal. Their family must cooperate with the Ouyang family to improve their status. The son was going to do everything in his power. Further at Li's house, while Yi Wuqian was taking medicine, Wang Er runs in with bad news and they need to hurry up and leave. Frightened by surprise, Yi Wuqian broke the scythe containing the medicine that he had spent a lot of time on, but Wang Er believed that there was no time for medicine now. There was a plague in the village and grandfather wanted them to leave immediately. Taking Yi Wuqian's hand, she asked him to just run. Yi Wuqian was surprised how the plague could appear out of nowhere. Having run out into the street, they were stopped by uniformed orderlies. They stated that in order to prevent the spread of the plague, they were in quarantine and ordered to immediately go to a quarantine center. Yi Wuqian was unhappy that the quarantine was for everyone indiscriminately, and explained that they didn't even have symptoms of the disease. They pointed a gun at them and said that those who resisted would be tranquilized. Yi Wuqian understood that tranquilizers would be harsh. Behind him, Wang Er suggested that he just follow them. Having walked with them, they were brought to a place where there were many other people and told to stay there. Grandfather Li was also there and was unhappy that Wang Er disobeyed him, because he told her to run away with Yi Wuqian. She explained that these people came too quickly. A guy in the crowd explained that within a few hours since the plague broke out, the entire village was blocked, no one could escape. Grandfather did not understand what they could do, because he was already an old man and had nothing to lose. But his granddaughter is still so young, if anything bad happens to her. Wang Er calmed him down and didn't understand whether there were any doctors here, but grandfather believed that if there were doctors, there would be no need to blockade the entire village. Looking out the window, Yi Wuqian wondered what kind of plague this was. He heard that patients had symptoms such as fever, headache, muscle pain and so on. Yi Wuqian knows everything about herbs, but not everything about medicine. Although he is quite familiar with medicinal herbs, he is not very good at diagnosis. He was going to go there and have a look anyway. He told Wang Er and Grandpa Li to stay here while he prepared to go out. Wang Er ran up to him and asked him not to go out, thinking that maybe he, too, had this disease. When he went out into the street, the doctor immediately stopped him and asked if he had said that he couldn't go out. Yi Wuqian explained that he had gone for a walk and asked about the situation and whether there were solutions. He also offered his help if needed, but the doctor said that they had put so much effort and mobilized so much manpower, and yet they could not solve this problem, not understanding what help he could offer, after which he ordered to go back and not disturb them. Yi Wuqian didn't understand whether all doctors in this era were so hot-tempered and also asked the doctor to return to his work without paying attention to him. The doctor was irritated and repeated the demand to go back. Yi Wuqian believed that he himself was responsible for his body and the doctor had no right to tell him what to do. Very angry, the doctor agreed and stated that Yi Wuqian had courage. Then he called the quarantine officer, explaining that this guy wanted to escape and spread the infection, ordering him to be shot. Yi Wuqian did not like this behavior, because he just wanted to offer help, and now he is accused of spreading the plague. An elderly doctor approached them from behind, not understanding why they were talking so loudly, and decided to find out what happened. The young doctor saw that the old man had arrived and explained that he was just in time, since this guy, pointing at Yi Wuqian, said that he could solve their problem. The old man wondered how Wei Juanji could say such things, because Yi Wuqian doesn't even look like a doctor. Mocking Yi Wuqian's name, he thought that this name was equivalent to a hypocrite in Chinese. Turning sharply, the young doctor did not understand why Yi Wuqian cared about his name, and asked about the certificate. If he is not there, then he can leave, also asking about qualifications. Yi Wuqian decided to test Wei Juanji and asked among all the herbs what effect the Animarinum rhizome and butterfly bush colors had. Wei Juanji was puzzled while Yi Wuqian explained that their effect is to purify the body to drain the fire inside the body, ideal for some foul-mouthed guys, referring to the young doctor. Finally angry, the young doctor grabbed Yi Wuqian by the shirt and asked her to repeat what he said and who he meant. But Yi Wuqian continued to say that cinnabar, mother of pearl, polyhala root, and fushan are then used, so that his body would not be so weak, after which he simply knocked his hand away from him. Yi Wuqian stated that no one knows herbs better than him, and if he is not qualified, then neither is Wei Juanji. The old man decided to find out if Yi Wuqian was a doctor of Chinese medicine. Yi Wuqian explained that not really, he was just familiar with herbs. The old man praised him, saying that if Yi Wuqian is not a doctor, then how can he prescribe medicine, saying that he is too modest, after which the old man decided to show him the patient. Entering the patient's room, the old man asked Yi Wuqian about the patient's condition and whether there was anything strange. The young doctor behind him mocked Yi Wuqian, saying that he thought he had something real, but he turned out to be an ordinary charlatan. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian looked at him and asked him to remain silent. Also, turning around, the doctor understood that the young doctor was talking nonsense without thinking, and was frightened by one look from the guy. The old man believed that he was not a very good student and should not have been chosen. The old man began to read out the patient's symptoms. Fever, headache, muscle pain and such symptoms are very common in many cases. They suspected that it was an infectious disease caused by some kind of virus. They needed some time to wait for the results of the medical examination. Yi Wuqian said that he had a recipe, they could try it, and asked for paper and a pen. After receiving paper with a pen, he wrote down the necessary ingredients: ephedra, 20 g, ginseng 20 g, Scutularia 15 g, longan 10 g, milky peony 25 g, almond 10 g, saposnic divaricata 20 g. Having given a sheet of ingredients, he explained that all the herbs needed to be boiled with 3 liters of water. In a bowl of medicine, you need to take it 3 times a day. Yi Wuqian called the recipe life extension soup. The old man noticed that he had seen this name on the archive before, but there was no recipe there. According to him, he would never have thought that Yi Wuqian would know the recipe. Giving the sheet to the nurse, he told her to follow the recipe and try to make it. The young doctor, standing on the side, clowned around, saying that soup for prolonging life sounds pretentious. Turning around, Yi Wuqian noticed that the young doctor was not that capable, but his sarcastic comments were at the highest level. He decided to ask if he had a wife, and if he did, he asked to leave her while he could, so as not to cause harm. Angry again, the young doctor did not understand what Yi Wuqian wanted to say by this and ordered an explanation, and he also threatened not to let him go until he explained. Yi Wuqian stated whether the young doctor could not feel his heavy waist and swollen legs, and that it was difficult for him to go to the toilet, also that his lower half of his body often feels cold. The young doctor was shocked by this and decided to find out how Yi Wuqian knew this, but he, in turn, explained that he knew not only this, but also that the young doctor had frequent headaches, he sleeps poorly, always dreams, often goes to the restroom at night, and has a pale face. The doctor understood to himself that this was all true. Yi Wuqian continued to talk about his problems, about his kidney failure and erection difficulties. According to Yi Wuqian's conclusion, based on the young doctor's current situation, he is definitely not able to satisfy his wife. It was Yi Wuqian who advised him to leave her. The young doctor was very nervous and tried to prove that this was not so, asking Yi Wuqian to stop talking nonsense. Strangers heard this and began to discuss it behind their backs. They noticed the expression on Wei Juanji's face that everything he said proved this. To them he looked fierce, but then they only saw his appearance, not his illness. A nurse came to the patient and said that the medicine was ready. The old man called her quickly so that she could give it to the patient. An hour later, the patient's face appeared pink and his breathing became stable. It looked like the patient was sleeping. The recipe really worked. The old man didn't understand who this guy was. It was hard for him to believe that he was from this small village. The young doctor standing behind was also surprised. it seemed to him that Yi Wujian was truly a highly qualified doctor. If so, he was going to approach him with his problem. He kindly approached Yi Wujian with the explanation that he was not trying to hide the fact that his temperament was very rude today, all because his wife threw a fit last night and threw him out of bed. He thought that they could forgive him. But Yi Wujian answered negatively, after which the young doctor asked him to help, since he was only 30 years old, and he still had many poses that he had not tried. He could not accept this fact and begged for help. The young doctor convinced that after helping, he would pay very generously. Yi Wujian didn't understand how he could help him if he had a pale face and a powerless bottom. It is his lust and alcohol addiction that are destroying his body. Yi Wujian didn't understand how this could concern him. He explained that he was not a real doctor, he has no obligation to save other people, he only does what he likes. As he left, he declared that the plague was now resolved. He ordered the remaining patients to be treated according to the same prescription and said goodbye. The young doctor began to depress himself because he was too rude to Yi Wujian and should not have done this. He is tired and does not know how to cure his illness. The old man believed that Yi Wujian was amazing and incredible. Using Yi Wujian's medicine, more than 10 infected people were cured, and no new infected people appeared. The plague problem has now been solved. Standing on the street, people thanked him for saving the village, but they refused because he did not say that he was a doctor. Yi Wujian also became one of the village's doctors, whom everyone began to respect. 7 days later, standing on the street, Yi Wujian smeared himself with the medicine and waited for it to be absorbed. He was glad that his weak body was finally becoming stronger after all the nursing. In his opinion, health is important for men, especially the most important part is the body. He should pay attention to it too. At this moment, Wang Er stopped by with the news that there were reporters who wanted to interview him. Cameraman and a reporter came to see him. The girl introduced herself as Wang Fangxi. She searched for Yi Wujian for a long time to interview him. She asked him about the possibility of spending some time with them. Yi Wujian, in turn, indicated that firstly, he is not even a doctor, and secondly, he does not have time, so he asked to leave now. Yi Wujian understood that the owner of his body was probably killed by haters. If he agreed to the interview, they might find out about him on TV, his whereabouts will be revealed and it will be the haters who will come after him. He was going to leave by this time. Yi Wujian kindly replied to the reporter that she should interview Dr. Wu. He is only a peasant, and they played the key role. The reporter explained that the villagers said that he was the great doctor. By doing this interview, according to her, Yi Wujian will gain some reputation for himself, so as not to be buried without praise. The nearby audience supported Yi Wujian that he should agree to the interview. They believed that after he gained fame, he would not need to worry about money. Wang Er also supported Yi Wujian that if he ended up on television, he would become a celebrity, and that was amazing for her. Yi Wujian asked him to leave him alone and not be part of this. The reporter noticed that everyone was saying that Yi Wujian was a doctor and asked him to stop trying to hide it. Smiling maliciously, he pointed his finger at her and declared that if the whole village said that she was his wife, then she would be his wife. The public was shocked to see Yi Wujian flirting with the reporter in front of everyone. The journalist, in turn, repeated Yi Wujian's words and agreed on the condition that she would interview him first, but to herself, the journalist was surprised how he dared to take advantage of her, but after calming herself down, she decided that she would do an interview first. Yi Wujian, in turn, indicated that the journalist could even tolerate such harassment from a stranger, calling her a woman without self-esteem. He didn't need such a wife. Wang Er didn't understand whether Yi Wujian really didn't need this, but how dare he flirt with the journalist right in front of everyone. At this moment, Dr. Wu came over. Yi Wujian immediately decided to find out if he told her. But Dr. Wu explained that Yi Wujian did it. He couldn't take away his merit from him. Yi Wujian's skill made him realize that there was still hope for Chinese medicine. He gave the example of Yi Wujian, a person who could save many lives. Yi Wujian responded sharply that he was not a doctor and he did not care about saving lives. Then he ordered the operator to give him the tape right away. Yi Wujian understood that he would be doomed if this became public knowledge, not to mention saving other people's lives. The journalist ordered not to listen to him and to continue filming, because they have the right to do so, but Yi Wujian also stated that he had the right to say no, after which he ordered them to get out and give the tape back. Dr. Wu suggested that they all compromise a little and talk. He believed that they could become friends. The journalist began to explain that she was not to blame for anything, and Yi Wuqian was behaving unreasonably. She could tolerate this kind of attitude and flirting, but she didn't understand why Yi Wuqian couldn't spare a little time to give an interview. One of the crowd of people approached Yi Wuqian with advice that it would be good for his reputation if he gave an interview. It's not necessary to go that far in his opinion. But Yi Wuqian thought that he wanted to stay in the village for a few days and then leave, but the news spread quickly, so he had to leave quickly. Yi Wuqian decided that he needed to talk to the journalist and called her inside alone. She didn't understand what he wanted to do with her and believed that only an idiot would go there with him. Yi Wuqian accepted this answer and said to look at his hands. Her hands turned black. Seeing this, she was horrified and asked what he had done to her, but Yi Wuqian told her to come in if she wanted him to look at her hands, otherwise they might remain like that for the rest of her life. He was the only one who could help her. The journalist believed that he did not dare to tell her and did not believe that he was a doctor. She called Dr. Wu over and asked to see if he knew how to cure it. The doctor was surprised by this and said that he was already too old for this. All he could say was that the stain was caused by herbs mixed together. She didn't understand how it could be that even Uncle Wu had no idea. Dr. Wu advised to just go with Mr. He, even though he is stormy and arrogant, according to him, he is still a good person. We should not forget that he solved the problem with the plague. Approaching him, Yi Wuqian asked if she could do him a favor and in return he would heal her hands. The journalist was angry because her hands became like that because of him, and how could he think that she would help him. He advised her to listen, because if her hands were not treated within an hour, they would remain like this forever. He needed her to find information about one person, and that person was him. The journalist thought that he was joking, because he knew perfectly well who he was and why bother her to find out information about himself. Besides, she didn't understand why he thought she had the opportunity to test a person. Yi Wuqian asked not to pretend. After all, she is not an ordinary person, otherwise she would have been fired from her post as a journalist for her temper. From what Yi Wuqian heard from others, Dr. Wu is a respected person in the medical field. The journalist calls him Uncle Wu, and even acts like a spoiled child in front of him. This is not something a regular journalist can do. The journalist understood that this guy is not as simple as he seems. Yi Wuqian stated that, to be honest, he had lost his memory. He woke up in the vicinity of a fishing village, so perhaps they wanted to throw him into the sea. He planned to hide his identity and secretly conduct an investigation in the village, and the journalist ruined his plan. He was killed once, and he doesn't want to be killed twice. The journalist became uncomfortable and she decided to find out if he had really lost his memory. She understood that if he really was thrown into the sea by his enemies, then they would definitely want to kill him again. She just wanted to do an interview, but she never thought that someone could die because of this. Yi Wuqian put a cup of water on the table and explained that he had no need to lie. Besides, if she had not caused such a commotion, he would never have found himself in such a dangerous situation. That's why she must help him. The water in the cup Yi Wuqian placed began to shine. A journalist noticed this and asked if there was an antidote. She was told to place her hands in it and wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, her hands were shining and the journalist was happy. Coming out into the street, the crowd noticed that the journalist's hands had been restored. They believed that Yi Wuqian was worthy of the title of Amazing Dr. Yi. Looking at him, she said that what he asked her to do would be done. The crowd dispersed, after which Dr. Wu asked what they had talked about with the journalist and what he had asked her to do. Dr. Wu asked Yi Wuqian what his plans were for the future. He suggested that their hospital, in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, had a vacancy as a director, if Yi Wuqian would like to give it a try. And Yi Wuqian refused, saying that the interview had already ended and Dr. Wu could return if he had nothing else to do. Dr. Wu asked not to refuse so quickly. In addition to being the director of the TSM department, he has good conditions for Yi Wuqian, much better than here, and Yi Wuqian can ask for anything he wants, including an apartment, a car and money. Yi Wuqian thanked him for the offer, but he indicated that he is not a doctor, so no matter how attractive the conditions are, he cannot say yes, after which he kicked Dr. Wu out the door. Later that night, Yi Wuqian was standing on the balcony when Wang Er approached him. She asked if he really had to go or if he could stay, but after everything that had happened, he believed that he could not stay here, although he planned to stay longer. Wang Er convinced herself that she was not afraid. If there is something dangerous, they can face it together, but Yi Wuqian explained that even if he left, he could still come back to see her at school. She wanted him to pinky swear, to which he agreed. There were strange sensations inside Yi Wuqian. His heart was heavy, he assumed that this feeling of being taken care of, and he considered it a great feeling. At that moment, his grandfather came up to him and explained that he was old and might not be able to help Yi Wujian, and began to tell him that this is the world for young people like him. He instructed him to do everything to achieve his goals, and no matter what decision he makes, his grandfather will always be for him. Suddenly the door opened, it was Hu Zi. He knelt down in front of Yi Wujian and asked to be accepted as a disciple. Yi Wujian praised Hu Zi's good intuition because he understands that by following Yi Wujian, he can stand out, but Yi Wujian had no intention of taking on any disciple and asked him to leave. Hu Zi asked if there was anything unsatisfactory in him, and that was normal. As long as Yi Wujian points it out, he will fix it and make him satisfied. But Yi Wujian simply asked him to leave. He really didn't have any plan for Hu Zi. Hu Zi really wanted to study with him and asked to take him. Grandfather believed that with his IQ, he could not come up with such an idea. Old man Zhou must have invented it. Wang Er sat down next to Hu Zi and advised him to stand up, since Yi Wujian always stands by his words and now it was useless to kneel. Hu Zi saw her and addressed her as teacher's mistress and considered her to be the boss here. Wang Er jumped back from what she heard, not understanding what kind of mistress the teacher was, and considered it nonsense. Next, turning to Yi Wujian and Wang Er, Hu Zi left 20,000 yuan, saying that this was his tuition fee. If this is not enough, then you just need to tell him, after which he left. Yi Wujian turned to reporter Wang and asked if there was any good news, but she looked at him with apprehension. He decided to find out why she had such an expression on her face, why she was looking at him as if he were some kind of pervert. After giving him the folder and asking him to look, she immediately began wiping her hand. Yi Wujian didn't understand what he had done. After reading everything, he spread out the sheets and decided to ask again if she was sure that these files were about him. Journalist Wang confirmed these words with particular anger. She felt disgusted breathing the same air in this room with him. Yi Wujian was convinced that these files were really about him. He did not understand how the previous owner of his body could be called a human. The file about him described him as foppish, wasteful and unprincipled. He asks his family for money every day, indulging in debauchery with dangerous gangs, meets different girls. He tried everything outrageous. He did it in nightclubs almost every night. Yi Wujian considered him an absolute pervert. Now it was not surprising for him that at the beginning he was very weak and fragile. This was caused by an oversaturation of sexual life. A pervert like this was definitely unprecedented in Yi Wujian's opinion. In that world, Yi Wujian was not sexually interested. He didn't understand how he could travel through time and become such a person. Now he understood that he had always wanted to harass Li Weiner. It was all his body's fault. Journalist Wang took into account his current expression and realized that Yi Wujian had really lost his memory, deciding to ask again whether he had really forgotten everything. Yi Wujian nervously responded positively. He explained that he is a person with moral values. How could he be a person who was controlled by his lust? Yi Wujian thought. He didn't understand whether it was a coincidence or not, but the real owner of this body is also called Yi Wujian. This saved him a lot of trouble in the future. Journalist Wang also said that despite the fact that dozens of pages tell information about the women he met, among the pieces of paper she found something useful. Yi Wujian has a company and finances. Yi Wujian noticed this too. He realized that he did not have a girlfriend in this world now. He even has finances. But journalist Wang understood that his company was on the verge of bankruptcy and his finances were also in trouble. Yi Wujian also asked what the trouble was, to which the answer from journalist Wang was that it was a setup. Yi Wujian wondered if the original owner of the body was thrown into the barren wasteland and if there was any connection between these two problems, after which he asked who the setup was from. But journalist Wang believed that she should not tell him about this, since this is his personal business. Yi Wujian immediately understood what was going on and asked what she wanted to know. Journalist Wang was delighted because she liked dealing with brilliant people. She said that before this Yi Wujian had no knowledge in the field of medicinal herbs and she was wondering how he learned it all. Yi Wujian said he didn't know. Suddenly he asked whether journalist Wang was afraid of him, since there were only two of them in the house, and Wang Er and grandfather had gone shopping. But journalist Wang didn't understand why she should be afraid of him, because in danger Yi Wujian and he could be killed at any moment. After these words, Yi Wujian rushed at her and covered her with his body. She didn't understand what he was doing, whether he wanted to resort to force because he was unable to speak out. But Yi Wujian asked to be quiet, not to move and look at it. pointing to the wall where there were bullet holes. He assumed that the killers were now on the street. Journalist Wang was worried and asked what they would do, but Yi Wutian didn't know what caused her aggression, since in her opinion these people came to kill him. Yi Wutian didn't think so, because her father occupies a high status and might have offended someone. He assumed. He also told me to hurry up and call the police. Before he could start making calls, journalist Van was put a gun to his head and ordered to take his hands off the phone, after which he was taken away. Two men entered the door and thanked them for the open window, otherwise they would not have been able to enter. Journalist Wang asked who they were, but they believed that it was not important, but the point was that the two of them would die today. Hearing these words, Yi Wutian began to suck up to the offenders, saying that if they go to journalist Wang, then let them take out all their resentment on her, and he should be treated simply as something transparent and he will not tell anyone about it. Journalist Wang was disappointed in him, and believed that he was the most shameful man of all the men in the whole world, after which she stated that she would remember it. One of the robbers approached Yi Wutian and pointed a gun at him. He said that according to rumors, Yi Wutian is a worthless scoundrel and it seems that he really is like that. The robber was disgusted to kill a person like him. But Yi Wutian replied that they should just not kill him and let him leave, in which case it wouldn't be so disgusting. At first the robbers did not understand what was happening, and then they laughed, because Yi Wutian was doomed to die today. Journalist Wang was very angry with Yi Wutian and stated that if she knew that Yi Wutian was such a person, she would not have done him such a favor. Yi Wutian argued that he would definitely survive, and in his argument he asked the question of whether they knew who the father of journalist Wang was. Journalist Wang asked him to shut up, but he continued to say that her father is the head of the city of Dongchen. He asked if the robber really thought he could just walk away after killing the journalist. The robber said that they knew everything about her father, but Yi Wutian still wondered how they dare, to which the robber decided that they would not kill her, but they could kill Yi Wutian. Besides, he was their target for today. At this point, journalist Wang laughed, thinking this was great, and that he deserved it, since it was retribution for his betrayal. She assured him that she would burn an incense candle in front of his grave on the anniversary of his death next year. Deciding that it was time to put the jokes aside, Yi Wutian stuffed something into journalist Wang's mouth, which she didn't like and asked about it. Yi Wutian explained that this is a powder used to neutralize medicinal properties or simply an antidote. After which he ordered the robbers to fall and they fell, unable to move. The journalist was shocked that Yi Wutian simply raised his and all the weapons along with the bandits fell to the floor. She asked him to tell how he did it. Yi Wutian thought it was a fairly simple trick. Small tricks such as rubbing and sprinkling can be done covertly. He did this when they came to them. And the mention in a conversation with them about the father of the journalist Van was necessary in order to gain a little time until his drug took effect. The journalist was surprised by his intelligence. Standing in front of one of the robbers, Yi Wutian asked who appointed them to kill him. He promised if they said this, they would die without suffering. The robber was angry and advised Yi Wutian not to imagine that he would get any clue from them. Yi Wutian believed that during interrogation, robbers were accustomed to using weapons, but he was different from them. Opening his shirt, he asked them to choose and tell him what they chose. Then, journalist Wang was wondering what it was. Yi Wutian explained that this is something that can cure her constipation. He began to put pressure on her, saying that she and her entire family had constipation. Then he asked to forget about it and get back to business. He hurried the robbers and said that if they did not make their choice, Yi Wutian would have to make it, also showing a certain bag recommended from myself. The robber was aggressive and called Yi Wutian a worthless scoundrel who just wanted to scare him, but he denied that he was afraid of him. Yi Wutian decided that it was due to the fact that he was very brave. He will have to make a choice. Then he opened the bag and sprinkled the powder on the robber. He explained that he did not have the opportunity to use this powder, since it was made a long time ago. Yi Wutian felt that the robber was lucky to be his guinea pig. The robbers saw that nothing had happened, and asked Yi Wutian to stop bluffing. Since all the scars on the face of one of the robbers had disappeared, they threatened to kill Yi Wutian as soon as they could move again. Yi Wutian advised taking a closer look at how one of the robbers was doing. Looking at him, one of them saw the experimental gaze in love. This made him feel uncomfortable. The subject admitted that he did not know what happened. He was alone for quite a long time. He suddenly felt that one of the robbers was very nice. After these words, he went in for a kiss, saying that he couldn't do anything about it. The robbers asked him not to approach them. After which journalist Wang began filming on her phone how the two robbers kissed. She thought it was amazing. Yi Wuqian explained that now the drug is not fully effective. He wanted to make a long story shorter because it would be better before it was too late after the rape. The robber who was exposed to the attention of the test subject said that this was Lu Fu, a guy from Lu's real estate group. They were hired by him. Yi Wuqian decided to ask again if they were hired to kill him, but the robber said that he didn't know and that they were just killers and just kill people, while simultaneously asking for his release. Journalist Wang stated that she knew Lu Fu, after which Yi Wuqian ordered to eat the powder inside and then he would be able to move. This time he spared their lives and ordered them to leave. Abruptly running away from home, journalist Wang asked if Yi Wuqian really just let them leave, because they came to them to kill him, but he said with a malicious smile that he did not let them leave so easily, but left a certain gift. Having fled into the forest, the robbers admitted that they did not know why, but they felt strange after eating the antidote. Considering that it was very hot there, they began to undress. Yi Wuqian stared at journalist Wang. She didn't understand why he was looking at her, lusting after her beauty. After this question, Yi Wuqian ordered to give him your phone. She didn't understand why, to which Yi Wuqian offered to cure her constipation. Journalist Wang was very nervous and tried to deflect questions about who has constipation and who wants to cure it. When Yi Wuqian left, he decided to let her forget it and just keep the video to herself when she was constipated again. He also noted that he wouldn't focus on the video if her legs went numb from sitting on the toilet for too long. Journalist Wang became interested and, pulling his shirt, asked if he could really help her. Yi Wuqian considered her hypocritical, because she wanted to solve her problem so immediately. In his opinion, she should say thank you to his abilities, otherwise there is no need for him to bother diagnosing journalist Wang. Then he asked her to let him touch her stomach. Journalist Wang didn't understand why he needed her belly, but Yi Wuqian did not explain and simply asked if she wanted him to cure her constipation. In the end she agreed. She told him to just touch it. It's still just part of the stomach. She agreed to cut off his hand if he touched another part of her body. When she touched it, she felt unpleasant. After that, Yi Wuqian asked her not to move. He understood that if he couldn't cope even with such a naughty girl, then how would he be called an amazing doctor? He admitted that he can actually diagnose through clothing. Journalist Wang nervously asked if he had finished, because she thought it was a shameful pose. Yi Wuqian explained that there was bloating. You felt incredible heaviness when you touched it, dry mouth and burned tongue, sweaty hands and feet. Turning away, he began to write herbal recipes on a piece of paper. Medicinal rheumatism 15g, unripe bitter orange 15g, medicinal magnolia 12g in Glauber salt. Having given her a piece of paper with the recipe, he explained that after extracting medicinal magnolia, 1 unripe bitter orange, boil 2000 milliliters of water and get rid of 1000 milliliters of waste, extract the medicinal rheumatism and boil it for 1 hour, then throw away the waste, and finally add Glauber's salt, boil it over low heat until it boils. Taking the piece of paper in her hands, journalist Wang doubted whether it would work. Yi Wuqian said whether it was up to her to take or throw away this piece of paper with the recipe, noting that this is not for free. It said more than 20 rare Chinese herbs. In total it will cost 20,000 yuan. She was horrified and considered it a robbery, since he was telling her some nonsense about 20,000 yuan. In her opinion, for 20 names of ingredients, one ingredient name costs 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Wang Er came in with her grandfather and saw that journalist Wang was also there. She was glad about this. Grandfather also stated that she arrived on time, since he bought a lot of food and offered to stay and eat with them. Journalist Wang nervously thanked them, after which Yi Wuqian asked Wang Er to burn the piece of paper on which he wrote the recipe. Van took the piece of paper, promising that she would pay him. She then approached Wang Er and recommended staying away from Yi Wuqian, considering him a ruthless and greedy guy, since for 20 names of ingredients he asks 20,000 yuan. Hearing this, Wang Er stated that 20,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names, 1,000 yuan for one ingredient name. She thought it was too expensive, but Yi Wuqian explained that it was also at a discount, because his recipe was not that cheap. Gloomily answering that he was leaving tomorrow anyway. The next day, Yi Wuqian stood with Wang Er, Wang's grandfather and journalist. Yi Wuqian said that he would not reveal the method of catching crayfish to others, as this could lead to big troubles. Grandfather agreed with this and decided to ask again if Yi Wuqian was sure that he did not want to stay for a few more days. Hearing that he was leaving, Wang Er upsetly asked if he was serious about leaving, because he said that it could not be so soon. Yi Wuqian explained that he had been away for too long and needed to return. He understood to himself that killers had appeared. In any case, he must leave as soon as possible. Wang Er was upset and shooed him away faster, but Yi Wuqian said that he was not leaving forever and asked him not to be reluctant to part. He agreed to come to her school when he was free to see her. After which he asked to check the injury, which infuriated her, and they said goodbye. Further moving away from the house with journalist Wang, she wondered where he would go next, and whether he was going to meet his bride. Yi Wuqian explained that when he disappeared, she supported the company for a long time and was framed by people. He believed that he owed her a lot, and the main thing for him was to find out who was behind it all. Having reached the city of Dongqing with journalist Wang, she asked him questions about how he liked this place. After all, he woke up in a small village after losing his memory. She assumed that he was overwhelmed by the noisy scene in the big city. Yi Wuqian thought that this was not bad. He noticed that cars were running along the road. He didn't have these cars in 2089. Journalist Wang was annoyed when Yi Wuqian spoke under his breath on the street. He asked me to just wait and said that he would see again. Heading to the Tianxin district, they went to the apartment of journalist Wang. She was interested in how he liked her apartment. She understood to herself that he must be surprised, because every piece of furniture was very expensive. But Yi Wuqian called this apartment the most ordinary. Wang was furious at how Yi Wuqian could be so stubborn. He said that he would just come to terms with it and would live there. He asked not to apologize, as he is not that picky. Journalist Wang didn't understand why he thought he would live in her apartment and decided to ask about it. Yi Wuqian explained that this is true, otherwise why did he follow her all the way, because he has no other place to stop. Yi Wuqian also stated that he would live with her and protect himself well so as not to allow himself to be taken advantage of. Deciding that it was time to get down to business, journalist Wang said that in order for him to live with her, he must pay her 10,000 yuan for 1 month, and pay 20,000 for the guarantee fee, no credit and no price negotiations. Yi Wuqian suggested taking the money he earned from his prescription, whether it could be given to him as rent, considering that she had a black heart, but she replied that an eye for an eye, and she learned this from him. Next up at the Crescent Club, one of the girls near Lu Fu called him disobedient and believed that he made her blush. A guy sitting next to him named Qiu Hongsheng advised that he should feel flattered. After all, so many beautiful grandfathers crave it, but unfortunately, he believed that he had no chance. Also sitting in the circle, Zhu Yuan said that they were incredibly lucky to meet Mr. Lu. In his opinion, they should be happy. After these words, Mr. Lu noticed that Qiu Hongsheng and Zhu Yuan talked too much and asked them to stop sucking up to him, considering them poorly educated. Zhu Yuan thanked for the useful advice and stated that they would study, but in his heart he was dissatisfied, because Mr. Lu himself bought education from a diploma factory graduate with his father's money, and yet he is talking about education under Zhu Yuan. At that moment, Mr. Li received a phone call. He did not understand who was calling him and whether the caller knew that he was having fun. He told me to start talking, otherwise he would hang up. Mr. Li was told by phone that Yi Wuqian was still alive and someone had seen him. Hearing this, he broke into a sweat, after which Zhu Yuan ordered all the girls sitting there to leave and hurry up. Mr. Lu asked who had seen Yi Wuqian, but the person who called him told him to find him and make Yi Wuqian disappear, otherwise, Mr. Lu will disappear, after which the call was hung up. Mr. Lu sat there in a lost state. Seeing this, the guys sitting next to them were wondering if something had happened. Mr. Lu asked them if they were sure that Yi Wuqian was dead. They were sure of this, since they did it themselves. According to them, this could not be a mistake, but he is still alive, said Mr. Lu. Zhu Yuan was shocked by this news and could not believe how this could happen. After all, they buried him themselves. Mr. Lu explained that this was the truth and ordered Yi Wuqian to disappear no matter what measures they took, otherwise their days would end. Mr. Lu threatened them. After that, Zhou Yuan asked Mr. Lu what about Qing Kevin, what they needed to do with him. They assumed that Yi Wuqian would have to go meet his bride, but Mr. Lu said to just find him first. Then in the evening in the apartment, Qi Qiyun asked if the girl heard what she was talking about. Qi Qiyun believed that they did not need to leave the company. She noticed that recently the girl had done a lot for this ignorant and incompetent person, referring to Yi Wuqian. The girl answered her mother that this was not the best time to go out and they needed to find him first. A man sitting next to him named Ching Pajong advised him to listen to his mother and not to look for him anymore. Tomorrow he was going to go meet the Yi family to break off the engagement, saying that Yi Wuqian is dead and this is what he deserves. Qi Qian reproached Ching Pajong for disgrace. After all, if this did not establish a relationship with the Yi family, then how could their daughter suffer so much? He explained that he owed his achievements today to Qi Qiyun's support, but he never thought that their daughter would lead such a bitter life. The daughter said that mom and dad need to put this off for a while. She thought that Yi Wuqian was treating her badly because she had managed the company herself for so long, but right now she wanted to cope with her job, and other things were not interesting to her. The next day in Wang Fangxi's apartment, sitting at the table, Yi Wuqian saw some pieces of paper. Wang Fangxi explained that these were the materials he wanted, and decided to find out what their future plans were. Yi Wuqian was simple and believed that he needed to go and see him. By the way, in his opinion, Wang Fangxi should do him one more favor, then he asked to lend him money. This horrified her, since he lives in her apartment and also wants her to lend him money. She didn't understand whether he considered her his mommy, but Yi Wuqian said that if she had not made a mess out of it, he would have calmly fished in that village. And now there are killers after him and she must be responsible. Immediately apologizing, she handed him the card, saying that there were 8,000 there and asked him to spend it wisely. Next up is Lu Fu's office. Lu Fu thinking about Yi Wuqian, thinking that he was still alive, he felt uneasy. He had no news from his two messengers. A certain girl came to him asking him to sign documents. He agreed nervously. The girl didn't understand what happened and why Lu Fu was so indifferent today, asking to look at her. After all, quite a long time had passed since they last hung out. But Lu Fu was unhappy and asked to leave. Hearing this, the girl was shocked. She hoped that she had misheard, because Lu Fu used her every time, and now he asks her to leave. Repeating nervously again, he asked her to leave. She mumbled something and left dissatisfied with this embarrassment. After which someone came into the office with questions about how someone takes such a pose. Hearing this, Lu Fu thought that it was that girl again and ordered him to leave again. But Lu Fu raised his head and saw that Yi Wuqian was standing in front of him with several people who looked like girls. Yi Wuqian noticed that Lu Fu was crazy today and was interested in who dared to anger him so much. Jumping up from his chair, Lu Fu didn't understand what Yi Wuqian was doing there. Yi Wuqian explained that he just came to console Mr. Lu for his hard work, showing the girls he brought with him. He stated that this was for Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu began nervously explaining that he had been seeing some girls last night and didn't stop until this morning. Now he was completely weak and gratefully replied that Yi Wuqian could keep these girls for himself. Yi Wuqian believed in his body, saying that last night was just a piece of cake. Having scattered some dust, he ordered that his strength be restored in the near future. At this moment, Mr. Lu suddenly began to feel intense heat. Seeing this, Yi Wuqian locked the door. Mr. Lu asked why he did this, to which Yi Wuqian explained that Mr. Lu did not want to make love in front of his employees, that is why he closed the door so that no one would interfere with enjoying the moment. After hearing these words, Mr. Lu couldn't hold back. Noticing this, Yi Wuqian declared in front of the two girls that Mr. Lu was now theirs. Mr. Lu asked them to stop and threatened them that they didn't know who he was. Yi Wuqian began filming all this, stating that in order to serve Mr. Lu, he had to fork out money. In addition, he asked Mr. Lu not to hold back, because he knew that he could not control himself. After Mr. Lu became completely unable to control himself, he felt even more hot and tore off his clothes. This is exactly what Yi Wuqian was counting on when recording the video. An hour later, office workers saw Mr. Lu lying on the floor and began to condemn him. They were surprised that he could sleep even with such women. One of them believed that President Lu deserved his title because he had the courage that they did not have. Next in the hospital, an enraged Mr. Lu was angry and threatened to kill Yi Wuqian. Next to him in the ward were his wards whom he sent to deal with Yi Wuqian. One of them explained that the doctor asked him to rest, and the doctor advised him to take good care of his body and not take a lot of Viagra. The other one threatened to take revenge, but Mr. Lu's health is more important now. Mr. Lu suddenly thought about how Yi Wuqian, being such an ignorant person who was only interested in women, could turn out to be such a cunning person. Nevertheless, he undertook to find him and take the video, otherwise he would go bankrupt. Left alone in the ward, Mr. Lu understood that Yi Wuqian had something on him, so he would not leave everything as it was. he didn't know what to do next. There was a sharp knock on the door, after which Mr. Lu ordered to enter. It was Yi Wuqian who kindly greeted him. Mr. Lu was furious. How did Yi Wuqian dare to come to him? Was he bullying him? Yi Wuqian explained that he just helped him let off steam. Moreover, he said, he had no money. He didn't know whether Mr. Lu, his dear friend, could do him a favor or not. He didn't need too much, just 30 million yuan. Yi Wuqian thought it was nothing. Mr. Lu felt that he was being bullied because it was an impossible amount, after which he told Yi Wuqian to leave. Yi Wuqian agreed and asked him to just forget it. He advised me to take care of myself and look after my health. He also stated that since they became friends, he could help call the police. Mr. Lu was very nervous and did not understand why he should call the police. Yi Wuqian explained that as a person trying to kill, he would hand over the video to the police as evidence at the police station. They will have to prosecute him and release the video to the media to expose his crime. He believed that the circumstances were perfect for Mr. Lu. Lu understood that if the video was handed over to the police and exposed by the media, he would be destroyed, after which he agreed to give Yi Wuqian 30 million. Mr. Lu wrote out a check and gave it to Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian was pleased with this when the door to the ward suddenly opened. A girl came in with several other people in police uniforms, introducing herself as Chang Xiaomei, a police officer, and showing her ID. Mr. Lu nervously tried to justify that it was a misunderstanding, saying that they did not need the police now. Chang Xiaomei explained that they cannot call the police whenever they want. Looking at her chest, Yi Wuqian wondered if Wang Er was taking the last medicine. Noticing that they were looking at her, Chang Xiaomei turned to Yi Wuqian with interest at what he was staring at and explained that the call was preventing them from working for no reason. Then she stated that he would go with her to the police station. Yi Wuqian began to explain that he was just looking at her breasts and that it wasn't that important. After much convincing, he agreed that he would go with her to the police station. From behind, Mr. Lu tried to clarify the situation, saying that it was just a misunderstanding, but everything was fine now. He asked not to take his friend to the police station. Going outside, Yi Wuqian believed that with 30 million yuan, Chen Kursen could calm down for a while. Although Yi Wuqian has never met his fiancée, he is worried about her for some reason. Approaching Dongqing Bank, he decided that it was time for him to go there anyway. While standing in line, Yi Wuqian saw his boyfriend standing in front asking Xue if she was free tonight, to which she answered carefully and asked not to distract her from her work. Noticing this, Yi Wuqian was curious. The guy insisted on his own and wanted to make a contribution, asking if she is free tonight and if he can invite her to dinner. The girl asked to wait. The girl turned to Mr. Zhou, saying that his money had been deposited and asked to take the check. Mr. Zhou remembered that he needed cash today and asked to withdraw 100,000 yuan for him. The girl explained that Mr. Zhou had already invested and withdrawn his money many times. It is not advisable to do this. Yi Wuqian intervened and took the guy by the shoulder, asking him to try other methods, but he didn't understand whether Yi Wuqian had any problems, and he stated that he had enough money and he could do whatever he saw fit with it. It began to infuriate Yi Wuqian that the man was showing off what he considered to be his meager fortune, after which the guy put down the deposit book and asked to withdraw all the money. Noting that there was a total of 1 million, the guy mocked Yi Wuqian and asked him to open his eyes and look at it more carefully. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why he was asking to look at his poor deposit and asked not to embarrass him. Yi Wuqian abruptly placed his check on his deposit book and told him to look at how much money there was. Seeing the number of 30 million, the guy was dumbfounded. A nearby girl who worked there reminded them that they were in a bank and asked them not to make noise. Turning to Mr. Zhou, she pointed out the money he had withdrawn, 300,000 yuan. Laughing at Yi Wuqian, he suggested that the check might be counterfeit and advised him to look at the real money. At that moment, a shot rang out and people came in, ordering no one to move. They were going to rob a bank. The robbers told no one to move, and if they tried to call the police, they threatened to kill them. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why the bank was being robbed in broad daylight. Seeing the guy who was cashing out money, one of the robbers approached him and thanked him for the money he had prepared for them. Despite the fact that the guy assured the robbers that the money belonged to him, the robber who approached them pointed a gun at him and declared that the money was now his, to which the guy kindly agreed. Yi Wuqian, who was standing nearby, simply laughed, which the robber didn't like because he wasn't scared. Yi Wuqian explained that they just came for money, they are not going to kill anyone. Yi Wuqian was not the owner of the bank, which means he had nothing to worry about. From out of nowhere the sounds of police were heard, the police ordered to go out and surrender, as the robbers were surrounded. The robbers did not expect the police to arrive so soon and pointed a gun at Yi Wuqian, saying that he would have to become their hostage. Yi Wuqian could not become a hostage in his opinion, because it was inappropriate to choose such a brave guy like him. According to Yi Wuqian's judgment, he understood that the ideal hostage would be a timid scoundrel. That's what he called the guy who boasted about money. Pointing a gun at the guy Yi Wuqian recommended, the robber said that Yi Wuqian could leave and now it was none of his business. The guy Yi Wuqian advised was shocked by this and did not understand why they were pointing at him. The robber realized that something was wrong with Yi Wuqian. In his opinion, he looked dangerous, after which, police stood outside the bank and indicated that someone was leaving the building. Yi Wuqian, leaving the building, raised his hands and asked not to shoot at him, since he was a hostage. Seeing him, Chang Xiaomei was unhappy. She said that they met again so soon and he was already robbing a bank, then she ordered his arrest. Yi Wuqian did not understand what they were doing and asked to let him go, because they must have misunderstood him, since he was a hostage, and they began to arrest him. Chang Xiaomei explained that in the morning he pretended to be a respectable citizen, but at noon he turned into a robber. Chang Xiaomei repeated that recently she could not consider him a respectable person. Yi Wuqian began to find out who was in charge, because she was abusing her powers. Yi Wuqian understood that she had a grudge against him. He believed that he was not worthy of his name if he did not make her love him. Commander Su Yueyinhua walked over and introduced himself. He decided to find out why Yi Wuqian was released by the robbers. Yi Wuqian explained that he has no money and is not afraid of robbers. Sharply remembering that he had left his 30 million check, he asked them to come up with something so that he could return back and become a hostage. Chang Xiaomei thought he was stupid because he decided to return to the robbers and face the robbers face to face. Yi Wuqian reminded that his check was left inside and with their permission he would return. He pledged not only to collect his check, but also to help catch the robbers. Chang Xiaomei didn't understand why she should believe him. Yi Wuqian said that there are several hostages in the building and this is a difficult task for the police. Removing his hand from Yi Wuqian, the commander asked whether Yi Wuqian would be able to return and how much confidence he had in himself. Saying that he was 100% confident in himself, he went inside the building. Chang Xiaomei was angry that the commander allowed him to return. She assumed that he was one of the robbers. But the commander explained that he was not a robber, at least according to his outstanding personal data. Handing Chang Xiaomei the case about Yi Wuqian, she believed that a womanizer could not have any outstanding personality. Having gone inside the bank, the robbers were surprised why he returned and decided to ask him about it. One of the robbers believed that Yi Wuqian was sent by the police and offered to kill him. Yi Wuqian asked not to touch him, since he was their friend and just returned to collect his check. Seeing that there was no check, he began asking everyone where his check was. After asking Miss Shui, she pointed to the guy who was framed by Yi Wuqian. He started yelling at him, accusing him of taking his check, explaining that he needed to help his wife and asked to return her back. At that moment, a gun was pointed at the back of his head. The robber said that if Yi Wuqian doesn't want to die, then let him explain to them why the police let him inside. Yi Wuqian said that everything is simple, he came to detain them. The robber laughed, after which Yi Wuqian began asking the guy where his check was. He threatened that otherwise he would feel bad, but the guy denied everything and said that he did not know where his check was. Kicking him in the stomach, Yi Wuqian again asked about his check, but the guy said that he didn't take it. Seeing that a piece of paper had fallen out of his pocket, he decided to rip through his pockets. Having patted his pockets, he saw a completely torn check. Yi Wuqian was furious that the guy dared to tear his check and began to beat him further. While in the observation room, Wang Er and the commander watched as Yi Wuqian beat the man. Chang Xiaomei did not understand what was going on there and offered to do something, but the commander insisted that we still need to observe. Yi Wuqian, continuing to beat the guy, ordered him to give him his check. Watching this from the side, the robbers were surprised by this. The guy begged Yi Wuqian to stop and offered an option to fix everything. Yi Wuqian turned around and asked Miss Shui if this check could still be exchanged, but she replied that it would no longer be possible. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian continued to beat the guy, explaining that this money was supposed to help his wife. Chang Xiaomei, seeing this, thought that this was too much and offered to send people there. After all, Yi Wuqian is not the best guy, but he still became a hostage. The commander told them to wait a little longer, because even if they didn't intervene, the robbers wouldn't do anything special. He considered Yi Wuqian not an ordinary guy and assumed that he would be able to do something. One of the robbers did not know what to do next. He explained that things could end very badly with Yi Wuqian and reminded them that they were not there to kill, also pointing to the detachment. He stated that everyone was ready and offered to take several hostages. Their leader agreed to this and pointed at Miss Xue, calling her over. She didn't want to, but he shot up and explained that she didn't want to die, so let her come to him, otherwise she'd shoot her. Miss Xue agreed and walked towards him nervously. The robber grabbed her cheeks and noticed that she looked good. For the future, he hoped that if he was not busy, he would play with her. Suddenly someone grabbed the robber's hand and pulled it away from her. It was Yi Wuqian who took Miss Xue to his place and declared that she was his. The robber did not understand what Yi Wuqian was doing, but he repeated once again that Miss Xue would go with him and ended the conversation there. The robber decided to find out if he wanted to save her, but Yi Wuqian explained that saving the girl was a matter of course. When he went inside, he said that he had come to detain them. At that moment, one of the robbers began to laugh. Another of them cried and asked Dad why he killed his dog, and if it was just because its meat was tasty, then at least it was worth adding salt. Another one of the robbers began to talk to the flower. He asked the flower why she cuckolded at him. He admitted that he was not very attractive, but apart from his appearance, poverty and gambling addiction, which is why the guy she left for is better than him. Miss Xue asked Yi Wuqian if this was his doing. He confirmed this and asked if she liked it. Next in the interrogation room, Xiaomei was furious with the way Yi Wuqian was sitting in his attitude towards the interrogation. Yi Wuqian explained that he risked his life to save these people, but she arrested him for beating the man who tore his check. Xiaomei put the folder on the table and started screaming, saying that deliberately inflicting pain is tolerable in Yi Wuqian's opinion. She also asked about the robbers, what happened to them, because they laugh and cry. She believed that they could die from this if it continued. Yi Wuqian did not admit guilt and said that it was not his problem, since he simply said that he could help detain them. He didn't say that he could keep them normal. Chang Xiaomei explained that if they died, Yi Wuqian would become a murderer. Rising from the table, he agreed that he did not want to be accused of murder. He could relieve their symptoms, but he asked her to promise one thing, it's that she should befriend him. In the evening, Chang Xiaomei asked him why he invited her to this place, because he wanted to make friends, but Yi Wuqian believed that the friendship ceremony should be accompanied by a dance, because she promised him. Going inside, she was sure that he would not try to paw her. While dancing, Chang Xiaomei advised Yi Wuqian to behave decently, otherwise she would cut off his hands. Deciding to check it out, Yi Wuqian lowered his hands below his waist. He believed that as an amazing doctor he should be able to handle girls. After he lowered his hands, Chang Xiaomei immediately hit his hands. Yi Wuqian was surprised by this, because he thought that they could become friends. Xiaomei said that they could become friends. She told her principal that she backs up her words with actions. She was going to continue dancing with him, but on the condition that if he started groping her again, he wouldn't blame her for being rude. The guys dancing next to Xiaomei saw her and were stunned by her beauty, surprised that there were such beautiful girls. Seeing Yi Wuqian, they felt that he was very lucky to get such a girl. Next, they noticed that it was not very similar to a dance, because Yi Wuqian was constantly trying to touch Xiaomei, which he always did with his hands. Half an hour later, leaving, Xiaomei asked not to forget who she worked with and not to underestimate her strength in the future. Suddenly she received a phone call because of which she committed to be somewhere now. Then she immediately ran to the car. Waiting for her in the car was Yi Wuqian, who was going to go with her. He explained that it was difficult to find a taxi in this area, and she would not force him to walk home. He didn't understand where she was in such a hurry and what happened. Xiaomei agreed that he should go with her, since there was little time, and asked him not to get in her way in the future. When she got to the hospital, Xiaomei asked Dr. Wei what was wrong with her mother. He asked her to calm down and stated that her condition did not inspire optimism. Xiaomei wanted to see her, but the doctor said that only for a short time, because she needed rest. At this moment, Yi Wuqian walked over and noticed Dr. Wei. He seemed familiar to him and they had seen each other somewhere. After his thoughts, Yi Wuqian stated how small the world is and that they met again. Dr. Wei immediately recognized Yi Wuqian. He understood that he needed to stay away from him and said that Xiaomei's mother was in room number 318, explaining that he had very important things to do and they would have to go themselves. Entering the room, Xiaomei was just as happy to see her mother as the mother was to see her daughter. The mother believed that she was not a small child and there was no need to worry so much about her. Despite her illness, she was worried about her daughter's marriage. Seeing Yi Wutian, my mother decided to find out who it was. Yi Wutian kindly introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet them. Mom was interested in how long they had known Xiaomei and whether he liked her. Listening to this, Xiaomei felt uncomfortable and asked her to stop. Yi Wutian pulled Xiaomei towards him, explaining that in his opinion, she is the most gorgeous girl, gentle, sweet and beautiful. He also said that Xiaomei also thinks that he is the most handsome man in the world. Mom was happy about this and asked not to miss Yi Wutian, since he is a good man. Xiaomei decided that they needed to discuss something outside the door, saying that they would be back soon. She and Yi Wutian walked out the door. Xiaomei was furious with what Yi Wutian said, because no one thought he was handsome in her opinion. After these words, she sent him home, saying that there are no problems with taxis here. Yi Wutian explained that his aunt liked him and she wanted him to become her son-in-law. He said that just to make her happy because she was in serious condition. According to his observations, without good treatment she will not last even 2 months. Xiaomei believed that Yi Wutian would not die if she did not talk nonsense for at least 5 minutes, explaining that it was her mother after all. Yi Wutian said that he was serious, but it didn't matter, because even if he could cure her, he could prolong her life. Xiaomei didn't understand whether he was joking or not. She knew that his file mentioned that he was known as the miracle doctor in the fishing village. He also stopped the epidemic. After her thoughts, she asked what Yi Wutian wanted in return, to which she received the answer of dancing again with Yi Wutian. Then, returning to the ward, Yi Wutian began to describe the problems of Xiaomei's mother. She had a moderate hematoma and a weak spleen, diabetes, diarrhea, weak kidneys, numb limbs, pallor, malaise, undigested food and stool, fibrosis, weak pulse. Seeing this, Xiaomei was shocked, because Yi Wutian took only one look and listed all the symptoms without a single mistake. Yi Wutian decided that the main thing now was to ease the diarrhea. Other symptoms can wait. Then he began to write down the prescription for the medicine. It included white root herbal balls 20g, Chinese angelica 20g, dried herbs 10g, enzyme peeling gel with mangosteen extract 5g. Yi Wutian understood that even where he was from, the maternity hospital was difficult to cure. He can only prolong her life by about 2 years. Having finished making the list, he explained that you need to put the herbs in a clay pot, add 500 milliliters of water and boil them to 300 milliliters. Xiaomei's mother should take this morning and evening for 7 days. Yi Wutian hoped that over the extended 2 years, his abilities would improve and then he would be able to cure her completely. Xiaomei's mother asked Yi Wutian if he was a doctor, but he answered negatively and asked to trust him. For the sake of dancing with her daughter, he was going to give it his all. Get out of the hospital. Xiaomei wondered where Yi Wutian learned all this, explaining that I saw his dossier and it said that he was a simple slacker. Yi Wutian felt that he was again driven into a corner by this question and decided to find out why all women are curious. Xiaomei didn't like that Yi Wutian was so narcissistic and explained her question by saying that she was worried about her mother and the quality of his recipe. Moreover, he could have asked her something himself. Yi Wutian decided to find out how she grew such breasts back then, claiming that about 10 years ago, it was flat as a board, but now they are the size of his head. Hearing this, Xiaomei responded negatively. At that moment, a gray car drove up next to them. Dr. Wei came out and saw Yi Wutian. Yi Wutian was not going to listen to him and asked him to just go away from him like last time. The doctor agreed that he really should have gone last time and decided to ask about his illness. The doctor understood that this time Yi Wutian had to help him. He wasn't going to worry about his reputation. His problem was the most important thing at the moment. But Yi Wutian didn't even listen to him and left, saying that he was not a doctor and their illnesses were not his problem. The doctor threw himself at his feet and began to beg for help, arguing that Yi Wutian knows that his illness affects his whole life. Yi Wutian said for the last time that he is not a doctor and he has neither the mood nor the obligation to treat him. After these words, he once again asked him to leave behind, and he and Xiaomei went forward. Xiaomei was wondering why Yi Wutian didn't help him, to which he responded by asking why she didn't allow herself to be touched. Screaming, Xiaomei explained that she did not want him to touch her. Yi Wutian, by this logic, stated that he simply did not want to help him. He believed that if he started helping everyone he met, he would be tired to death. The doctor who asked for help stayed behind and looked at this. He stated that Yi Wuqian would answer him for all his actions. Further, being in the hospital, the messengers of the person from whom Yi Wuqian took 30 million yuan reported to him that the check was now invalid, due to the fact that it was torn to shreds, and now Yi Wuqian will not be able to withdraw even a penny. Also, one of the subordinates asked Mr. Lu whether they should do something about Miss Chen Kursen. Mr. Lu did not know what he was proposing and stated that he would continue to pursue it even if progress was slow. Taking out some pills, the subordinate explained that he could help speed up progress by simply dropping a love potion into the bottle. Angry, Mr. Lu believed that pursuing a girl meant enjoying the feeling of excitement. He didn't understand why he was considered so stupid that he would use a love potion. The messenger was surprised by these words, because Mr. Lu had never left a drop before, but now he wants to pretend to be a gentleman. After that, Mr. Lu asked to take the love potion back. He will use it when his patience runs out. After that, Mr. Lu asked the second messenger how Chen Kursen was doing. He said that she owed the bank a lot of money and now they demand that she pay everything back. The messenger offered to lend her some money, and in that case, she might be grateful, then she would attack Mr. Lu for this. Mr. Lu was glad that he had just returned his 30 million yuan and it would be nice to lend Chen Kursen some of this money, he thought. He also asked where Yi Wuqian was now because he was going to kill him. The messengers began to promise that they would find him as soon as possible, when at that moment Yi Wuqian entered the room. Approaching them from behind, he asked who was looking for him, stating that he was here. Mr. Lu was furious that Yi Wuqian dared to come to him, but Yi Wuqian asked him to calm down, because everything was fine, asking him to take his messengers away first. After they left, Yi Wuqian decided to check with Mr. Lu. Was he informed about the accident with a check and asked him to write another one in this regard. Mr. Lu was furious and shamed Yi Wuqian for not being able to keep the check, and now he is asking for another one. Yi Wuqian insisted, while simultaneously threatening him with a certain video. He was convinced that Mr. Lu would not ruin his reputation because of 30 million yuan, but Mr. Lu flatly refused to write a new check, saying that he would receive it only through his corpse. Just as Yi Wuqian was about to leave, Mr. Lu called out to him and asked him to wait. Mr. Lu asked for the backup video. Yi Wuqian thought that Mr. Lu was really stupid, because he believed that 30 million yuan could calm him down after he found out that he hired people to kill him. Yi Wuqian was simply keeping him alive for being his ATM when he ran out of money. After Yi Wuqian left, the messengers ran into Mr. Lu's room. He, in turn, was furious because he didn't understand who Yi Wuqian was taking him for, because he could come and go whenever he wanted. Mr. Lu ordered him to be killed, no matter whoever does this, according to him, will pay 10 million yuan. Next, in the mountain villa of Dongchenyi, the father asked his son if the news was really true. He confirmed that the man was still alive and offered to hire people to kill him. The father rejected this idea, explaining that he should not act rashly. He told him to just focus on his problems and asked about the situation between his son and Ouyang Xinyue. The son explained that Xinyue is different from ordinary women. She ignores him and even outright rejects him, and in his opinion, he is a man with dignity. Father explained that sometimes a person's dignity is as precious as gold, and sometimes as cheap as paper, and his son should have understood this. In response to this, the son offered to drug her and then force her to become his woman, but my father didn't like this idea. Further, in one of the side rooms of the Yi family, a man approached an elderly man who stated that he wanted to bring someone home and he did not understand why the grandfather did not agree, because this was the son of the man who had approached. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Hodong, stated that he did not deserve to be part of the Yi family. Yi family member Yi Hengdong was furious at this statement. He believed that although Weirong was not his biological mother, he was still his only son. He begged his father to let him bring him home. But Yi Hodong ended the conversation by saying that as long as he was alive, he had no chance of returning to their home. Yi Hendong was dissatisfied with the outcome of their conversation and had already drunk several bottles of alcohol. His wife approached him, explaining that drinking would not help him solve this problem. She wanted to know if his father had completely abandoned his grandson. She took this guilt upon herself and believed that it was due to the fact that she could not give birth to his child. Yi Hendong immediately said that it was not his wife's problem, he was only in debt to his mother. The wife decided to admit that some problems had arisen in the company of his son, someone was causing them trouble, and Yi Hendown thought it would be better to check it out when he was free. Yi Hendown considered those who were causing trouble to his son's company as people who must be tired of life. He asked if it was them again, but the wife said that nothing was known yet and evidence needed to be found. Further in the office of one of the business buildings, the girl asked her assistant if everything was ready for the meeting. She answered positively and offered to find her a companion to accompany her. She was against the companion, explaining that she had a fiancé, for which she needed to take a companion with her. According to the assistant, her fiancé was missing and, in addition, she knew the character of the manager of the CHCHU. Rising from her chair, she asked not to say a word more about it. Since she is the fiancé of the man who went missing, she does not need protection from another man. Taking the folder in hand, they went to the meeting. Walking behind, the assistant did not understand where Yi Wu-tian was now. In her opinion, this is not the CEO's company and Yi Wu-tian does not deserve her loyalty. Arriving at the meeting, she apologized to the manager of the CHCHU for being late. Manager Zhu thought that there was nothing wrong. Miss Chen was a busy person and they all knew it, after which he asked her to sit down. Manager Wang pulled out a chair for her and helped her sit down. Manager Wang Lu-tian was hired by Manager Zhu's bank the day before yesterday. Manager Wang stated that she is indeed as strong a woman as Governor Zhu said. He was very glad to meet her. She was flattered and as for today, she appreciated his help. She saw that the manager did not let go of her hand and asked to let go. After apologizing, he said that he never thought that Miss Chen's hand was so soft. He asked not to pay attention to him and licked the hand with which he greeted Miss Chen. Miss Chen offered to order something. At the same time, while eating, they can discuss their business. Manager Zhu suggested to Miss Chen that her secretary leave the room. He thought that she shouldn't know some things. The assistant hoped that Miss Chen would not pay attention to them. If she sent her out the door, she would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Miss Chen explained that her secretary is like a sister to her. She offered to let her stay here and pour some wine. Manager Zhu suspected that Miss Chen did not trust them and decided to make sure of it. He believed that if there was no sincerity, then there was no need for them to continue their conversation. Miss Chen began to get nervous and then asked her secretary to come out. After she left, Manager Zhu and Manager Wang were pleased that they had finally gotten rid of the last barrier. Manager Zhu raised a glass to Miss Chen's health. They all drank together and Manager Zhu was surprised, because I thought that she was a decent woman and did not expect her to be so sloppy. She did not understand why she was sloppy, to which Manager Wang explained that after she drank, there was still some wine left in the glass. He assumed that she did not know all the rules of etiquette. Miss Chen explained that she didn't really like the wine. Manager Wang insisted that she had to drink this glass of wine to the end. He believed that she absolutely did not know the rules of etiquette, because this is where any cooperation begins. Miss Chen admitted that she had made a mistake and asked not to pay attention to it, while simultaneously pouring a second glass of wine. As an apology, she decided to drink another glass until the end. Manager Wang praised her for her intelligence and offered her another toast. Raising her glass, Miss Chen began asking Manager Zhu about a loan for their company. Could he show her some mercy? Manager Zhu was full of temptation, because Miss Chen, after drinking so many glasses of wine, she was already becoming a little drunk. He stated that once Miss Chen joins them for the evening, there will be no more problems with extending the loan. Miss Chen thanked Manager Zhu and drank another glass. An hour later, Manager Wang invited Miss Chen to have another drink. Miss Chen realized that her alcohol tolerance had almost reached its limit and she could no longer drink. Rising from the table, she excused herself and went to the restroom. In the restroom, the assistant asked Miss Chen to stop drinking. If this continues, she thinks she may lose control of herself. Miss Chen said she could handle it. The assistant was angry and left, saying that she would wait for Miss Chen outside. Miss Chen didn't understand whether it was worth it to be an illiterate puppet. She is confused about whether she should be offended by her fiancé, who is completely indifferent to her. Stopping herself, she decided that he owns this company, but she is the only one who controls it. Either way, she was going to get things done, even if she had a stomach bleed. Returning to the table, she apologized for keeping them waiting. Manager Wang stated that he had just spoken with Manager Zhu. Miss Chen is a woman and therefore it is not appropriate for them to give her alcohol, after which he offered her the last glass for today and they would not drink any more. Agreeing, Miss Chen drank to their health. After drinking, she suggested we start eating. At this moment, Miss Chen realized that there was something wrong with this wine. Dropping her glass, she apologized again and went to the restroom. Leaving them, she understood that she needed to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, Yi Wuqian caught her. He didn't expect them to meet like this. Manager Wang noticed that Miss Chen had just gone to the toilet, but for some reason she wanted to go there again. Besides, she's not in much of a hurry, assuming she ran away. Manager Zhu accepted this theory, explaining that if this was the case, then Miss Chen reacted very quickly, but the drugs should have already taken their toll on her. Manager Wang said that it was necessary to find him quickly. She was completely powerless at the moment and couldn't go far. Next to the city hotel, Miss Chen was in the bathtub filled with water and Yi Wuqian was standing next to her. Yi Wuqian saw that Miss Chen was feeling terrible and asked her not to pass out. He realized that he had no medicine at hand to relieve her symptoms. He needs special medicinal substances to do this, but the courier takes a long time. Yi Wuqian didn't even have a girlfriend in his previous life, but now he has a fiancée. It was strange for him. At this moment, Miss Chen grabbed him and pulled him into the bathtub. She was excited and insisted that Yi Wuqian relax, but he was not going to take advantage of this opportunity and asked not to force her. Yi Wuqian understood that the past Yi Wuqian owed Miss Chen a lot. If he uses her, she will be too pathetic. To prevent Yi Wuqian from getting excited, he took medicine. Miss Chen continued to be under drugs and could not control herself. Yi Wuqian understood that she was pumped with too many drugs. If this continues, she may die. He decided that he would have to take the most primitive method to save her. At that moment there was a knock on the door. The courier arrived. After a while, Yi Wuqian made medicine from the utensils at hand. Since there were no tools to cook the medicine, he believed that even if he couldn't cure her now, it would be enough to relieve Miss Chen's symptoms. Approaching her, Yi Wuqian remembered that the medicine was sprayed onto the corresponding acupuncture points. He would have to take her clothes off, which he apologized for. Half an hour later, Miss Chen was put to bed. Yi Wuqian understood that if Wan Fanqi had not informed him in time, something terrible would have happened tonight. He was furious at how the past Yi Wuqian could let a woman go through such a thing. When leaving, he asked her to have a good rest, and leave the rest to him. Manager Wang, who was eager to clink glasses with Mr. Zhu, suggested that they start eating already. Manager Wang believed that even if Miss Chen ran away, they should still fill their bellies. He also stated that he comes here to try something new. But Mr. Zhu corrected him, saying that they always come together to try something new, after which they began to laugh. At this moment, Yi Wuqian walked in and called out to them. They didn't understand who he was, but Yi Wuqian was angry that they found it funny. Approaching the table, he took the bottle and smashed it on Mr. Zhu's head, saying that they dared to offend his woman. Manager Wang believed that this was none of his business and did not understand who your woman was. Mr. Zhu was angry that Yi Wuqian had the courage to hit him. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian took the plate and smashed it on Manager Wang's head. They believed that Yi Wuqian did not know who he was dealing with and wanted to beat him up, but it was only when they got up from the table and tried to do something that they lost control of their body. Seeing that there was hot soup on the table, Yi Wuqian took it and poured it on the faces of the victims. Mr. Zhu was furious and vowed to not let Yi Wuqian just leave since he had the courage to treat him like that. After that, he asked again whether Yi Wuqian knew who he was. But when Yi Wuqian approached him, he grabbed him by the shirt and told him to answer the question of whether Mr. Zhu knew who Yi Wuqian was. Hearing a negative answer, he began to break the plates over his head again. Turning his gaze to Manager Wang, he asked him the same question. Manager Wang replied that Yi Wuqian was a great doctor and begged him to let him leave. But Yi Wuqian sat down on his knee and asked him if Manager Wang liked guys. Manager Wang nervously denied this. This answer did not satisfy Yi Wuqian, and he then smashed the plate on his head. Bleeding, Manager Van declared that he loved the boys. Opening the bag and throwing it into the air, Yi Wuqian declared that the two of them would really like it. As the waiter approached the room, he heard some sounds. He was surprised, but knocked on the door and notified Mr. Zhu that the order was ready. He decided to go inside and was so shocked that he dropped his plate of food. The waiters nearby heard this and ran to find out what happened. When they came running, they saw something that shocked them all. Manager Zhu and Manager Wang made love. One of the waiters thought it was wonderful, but others were disgusted by it. The guy who liked it wanted to film it and upload it to the internet. He believed that this would certainly be very scandalous news. Further in the restaurant manager's room, the restaurant's general manager asked police officer Chang Xiaomei to look at it. From the CCTV footage, they saw Yi Wutian entering the room. Chang Xiaomei recognized him immediately. At the East City Bank, Yi Wutian had already asked Miss Xue how she was doing. He guessed that she couldn't sleep that night. Miss Xue thanked Yi Wutian for saving her, but Yi Wutian suggested that instead of a simple thank you, they accompany him tonight. She agreed, saying that she was free after work. Yi Wutian looked at her and noticed that she was embarrassed. Miss Xue was truly embarrassed, but she asked Yi Wutian if she had any more questions because she had work. Hearing this, Yi Wutian asked to call him just Yi, because it's easier. Behind him in line was a woman who explained that she wanted to call the main office of this bank and stated that either Yi Wutian was withdrawing the money or depositing it and asked him to hurry up. Yi Wutian heard this and decided that they would talk after work and asked him to cash the check. Miss Xue saw a check for 30 million. She realized that Yi Wutian was quite rich and believed that she should not overdo it with politeness in front of him. Next, at a city hotel, Miss Chen woke up. She didn't understand where she was. Looking under the blanket, she saw that she was without clothes. She was almost crying from the realization that she might have been raped by the people who invited her to a business meeting. Miss Chen started crying and thought they were bad people. She suddenly realized that she did not feel any pain. Looking at the bed, she noticed that there were no blood stains on the bed yet, suggesting that someone had saved her. Miss Chen recalled that there was some person similar to Yi Wutian. Perhaps it was he who saved her. Sitting up and looking out the window, her head hurt a lot, but Yi Wutian was still missing. She didn't understand how it could be him. Miss Chen remembered that fortunately she was on alert yesterday and turned on the sound recording. Turning on the recording, she heard someone talking about how he urgently needed Chinese herbal medicine. He needed bitter ginseng and a large yellow sliding stone. She understood that this man's voice was very similar to her fiancé's, but he was a little different. In the recording, he said that he wanted to get these herbs quickly and could not wait that long. He asked her to hold on, but Miss Chen was ill at the time and was under the influence of drugs. The guy said that he would not take advantage of this opportunity and asked not to force him. Miss Chen realized that it was Yi Wutian and did not believe that this really happened, because according to her, he would never refuse a woman who was trying to get to him. She decided to forget it, since there was no point in finding out who it was, but she believed that that evening, she had offended Governor Zhu Long and did not understand how to now pay the bank. At that moment, her assistant ran into the room, not understanding why Miss Chen was there and that she had been looking for her everywhere. The assistant was going to call the police because she believed that people at the meeting had offended her, but Miss Chen said that everything was fine and someone saved her. The assistant was happy about this news, but asked to take a look at it. Taking out her phone, she showed a news story about love between governors. Miss Chen did not understand who did it and assumed that it was the man. The assistant also said that their company received an amount of 29 million yuan. Miss Chen was shocked by this and asked if such an amount had been received from their clients. But the assistant denied this, saying that the money came from one person. Miss Chen began to think who it could be and suggested the man who saved her. At that moment there was a knock on the door. The police came in and introduced themselves as being from the Dongqing City Police. They needed help investigating the attack on Zhu Long last night. Further in the Tianxin region, in the house of Wang Fangxi, sleepy Yi Wutian went to open the door because there was a knock. Opening the door, he saw policeman Mei. She told him to follow her to the police station. They suspected that he had something to do with the attack resulting in injuries. Yi Wutian didn't understand why she always wanted him to go to the police station with her. He thought since they were so attached, why not show her the courtesy? Policeman Mei didn't like that Yi Wutian was naked to the waist. She assured that she was not going to put him in prison, but only to obtain evidence. Reluctantly, Yi Wutian left to get ready and after that they went outside. Approaching her car, she told him to get into it. Yi Wutian said that he doesn't like this car and has his own. Policeman Mei didn't understand how Yi Wutian could not like her car. Next, Yi Wutian left and returned with a bicycle. Policeman Mei was shocked by this and Yi Wutian noticed it. He boasted about his bicycle, saying that he barely found it and it cost him a lot. Yi Wutian said that he would not sell it even for 5 million. Officer Mei didn't understand this. Yi Wutian believed that Policeman Mei did not understand anything, and where he came from, it was considered a very precious antique. Saying that they would see each other again, he went ahead. Policeman Mei followed him. Passers-by laughed at Yi Wutian's bicycle. saying that it was popular 10 years ago. They also noticed that a car was following him and assumed that they knew each other. Arriving at the police station, Yi Wujian was putting a lock on his bicycle. Policeman May did not understand why he was afraid for his bicycle near the police station, but Yi Wujian explained that she couldn't even imagine the value of this thing. Having reached the interrogation room, police officer May asked him to enter and explained that there was a person inside who may also have been somehow involved in this incident. Entering the room, Yi Wujian saw Chen Kursin and she saw him too. Approaching her, Yi Wujian decided to find out if she was okay. Chen Kursin sarcastically asked what he thought, but Yi Wujian stated that he was just asking. Chen Kursin started shouting at him, not understanding what he meant. After all, she couldn't find him anywhere. She believed that he took her for a toy. Yi Wujian apologized, after which she became moved. Policeman May interrupted this and asked them to leave the family squabbles and get down to business. Next, Yi Wujian and Chen Kursin were found in a cafe. Yi Wujian decided to ask an unexpected question: is Chen Kursin happy that she is engaged to him? Chen Kursin said that before answering his question, let him answer hers. She asked the question about saving her, whether he did it. Yi Wujian confirmed this, saying that he saved her by accident. Chen Kursin didn't understand how Yi Wujian knew that she was there, and besides, under such circumstances, why didn't he use it? Yi Wujian explained that he found her by accident, and she would hate him if he did that. He regretted that she suffered. Chen Kursin thanked him, but realizing his words, she did not understand why he was apologizing and whether she was sure that this was the person she knew. She also asked why he used Chinese herbs, because she believed that he had no medical skills, but Yi Wujian explained this by saying that he accidentally came across a folk remedy that is an antidote to an aphrodisiac. After his explanation, he repeated the question about being engaged to him. Hearing this, Chen Kursin began to cry and decided to ask him what he thought, because he always played in the casino and even ran away somewhere, leaving his bride alone. In response to this, Yi Wujian stated that they would have to break off their engagement. Chen Kursin was shocked when she heard this, and Yi Wujian stood up and left. He explained that she would not be happy with him. Also, after the engagement is broken, the company will belong to her. He believed that she deserved it more than him. Yi Wujian was going to find some time to come to her house and talk about it in about a couple of days. Later in the evening, Chen Kuxing was already at home, surrounded by her family. The mother did not understand what had happened to her, because she had remained so gloomy since she returned home. The father also asked what happened. With heaviness, Chen Kursin said that Yi Wujian wants to break off their engagement. At first, the parents didn't understand who they were talking about, but then they guessed it and asked about the company. Chen Kursin said that the company would be hers. The father began to rejoice at this and asked not to take it into his head. The company, he says, doesn't matter. He is just glad to see that his daughter is free. Mom announced that Sister Kursin was coming back tonight and suggested we celebrate. But Kursin was not in the mood and, apologizing, went to her room. Her parents didn't understand why Kursin looked sad. In their opinion, she should be happy. Having gone to her room, Kursin went to the shower. Standing in the shower under the hot water, she thought about Yi Wujian. She thought that he looked completely different, not like before. She didn't understand why she couldn't cheer herself up, because she had finally gotten rid of him. The next day, Yi Wujian came to see them on a bicycle. The parents saw this and were shocked that Yi Wujian didn't even look at a car that cost less than $1 million and was riding a bicycle. Chen Kursin, standing nearby, understood that Yi Wujian was already completely different. Further being in the house, they were sitting at the table and Yi Wujian turned to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, saying that they would get down to business right away. He was there to break off his engagement with Kursin. In his opinion, he is not good enough for her. She had suffered a lot since they got engaged. Now it's time to end this absurd relationship. The parents looked at each other and were shocked, after which Mr. Chen noted that Yi Wujian knows his limits. Mr. Chen wondered what Yi Wujian would do and assumed that he would return to the Yi family. Yi Wujian stated that he will not do what the Yi family says and is not going to return, since he has his own principles. Mr. Chen asked Yi Wujian if Ye's family didn't accept him and then why was he leaving her company. Yi Wujian explained that she deserves it more than him. She put a lot of effort into developing the company, but he did nothing for the company or Kursin. He threw the folder of paper onto the table and asked Kursin to sign these papers and the company would be hers. Kursin asked him to leave them here. She would read and sign at her leisure. At this moment, Mr. Chen got into the conversation and explained to Kurson that this was a big chance. After all, they want to break off the engagement and he will never touch her again. Kurson said that she knew what she was doing and asked Yi Wuqian if he gave that amount of money for the company. He confirmed this. Hearing this, she didn't understand why he wanted to break off the engagement and why he wanted to do this, but Yi Wuqian asked her to think of it as compensation or atonement. But Kurson still didn't understand how he gave her 29 million without any hesitation because of atonement. The father standing nearby heard this and felt sick. His heart sank and his mother began to look for pills. After a while, my father felt better. The family did not understand why he was so worried, because the doctor asked him not to worry, but my father was still thinking about those 29 million. After that, his heart began to seize again and Kurson was about to call an ambulance. Yi Wuqian asked not to worry and was going to try it himself. Yi Wuqian began to massage his father. Kurson stood and watched this from the side and was surprised by this. After this, Yi Wuqian began to write down symptoms on a piece of paper, such as lumbago, coldness in the extremities, drowsiness, weakness. My father needed careful care. Yi Wuqian wrote down the recipe: 10 grams of ginseng, atractylodes, ginger root, licorice or licorice. Giving the recipe, he explained that you need to boil 1,500 milliliters of water to 500 milliliters. You will need to take it 3 times a day for a week. Mom and Kurson were shocked by this, but Yi Wuqian advised looking at the recipe, not him. When leaving, Kurson's mother asked him if he was a doctor and since when, but he explained that he picked up a medical book and learned it himself. Then he apologized, saying that he had to go. Yi Wuqian left and Kurson took the envelope in her hands and decided to see what Yi Wuqian would do. She decided that it was a good try from him to get her to sign the papers. Next up is Wang Fangxi's house. Yi Wuqian sat on the bed and studied information about the Yi family famous in Dongqing. Yi Wuqian learned that the original owner of this body looked like a popular playboy, but his family bullied him and looked down on him. Yi Wuqian was going to find justice for him, because he uses his body. But even if he doesn't do anything, someone from the Yi family might still find fault with him, Yi Wuqian thought. He explained this as related to the inheritance of property. Because now the company has disappeared, as has his future wife, but in his opinion, dealing with the Yi family without money is just a waste of time. The main priority was to make money. Later, Yi Wuqian came to Qing Kurson's company. People saw him from the outside and were surprised that he returned and why he did not have fun in the casino, but came to the headquarters. Yi Wuqian walked into the director's office and saw Kurson, his assistant, there. He asked her if she had signed the papers because he had come to pick them up. Kurson stated that he did not have these papers. She needed to meet with an important client and took Yi Wuqian with her. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what was on Kurson's mind. He assumed that she did not want to accept company. The assistant was also shocked that their general manager hated Yi Wuqian, but still took him to meet the clients. Walking down the corridor, Yi Wuqian looked at Kurson and just realized that his bride was so beautiful. He regretted breaking off the engagement. But Kurson asked her to stop and listen to the fact that these clients like to have a good drink. According to her, Yi Wuqian should help her today, because he knows how to drink a lot and not get drunk for a long time. They came to Mr. Zhong and he was glad to see them. Zhong Jian noticed that Miss Cheng looked great and asked her to sit down. Yi Wuqian saw 8 bottles of liquor on the table and wondered what Zhong Jian wanted. Zhong Jian stated that Kurson is ready, so he will immediately get down to business. He said that she should drink if she wants to deal with him. According to him, he can recognize a person's character only when he is drunk. Kurson approached Yi Wuqian, asking her to show her abilities and have a drink with him, otherwise they would have a hard time doing business with him. Zhong Jian was going to be fair and made an exception for them. If the 3 of them could defeat him, then the deal would be sealed. Yi Wuqian asked Kurson not to rush and asked how much was at stake. Kurson said 10 million. She believed that without this, their company would be doomed and believed that they would succeed. Gritting his teeth, Yi Wuqian agreed to this. He asked Mr. Zhong why don't they play a bigger game. In his opinion, 10 million was not enough and he offered 50 million. And Kurson was shocked when she heard this. With such actions, she believed that he would ruin the company, after which she thought that she should not have brought Yi Wuqian there. Zhong Jian gave 2 bottles of liquor to drink. After that, he will add another 5 million every time Yi Wuqian drinks 1 glass. Kurson explained to Mr. Zhong that Yi Wuqian was just joking and asked him not to take his words seriously. Zhong Jian felt that Miss Cheng doubted his sincerity, but Curson immediately began to deny it, explaining that she knew him very well. According to her, he cannot drink that much, a bottle of alcohol is enough for him, let alone two. Yi Wujian was surprised if he was that bad. He asked to give him a chance, because he had to take a risk. Zhong Jian asked Miss Cheng if this person was hers, but Yi Wujian answered instead that he was her fiancé, but it would not be soon. Tomorrow he was going to break off their engagement. Hearing this, the assistant was surprised and did not understand why. Curson also didn't understand whether she was really that bad and why he was in such a hurry to break off the engagement. Yi Wujian stood up and asked Wang Mang to prepare a new contract. He apologized, saying that he needed to go to the toilet. Walking out the door, he took the bag out of his pocket and poured the contents into his mouth. After that, he returned and apologized for keeping us waiting. He called Mr. Zhong to look at him. After these words, Yi Wujian drank the bottle in one gulp. After drinking, he stated that he had not drunk such liquor for a long time. Curson immediately began to ask if everything was okay with him, but Yi Wujian said that he would be fine if she didn't let him go. Zhong Jian praised Yi Wujian and noted that he didn't like it. In this case, he was going to treat the bottle like 3 glasses and asked to show what he was capable of. Yi Wujian agreed to this. Curson asked him to be careful. She understood to herself that he could die if this continued. After that, Yi Wujian asked her if she was worried about him. After that he emptied another bottle. On the side, Curson and her assistant rejoiced at the 15 million and that their company was saved, praising Yi Wujian. More bottle after bottle followed. After finishing drinking, Yi Wujian reminded him of the 50 million and hoped that Mr. Zhong would not regret it. Laughing, Mr. Zhong praised him for his good work, and today he was sincerely convinced of it. He ordered to give him a contract to sign. After Mr. Zhong left, Curson rushed to hug Yi Wujian and thank him, asking how he did it. But Yi Wujian explained that he was only obsessed with Bacchus. Next, in Curson's company, she sat in the office and did not understand whether Yi Wujian was really her fiancé. After all, he didn't take advantage of her when she was drunk. He has great medical skills, and has become an adequate person in her opinion. She was about to sign an agreement to break off the engagement when her phone rang. She picked up the phone and asked if Hao had returned. Then, sitting in a restaurant and having lunch, Ouyang Hao asked Curson how she was doing. He saw that she felt bad and said that she could cry if she wanted. She cried and said that Yi Wujian had disappeared, leaving her alone in this company. She was really upset. Ouyang Hao decided to help her and give her a handkerchief, but she rejected this help. Hao was surprised by this and explained that he returned for her sake, calling her with him and forget about Yi Wujian. He invited her to live with him, just as they had imagined. Curson was not sure, but Hao stated that he knew her fiancé and in his opinion, he did not deserve her. She asked to change the subject, but he rejected her proposal. He believed that they should talk about it since he did not take the chance to express his feelings on campus. This time he was not going to give up and asked Curson if she loved him. With tears in her eyes, she asked him to leave her. Hearing this, Hao was horrified. He explained that her life would be ruined if this continued. He assured her that she would not be happy with Yi Wujian. Curson tried to end the conversation and got up from the table and said that she had to go. She was leaving and Hao was chasing her, asking her to wait. But in the end he was left alone and unhappy. Later in the evening, Curson returned back and her mother noticed this as soon as she entered home. She said that Hao came this afternoon and asked if he called her. But Curson was in no mood, saying that she would go take a shower. When she approached Mr. Cheng, she didn't understand what happened to Curson. After all, she looked unhappy and assumed that Yi Wujian had offended her. In her opinion, she should have been glad that Hao was back. Mr. Cheng believed that she should just be given a rest. While in the bathroom, Curson was aware of Hao's words and believed that he was right. She should end this absurd relationship, but she wondered why she rejected him. She assumed that she had fallen in love with Yi Wujian and immediately discarded these thoughts. After all, how can she fall in love with such a bad person? The next day, Curson went to work in no mood. She didn't sleep well because of it and needed to concentrate on her work. Hao appeared with a bouquet of roses. She didn't understand what he was doing here, but he gave the bouquet to her and asked her if she was free at noon to have lunch with him. Curson didn't know what to answer, when at that moment Yi Wujian appeared walking with a bicycle and asking what they were doing there. After Hao saw Yi Wujian, he stated that he wanted to talk to him. But Yi Wuqian asked him if he knew that she had a fiancé. In his heart, Yi Wuqian was surprised at how he dared to flirt with his fiancé in front of him. In his opinion, at least Hao could do this after they broke off the engagement. Hao began to reproach Yi Wuqian for not doing anything to be her fiancé. He asked Yi Wuqian where he had been for the past year and what he had done. Yi Wuqian believed that this was none of Hao's business and asked him who he was. Hao explained that he had no right to tell Yi Wuqian what to do, but no one forbade him to look after Kursun. He asked him to be a man and let Kursun be happy. Yi Wuqian stated that it was her choice, and he reproached him that since Kursun didn't answer him, it means she doesn't like him. Hao was unhappy with this and was nervous. He began to warn Yi Wuqian that if he touched Kursun, he would regret it very much. Yi Wuqian decided to check who Hao thought he was and challenged him to hit himself if he had the courage. Kursun was very scared and asked to stop it, but Yi Wuqian was surprised that she believed that he would actually fight for her. After that, he turned around and left. Kursun didn't understand why Yi Wuqian looked disappointed and why her heart was so heavy. Hao thought that Yi Wuqian was mocking him. He then reminded Kursun to have lunch with her at noon, but she excused herself as she would most likely be busy. After that, she went to her office, where Yi Wuqian was already sitting. She asked him if he was drunk. He confirmed this and stated that he did not want to talk about it. Kursun tried to explain that this is not what he thought. Yi Wuqian believed that it was none of his business. He just wanted to know when she would sign the agreement. According to him, this was his last visit to her. Kursun looked at him upset and thought that he shouldn't do this if he wants to hide from her. Leaving the office, Yi Wuqian was glad that the work was finally done and it was time to go home, but at the exit Hao was waiting for them again. Yi Wuqian annoyed Hao and didn't understand why he was still here. At this moment, a sports car suddenly approaches. The door opened and a certain guy saw Yi Wuqian and began to mock him. He considered Yi Wuqian a waste of the Yi family, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hao was happy to meet Mr. Yi, just as Mr. Yi was in turn surprised by Ouyang Hao's presence. Pointing his finger at Kursun, he asked Hao if he had come for her. Seeing this picture, Yi Wuqian was about to leave, when suddenly Kursun took his hand and decided to find out if he was leaving. Yi Wuqian explained that he had nothing to do here anyway. He then wondered if she wanted him to be the third wheel. Mr. Yi called out to Yi Wuqian, calling him a loser. He stated that Yi Wuqian saw the future heir of the Yi family. He believed that Yi Wuqian had something to tell him. Yi Wuqian was not interested in this. He stated that the Yi family thought they were so great and that Yi Wuqian was sad after he was kicked out of the family. Yi Wuqian asked them to tell them that very soon the Yi family will change hands, and she will pass into the hands of Yi Wuqian and then she will be under his control. Kursun watched this conversation and realized that Yi Wuqian used to hide every time he saw people from the Yi family, but now he talks like this to Yi Guang. Hao thought this was strange, because Yi Wuqian is not as incompetent as they say. He was going to find out. Yi Guang was angry with Yi Wuqian because he didn't understand who he thought he was to take control of everything. Yi Wuqian was sure that they would soon understand everything, that they were all thrown out of the Yi family by losers. An enraged Yi Guang stated that he would really look forward to seeing Yi Wuqian's look of despair. Yi Wuqian pledged to take back everything that belonged to him and the Yi family would also belong to him. Kursun didn't understand whether it was really Yi Wuqian and thought he was cool, but Yi Guang was sure that he would answer for such words. He understood that he had to become attached to Ouyang Hao, because it was very important, and he planned to return to Yi Wuqian later. After this, Hao turned to Kursun, noting that Yi Wuqian said that now it was her choice and asked about further actions. Kursun remembered that she still had something to do, so she had to go back to work. Ouyang Hao was unhappy with this, as Yi Guang immediately stated that he knew something about Yi Wuqian. Yi Guang heard that he offered to break off his engagement with Kursun and even gave her his company. If Hao so wants, then, according to him, he can arrange a date for him and Kursun. Hao was interested in this and asked to tell us more about this moment. Kursun, being in her office and looking out the window, did not understand what Yi Wuqian had gone through, because he wants to break off the engagement. Her thoughts were interrupted by the assistant, who asked Kursun to come to terms with it. In her opinion, Ouyang Hao suits her more than Yi Wuqian. Despite the fact that he has changed a lot, he is still the same womanizer, the assistant believed. The assistant assumed that Yi Wuqian did it just on a whim and advised him to make a decision before he changed his mind. Kursun was upset and asked to let her think it over. Yi Wuqian walked home calmly and talked to himself. He promised to help the previous owner of this body. Yi Wuqian understood that the fiancée of the previous owner of the body was connected with someone else. He wasn't sure he could hold her. That's why he decided it was time to become a miraculous doctor. After some time, people began to pay attention to something. They looked at the sign for assistant services. The help was varied, from health improvement to the opportunity to give birth to a child of the desired gender. The main motto was, "This is a miraculous doctor, the one and only." Yi Wuqian sat and just waited, as at this time the crowd still did not understand what it was. More and more people became curious about what it was and whether Yi Wuqian could really do something. Yi Wuqian stated that he did not belong to any hospital because no hospital could afford to pay for his services. The people did not believe in this. They believed that he had escaped from a mental hospital and no one would believe him. Some people felt sorry for Yi Wuqian because in their opinion he had gone crazy at such a young age. Yi Wuqian believed that freedom is always for volunteers. People who trust him treat him as a priceless treasure, nothing else. A minivan with journalist Wong in it drove by. She heard some noise and decided that she should check it out. Squeezing her way among the people, she passed and saw Yi Wuqian. She laughed at him and asked what he was doing there. Yi Wuqian asked her not to meddle in her own business. Miss Wong explained that if he continued like this, no one would approach him and decided to help him. They started recording and Miss Wong started asking Yi Wuqian questions. She asked Yi Wuqian's opinion on whether clients would come to him. Yi Wuqian stated that everyone would know about his abilities. Miss Wong began asking him if he thought he was special, but Yi Wuqian explained that while others laugh at his madness, he laughs at their short-sightedness. Kursin saw this report and found it funny what he was doing. The assistant was surprised that Kursin was not angry, because he was her ex-fiancé. Kursin explained that this was interesting and she wanted to find out how it would all end. The assistant believed that Yi Wuqian and Kursin had changed a lot, because in her opinion, she would have gone crazy if this had happened before. In the Yi family's mountain villa, they also watched Yi Wuqian's report. Yi Guang showed it to Dad and considered Yi Wuqian an unhealthy person. The eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Hengcai, asked his son if this person was his. The man sitting opposite them did not understand what Yi Wuqian was doing now, because he had not contacted him since he returned to Dongchain. Hitting the table, the head of the Yi family was dissatisfied with this. He reproached Hendon for secretly funding Yi Wuqian and ordered him to stop all support from now on, since in their opinion Yi Wuqian had gone too far. Hendon said that this was his son after all. Yi Guang at that moment began to say that he saw Yi Wuqian yesterday and that he declared that he would be the master of their family and after that he would throw them all out. Hearing this, the head of the family was even more furious. He didn't understand how Yi Wuqian dared to say such a thing and told Hendon not to finance Yi Wuqian anymore, otherwise he would regret it very much. Yi Guang turned to his uncle, saying that they could not leave his daughter-in-law and talked about rumors that Yi Wuqian had offered to break off his engagement to Chen Kursin. Hendon was very angry with him as he had put a lot of effort into choosing Yi Wuqian the perfect woman. His wife reassured him and his daughter Yi Fikio, sitting next to him, explained his brother's actions by saying that he was doing this for some reason. Yi Guang told his grandfather that he also ran into Ouyang Hao, who he thought was interested in Chen Kursin. He believed that if they could take this chance to get along with the Ouyang family. The head of the Yi family believed that they were the most powerful family in Dongqing City and there was no comparison between the Ouyang family and them. He told Yi Guang to do Ouyang a favor if necessary. Yi Wuqian's aunt, Yi Dongxian, said that she heard that Chen Kursin now owns the company and is cleaning up the mess that Yi Wuqian left behind. According to her, she knows how to do business with such a business. Hendon stood up from the table and asked everyone to calm down and stay away from his daughter-in-law. The head of the family did not understand what he wanted. He repeated that Yi Wuqian would not be able to return while he was alive. Next, while at Yi Wuqian's, journalist Wong asked Yi Wuqian about his self-confidence, since it was already noon, but no one approached him. Yi Wuqian explained this by saying that at first everything is very difficult and asked not to worry, sooner or later someone will come up. Dr. Wu squeezed between the people. Dr. Wu saw Yi Wuqian and offered him a patient. Yi Wuqian only hoped to be paid. After this, he asked to tell him about the patient's symptoms. The people saw that Dr. Wu knew Yi Wuqian. In this case, they thought that Yi Wuqian might actually be something. They started telling Yi Yushin the symptoms: hemiplegia, numbness of the limbs, slurred speech, and 2 days have already passed. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian immediately realized that it was a stroke. He thought it was good that only 2 days had passed, in his opinion it was not that bad. Among the people, a certain man tried to get through to Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian noticed this and immediately appreciated his appearance. He saw that he was bald and fat, he had a huge gold necklace, an expensive watch and an expensive suit. The man approached him and introduced himself as Shen Ding. He asked Yi Wuqian to tell him what was wrong with him. Yi Wuqian immediately described the symptoms: swelling, fatigue and weakness, bad bowel movements and kidney failure. The man confirmed these symptoms and praised Yi Wuqian, saying that he was truly a miraculous doctor. Yi Wuqian was going to help, but decided to negotiate the cost first. The man only asked to help him and stated that in this case, the check for 100,000 yuan would be his. Yi Wuqian was dissatisfied with this amount and offered 1 million, otherwise he advised looking for someone better. The man heard this amount and was shocked, but after some thought, he decided that if Yi Wuqian could cure his illness, he would pay. After writing the check, Yi Wuqian began to write down the recipe: medicinal dogwood zog, poria coconut, tu chung, fructus bursinicii, fennel, medicinal morinda, polygal root, Chinese magnolia fruit. Handing over a piece of paper with a recipe, he explained that you need to mix Bursinicii fructus with liqueur and soak the medicinal morinda in the liqueur. It was necessary to find a pharmacy to make pills from them, 10 grams per tablet, taken twice daily, and the patient will feel rested and energetic. The man took the piece of paper with disbelief, but the doctor standing next to him explained that there were no problems with the prescription and the prescription could simply be taken. The man thanked the doctor. He understood that even Dr. Wu thought the recipe was effective and Yi Wuqian must truly be a miraculous doctor. Journalist Wang watched this from the side and was surprised that Yi Wuqian earned 1 million so easily. She didn't understand how much she, as a journalist, needed to work to get 1 million. Yi Wuqian explained to Miss Wang why 20,000 prescription is not too much, and then asked her about her health and whether she began to feel better. In the evening at Chen Kursen's house, she watched the news about the miraculous doctor. She believed that Yi Wuqian was truly unusual, and it became more interesting for her to watch this. At that moment, a call came from Hao. Kursen put the phone under the pillow and did not answer the call. Hao did not understand why Kursen did not answer his calls. Getting out of the car and looking at her house, he believed that she could not hide from him. Kursen's mother knocked on her door and came in, saying that Hao had come to see her. She asked to come out and greet him. Kursen was surprised that he was already here. She came out and saw him. Hao also saw her and decided to find out why she didn't answer his calls. Maybe she was sick. Kursen explained that everything was fine, she was just a little tired. Kursen's mother advised Hao to go somewhere, to the cinema for example, but not to sit at home, because Kursen worked too much. Hao supported this idea and suggested it to Kursen. Reluctantly she agreed. Walking around the square in the evening, Hao thought that the square was a good place for a walk. He noticed that she looked gloomy and decided to find out if it was because of Yi Wuqian. But Kursen immediately rejected this idea and believed that he was joking. Further walking through the park, they heard some voices. It was Yi Wuqian who was pushing a little girl on a bicycle. Kursen saw this and was shocked. She couldn't believe that it was her fiancé, who had always been a womanizer. Journalist Wang called the little girl over, saying that it was late and time to go home. Hao also saw Yi Wuqian and didn't understand what he was doing there. Kursen wanted to get out of there quickly. But Yi Wuqian called out to Chen Kursen and asked her what she was doing there. Hao immediately didn't like this and said that they were on a date. Yi Wuqian didn't mind that Kursen was dating someone else, but asked him to remember that she was still his fiancée. He wanted her to do a favor, and he would do it all after signing the agreement. When Yi Wuqian left, he hoped that the next day he would be able to receive a signed breakup agreement. Kursen wanted to explain that this is not what he thought. Returning home, Kursen cried in her room and believed that this was not so. Kursen's mother turned to her father and talked about her experiences. She did not understand why Kursen returned so soon, and she also looked worried. My father didn't know what happened and told my mother to go ask Kursen herself. Mom was furious with this, saying that Kursen and his daughter were too. Mother didn't understand why Kursen didn't like Hao, because he was much better than Yi Wuqian. The father asked to control himself and repeated what he said earlier, everything depends on Kursen. The next day, Kursen's alarm clock played. She barely woke up and noticed that she had overslept. Opening her bag, she decided that she needed to wash up and go to work, but she noticed that there was no breakup agreement in her bag. Kursin was sure that yesterday she had it in her bag. Already in the office, she also could not find the agreement. An assistant came to her and told her about the good news. Someone was looking for Chen Kursin to cooperate and handed over a business card. Kursin saw the name on the business card, Yi Dongxian. Next, Yi Dongxian, Yi Wutian's third aunt, already asked Miss Chen if she was surprised, but she was not surprised and said that she was glad to welcome her to their company. Yi Dongxian indicated that she is a straightforward person and does not like to beat around the bush. She was there today to cooperate with Chen Kursin, but she had a small condition. She wanted Kursin to break off her engagement with Yi Wutian. Hearing this, Chen Kursin jumped up and was shocked. Yi Dongxian asked her not to worry so much and to first take a look at this contract. Chen Kursin saw the figure of 300 million yuan in the contract. She understood that this was a lot of money. Yi Dongxian knew that her engagement to Yi Wutian would end soon. She thought Chen Kursin was a smart person and hoped that she understood all the pros and cons. Chen Kursin was unhappy and decided to find out why they were doing this. She wasn't going to sign it until she was told the truth. Yi Dongxian was surprised because she didn't think that Kursin would worry about her fiancé. Kursin stated that this was her business and she should not explain her attitude towards him. She assumed that they were doing this to hurt Yi Wutian. Yi Dongxian got up from her chair and explained that Kursin has personality, but has no weight in society. She asked me to answer her before lunch, because she doesn't like to wait long. Kursin was angry about this turn of events. After all, as soon as the agreement to break the engagement was lost, Yi Dongxian comes to her. Chen Kursin was planning to go home and quickly find an agreement. As she was leaving, she was met by an assistant with two guys. The assistant said that two lawyers were looking for Kursin. One of the lawyers explained that they, on behalf of Yi Wutian, are carrying out the transfer of the company. Kursin did not understand what program they were talking about and asked to speak more clearly. The lawyer began to say that since Chen Kursin signed an engagement agreement with his client Yi Wutian, according to the agreement, this company should be rewritten in her name. Kursin did not sign any agreement, to which she was shown a document with her signature and Yi Wutian's signature. She stated that the document was false. Since she did not sign anything, the lawyer said that if she doubts the authenticity of the protocol, she can apply for a handwriting examination. Chen Kursin was unhappy with this and began to run somewhere. It was raining outside. She was running and looking for Yi Wutian, when suddenly she tripped over a stone and fell. She did not understand how this could happen and what was happening, because she did not sign the document. At that moment, Hao saw her and ran to her aid. This was observed from the side by Yi Wutian, who decided that this was the end and from today, Kursin is no longer his fiancé. He decided to leave, believing that this relationship could not exist, but his assistant Kursin stopped him. The assistant wanted to know why Yi Wutian was doing this, why he was treating the director so rudely. Yi Wutian reproached her for saying that this was what they all wanted. The assistant explained that she is always on the director's side, and because of Yi Wutian, she always looks sad. The assistant knew that the director did not sign and decided to ask Yi Wutian what happened to the agreement. Yi Wutian said that the agreement was sent to him when he woke up this morning. It was signed and he signed it too. In any case, Yi Wutian decided to leave and it was fortunate for him. The assistant recorded everything on a microphone and stated that what she had now recorded on the recorder would eventually resolve all the misunderstandings. Yi Wutian walked with Dr. Wu through the hospital and asked about payment, because the doctor promised that Yi Wutian would be paid when they were there. Yi Wutian found this place a little scary. Yi Wutian was eager to find out who Dr. Wu's patient was. Dr. Wu said that the patient's surname was Ning. According to the doctor, he couldn't say anything more. He also asked to watch the words when they come in and not talk nonsense. Entering the room, Yi Wutian saw a patient and several people. Yi Wutian asked if this was Dr. Wu's patient. Yi Wutian immediately identified the symptoms: numb arms, legs, crooked eyes, powerlessness, purple tongue. The guy standing next to him noticed that Yi Wutian was very capable and asked him how confident they could be in him. Yi Wutian explained that if he uses his medicine and special massage technique, then they can be 70% sure. Regarding medical expenses, he stated that it would cost a little more. One of the guys wrote Yi Wutian a check for 5 million and said that later he would receive a little more. Yi Wutian immediately agreed and asked for a pen and paper. Yi Wutian wrote down the required ingredients: white snake flower, black snake, narcissus, turtle food, white cardamom, dead silkworm, black aconite, dissected crocodile brain, Chinese clematis root, ephedra, cardamom, Chinese scilurus root. After giving the sheet, he also asked for clean towels. 2 hours later, Yi Wutian was rubbing the patient and realized that this disease required special treatment and it was likely that complications would arise. After these words, he began the massage. After finishing the massage, Yi Wutian stated that he would be here 3 times a day to make sure that the patient drinks everything on time. According to his calculations, only in a month, or maybe 2, the patient's condition will improve. Next, while walking with Dr. Wu, he praised Yi Wutian for his skills. He also felt sorry for him because Yi Wutian and his fiancée were divorced. Yi Wutian didn't expect rumors to spread so quickly. Dr. Wu started talking about his granddaughter to the flight attendant. Yi Wutian didn't expect this from the doctor. He agreed that it all sounded good and Dr. Wu was happy about it. He planned to invite Yi Wutian to dinner when the time came. Next, Yi Wutian was sleeping and having a wonderful dream, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yi Wutian was unhappy with this because someone was trying to get to him in the middle of the night. Deciding to check who it was, he got out of bed and opened the door. A policeman was waiting for him there. She told him to get dressed. Yi Wutian didn't understand who she was and said that in his house, he himself would decide when to dress, but the policeman insisted and also asked me to get dressed. Yi Wutian had no intention of listening to her since he was seeing her for the first time. This was followed by a blow from a policeman. She believed that no matter how humiliating it was for Yi Wutian, she would not be so lenient with him. Yi Wutian didn't understand who she was and tried to push her out the door, but he understood that she was very strong. The police officer continued beating him. Yi Wutian threatened that if she fell into his hands, he would regret it very much. Sitting on the floor, Yi Wutian declared that he was not afraid of her. The policeman wanted him not to think that she couldn't kill him. Yi Wutian provoked her to kill him if she had the courage. But he repeated again that if he fell into his hands, he would do whatever he wanted. The police officer asked him what condition her grandfather was in and whether he was sure that he could cure him. After Yi Wutian realized that she was the granddaughter of the patient Yi Wutian was treating, he decided that he would no longer treat him. The police officer pointed a gun at him and told him to follow her. Arriving at the hospital and entering the ward, Yi Wutian stated that he refused to treat the patient. The man didn't understand why and saw bruises on Yi Wutian's face. Yi Wutian began to explain that there was no need to beat him, now he will act tit for tat. The man got angry and asked who beat him. The policeman came out from behind him and admitted that it was her. The man did not understand why, to which he heard the answer that it was a mistake. Yi Wutian lifted his shirt and asked if this was also a mistake. When leaving, he stated that he would not take money from them for yesterday's treatment and would return the check to them. After apologizing, he advised us to find someone more qualified. The man tried to stop Yi Wutian, apologizing for his daughter's actions and asking him to forgive her. Yi Wutian advised giving his daughter a good upbringing. After these words, the man hit his daughter, calling her stupid. Yi Wutian asked him not to rush. In his opinion, there was no need to do this in his presence, since he would not buy it. Then he went out and slammed the door. The police officer began to ask her father if Yi Wutian could cure her grandfather. The man explained that at least Yi Wutian is much better than the previous doctor. Wu Kunshan also speaks very highly of Yi Wutian. The police officer said that she found out everything about Yi Wutian and said that he is a bad person from Ye's family. According to her, he is an ordinary major and a womanizer. How can he have medical skills? The man believed that everything is not as it seems. He decided that he didn't care how his daughter did it, but she had to make sure that Yi Wutian cured her grandfather. Next in the office, Chen Kurson was packing her things. The assistant did not understand what was going on, but they explained to her that Chen Kurson's mother signed the agreement. Kurson had already rented a new house and stated that she would never return to that house. She also asked the assistant if she had learned anything about Yi Wutian. The assistant said that Yi Wutian did not have a phone and was not easy to find. She understood that Kurson had become more worried about Yi Wutian since she listened to the recording on the voice recorder. Next, Yi Wutian woke up and was dissatisfied with the policeman. He pledged to punish her if he fell into his hands. He pulled back the curtain and saw 2 girls. He thought they were very beautiful, and they, in turn, noticed that Yi Wutian was looking at them. They were in dressing gowns and abruptly took them off, revealing a bikini underneath. Yi Wuqian was unhappy with this and felt that he was being bullied. Watching them nervously, he wanted to show them who the miraculous doctor was. After getting dressed and slamming the door, Yi Wuqian was furious that he was being bullied. He ran out of the entrance and they met the eyes of the policeman. Yi Wuqian left for lunch and the policeman went with him. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why she was following him. If she was going to atone for sins with her body, then Yi Wuqian believed that she was not his type. The policeman wanted to know what she should do for him to cure her grandfather. Yi Wuqian realized that she would continue to follow him until he agreed to cure his grandfather. Next, going to the toilet, Yi Wuqian asked her what she would do in this case. Starting to relieve himself, Yi Wuqian said that he could stain her dress so that in this case she would not blame him. This did not stop the policeman and she was not going to leave Yi Wuqian behind until he agreed to cure her grandfather. Later, Yi Wuqian was going to watch the girls he saw in the morning, but there was a policeman nearby. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why she was looking at him like that. The policeman offered military binoculars, but Yi Wuqian refused, saying that his own was enough for him. In the evening, going up to his apartment, Yi Wuqian told the policeman who was pursuing him that he liked to walk around the house naked and did she really want to look at it. In response, she only stated that he was a pervert. While in his apartment, Yi Wuqian watched from the binoculars at the neighboring windows and realized that he had lost his chance for today. Now he would have to wait until next time. While scanning the street with binoculars, hoping to see someone else, he saw with hostility a police officer who was also watching him through binoculars. While already in the hospital, the police officer asked about her grandfather's well-being. Her father said that Dr. Wu was examining him, and also asked if she was able to persuade Yi Wuqian. The answer was no. After examining the patient, Dr. Wu explained that Mr. Bean felt even worse than yesterday. Because, today he was not massaged by Yi Wuqian's special massage. The man was surprised that Yi Wuqian had a special massage technique and asked about it. Dr. Wu confirmed and advised to let Yi Wuqian cure Mr. Bin as soon as possible. Every day he became worse and worse. Next up is Dongqing University. Yi Wuqian arrived on a bicycle, knowing that Wang Er had already started attending classes. He couldn't wait to see her because he missed her and was wondering what she looked like now. He asked each student if he knew where Wang Er was, but the students were rude to him. Yi Wuqian didn't like it. Calling out to a certain guy, he asked him about Wang Er. But he replied that Yi Wuqian is too stupid, because he wants to date the most beautiful girl on campus, while riding a bicycle. 1 hour later, Yi Wuqian still found Wang Er. When she saw him, she greeted him, calling him a scoundrel. According to Yi Wuqian, he had already asked not to call him that. Yi Wuqian looked at her and realized that now she looks different than before. She seemed quite mature to him and was therefore considered the most beautiful on campus. Wang Er interrupted him and asked what he came here on and how he would return home. Yi Wuqian agreed that the city was very far away, he might not return until evening. He offered to spend the night at her dorm today. Wang Er agreed to this proposal. Walking into her room, Yi Wuqian thought that this girl's dormitory looked good. Wang Er told him to stop looking around and behave. Yi Wuqian, in turn, smelled the perfume and stated that her body smelled better than perfume. Hearing this, Wang Er pushed him away and he lay down on the bed. Yi Wuqian decided it was time to get straight to the point. According to him, he came there to examine Wang Er about cobra venom. Wang Er felt that he was mocking her, but Yi Wuqian assured that while no one was here, he would do everything quickly. Wang Er stated that she searched on the internet that the latent phase of the poison is not that long, then why does she need the examination? Yi Wuqian was surprised that she was smarter than she seemed. Wang Er complained that unlike her butt, her breasts had become much larger. According to her, many people stare at her and some even say that she has enlarged her breasts through surgery. She asked to help her reduce them. Yi Wuqian believed that a special massage technique was needed. Wang Er was quite satisfied with the massage, but Yi Wuqian was dissatisfied with the scissors lying next to him. He decided to find out what they were for. Wang Er explained that this was for protection in case Yi Wuqian pestered her. When Wang Er started the massage, it was painful, but Yi Wuqian calmed her down, saying that it's always like this the first time. While Yi Wuqian was doing the massage, 3 girls entered their room. They saw this situation and Wang Er immediately began to explain that this was not what they thought. They were about to leave, apologizing for the disturbance. But Wang Er stopped them and asked if they knew why her breasts had become larger. The girls began asking Wang Er how long they had been dating and praising Yi Wuqian as a guy. Wang Er immediately indicated that they were not a couple, and Yi Wuqian was a doctor who knew how to enlarge breasts, and it was he who made Wang Er's breasts even larger. The girls did not understand how Yi Wuqian managed to do this and considered him an amazing doctor. They also asked about the price of this service. Yi Wuqian believed that in this era, girls are so frivolous and want him to rub them. Having accepted this, he remembered that in his time, girls were even more frivolous. Yi Wuqian assumed that those girls were Wang Er's classmates, and then introduced himself. The girls wanted Yi Wuqian to make their breasts a little bigger, and in return they would pay for it. Yi Wuqian realized that women are never shy about investing in their appearance, but now was not the right time to start a business. He had to think about this until he returned to the city and created an official company. Putting on a doctor's robe, Yi Wuqian told the patients who had come for breast enlargement to go to the cosmetology department and Dr. Yi would serve them. After Yi Wuqian finished, Wang Er believed that since they were students, they should focus on studying. Classmates thought that Wang Er was jealous. Yi Wuqian thanked them for their kindness, and said that he didn't have any ideas about it right now. One of the classmates approached Yi Wuqian and wanted him to think about it, and she would take care of this operation herself if he agreed. She also offered to buy him dinner so they could talk about it. Yi Wuqian believed that he would be very embarrassed and would pay the bill himself. He understood that she was not giving up and decided that in this case, it would be possible to just chat. Yi Wuqian decided to go to an expensive restaurant, which surprised the girls. While Yi Wuqian walked past with them, a certain girl noticed him from the building. She didn't understand what Yi Wuqian was doing here. Then, already at the table, Wang Er asked why Yi Wuqian ordered so much food. She was also supported by the girl sitting next to her. But Yi Wuqian said that everything was fine and he could afford it. Yi Wuqian wondered how Grandpa Wang Er was doing. Wang Er said that everything was fine, but she didn't want him to continue fishing because he was too old to pull a net. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian ordered not to let him go to sea. When he finds time to return to the village with Wang Er, he will help his grandfather and he will be able to engage in fish farming instead of fishing. The girl sitting next to her asked if Yi Wuqian could think about them. She promised to pay well. Yi Wuqian believed that this required a special massage. In his opinion, it was not enough to use only medical means. Massage strengthens acupuncture points and a person may suffer due to improper technique. At that moment the doors opened and a certain girl entered. She said only one word, brother. The girls did not understand what was the matter and why Yi Feiqiao called Yi Wuqian brother, because she belongs to that same family. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what she was doing here. She explained that she had just seen him and was about to join them, if he didn't mind. Yi Wuqian didn't mind as long as she wasn't such a bore, and the rest of those present didn't mind either. Wang Er began to scold Yi Wuqian for being so rude to his sister. Yi Wuqian impatiently asked Yi Feiqiao what happened. Yi Feiqiao asked him to return home, saying that his parents wanted to see him because not everyone in the Yi family is bad. In any case, she says, they are biologically related. Yi Wuqian believed that he no longer had anything to do with the Yi family. After which he asked to leave them alone, since they were having dinner. When leaving, Yi Feiqiao left her phone number so that if anything was needed. Before the door could be opened, several people came into Yi Wuqian's room, asking who dared to invite Wang Er to dinner. Wang Er asked Chang Shuhong to stop talking nonsense and not dare to call her that anymore. Chang Shuhong turned to Wang Er, saying that he heard that she was treated to lunch. That's why he quickly put on his 46,000 yuan leather shoes and came here with his 6.3 million yuan luxury car. After that, he started pointing towards Yi Wuqian and asking who he was. Yi Wuqian ordered the guards to throw him out. Without understanding why, being in an elite restaurant, they let in all sorts of scum. Chang Shuhong heard this and was furious. But he understood that Fei Qiao was standing next to Yi Wuqian and he could not offend Ye's family. Then he said that he needed to wait and Yi Wuqian would see. Leaving the restaurant, Yi Wuqian believed that Chang Shuhong had ruined their dinner. After that, he invited the girls to take them to school, but they refused, saying that the school was nearby and could be reached on foot. Driving up next to him in a car, Chang Shuhong thought that Yi Wuqian was a big shot, but in reality he was a pathetic worm. At this moment, Yi Wuqian took Wang Er's hand and said that he would take her back to school, and according to Wang Er, she had not ridden a bicycle for a long time. Just as they were about to go to the bike, a white car drove up to them and Chang Shuhong got out. He turned to Wang Er, believing that he would not mind if she found someone better than him, but not Yi Wuqian. Wang Er furiously stated that it was none of his business. She stated that she loves Yi Wuqian and Chang Shuhong better leave her alone. The girls standing nearby believed that no one would dare to anger Chang Shuhong, since he was an inveterate bully at their school. Yi Feiqiao watched this from the side. She filmed everything that was happening and she was wondering what Yi Wuqian was going to do, because according to rumors he had changed. Chang Shuhong pointed at Yi Wuqian and asked him to look at him. According to him, he felt disgusted to be next to him. He was also angry that Yi Wuqian insulted him and now wants to run away. Wang Er warned Chang Shuhong, saying that he had better not anger Yi Wuqian. Chang Hushong considered him a failure because he was being protected by a woman. Smiling maliciously, Yi Wuqian fell onto Chang Shuhong's car and asked how much his car cost. Chang Shuhong suggested that Yi Wuqian wanted to buy one, but disappointed him by saying that he would not be able to afford one, even after 10 years. Yi Wuqian took out the flask and drank all its contents. Almost immediately he became much stronger, after which he took a stick and began to smash the car. The girls watching this were shocked by this act. They believed that Yi Wuqian had created a lot of trouble for himself because he would not be able to compensate for all the damage. Wang Er tried to calm Yi Wuqian down, but he assured her that he knew what he was doing. He gave her the map and told her to go. Yi Wuqian forgot that the machines are so strong and one blow in his opinion was not enough. Then, after getting into the car, Yi Wuqian accelerated and crashed into a pole. Chang Shuhong was furious and pledged to punish Yi Wuqian for his car. Yi Wuqian got out of the car and approached him, asking what he would do to him now for the broken car, but Chang Shuhong was scared. A crowd of people gathered who were surprised that the luxury car was crumpled. One of the crowd warned that he saw someone call the police and they would arrive soon. After that, a police car immediately pulled up and Lieutenant Chan got out. She saw that Yi Wuqian had done something again. She didn't like that Yi Wuqian believed that the whole world belonged to him and he could do whatever he wanted. Chang Shuhong began to ask Lieutenant Chang to arrest Yi Wuqian for damaging property, and in his opinion, Yi Wuqian had to pay for everything. Lieutenant Chang has already begun to take Yi Wuqian with her, saying that they should go to the station. But Yi Wuqian stopped her, saying that according to Chang Shuhong, if he paid him, he would just be allowed to leave. Chang Shuhong provoked him to try to pay. He considered him a beggar, but as soon as Yi Wuqian gave the money, he would be allowed to leave, otherwise he would go to jail. Among the crowd of people there were requests to disperse. It was Wang Er with the bank employees who helped her carry bags of money. Chang Shuhong asked if Yi Wuqian had all the money and ordered him to give it all to him. Yi Wuqian opened one bag and took wads of money in his hand. Yi Wuqian teased Chang Shuhong with this money, saying that this was the money he owed him. Yi Wuqian showed him this money and asked him to count it. After that, he started throwing wads of money at Chang Shuhong. Chang Shuhong asked Lieutenant Chang to look at the fact that Yi Wuqian damaged his car and humiliated him. He believed that Yi Wuqian should be arrested. Lieutenant Chang turned to Yi Wuqian, saying that one way or another, he should go with her to the police station. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why, because according to Chang Shuhong, if he was paid, he would just let Yi Wuqian leave. There were also many witnesses. Yi Wuqian turned to the crowd of people and asked about it. Yi Wuqian also explained that there was as much money as the cost of a car. People supported Yi Wuqian, saying that Chang Shuhong had broken his word and this was not right. Next, Yi Wuqian walked with his bicycle and did not despair because he was taken to the police station. He thought it was a lot of fun. Suddenly a police officer called out to him, asking how he could do this. Yi Wuqian was surprised that she was following him. The police officer confirmed this, explaining her actions by saying that she was ready to do anything if only Yi Wuqian would help cure her grandfather. Yi Wuqian suggested that if he asked her to take off her clothes to please him, he thought this would be a good decision. The police officer agreed, but pointed out one nuance: she has a husband. This did not stop Yi Wuqian, because according to him, he likes married ladies. After that, the police officer said that her fiancé is a professional MMA fighter. Yi Wuqian thought about it and decided that he would not waste time on this, because now he needed to return home. The policeman asked to wait and fell to her knees. She asked to help her grandfather. Yi Wuqian didn't want her to do that because he hates when others threaten him with pity. The policeman explained that her grandfather was getting worse and worse. She took the blame on herself, saying that her grandfather had not offended him in any way. Yi Wuqian repeated that he was not a doctor and did not have any medical credentials. The police officer stated that she could only promise him one thing: if Yi Wuqian said yes, then she would do whatever he asked for as long as she could. This is hard for their family and, according to her, this hardship cannot be measured in money. Yi Wuqian understood that the Ning family had great influence here. He considered this a truly tempting offer. Since he has spent almost 7 million and he needs to increase his storage to advance his plan, Yi Wuqian stated that he would need 10 million with 3 more conditions and no trade. The police officer then told her father about this. He believed that 10 million was not so much, but 3 conditions alarmed him. The father told his daughter to talk to Yi Wuqian to see if he could cancel these conditions; if not, then they should accept them. Further, in Chen Kursen's office, the assistant entered her office, stating that Lu Fu was already there. Chen Kursen did not understand what he was doing there, to which she received an explanation that Lu Fu had come to cooperate. Chen Kursen thought this was funny and asked him to refuse. Lu Fu walked into Chen Kursen's office and was surprised that she would refuse such a sincere potential client who was willing to cooperate with her. Chen Kursen reproached him that not being invited as a guest was an indicator of bad manners. She stated that there was no chance of cooperation between them and asked to take the flowers back. Lu Fu wanted her to calm down and not refuse him, because he knows that her company has been facing problems lately. According to him, he really wanted to help her. Chen Kursen asked the assistant to throw away these flowers. Lu Fu asked her not to be so rude. She wondered how Lu Fu knew about her company's financial problems. Lu Fu explained that he has reliable sources that he can trust. He considered himself a rich client who wanted to spend his money. Chen Kursen said that she considers him a big client, but her fiancé does not. Lu Fu was surprised by this statement. He decided to ask again if she met Yi Wuqian and if she had broken off her engagement with him. Chen Kursen did not explain and said that Lu Fu knows so much about her. Is he really so bored in his free time? Lu Fu was angry because Chen Kursen knew about his feelings. Chen Kursen ordered her assistant to take him out of the office. Lu Fu asked not to blame him for the fact that she could not distinguish good from bad. From now on, he was going to make her company bankrupt and destroy her. After leaving and slamming the door, Lu Fu was angry. Ouyang Hao approached him and asked him to calm down, and if he wanted, they could solve it differently. Lu Fu believed that he bought such a large bouquet of roses, but it was all in vain. In his opinion, he should have used those pills. Lu Fu asked Hao if he found out where Yi Wuqian lived. Hao said that Yi Wuqian lives in the Tianjin region and whether Lu Fu wants to do this now. Lu Fu was going to do it, but in a different way. Next, the Yi family watched the video recording made by Yi Feiqiao. The head of the Yi family wanted to know what she meant by this. Yi Feiqiao wanted to say that her brother had changed a lot. Family head Yi wondered how she could prove it. But Yi Feiqiao could not prove it with anything yet. Yi Guang didn't believe it and simply mocked Yi Wuqian, saying that he had become even more arrogant. Yi Feiqiao explained to her mother that she felt a change in her brother and asked her to believe it. Mother understood that even if Yi Wuqian had changed, grandfather would never accept him back. Yi Feiqiao was going to persuade her grandfather to accept her brother anyway. Next, the day began with knocks on Yi Wuqian's door. Yi Wuqian decided to find out who it was. When he opened the door, he saw a policeman and immediately closed the door. The police officer took a gun and shot through the door lock, after which she entered the room. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why his door offended the policeman. The police officer stated that she needed to talk to him. Yi Wuqian was pleased that she still decided to undress and give him pleasure. The policeman was going to do it if only he could help her grandfather. Yi Wuqian was surprised that she was seriously going to do this, because Yi Wuqian told her about 3 conditions, and especially since she has a husband. The policeman believed that this was already Yi Wuqian's problem. If he came to Yi Wuqian, he would have to take care of himself. Yi Wuqian assured her to continue. After all, in any case, he had not promised anything yet. This alerted the policeman. Suddenly, journalist Wang was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand how Yi Wuqian dared to bring girls to her apartment. Yi Wuqian didn't see any problem with this, but journalist Wang was furious about it. Because she pays a large amount of money as rent and now he wants to limit it. The policeman was distracted by the phone and called out to Yi Wuqian, saying that his fiancée had been kidnapped. Yi Wuqian asked her to tell her where she was now. But the policeman has now decided that Yi Wuqian needs something from her and they are already on equal terms. The policeman said that if Yi Wuqian wanted to save his fiancée, he would have to save her grandfather first. Yi Wuqian advised him to first tell where his fiancée is, otherwise the policeman will very much regret it. Wang Fengxi tried to stop this argument by standing between them. But the policeman could not stop and accidentally hit her. Yi Wuqian began to help Wang Fengxi, asking her if she was okay. Wang Fengxi replied that she was fine, but it was painful. Yi Wuqian said that he did not like to beat girls and ordered him to apologize to Wang Fengxi. Also tell where Chen Kersen is and then he will forgive her for beating him back then. The police officer answered in the negative, after which she fell to the floor and was immobilized. Yi Wuqian kicked her and informed her that she was the first woman Yi Wuqian had kicked. The policeman asked about what was done to her, but Yi Wuqian still asked about Chen Kersen. The policeman wasn't going to say anything until he agreed to her terms. Yi Wuqian took out a certain bag and said that he would be interested in what the dishonest girl from the Ning family, who likes to seduce men, would tell about. After these words, he scattered the contents of the bag onto her. The policeman believed that she was being intimidated, but Wang Fengxi said that Yi Wuqian was doing everything to get her way. The police officer began to feel strange and asked again about what Yi Wuqian did to her. Yi Wuqian asked him to tell him where Chen Kersen is now, because if something bad happens to her, the Ning family will greatly regret it. The police officer understood that Yi Wuqian was serious. Yi Wuqian decided that he would change his previous 3 conditions to 2, and 10 million on top, in response to simply being told where Chen Kersen was. The police officer said that she had already sent her people there to rescue Chen Kersen. Next, in a certain factory, there were people standing and Lu Fu was tied up. Chen Kersen was sitting sad, but Yi Wuqian came over and asked her if she was okay. She rushed at Yi Wuqian, crying and telling her that Lu Fu had kidnapped her and hurt her. Yi Wuqian convinced her that everything was fine and asked her to stop crying, because her beautiful eyes would swell. Chen Kersen asked him if he was worried about her, to which Yi Wuqian remained silent. She wondered what Yi Wuqian was doing there, but he only said that it was a long story and asked to wait for him outside, since he needed to do something. Looking at Lu Fu with the policeman, Yi Wuqian asked Ning Siki to help him deal with him, stating that this was one of the conditions. The policewoman ordered the 2 guys to leave, but she herself did not understand Yi Wuqian, since he put forward 3 conditions for them, and now he is using 1 condition for the sake of some girl. Yi Wuqian took the handkerchief in his hands and showed it to Lu Fu, saying that he just wanted to let him go, but how dare Lu Fu do such a thing. Lu Fu explained that this was a mistake and he would pay him for it, asking him to spare him. After hearing this, Yi Wuqian looked around and saw an iron pipe. Lu Fu saw that Yi Wuqian took the pipe and began to swear that he would never do this again. Yi Wuqian agreed that he would not do this again and asked to untie him. Lu Fu was untied and immediately began to run, but Yi Wuqian threw this pipe at his foot. Next, the policeman stood on the street and was shocked by this, since in her opinion it was cruel. Yi Wuqian broke Lu Fu's legs, 1 arm, and damaged his genitals. She believed that if Lu Fu woke up, he would prefer to simply die. Yi Wuqian went outside and threw away the bent pipe covered in blood. He asked for Lu Fu's father's number. The phone rang in the building of Lu's organization, in his office. The father picked up the phone and Yi Wuqian introduced himself, after which he said that he had beaten his son and was now seriously injured. In Yi Wuqian's opinion, it is better for father to come here now. An ambulance arrived at the scene, as did the police with Chang Xiaomei. The father saw his wounded son and was furious. He asked who did this to his son. Yi Wuqian admitted that it was him and said that his son kidnapped Yi Wuqian's fiancée and tried to rape her. Yi Wuqian believed that they should be grateful to him for not killing him. The father couldn't say anything, so he turned to Director Su, asking why he was just standing there, since he was in charge of the police in this city. The director ordered Captain Chang to handcuff Yi Wuqian. Captain Chan told Yi Wuqian that she warned him and he needed to stop. She advised him to behave with restraint, otherwise it would be an indicator of what he was doing. Yi Wuqian did not argue and immediately gave in. He asked her to just stop staring at him, because he would go with her to the police station. Captain Chang Xiaomei didn't expect this because Yi Wuqian gave up so easily. While she was handcuffing him, the doctor told Mr. Lu that his son was very ill earlier and could not come to his senses. Mr. Lu was angry and ordered to do something, otherwise he would kill him. People began to hear requests for help from Dad, because he didn't want to die. Turning around, Captain Chang and Mr. Lu were shocked. Lu Fu got up from his bed and started running around asking for help. Out of horror, Captain Chan jumped on Yi Wuqian's neck. Lu Fu's father did not understand what was happening to his son. The doctor was also shocked because the victim's legs were broken. How could he stand up? Mr. Lu did not know who to ask for help and asked everyone to help his son. At this moment, Yi Wuqian decided to confirm the rumors that Mr. Lu was rich. Further in the Tianjin region, Yi Wuqian fed Qin Kersen, who was lying in bed. He asked her to drink this, assuring her that she would feel better. She also needed to rest well and everything would be fine. Yi Wuqian stood up from his chair, but Qin Kersen pulled his shirt. Ning Siki saw this and noticed that Qin Kersen trusted him. Yi Wuqian agreed and thanked Ning Siki, who was shocked by what she heard. Yi Wuqian stated that he would visit her grandfather. According to him, her grandfather will not die, and he also recalled that the price remained the same. Ning Siki reminded him that he had just deceived Lu Tsongyu out of 10 million. According to her, Yi Wuqian wouldn't be able to take his money so easily, since he wouldn't let him just leave. Yi Wuqian was confident in himself and believed that he would not allow him to leave, because he saved Lu Fu's life, not to give him another chance, but to give him a hellish life. Ning Siki wondered if this was done for the sake of money. Yi Wuqian explained that not only for the sake of money, but once he achieves his goal, it will no longer be a matter of money. 3 hours later, Qin Kersen woke up and saw Yi Wuqian next to her. She immediately asked how long she slept and Yi Wuqian answered her. He also asked if she was hungry because he had prepared a couple of dishes for her. Qin Kersen was surprised that Yi Wuqian could cook, because before he had only been fed by different girls and had almost forgotten how to use chopsticks. Next, Qin Kersen sat at the table and began to taste the food. Yi Wuqian wondered if it tasted good. To Qin Kersen's surprise, it was quite edible. She stated that she had something that she had long wanted to tell. She admitted that she did not sign this agreement, but that her mother did it behind her back. She didn't want to sign it. Yi Wuqian turned away and declared that it was already over. Qin Kersen began to cry and asked for a chance to explain everything. Yi Wuqian explained that no matter who signed the agreement, it had already entered into force and asked him to just forget about it. Qin Kersen accepted this and stood up from the table. She tried to walk, but suddenly fell. Yi Wuqian ran over and picked her up. He took his pulse and didn't understand what happened, starting to blame himself for it. Yi Wuqian put Qin Kersen on the bed and began to massage. He didn't understand how she could be so sad because of him, because she hated him. Or he assumed that she already liked him. Suddenly, Qin Kersen turned around and looked at Yi Wuqian with a condemning gaze. He didn't understand what was going on, after which he picked her up and sat her down at the table, explaining that she was very thin. He told her to eat more, otherwise how would such a fragile girl manage the company? Yi Wuqian also sat down at the table with her and asked what was the matter, if she liked the dishes. Qin Kersen decided to ask him again whether he really prepared it, but Yi Wuqian did not understand what she meant. Qin Kersen said that she doesn't know, but she feels that he has changed a lot. Yi Wutian asked him to name what makes him different. He understood that she noticed everything. Chen Kursen explained that she just feels it and cannot describe it in words. Yi Wutian tried to dismiss this topic, saying that she was just imagining things. He asked her to hurry up because he would take her home. Chen Kursen thought that she was so unpleasant to him, but Yi Wutian denied this, saying that this was not what he meant. In this case, she asked to explain why Yi Wutian always wants her to be away from him. After leaving this question, she asked the next one about what made Yi Wutian sign the agreement to dissolve the marriage contract. Yi Wutian asked her if she hated him now. Chen Kursen admitted that she hated it before, but now she doesn't know. Yi Wutian believed that she should hate him. In his opinion, the engagement between him and Chen Kursen was a big mistake, but now he cannot make any more mistakes. Chen Kursen was interested in why now, and not before all this, and Yi Wutian didn't know what to answer and thought that he didn't understand it before. Chen Kursen asked him about his plans for the future. Yi Wutian assured that the plans are grandiose. Now he doesn't have a stable job and the Yi family doesn't want to see him. Not understanding what she was leading to, Yi Wutian asked about this, to which Chen Kursen invited him to return to the company. Yi Wutian was surprised that she cared about him and was convinced that she liked him. He tried to stop talking about this topic and asked her to hurry up and finish eating, because it was bad that she was eating so little. He was going to write her a recipe for several dishes. Yi Wutian understood that Chen Kursen did not refute, which means she really cares about him. He was surprised that he was able to charm the wife of the first owner of the body. Chen Kursen asked about the recipe, whether it was his family's signature recipe. Yi Wutian recalled that he had said that there were a large number of secret recipes for various dishes in his house. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Chen Kursen went to open the door and Ouyang Hao was waiting for her there. He asked if everything was okay with her, to which he received a positive answer. He walked inside and praised Yi Wutian, saying that he did everything right. Yi Wutian refused, because anyone in his place would have done the same. Chen Kursen did not understand what kind of action we were talking about and Ouyang Hao began to say that Lu Fu was crippled by Yi Wutian. Now he will be a useless person in the future and will never bother her. After which Hao offered to take her home. Yi Wutian agreed with his words that she should return home quickly since he was also a little tired. Chen Kursen asked Hao to go because she needed to talk to Yi Wutian about something. Hao reluctantly agreed. After Hao left, Yi Wutian stated that Hao was actually quite good and believed that he would be a worthy man for Chen Kursen. Chen Kursen thought about it and came up with something. She asked Yi Wutian if he believed in fate, but he didn't understand what they were talking about. Chen Kursen decided that since he didn't understand, she would go home. Leaving the room, she locked it and went into the next room. Next, Yi Wutian was with Ning Zika's grandfather. He came out and said that everything would be fine with him. Ning Shiqi asked about when her grandfather would get better. The father also said that the whole Ning family hopes that grandfather will recover. Yi Wutian explained that if you rush, you will make people laugh. The doctor examined his grandfather and in his opinion, Ning Lao would be able to get back on his feet in no later than a month. Ning Shiqi and her father were surprised as they expected it to be much longer. Yi Wutian suddenly said that he could speed up several times and bring him to his feet much faster. This news made Ning Shiqi happy, but Yi Wutian explained that the price is the price. The monthly rate is 10 million, if they want to speed up his recovery, then they know what to do. Dr. Wu tried to shut Yi Wutian's mouth because he asked him not to talk about money. The father asked how much Yi Wutian wanted. He asked for 25 million and he could get him out of bed in 5 days. He believed that their family would not be worried about such a small amount of money. Hearing this, Ning Shiqi was furious, but her father agreed to pay. After Yi Wutian, Ning Shiqi began to ask her father why he promised him 25 million. In her opinion, even if they give 100 million to this hospital, they will not be able to cure grandfather. Yi Wutian was leaving on a bicycle and noticed a truck driving behind him at high speed. After Yi Wutian realized that they wanted to run him down, he jumped off his bike. The driver was unable to make it to the end because someone shot him, the bullet went through the windshield and the truck crashed into a nearby pole. Policewoman Chang Xiaomei was nearby and began asking Yi Wutian about his condition. Yi Wuqian reassured her that he was fine, but stated that there was a corpse in the car and asked to find out who sent him. Chang Xiaomei asked him to leave it to her and not to worry, she would let him know. She said that the bald guy who robbed the bank ran away. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian was very angry. He didn't understand why she was so useless, because he could come and take revenge on him. But Chang Xiaomei herself was not happy with this and said that he killed one of her colleagues. Yi Wuqian believed that this was what she needed, because he was poorly guarded and only one guard died. In his opinion, she should be glad that the others were not killed. Yi Wuqian stated that he would not have helped her if only he knew that they could not restrain him. Chang Xiaomei didn't understand what he wanted in this case. Yi Wuqian wanted her to provide him with 24/7 protection. Also to keep in mind that her mom will not receive any treatment if something happens to him. Chang Xiaomei agreed with displeasure and will report this to her superiors. Yi Wuqian walked into an alley and ordered him to get out, since he knew that someone was there. Ning Shiqi was there. She was surprised how he understood this. Yi Wuqian explained that he just guessed. He could say that the last thing she wanted was to see him dead and asked if they sent snipers to protect him. Ning Shiqi confirmed this. This is exactly what they are doing and they will soon find out who is behind it. The main suspect was from the Lu family, but she didn't think that Lu Tsongyu was so stupid. Yi Wuqian wondered if it wasn't him, then who could have done it? He also asked if anyone else knew what happened to her grandfather. Ning Shiqi replied that many people know about this. Yi Wuqian believed that if someone wanted her grandfather to die, then they would definitely take Yi Wuqian's life first. After these words, he asked to name who the killer was. Next, at the Yi family's house, Yi Feiqiao told the head of the Yi family that Yi Wuqian had left the sanatorium. The head was wondering if his granddaughter was sure of this. She said that Yi Wuqian was seen leaving there with Wu Kuansheng. Yi Feiqiao's uncle stated that Yi Wuqian beat a man. He said that Yi Wuqian beat Lu Fu. The whole place was abuzz with news, some people saying that they were intimidating others. Yi Feiqiao asked to recognize that Yi Wuqian is her brother and, moreover, he is the son of his younger brother, and not illegitimate. The head of the family asked his granddaughter how many times she had seen Yi Wuqian since he returned. She said that one day, Yi Wuqian was in a bad mood and did not want to see her or anyone from their family. In her opinion, Yi Wuqian had truly changed and even gave Qin Kursin 29 million. The man thought that Yi Wuqian was pretending to be cool, because he had just received bad news. Someone intended to cause an accident to kill Yi Wuqian, but as a result, the driver was killed by those who were secretly guarding him. The head of the Yi family understood that someone caused the accident to kill Yi Wuqian, but someone shot the driver to save him. According to him, few people dare to shoot at others in Dongqing, and he wondered who it could be. And the head told Feiqiao to go and find out more about Yi Wuqian. The head of the Yi family believed that if Yi Wuqian was truly related to the big family, then it was good and they would be able to take him back. The next day in a cafe, Yi Wuqian was eating noodles and was being watched by Wang Fangxi, who asked him to cover his mouth, otherwise he would splatter all over her face. Yi Wuqian said that since she had business with him, she could have invited him to dinner herself, and not gorge herself here at his expense. Wang Fangxi omitted this point and asked for a better story about the assassination attempt. In her opinion, she felt the sensation of the year. Yi Wuqian realized that nothing could be hidden from her, which was expected from the daughter of the city mayor. Wuqian believed her. But he wasn't going to tell her anything. Wang Fangxi believed that after everything that happened between them and everything she did for him, they should be friends. Yi Wuqian understood that her father was the head of this city. Surely he has countless enemies. It seemed to him that friendship with Wang Fangxi would sooner or later backfire on him. At this moment, Chang Shuhong and his mother entered the cafe. Chang Shuhong immediately began to attack Yi Wuqian, ordering him to explain what he had done to him. His mother asked him to wait, because he promised her that she would be the first to talk to him. Yi Wuqian showed Wang Fangxi that there was a sensation. This was the same guy whose car Yi Wuqian crashed. Wang Fangxi agreed to this. Addressing Yi Wuqian, Chang Shuhong's mother asked first of all to be allowed to apologize to him on behalf of his son. She gave him a check for the trouble he caused and asked him to accept it. Yi Wuqian took a check for 7.5 million, more than he paid for the car. He was ready to listen to them. Chang Shuhong's mother said that lately her son has not been himself. He wakes up in the middle of the night screaming, twitching, waving his arms and legs. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian advised her son to visit the hospital. Chang Shuhong was angry and told him not to pretend about what Yi Wuqian did to him. Yi Wuqian believed that he was overrated and that he really had nothing to do with it, in which case it was better to consult a doctor. Madame Lu took Yi Wuqian's hand and asked for help, as she had heard a lot about Yi Wuqian. Throwing her hand away, Yi Wuqian repeated that it was better to see a doctor, because if he was behind this, he would have said so. Yi Wuqian stood up from the table and called Wang Fangxi, saying that it was time for them to leave. Chang Shuhong asked his mother if they would just let Yi Wuqian go. Mom was going to go home for now and think about what to do next. Chang Shuhong was furious because that night he would not be able to sleep again and these dreams were simply unbearable. Mom calmed him down, saying that she would still try to persuade Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian sat on the window and looked through binoculars, but alas, no one was there today. He was upset because he forked out money for binoculars, but there was no one to spy on. At this moment, someone came to Yi Wuqian. It was Chang Xiaomei with luggage. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what she forgot here. She said that she notified her superiors that from that day on she would personally ensure his safety around the clock. Yi Wuqian was surprised by this, because he was just joking. Chang Xiaomei threw away her suitcase and began to look out the window, standing on the bed. She liked the bed and decided that she would stay in this room. Yi Wuqian asked that in this case, they will now sleep in the same bed. Chang Xiaomei told her not to even think like that. Yi Wuqian explained what would happen if they didn't find the customer, would she stay with him, and then love wouldn't be far away. Chang Xiaomei immediately denied this. She stated that she would not set her sights on Yi Wuqian, even if he remained the last man on earth. Yi Wuqian also stated that she arrived on time, he wanted to discuss something with her. Yi Wuqian is planning to open his own company and does she have any advice? Chang Xiaomei laughed at this thought, because in her opinion, Yi Wuqian doesn't even know how to run a business. But that's precisely why Yi Wuqian is asking for advice. Chang Xiaomei advised her to contact her fiancé, she should understand such things. Yi Wuqian supported this idea, saying that he should have immediately known to go to Chen Kursen instead of pestering her. Chang Xiaomei agreed to this and told her to leave as she was going to bed. Yi Wuqian invited her to lie down next to her, because there was enough room for two. She kindly agreed, but said that there was only one nuance and after that she took out a pistol from under the blanket. The next day, Chen Kursen imagined life together. The assistant noticed this and decided to find out why she was happy. In her opinion, she is behaving suspiciously. Chen Kursen immediately denied this and asked her not to say anything like that. The assistant stated that Chen Kursen had never allowed herself to giggle like that at work before, and asked what had changed now. At this moment, the door opened and Yi Wuqian walked in, greeting him kindly. Chen Kursen greeted Yi Wuqian with joy, she immediately invited him to sit down and asked the assistant to arrange a cup of tea for him. As the assistant left, she thought about it, because the director couldn't find a place for himself because of this guy. Yi Wuqian walked in, and Chang Xiaomei stood near the door. Chen Kursen decided to find out who it was, but Yi Wuqian asked not to pay attention. Sitting down at the table, he began to explain that he was going to start his own company, but he didn't understand anything about business. That's why I came for advice. The enterprise will be small, about 30 million. Chen Kursen was surprised where he got that kind of money. Yi Wuqian thought that Chen Kursen thought that this money was stolen. Chen Kursen began to explain that this is not so. In her opinion, this amount is quite enough for a small or even medium-sized company. She also asked what exactly Yi Wuqian wanted to do. Yi Wuqian said that he wants to produce cosmetics. In his opinion, women are always ready to pay well for something like this. He would also need to find a professional manager, since he is not going to handle the business himself. Chen Kursen assured that especially for him, she would prepare a detailed list of everything he needed to know. She will also decide this about the manager. Yi Wuqian thanked her and was about to leave. He was interested, because she should hate him, but she helps him all the time. Just after saying goodbye, Chen Kursen took his hand and asked if he was in a hurry. Yi Wuqian was dumbfounded by this. She noticed this and let go of her hand. She explained that she just wanted to ask when he was going to continue her treatment. The door opened and Ouyang Hao came in. He reminded Kursen that there would be a party soon to celebrate his grandfather's anniversary. He saw Yi Wuqian and was angry that he was there. He also asked what he was doing there, to which he received a rude answer that it was none of his business. After that, Yi Wuqian left and called Chang Xiaomei to follow him. Hao stopped him and warned him that if he were in his place, he would better stay away from Chen Kursen and leave the city. Yi Wuqian stated that it was better for him to decide and asked him to take care of himself. Returning home, Yi Wuqian thought this picture was a laugh. He didn't understand who Ouyang Hao thought he was. Chang Xiaomei explained to Yi Wuqian that he was asking for it and why he was quarreling with Hao. After all, this is Ouyang Hao from the same Ouyang family. According to her, Yi Yushinu is like a star to him. She began to tell them that in their country there were 4 ancient families that, over the centuries of their existence, had accumulated colossal human and financial resources. Gongsun family, Situ family, Nangong family and Ouyang family. It could be said that the Ouyang family controlled a quarter of the city. Yi Wuqian still considered him a mere mortal. Turning sharply, he saw an incomprehensible situation. Later he realized that his apartment was on fire and firefighters had arrived to put it out. Yi Wuqian began to run, which Chang Xiaomei did not understand. Running up to the apartment, he saw firefighters putting out the fire. He didn't understand what happened there and why the apartment was on fire. Wang Fangxi began to ask him about what happened and why exactly her house was burning. For her, this apartment was dear as a memory, since it was the first. Yi Wuqian suddenly asked her if she knew whether bank cards were fireproof. Yi Wuqian decided to pull them out and threw them into the burning apartment. He opened the box and realized that these checks were worth millions, and now they have turned into a pile of ash. Yi Wuqian didn't even start spending it. He believed that all his efforts were now down the drain. He wasted so much time for nothing. From this he concluded that there was no need to save. Yi Wuqian ran out of the apartment, happy that the bank cards could be restored, so he would still have some funds left. Wang Fanxi tried to stop him because she didn't understand where he was going. She believed that Yi Wuqian should compensate her for the burned house. Yi Wuqian believed that it was a deliberate arson. Going outside, Chang Xiaomei asked how things were going. Yi Wuqian stated that all his things were burned to the ground, and now he told her to mind her business and find out who was behind it. Chang Xiaomei agreed that she would take it upon herself. Ouyang Hao, standing nearby, mocked, surprised by this fire. Yi Wuqian told Hao that for his own good, it would be better if this was not his doing. Hao was wondering what would happen if it wasn't so. Yi Wuqian stated what he would see in this case. Wang Fangxi asked Yi Wuqian if he thought that Hao had arranged this. But Yi Wuqian believed that you never know what he thinks, proof is needed. Wang Fangxi said that she had no evidence. Yi Wuqian didn't understand that Hao burned down her home, and she didn't even look in his direction. Yi Wuqian felt that even her father was unable to control the Ouyang family. Yi Wuqian said that if she doesn't want to involve her family in this, then there's no need. In his opinion, this will be better for everyone. Next, at the Xiaozong Bank, Yi Wuqian was furious that there was nothing on the card. There should have been tens of millions on it, so he asked about the card balance. The bank employee stated that Yi Wuqian had 1.38 yuan on her balance. Yi Wuqian was upset that more than 30 million had gone to waste. Angrily, Yi Wuqian decided that Ouyang Hao would regret this. Chen Kursen began to find out how Yi Wuqian came to such a life. Yi Wuqian explained that his house burned down, his bank card was stolen and he was left penniless. Hearing this, she began to worry and asked where he would live now. Yi Wuqian was planning to rent a hotel room and asked him to borrow a couple of thousand. Having overcome herself, she invited Yi Wuqian to stay with her, since she just had a free room. Yi Wuqian was shocked by this proposal and advised her to think about what would happen to her reputation if they lived under the same roof. He said that he would rather sleep on the street than allow himself to disgrace a lady. Chen Kursen persuaded him that if Yi Wuqian was worried about the rumors, then they could simply say that he was renting a room from her. In this case, Yi Wuqian agreed. Cheng Kurson decided that they needed to do something with his clothes first, and then decided to stop by on the way to the store. After leaving the office with her, Yi Wutian was looking at the car, when suddenly Cheng Kurson offered to ride his bicycle. Yi Wutian was not against it, but only told her to hold on tight, otherwise she would fall while walking. Taking his bicycle, he called her and said that she was the first one he would ride on it. Starting their journey, a jeep drove up to them and Hao got out. He asked Cheng Kurson where she was going in such a state and assumed that her car had broken down. Yi Wutian said for her that she herself wanted to go for a ride with him. Hao decided to take Cheng Kurson, taking her hand and asking her to get into the car. He was going to take her where she needed to go, since driving like this, in his opinion, was unsafe. Having escaped, Cheng Kurson explained that everything was fine and that she herself was from a poor family, so she often rode a bicycle as a child. After that, she asked not to worry about her. Yi Wutian agreed with her words, asking him to step aside. He also said that if necessary, from that day on he could be found at Kurson's, since they would live together. Hao didn't understand why. Cheng Kurson explained that Yi Wutian had a fire at home and was left without money, so she allowed him to stay with her for now. Hearing this, Hao was shocked at how it could turn out like this. Hao decided to offer Yi Wutian money if he didn't have it and asked how much he needed. Yi Wutian, without giving a precise answer, said that as much as you don't mind, borrow as much. Yi Wutian and Cheng Kurson drove away, and Ouyang Hao hit the car and was furious. Driving around the city, people were surprised at how long beautiful girls liked bicycles. Someone assumed that the world had turned upside down, someone was even going to get their grandfather's bicycle from the garage. While they were driving, Yi Wutian decided to apologize to Kurson. He realized that it was rude of him to use her to annoy Ouyang Hao. Kurson was glad that he understood this and now owes him a favor. Yi Wutian explained that he and Hao had their own problems and she had absolutely nothing to do with it. Moreover, she is not indifferent to him, and he, in Yi Wutian's opinion, is also not indifferent to her. Kurson denied that there was anything between them and that he was like a brother to her. She suddenly realized Yi Wutian's words and asked about their problems. Yi Wutian announced his suspicions to Hao in the arson of his apartment. After a while, having reached his destination, Yi Wutian was indignant, since Kurson lived opposite all the time. She said that when she moved away from her parents, she couldn't even think that they would be neighbors. She believed that this was fate. Yi Wutian understood why Ouyang Hao had gone so far in this case, but his plan turned against him, bringing Yi Wutian and Kurson even closer. Kurson also reminded that Yi Wutian still does not have money even for a rented apartment and asked her to go inside. Entering the house, she immediately sat down on the sofa. Yi Wutian suddenly got a nosebleed and joked about him not knowing how to treat a nosebleed. Yi Wutian did not appreciate the joke, saying that no one asked her. He didn't understand what was wrong with this body, because as soon as he did, blood immediately poured out of his nose. Kurson was interested in Yi Wutian's future plans to open his own business. Yi Wutian believed that there could be no talk of any plans, since first he needed to earn some money. He was going back to the fishing village. Kurson did not know about any village and Yi Wutian began to talk about his disappearance. That he was being hunted and after one incident he ended up in a small fishing village. There he met Li Wang-er and her grandfather. Kurson liked it and was going to go with him. Yi Wutian was surprised by this, since she is the director and the whole campaign rests on her. Kurson asked not to worry, everything is fine with the company and a couple of days will not affect anything. Kurson remembered that Yi Wutian did not have a mobile phone and reached into her bag to get it. She bought it recently and gave it away along with a credit card, saying that the card is also his, and she goes to bed. She also suggested that Yi Wutian choose any free room. Yi Wutian believed that he was still in good standing with her, and how could he deal with her now? Opening the contacts on his phone, he saw a phone number written down as ex-fiancé. He now felt guilty towards the real Yi Wutian. Having gone to her room, Kurson did not understand what she was doing. She thought she was head over heels in love. The next morning, Yi Wutian had breakfast at the table where Kurson had left Yi Wutian's keys and pocket money. He sent her a message thanking her for the breakfast and the money. After reading this, she was happy. Next, Yi Wuqian was in the hospital, where he massaged Ning's grandfather. Ning Shiqi asked about her grandfather's well-being. Yi Wuqian believed that everything was going well, and if nothing unexpected happened, then he should come to his senses today. The father heard this and was glad that it happened so quickly. Ning Shiqi didn't understand why he still hadn't woken up. Yi Wuqian stated that he did not say that the treatment was completed, after which he ordered her to give the medicine to her grandfather to drink. He had to take it in one gulp, all at once. Ning Shiqi began to give the medicine in portions from a spoon. Yi Wuqian saw this and was dissatisfied, because he said that everything was necessary at once. She didn't listen to him, which made Yi Wuqian angry, asking whether she wanted her grandfather to wake up or not. Ning Shiqi said that if he wants to take revenge on her, then go ahead, but he should not dare to take out his resentment on her grandfather. She believed that he was already very weak, and Yi Wuqian wanted him to completely choke. After taking the medicine from her, Yi Wuqian ordered her to leave, calling her useless. After all, no matter what you teach or not, she still does it wrong. Ning Shiqi's father asked the doctor if Yi Wuqian knew what he was doing, but the doctor himself was not sure. After getting his grandfather into a sitting position, Yi Wuqian began to pour the medicine into him. Ning Shiqi got angry at this and told her to stop. Yi Wuqian did not listen to her, and she took her hand and repeated her instructions. Her father told her not to disturb Yi Wuqian, but Dr. Wu, who was standing nearby, thought that she shouldn't do this, because he himself would be able to figure it out. Yi Wuqian stated that if she touched him again, she would have to look for another doctor for her grandfather. Ning Shiqi asked her father to tell Yi Wuqian, but her father only asked her to calm down. After pouring the medicine completely into the patient, Ning Shiqi suddenly pointed a gun at him. Her father told her not to do this, but she shot Yi Wuqian's hand. Her father grabbed the gun from her and asked why she was always causing problems. He advised me to think about my grandfather. Dr. Wu ran up with a first aid kit, saying that he would patch up Yi Wuqian in an instant. But Yi Wuqian said that he could handle it himself and only asked for tweezers. Yi Wuqian himself took out the bullet and pulled out a bag from his pocket. He sprinkled the powder on the wound and the bleeding was immediately stopped. Dr. Wu and Ning Shiqi's father were surprised that the bleeding could be stopped so quickly. Father asked Yi Wuqian about this powder, but did not receive any answer. My father understood that if this medicine could be put into production, it would make a real revolution in military medicine and save many soldiers on the battlefield. Yi Wuqian explained to Ning Shiqi that for the sake of old man Wu, he would pretend that nothing happened, and it would be better for her not to come into his sight again. He also stated that for the first and last time he undertook to help their Ning family. Approaching his grandfather, Yi Wuqian hit him in the chest, after which he woke up. Ning Shiqi cried because her grandfather finally woke up. Grandfather asked her to stop crying and asked if she had behaved well. Having risen, the grandfather was glad to see Quanchen, and also asked about the guy who hit him, but he was told that he had left. Suddenly, Quanchen understood why the blow was needed. Quanchen was surprised that he had not guessed it earlier. He heard about this method just a couple of years ago. He explained that the medicine and subsequent mechanical effects were needed to stimulate Ning Lao's bodily functions. Due to his prolonged coma, his nervous system would not have responded to a gentler approach. Grandfather felt that now he owes everything to Yi Wuqian. He also said that although he could not open his eyes, he heard everything they were talking about. Grandfather believed that Ning Shiqi would need to apologize to Yi Wuqian. Ning Shiqi didn't understand why they were all fussing over Yi Wuqian. She offered to pay him and that would be the end of the matter. The father began to explain what is most important in this life. Neither money nor power will give her good health and longevity. He explained that this is why people with outstanding medical skills are so valuable. Not to mention, Yi Wuqian is special, even for a doctor. Yi Wuqian left dissatisfied, because after working for nothing, he also received a bullet. The Ning family transferred money to his card in advance, and they disappeared along with the others. Approaching the house, he was met by the angry Chang Xiaomei, who asked whether it was difficult for Yi Wuqian to get a mobile phone. Yi Wuqian apologized, hoping that she had not been looking for him for too long. Chang Xiaomei asked him to confess whether he lives here now. After all, she promised to protect him and suggested that if he was attacked, Yi Wutian asked to wait because he was receiving a call. Chen Kursin called him, but he decided that as soon as he got home, then they would talk normally, and then he hung up the call. Chang Xiaomei noticed that he had a phone, and she had to look for him all over the city, after which she wanted to pick up the phone to find out his phone number. Yi Wutian began to clown around. Did she really decide to hit on him? But he is a modest guy and is not yet ready for a serious relationship, Yi Wutian thought. Taking the phone from him, she asked him to stop clowning around, because Yi Wutian couldn't even imagine how many guys in his place would like to exchange numbers with her. Suddenly a car drove up to them. Lu Fu's father came out and wanted to talk to him about his son's injuries. Yi Wutian said that such questions should be addressed to the hospital. Besides, they are already enemies, so what should they even talk about? The father explained that he had already communicated with all the famous doctors in the area, but no one could help him. He heard that Yi Wutian is the most extraordinary doctor and asked him to just name the price. Yi Wutian said that his son had reached the limit of his patience. He believed that he was not a saint to save all those in need and asked not to look for him anymore. At this moment, Lu Fu's father offered 100 million, and Yi Wutian offered 120, and it was a deal. Yi Wutian said goodbye to Mr. Lu, saying that it was nice to do business with him and to prepare the money in advance. Chang Xiaomei sarcastically repeated Yi Wutian's words about running out of patience. Yi Wutian explained that Lu Fu had already received what he deserved. He didn't understand why he would kick someone who was lying down. He also asked how long Chang Xiaomei was going to follow him around and asked about the investigation. She said that officially everything was written off as a short circuit. Yi Wutian was furious, because in his opinion, they wasted so much time there just to hang noodles on his ears. He decided that he did not need such a bodyguard and sent her to find out who set his apartment on fire. Chang Xiaomei didn't really want to look after him. Yi Wutian thought that it was still useless. After all, what she will do to Ouyang Hao, he is too tough for her, Yi Wutian thought. Next, Yi Wutian went into Kursin's apartment and saw several pairs of shoes. Her family and Ouyang Hao were waiting for him there. Chen Kursin immediately began to ask about the hand, but Yi Wutian replied that it was just a scratch. She couldn't understand how it was a scratch, because the whole bandage was soaked in blood. Kursin's father and mother were whispering because they were surprised that she was worried about Yi Wutian. They understood that she was not indifferent to him. Father decided to ask Yi Wutian if he had broken up with Chen Kursin. Yi Wutian explained that this was true, but he was staying with her for a short time, because there was a fire in his house and his daughter invited Yi Wutian to stay with her for now. Ouyang Hao believed that even if this was the case, Yi Wutian's family was rich. Why didn't he rent a hotel room? He must have plenty of money, Hao thought. Yi Wutian asked him to continue pouring salt into his wounds and stated that he had no money, even for a hotel. He also reproached Hao for the fact that it was rude for him to interfere with Kursin's parents in their quarrel, considering that it was unmanly. Ouyang Hao didn't care, because there was a result. Yi Wutian agreed with this, but clarified the nuance that everyone around is just praising the Ouyang family, which in his opinion is in vain. Kursin's father stated that if Yi Wutian and his daughter were not in a relationship, then it was not appropriate for them to live under the same roof and pledged to find housing for him. Yi Wutian agreed to this, but Kursin was against it. She believed that this was their personal business and it should not concern her and her mother. Mom didn't understand what people would think, because their daughter was cohabiting with a man. Ouyang Hao believed that Kursin's mother was right. Kursin harshly answered Hao that it was none of his business and it was better for him not to interfere. She took Yi Wutian's hand, saying that he would not leave here. Everyone was shocked by this statement, but Yi Wutian was pleased. Mom decided to ask her, asking her to answer honestly, whether Kursin loved Yi Wutian. Kursin couldn't answer exactly and replied that she liked him a little. Kursin was not sure of her feelings, but she knew for sure that she did not want to part with him. Mom was furious, because in her opinion, her daughter had forgotten who she was dealing with. Because Yi Wutian was walking behind her to the left, she didn't understand how her daughter could forgive him for everything and also asked about Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao thought that this was his chance and, getting up from the sofa, he confessed his love to her. Kursin apologized, but for her he was always like an older brother. Hao remained in a stupor, and Kursin took Yi Wuqian and left with him to change his bandage. While Kursin was rewinding his bandage, Yi Wuqian said that she shouldn't have quarreled with her parents because of him. Kursin realized that he still cared. She had no intention of changing her decision, because what was done was done. The next day in the company of Chen Kursin, there was a knock on the door, and Kursin asked Xiaoman to open the door. Mrs. Yi came to her with a request to explain how to understand this, and she also reminded her of what they agreed on. Kursin did not understand what was going on, because she did not violate any agreements. Ms. Yi stated that she made it clear that she should stop supporting Yi Wuqian. And now she learned that Kursin and Yi Wuqian live under the same roof. Kursin wanted to know why Mrs. Yi felt entitled to pry into her personal life. If we talk about Yi Wuqian, then according to her, he is no longer the owner of this company and suggested leaving him alone. Mrs. Yi thought that for the head of a small company, Kursin was acting too arrogantly and asked what she would do without her millions. She told Kursin to immediately throw Yi Wuqian out onto the street, otherwise she might forget about their contract. Kursin replied that no one has the right to decide for her who she should be with and who she should not be with. She further clarified that it was definitely not Mrs. Yi. Hearing this, Mrs. Yi was furious. She assured Kursin that she could not cope with everything alone and wanted her not to regret it in the future. Kursin was not going to regret and fall for her threats, even if she had to lose the company, then she had nothing to regret, Kursin believed. Mrs. Yi vehemently declared that her Yi family could either support her business or ruin it. Asking her again if she understood what she was risking, Kursin closed her laptop and reminded her that Yi Wuqian was her blood relative. If he is a disgrace to the Yi family, then Madame Yi is even worse. Mrs. Yi believed that she would still choke herself with her words. Kursin asked Xiaoman to accompany their guest. 4 hours later, all hell broke loose in the company. The workers were called and informed about the termination of the contract. Some had a contract for 3 years, but they were going to terminate it now. Xiaoman went into Kursin's office and told her that they had problems. As soon as their investors found out about the termination of the contract with the Yi family, they all went crazy. Yi Dongchuan's revenge was not long in coming. That same evening, the Chen Kursin company announced that the YIP group of companies announced that it was suspending all cooperation with the Tianxin Trading Company on the basis of the latter's non-compliance with the previously concluded agreement. Although Chen Kursin was prepared for such a turn, she could not help but feel anxious about how much her company would lose. It was hard to say by calculation, but at least 20 million. When the news reached the employees, real panic reigned among them. The annual bonus could now be forgotten and the crisis was inevitable. Xiaoman reported to Kursin that their situation was worse than ever. Clients kept calling them and asking them to explain what was going on. Kursin asked to try to calm them down as soon as possible. She also asked me not to have my head in the clouds and just do as she said. At this moment, Kursin's phone rang. It was Yi Dongxian, but after thinking for a while she picked up the phone. Yi Dongxian asked about the current decision, but Kursin said that she didn't have to try, because she wouldn't change the decision. Hearing this, Yi Dongxian was furious. Next in the Yi family, Yi Guang asked Yi Dongxian if she really thought that Kursin would give up. Yi Dongxian felt that she had no choice. Either he will accept it or he will lose the company. Her brother, sitting next to her, thought that it was not worth going that far. If they quarrel with Ouyang Hao, then her plan will backfire on them all, his brother believed. She asked him not to worry, because she knew what she was doing. She was going to scare Kursin a little, that's all. Hendong asked them if they themselves were disgusted. Yi Dongxian didn't understand what she was talking about. He explained that Yi Wuqian and Kursin are no longer connected with the Yi family. If so, then why should they put a spoke in their wheels? Yi Dongxian was surprised that he said this, because in her opinion, she is trying for the sake of the family. But Hendong believed that she was trying for her own sake. He understood that she wanted to gain favor with Ouyang Hao by bringing him together with Chen Kursin, but even if she succeeded, what would stop Kursin from turning him against her later, Hendong assumed. Yi Dongxian believed that Ouyang Hao's favor was worth nothing to her. In this case, Hendong did not understand what else she needed from Hao. The brother sitting next to Yi Dongxian thought that if you listen to Hendong, then according to them, their family means nothing to them. Hendong was about to leave, saying that he had nothing more to add, when suddenly the head of the Yi family asked him to stay. The head of the family felt that now his words meant nothing to Hendong. Hendong explained that his father knows that he has always been a faithful son to him. His father told him not to help them. Hendong stopped helping, but now what does his father want from him? He asked himself this question. The head of the family only ordered to watch his tone. Behind him was his granddaughter, who asked him not to be angry with dad. At this moment, they were informed that a lady had arrived and introduced herself as Chen Kursin. Everyone believed that she was finally ripe for this, and Yi Guang believed that it was happening as the aunt said. Kursin came to the family and said hello. Hendong asked her if she needed anything, but Kursin wanted to discuss something with them. Yi Dongxian called out to Kursin, saying that she should contact her aunt for company, not her elder brother. Kursin had business only with Mr. Yi. She gave him a certain envelope. Hendong didn't understand what it was, but Kursin asked to just open it and see for yourself. After he opened and read the contents in the envelope, he did not understand what Kursin was going to do. She explained that she came to give it to him. According to her, Ms. Yi correctly noted that her company really owes everything to their family. Once upon a time, it was Mr. Yi who gave her money to open a business, and today she returns the company to him. All the paperwork has already been completed. The family was shocked by this statement. Kursin said that only Mr. Ye's signature remained. He didn't understand why she was doing this. In her opinion, no matter how hard you try, you won't be rich for someone else. Hendong explained that she had put so much effort into her company. Kursin replied that she had never been hers. She also stated that their Yi family may be influential, but this did not mean that the light had fallen on them like a wedge. Thus, Chen Kursin trampled on the pride of the Yi family. Although in Yi Dongxuan's mind, everything should have been exactly the opposite. Kursin remembered that Yi Wuqian asked for the car keys back and threw them away. Yi Dongxian believed that it was Yi Wuqian who persuaded her. But she explained that he only asked to carry the keys, and she decided to refuse the company herself. Hendong said that it was she who created this company almost from scratch, he could not take her away. Kursin believed that as long as she was associated with this company, the shadow of the Yi family would always hang over her. She didn't need this. Yi Guang believed that she was pretending to be offended Innocence now. Kursin stated that it may be her fault here, but she does not pretend to be anything. In her opinion, she is who she is. Hendong proved with this to Yi Dongxian that not everyone is ready to bow at her feet for the sake of money. Yi Guang asked his uncle not to be so gullible. He decided that Chen Kursin was up to something. Brother Yi Dongxian agreed with Yi Guang's statement, recalling that Kursin hated Yi Wuqian. Why would she take his side? The head of the Yi family wondered what to do now. He was surprised that there are still people in the world who don't care about money. Next, Kursin looked at the photo of them together with the company. Xiaoman asked if she was really leaving them. Kursin explained in a nutshell that two heads on the same shoulders are cramped. She thought it would be better if she left on her own. Xiaoman wanted to work with her. But Kursin herself no longer had a job, and she doesn't know what she will do next. She promised that if in the future she liked the assistant, she would know who to contact. The director left in a taxi, saying goodbye prematurely. Further in the Tianxin region, Kursin has already returned home. She put the box of things on the table and told Yi Wuqian that they were both unemployed now. She explained that she had returned the company to the Yi family. She had nothing more to do with them. Yi Wuqian was shocked by this statement and assumed that she was sick after checking her temperature. He didn't understand why she did this, because he specifically transferred the company to her, and she refused. Kursin believed that no matter what she did, the shadow of the Yi family would always hang over her. Yi Wuqian thought this was normal, but Kursin wanted to stop talking. She has already returned the documents to his relatives, so it's all over. Yi Wuqian asked how she would support him now. Kursin stated that it was Yi Wuqian's turn to take care of her, but he considered it too troublesome. In his opinion, it is better for him to continue to cool off at her expense. Some time later, at Kursin's house. Saying that the carriage was ready, Yi Wuqian rode up to her on a bicycle. Sitting in the back, she said that it was okay to go, and Yi Wuqian began to do it. Moving along the roadway, Yi Wuqian stated that it was time to pay for his work. Kurson was not against it and increased his salary 100 times from today. While passing a police checkpoint, police noticed them. They were surprised that such a beautiful girl was doing on this rusty piece of iron, meaning a bicycle. They also thought that the guy was from a rich family. Otherwise, why would she ride with him on a dumb bike? In that case, he should have chosen a newer bike. Driving along the road, out of nowhere, Yi Wutian is asked to stop as there is a conversation. Yi Wutian ordered to get out of the way, but Kurson was interested in who it was. Ning Shiqi came to apologize. Yi Wutian didn't think it was worth it, because he didn't need anything else from their Ning family. According to Ning Sitsa, she apologized and did not understand what else he needed. She thought that she had never met such a greedy and unscrupulous man in her life. Ning Shiqi asked Yi Wutian to tell him what he wanted from her. Yi Wutian only wanted her to disappear from his sight. She again repeated her question about what she needed to do to make him forgive her. Yi Wutian didn't understand why she cared and why she was hanging on, whether she needed anything. Ning Shiqi wanted Yi Wutian to tell her what she needed to do to receive his forgiveness. Yi Wutian stated that he doesn't care what she has in mind, but he won't go anywhere near their Ning family. Ning Shiqi was angry, in her opinion, after this he cannot call himself a man. Not understanding how you can be so vindictive. Yi Wutian also didn't understand, if he is a guy, then he must have memory problems. Ning Shiqi stated that she would not go anywhere until he accepted her apology. Yi Wutian got tired of this and replied that he forgives her, if only she would leave behind. Ning Shiqi was happy about this and, taking his hand, said that now they would go to her grandfather, because he wanted to see him. Yi Wutian pulled out his hand and sent it away. He had no intention of having anything to do with her or her family anymore. Ning Shiqi was angry that even if he dared to insult her again, she couldn't vouch for herself further. Yi Wutian didn't care and could repeat the same thing. Chen Kurson believed that everything could be resolved peacefully, but for Yi Wutian there was nothing to discuss there. Yi Wutian stated that they were leaving. Ning Shiqi wanted him to forgive her first. Yi Wutian didn't understand what was happening to her and when it would finally dawn on her. After these words, she hit him, as she warned him not to insult her. Chen Kurson stood up for Yi Wutian, reproaching her for who she thought she was to do such a thing. Yi Wutian recalled that they also said that the same was true about him. Suddenly, Ning Shiqi fell to the floor and did not understand what he had done to her. Yi Wutian hoped that she would not think that he would be afraid of her family. He picked her up and threw her into the hazardous waste bin. She stated that Yi Wutian had better get her out of there now. Chen Kurson looked at Yi Wutian incomprehensibly. They left from there, but Yi Wutian still didn't understand why she was looking at him like that and decided to ask about it. Chen Kurson replied that he did everything right and that she deserved it. She also further asked if he would leave her like this. Yi Wutian explained that he couldn't just get rid of her. Chen Kurson wondered if he felt even the least bit sorry for her. Yi Wutian believed that there was nothing to pity her for. And even if he regrets his pretty face, then in his opinion Chen Kurson is still better. Next up in the Ning family. Ning Shiqi was furious at what Yi Wutian had done and threatened to take revenge on him with her own hands. Her grandfather believed that Yi Wutian was a guy with character. Ning Shiqi did not understand why grandfather was on his side, because it should be the other way around. Grandfather explained that in this situation she was wrong. And that Yi Wutian also treated her softly. Ning Sitsi only understood that he was a pervert and had completely lost his way. Suddenly her father told her to think about how she had suddenly become weak. He didn't understand whether she really didn't think about what this meant. Ning Shiqi spoke about her observations, namely that the wound on Yi Wutian's hand no longer bothers him. The father showed that this is the value, his knowledge, which she does not represent for military medicine. Grandfather decided that it was time for her to leave Yi Wutian alone and one of these days he would come to him himself. For the next few days, Yi Wutian was very busy. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that he finally collected all the necessary ingredients. Chen Kurson had no less to do as she was purchasing ingredients for Yi Wutian. First of all, clean water. During these days, Chen Kurson asked more than once what he wanted to do, but Yi Wutian answered her every time that it was a secret. After some time, Yi Wutian brought her something and asked her to eat it. When asked what it was, Yi Wutian answered that it was poison. After some thought, she ate it and Yi Wuqian asked about the consequences if it were poison. Kursun believed that he had no need to poison her. Kursun realized that something was happening to her body and Yi Wuqian warned that she should soon start to smell, saying that this was normal. Chen Kursun denied his words that she smelled and invited Yi Wuqian to smell it. He sniffed how suddenly she moved away from him, saying she wasn't serious. Yi Wuqian poured some drugs into a keg of water, which caused misunderstanding in Chen Kursun. She asked Yi Wuqian about this, to which she received an explanation, that as soon as dirty discharge appears on her skin, she needs to wash it off, and then lie down in a vat and soak in it for half an hour. Kursun still didn't understand why, but Yi Wuqian convinced her that she would see for herself later. Thus, he wanted to thank her for allowing him to stay with her. At that moment, strange spots began to appear on her hands, which shocked her. Yi Wuqian understood that the drug worked as it should, but the effect was slower and weaker than expected. He assumed that this was due to low-quality ingredients and decided that in the future, he should start growing them himself. When leaving, he asked Kursun to prepare water for himself, but without using any soap or shampoo. She could also take a couple of bottles of mineral water, since she would probably be thirsty. Yi Wuqian assured her that he had no intention of peeking, so she could take her time. Chen Kursun didn't understand where so much dirt came from, but they explained to her that everything was fine and that's how toxins came out. She was still not sure that this was how it should be, and Yi Wuqian offered to enter, since he could not see anything, but received a negative answer. Sitting on the sofa, he saw the silhouette of Kursun and his nose began to bleed. He apologized to the original Yi Wuqian because he couldn't help it because he liked his fiancée. Deciding to look at it from the other side, he decided that they were no longer engaged and he shouldn't care. Besides, in his opinion, it would be better to be him than another man. Looking at his watch, Yi Wuqian didn't understand what Kursun was doing for so long, when suddenly a scream was heard from the room. Yi Wuqian burst into the room, not understanding what happened. He saw Kursun, who was surprised by her skin and thought it was like a baby's, after which his nose began to bleed again. He noticed that she literally shines, like a real fairy. Yi Wuqian realized that he had never done something like this seriously before, but the result was incredible. In his opinion, Kursun was a beauty before, but now she can't take her eyes off her. As he was thinking, Kursun asked if Yi Wuqian really thought so. Hearing this, he realized that he had spoken his thoughts out loud. After which Kursun came up to him and kissed him, thanking him again. Kursun suggested going into town to treat Yi Wuqian to something delicious. Coming out of the house, Ouyang Hao stood there and called out to Kursun. He noticed that she looked gorgeous and didn't understand how she could have changed so much. Kursun started asking him if he wanted anything. Hao said that tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday and asked if she was free. Next is the Ouyang family villa. Kursun walked with Yi Wuqian and asked him if he was sure that he didn't want to go, because she could invite him as her friend. Yi Wuqian believed that it was not worth it, explaining that if he went with her, Ouyang Hao would definitely go crazy. He also asked not to worry about the gift, since in his opinion they would be among the best. Kursun wanted to ask something else, but Yi Wuqian interrupted her, saying that everything was fine and she could go, and he would wait for her outside. Further, while in the villa, Hao asked Kursun if she was worried. He explained that he was also worried, since today was an important day for him. The Yi family was also at the birthday party and they noticed Hao and Kursun. Yi Guang saw Kursun and wondered if she had always been this good. Yi Hengcai said that Yi Guang should be more polite to her in the future. Yi Hengcai's wife Guan Yanli considered it an honor to attend Mr. Ouyang's name day. Yi Hengcai asked Yi Guang how things were going with Xinyue and whether there was any progress. Yi Guang nervously replied that he didn't know. Hearing this, the father sighed heavily. At this moment, the host called out to the ladies and gentlemen, saying that from now on the festive evening was officially declared open. After these words, members of his family began to approach the owner of the villa, Mr. Ouyang Anan, and the first was Ouyang Hao. Sitting on his knee, he wished his grandfather long life, may his health be strong like a rock, and his gaze clear as the surface of water. Ouyang Anan asked him to get up and asked about his rumors that Ouyang Hao had brought a girl with him. Ouyang Hao began to introduce Kursun to his grandfather. According to him, they studied together in the same group in the USA. The guests there did not understand who this woman was and why it seemed to them that they had already seen her before. Ouyang Xiangyu realized that she was the one and his older brother still managed to seduce her. Chen Kursen bowed a little, introduced herself and began to wish Ouyang Anan good health and great success. She was also very glad to have the opportunity to meet him. Ouyang Anan was interested in where she came from and who her parents were. She said that her father's name is Cheng Pijong, and her mother's name is Qi Qiyun. They are ordinary entrepreneurs. Ouyang Anan kindly thanked her for the visit. He believed that the daughter of an ordinary family had no place near his grandson. Ouyang Hao turned to his grandfather, saying that Kursen had not yet given him her gift. Kursen took the gift out of her purse and asked him to accept it, explaining that it might be useful to him in the future. Ouyang Xiangyu suggested that his grandfather open the gift right here, saying that he didn't know how serious his brother was about Kursen, but he heard that she was already engaged. Ouyang Anan decided to ask her about it. Ouyang Hao was surprised by this question, trying to explain that grandfather understood everything wrong. Ouyang Anan was cold-blooded and stated that he was not addressing him. Chen Kursen began to explain that this was true. She understood what Mr. Ouyang was thinking and could assure him that there was nothing to worry about. According to her, she is just another guest who came to wish him good health. At this moment, Ouyang Xiangyu asked her to show everyone the gift. Chen Kursen opened the box and there was some medicine in it. The society was perplexed by such a gift and assumed that she wanted to jinx it. Kursen said that this is a special drug and one day it might be useful to Mr. Ouyang. She understood that Yi Wutian had spent a lot of effort to prepare this pill. Ouyang Anan thanked her for her care, but he believed that he did not yet need medicine. Chen Kursen was surprised by this. Ouyang Anan publicly refused the gift to Chen Kursen, which can be considered an outright insult to her. Ouyang Hao's father, Ouyang Zhengren, asked someone to take Madame Chen to rest. Chen Kursen apologized for taking up Ouyang Anan's time and decided that it was time for her to go. Ouyang Zhengren was unhappy and asked his eldest son what came over him, because he always had a better opinion of him. He believed that Ouyang Hao couldn't even imagine how disappointed he was. Ouyang Hao began to make excuses, saying that he was serious about Kursen and was going to marry her. Ouyang Zhengren also stated that Hao should get Kursen out of his mind and the sooner the better. The father asked rhetorical questions about how Hao had forgotten who he was and who Kursen was. In his opinion, Hao should have thought about his situation, not to mention the fact that she was already engaged. Chen Kursen was restless. The glances of those around her literally drove her crazy. No matter what she did, for those present she was only Cinderella. Cinderella, who was already abandoned by her fiancé once. After Kursen left, she was called out by a certain grandfather, who asked her to look at the box in her hands. She gave him the box and said he could keep it. Grandfather was surprised by this and thanked her. He believed that he now owed him a favor and if Kursen needed anything in the future, he should just call and give her a business card. And now, having apologized, he was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that he wanted to talk to her about something. A certain girl approached them, called out to Kursen and apologized on behalf of her grandfather. She extended her hand to her and introduced herself as Ouyang Xinyue. She was really very happy that this happened. Kursen responded with a handshake that she was pleased to meet you. Xinyue wanted to be curious about her medicine and asked about the effect. Kursen explained that this pill is a treasure that money cannot buy. She didn't know all the details, but its properties are truly miraculous. Xinyue suggested the possibility of resurrecting the dead. Kursen didn't think so, but according to her, her friend assured that she could prolong the life of a hopelessly ill person by at least a year. Xinyue thought that this sounded incredible and whether this unsightly pill was really capable of something like this. Chen Kursen thought that it was okay. If Xinyue didn't believe it, then she could assume that she was just joking. At this moment, Xinyue called out to Yi Guang. He approached her with a question about good weather. Xinyue reluctantly replied that it was so. Kursen decided that she would not interfere and left. Yi Guang invited Xinyue to introduce her to his parents. Xinyue refused because she was busy right now, so she asked Yi Guang to do something for herself, and then left. Then the earth was filled with rumors. Everyone was already whispering that Chen Kursen did not respect the Ouyang family, and her gift was returned back. In their eyes, Chen Kursen appeared as a woman who simply hoped to improve her own social position through a profitable marriage. After going outside, Kursen called Yi Wutian and asked him to pick her up because she wanted to go home. Yi Wutian realized that she was crying, but Kursen denied it. According to her, he feels out of place here, which is why she called. Yi Wutian promised that it would happen now. Next at the Ouyang Anan villa, he was glad that old Ning was able to get out for his holiday. Ning also thanked him in return because he learned a lot today. Ouyang Anan was interested in what old man Ning meant. Old man Ning took out Chen Kursen's gift and said that thanks to Anan, he was lucky to meet the person he needed. Ouyang Anan guessed that Ning was talking about Chen Kursen and asked about her. Old man Ning said that it was time for him to leave, because there was still so much to do. Anan was surprised that he was leaving so early. Old man Ning believed that he was no longer young and it was difficult for him to stay on his feet for a long time, and besides, they were waiting for him. Ouyang Anan regretted this and somehow planned to find time to visit him. Old man Ning thanked him kindly, saying that he was so lucky with his granddaughter, he thought that she was so beautiful and smart. At the same time, shaming his granddaughter, saying that his granddaughter only knows how to wave her fists. Xin Yue was embarrassed, saying that she was not that wonderful at all. Ouyang Anan also cannot get enough of his granddaughter. According to him, she is graceful and decent, intelligent and courteous, and is his greatest treasure. Despite her young age, she has already proven herself to be a financial genius and has managed to bring significant benefits to the family business. Old man Ning rushed to look for Chen Kursen, but she was no longer there. She stood on the street with Hao, who asked to be excused for today, because he didn't think it would happen like this. Kursen believed that it was not his fault. After which Hao decided to invite her for a walk, but she refused, as she was already leaving. Hao started asking if he was going to take her right now. Kursen thanked him, but said that they would come pick her up. Hao immediately assumed that Yi Wutian would pick her up. At this moment, words were heard that were addressed to Kursen. The man was glad that he had found her. Old man Ning was looking for her, he looked for her everywhere. Ouyang Anan was surprised that Chen Kursen knew Ningpeng. Xin Yue understood that Ningpeng was an influential person. If he knows Chen Kursen, then there must be a reason. The people standing nearby were also surprised that Kursen knew Ningpeng. They did not understand who she was to him and guessed that they were good friends. Ningpeng approached her and offered to walk and talk at the same time. Ouyang Anan asked Ningpeng about Kursen. Ningpeng stated that she was with him. After hearing Ouyang Anan, Xin Yue and also Kursen were shocked by this statement. Ningpeng admitted that some time ago, Kursen's friend helped him a lot. Ouyang Anan heard this and understood that Ningpeng was not one of those who throw words to the wind. Ouyang Anan realized that the pill was real. He asked Ningpeng to tell the name of this friend. Ningpeng said that he was from the Yi family. This was heard by Kursen, who stated that he was an acquaintance of Yi Wutian. Yi Hengcai understood that Ningpeng meant Yi Wutian. Ouyang Anan asked where he was now, because he wanted them to meet. Ningpeng explained that not today. He himself wanted to meet him. Ningpeng offered Chen Kursen a ride, but she thanked him and refused because she was waiting for someone. Xin Yue suggested to Kursen that instead of keeping everyone outside, why don't they go and wait for her friend inside? Kursen kindly replied that they should not bother themselves, and she would wait alone. At this moment, some information was quietly reported to Ningpeng from behind. Hearing the report, Ningpeng apologized, explaining that he was forced to leave Kursen. She didn't mind and wished him a good day. Standing next to Ouyang Hao, Kursen decided that it was time for her to go too and decided to return something by looking for something in her bag. She found what she needed and took it out. It was a certain necklace that she was returning to Hao. He didn't understand why she was returning it, because it was a gift. Kursen could not accept such a value. After that, Chen Kursen left, and Ouyang Hao remained, believing that everything was not supposed to end this way and he did not want it. There was the sound of petals spinning nearby. It was Yi Wutian. He was approaching Kursen when he was suddenly stopped by a security guard. People didn't understand who it was, and even on a bicycle. They believed that even if he wanted to show off, he could have taken a newer bike. Yi Hengcai also saw Yi Wutian and was surprised where he came out from. Yi Wujian saw that Kursun was upset about something and asked her about it. To which I received the answer that just something got into my eye. Yi Wujian immediately began accusing Hao of doing something to her. Hearing this, Ouyang Hao was depressed. Yi Wujian told the guard who was stopping him to disappear. Kursun suggested that he just leave. After thinking for a while, they decided to leave, but Yi Wujian stated that the last word still remained with them. The guards insisted that Yi Wujian and Kursun leave, to which they received repeated orders from Yi Wujian to leave them behind. The guards were surprised that he decided to drive someone away. Yi Wujian sprayed one of the powders on them. The guards were paralyzed and fell to the floor. The people did not understand why the guards were of no use. After all, it was said that they were all recruited from former special forces. Yi Wujian said that he had no idea what happened there, but he knew that Kursun was crying. He understood that she was crying from Ouyang Anan and he didn't like it, and he didn't like Ouyang Anan himself. Yi Wujian decided to say on this occasion that in the whole wide world only he is allowed to offend her. Ouyang Xianyu countered with Yi Wujian, asking him who he thought he was and whether he understood whose house he was in. Yi Wujian didn't care, because he wanted something returned to him. He asked about the gift that Kursun was supposed to give them. Yi Wujian was about to take it and leave immediately. Ouyang Xiangyu considered this gift to be rubbish and said that they did not have it. Yi Wujian was surprised that they didn't even deign to accept the gift, but Ouyang Xianyu repeated his words that they didn't need any rubbish. Ouyang Anan was shocked that Yi Wujian would dare to speak like that and was afraid of what people would think. That the Ouyang family doesn't give a damn about their guests. Laughing, Yi Wujian assured them that if he didn't want it, as they wanted, in his opinion, it would be worse for them. Ouyang Xinyue turned to Yi Wujian, asking if he was young Master Yi. She kindly extended her hand to him, introducing herself. Yi Wujian did not intend to meet, but only wanted to get his property back. Ouyang Xinyue understood that Yi Wujian had a lot of impudence, but she couldn't start arguing with him in front of the guests. After her thoughts, she replied that they didn't have his things. Mr. Ning took her. Yi Wujian was surprised that Ning Peng was also here. At this point, Ouyang Anan thought it best to retire. He had no desire to humiliate himself by taking part in the squabbles of the younger generation. He was confident in his granddaughter's ability to sort everything out. Ouyang Xinyue realized that grandfather Ning was talking about Yi Wujian. She decided to ask Yi Wujian what his pill was for. Yi Wujian replied sarcastically that there was no point and it was just useless trash. Then he turned to Kursun and invited her to leave. Ouyang Xiangyu was angry, because Yi Wujian thought that after everything he could so easily turn around and leave. Yi Wujian turned around and asked about other proposals, to which Ouyang Xiangyu could not answer him and he was angry because of this. Yi Wujian called him an ignoramus and was about to leave, when unexpectedly the people did not like it and Ouyang Xiangyu ordered to seize him. Ouyang Hao from behind told Yi Wujian to just leave. Yi Xiangyu did not like this action and was going to see what his grandfather would say about this in the future. Ouyang Xinyue tried to make amends by offering her business card and promising to visit him and apologize in person. Yi Wujian didn't need anything, because he didn't want to deal with them anymore. She was confused and didn't know how to proceed. At this moment, news came from the building that Ouyang Anan had been injured. Soon the police arrived. As a result of the shooting in his own mansion, Ouyang Anan was seriously wounded. This event not only disturbed the head of the Dongqing Police Department, but also caused widespread public outcry. Yi Wujian, sitting by the fountain, did not understand what kind of irony this was. At that moment, Chang Xiaomei approached him, who did not understand what exactly Yi Wujian considered funny in this situation. According to Xiaomei's observations, as soon as something happens, Yi Wujian is right there. Yi Wujian assumed from her words that he was looking for trouble and said that they themselves would find him. Chang Xiaomei was going to take a statement from him. She assumed that he shot his grandfather. But Yi Wujian asked her to be careful with accusations, since the word is not a sparrow, if it flies out, you won't catch it. Chang Xiaomei felt that Yi Wujian was starting to get nervous. First she was going to find out what he was doing at the crime scene. Yi Wujian confidently replied that he accompanied his queen and pointed at Qin Kursun. Which is why she was surprised. Further recording Yi Wujian's testimony, Chang Xiaomei reminded him that he had not visited her mother for a long time. Yi Wutian asked her not to worry, because he was confident in his work and she would be fine. But Chang Xiaomei was not sure and asked him to visit her as soon as he could. Yi Wutian agreed and promised to stop by one of these days. Yi Wutian was impatient and decided to find out if they were free, to which he received a negative answer. He decided to take a walk in the park and saw Ouyang Xinyue, after which he asked how long they were going to keep him there. Ouyang Xinyue rudely replied that no one was keeping him there and he could leave. Hearing these words, Yi Wutian simply left, which Ouyang Xinyue did not expect. None of the three knew how to react to the changes that had happened to their unlucky relative, but one thing was for sure, they could not allow Yi Wutian to return to the Yi family. Yi Guang asked Yi Hengcai if he knew who sent the killer, but he, in turn, asked him to remain silent, since they don't talk about this on the street. The woman standing with them assumed that it was someone from the other three great families. Yi Hengcai reproached her for not knowing what could happen to her for such conversations. Yi Guang also asked his father what about Yi Wutian, if he had really changed. Yi Wutian has always been a carefree spendthrift and rake. Such drastic changes are definitely not good. Yi Guang was used to looking down on Yi Wutian, but from the looks of it, he couldn't afford it anymore. Yi Hengcai was also at a loss. Mr. Ning would not lie, so Yi Wutian's medical abilities must be real, Hengcai believed. He had also recently heard a rumor that Yi Wutian had been seen with the famous Dr. Wu. He wondered if this might have something to do with Mr. Ning. After some time, Yi Wutian and Chen Kursin were riding a bicycle and she was thinking about something. Yi Wutian asked her about her mood. In response, he received gratitude for today. Hearing the gratitude, Yi Wutian asked him not to complain in this case when he remembered it to her. Chen Kursin believed that he had already made fun of her enough, now she was going to mock him. At this moment, a sports car suddenly stopped in front of him, and Ouyang Xinyue came out and apologized to Yi Wutian for doing so suddenly. She admitted that they had made a big mistake by unjustly offending Yi Wutian. She asked not to hold a grudge and help her grandfather. Yi Wutian didn't understand that with their capabilities, they could afford any doctor, but for some reason they needed him. Ouyang Xinyue stated that if he agreed to help, then her family would not remain in his debt. Exhaling, Yi Wutian explained that he actually had nothing against their family, but they themselves missed their chance and now he can't do anything. Ouyang Xinyue realized that that pill could save her grandfather and offered to buy another one from him. Yi Wutian believed that it was not about money. He fundamentally does not want to help those who themselves have refused his services, after which he said goodbye and he and Chen Kursin left. Ouyang Xinyue understood that Yi Wutian really hated them. Suddenly, her phone rang in her car. Picking up the phone, she was informed that her grandfather had been operated on, to which she replied that she would soon be in the hospital. Then, while in the hospital, the doctor explained that they had removed the bullet, but grandfather's artery was hit and he lost a lot of blood. They don't know when he will come out of the coma or if he will come out at all. Relatives, according to her advice, should have prepared for the worst. Ouyang Zhengren offered to pay the doctor any money, but he would have to help his father. The doctor understood how they felt, but they did everything they could. Taking the phone in his hands, Ouyang Zhengren decided that they would find the best doctors and assemble a team of specialists in the shortest possible time. Ouyang Xinyue suggested that her father find Grandpa Ning and ask him for a pill. Her father didn't understand why she believed in magic pills, but she believed that things couldn't get any worse. Ouyang Gongzhen supported Xinyue's words that it was better than nothing. Moreover, adding that Mr. Ning believed in the medicine. Ouyang Zhengren agreed with these thoughts, but didn't know how they could find Mr. Ning, because he didn't have his phone number. Ouyang Gongzhen suggested contacting Yi Wutian. Xinyue replied that she had already asked him, and he did not want to help them. Gongin didn't understand what was wrong, since they could pay him well. Xinyue explained with heaviness that Yi Wutian hated the Ouyang family. Everyone was in a stupor and Ouyang Zhengren understood that what they were saying was true, that angering the doctors was fraught with danger. Ouyang Hao, who stood on the side, believed that Yi Wutian was just trying to fill his own price. While on the pier, Kursin asked Yi Wutian that he had spent some time in the village. Yi Wutian said that the locals saved him. He understood that if Lu Fu had not killed the original Yi Wutian, he would not have been reborn in this body. In a way, he was grateful. Kursun was interested in what exactly happened and asked to talk about it. Yi Wuqian began to remember that he was flirting with a middle-aged lady. Before he could continue, a guy ran up to him calling Yi Wuqian a mentor. Yi Wuqian didn't want to be touched and hit the guy. Grandfather Wang Er also passed by and greeted Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian introduced Kursun to grandfather as something like a ration card. But grandfather understood that they were both close. Grandfather asked about Wang Er, if she was with him. Yi Wuqian explained that she was very busy with her studies and could not get out. Yi Wuqian himself came to help her grandfather deal with his problem, at her request. It was inconvenient for the grandfather that his granddaughter was always causing trouble for everyone around her. He himself understood that Wang Er was not indifferent to Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian advised his grandfather not to overwork himself at his age and promised to handle everything himself. Grandfather asked about the plan, to which Yi Wuqian agreed to make him the first grandfather in the village. The next day, an excavator was digging up a huge area. Everything was observed by Yi Wuqian, who also ordered the filling of the dug hole. Grandfather watched the work and was uncomfortable because he paid 40,000 yuan for 1 day of work. He didn't know how many fish he needed to catch to pay for it all. The guy who considers Yi Wuqian a mentor asked about the workers he found, whether they were suitable. Yi Wuqian assured him not to worry, since he recognizes Yi Wuqian as a mentor, he will not lose out. According to Yi Wuqian, at this rate, they will be millionaires by the end of the year. Hearing this, the guy was happy and he and Yi Wuqian began to laugh. From the outside, Chen Kursun noticed that Yi Wuqian was cute when he was busy with work and decided to take a photo of him. At sunset they finished. The guy asked Yi Wuqian what this was all for, to which he received the answer for lobster farming. According to rumors, the guy knew that lobsters were very difficult to keep. They had tried to breed them in their villages before, but it didn't work out. But Yi Wuqian didn't care about these losers. His grandfather also asked him about confidence in his business. Yi Wuqian reinforced his words by saying that if he said that he would lead to success, then so be it, and asked him to just rely on him. Having started talking about the secret method, he took out a bag of his dust from his pocket. After scattering it on the water, he told everyone to just watch for themselves. Kursun noticed that it looked like dry ice, but dry ice was not red in color, according to her. She also asked why the water suddenly became so clear. The guy said that the mentor again created a miracle, but Yi Wuqian did not consider it a miracle, but just science. Yi Wuqian gave the card to the guy so that he could buy lobster larvae the next day and release them into the pond. He asked him to remember that there is no need to throw anything unnecessary into the pond. Add only its powder, every 3 days for 2 weeks. The guy was wondering if Yi Wuqian powder had any side effects to make the lobsters grow normal. Yi Wuqian was surprised who the guy thought he was. Yi Wuqian explained that lobsters fed on his powder will not only be completely healthy, but will also grow larger and more presentable than usual. He told the guy to just buy the larvae, then for the next 2 weeks there would be a pond and lobsters on it. This will be his contribution to their future millions. The guy promised to forget about food and sleep for Yi Wuqian's sake, but Yi Wuqian believed that the diet should not be violated. He should also do his business away from the pond. Yi Wuqian showed the recipe for the medicinal powder to his grandfather and asked him to keep in mind that if they found out about this formula, many would want to get it for themselves. Grandfather promised to memorize it and burn it that night. Kursun watched from the sidelines and didn't understand how Yi Wuqian knew so much, since there was nothing that was beyond his capabilities. Kursun thought he was cute and decided to take another photo of him. Opening her phone, she saw unread messages. Opening one of them, there was a letter from Ouyang Xinyue. She wanted to know if she was near Yi Wuqian since she couldn't find him herself. Yi Wuqian saw this and was surprised that Ouyang Xinyue had Kursun's number. Kursun also said that not only she, but also Ouyang Hao and the entire Ouyang family are looking for him. His Yi family was also looking for him. Kursun said that Xiaoman told her that Yi Wuqian's relatives were in the company almost all the doors. They didn't break it out while they were looking for it. Yi Wuqian believed that they just wanted to persuade him to save old man Ouyang and asked Kursun to ignore them. That same evening, in order to ensure the safety of the lobsters, Yi Wuqian installed security cameras and even an alarm around the pond. In total, almost 100,000 yuan were spent in 2 days, most of which came from Chen Kursun's pockets. While Yi Wuqian was busy with his country project, the Ouyang family plunged deeper into chaos. They managed to find Patriarch Ning, but they were unable to get the pill that Chen Kursen brought. On the other hand, the Yi family simply couldn't pass up this opportunity to suck up to the Ouyang family. The head of the Yi family believed that if they delivered this pill to the Ouyangs, it would really save Annan's life. Then their whole family will be in great debt to them. Then their Yi family will have a bright future. Yi Hengcai asked Hendon if Yi Wuqian was still his son. If so, he wanted Hendon to ask him for this medicine. Hendon was unhappy with this, because at first they told him to stop communicating with him, and now they want him to remind Yi Wuqian that he has a father. Hendon had no intention of doing this and told them to do it themselves. The head of the Yi family explained that if Yi Wuqian provided them with this pill, then he would consider allowing Yi Wuqian to return to the family. Further, while in the house, Yi Wuqian looked out the window and noticed that it was going to rain. Turning around, he asked Kursen if it was time for her to go to her room, but she didn't want to leave. Kursen wondered how long Yi Wuqian would keep his phone turned off since so much time had already passed. Yi Wuqian was going to live in peace and quiet for a couple more days. Sitting on the bed, he asked her again whether she was going to her room or not, since he was tired from the day and wanted to go to bed early. Kursen was starting to say something, when suddenly thunder struck and she got scared. Yi Wuqian never thought that a girl like her was afraid of thunder, thinking it was not serious. Kursen asked Yi Wuqian if she could spend the night with him. Yi Wuqian explained that it was one thing to just spend time together, but sleeping in the same bed might no longer be safe. After these words, thunder struck again and Kursen rushed to Yi Wuqian because she was afraid. Yi Wuqian noticed that, apparently, the thunderstorm would not stop soon. Kursen didn't want Yi Wuqian to leave her alone. Yi Wuqian said that there is no need to worry, since he has an idea. He invited her to sleep, after which he received a black eye from Kursen. He explained what he meant literally, and if she didn't trust him, then let her come up with something herself. Covering himself with a blanket, Yi Wuqian suggested that he lie down first, and she could wait until he fell asleep. After they settled down, Yi Wuqian was faced with the question of whether to be or not to be. Give free rein to your inner beast or remain human. For him, the choice was not at all easy. Kursen heard this and said that he would not make a gentleman. Yi Wuqian suggested that an ordinary guy like him pretend to be a gentleman, and for him it was not a question. Yi Wuqian decided to say that in fact, he didn't want to break his word at all, it's just that some things in his opinion are beyond his strength. Before he could finish speaking, he wanted Kursen to continue speaking, but she only hit him again. The next day, Yi Wuqian and Kursen left the room. Grandfather didn't understand what was wrong with Yi Wuqian's eyes. Yi Wuqian explained that he was walking, fell, woke up, a black eye. Grandfather was surprised how Yi Wuqian managed to fall on both eyes. Yi Wuqian didn't want to dwell on it and was going to check their pond. As he left, Grandpa joked to Yi Wuqian that it wasn't like he had fallen, because something else came to mind. Kursen decided to apologize to Yi Wuqian, but he only asked to warn her that the next time she got ready for a sleepover, he would stock up on painkillers. Going out into the street, Yi Wuqian saw a certain car drive up. Wang Fengxi came out of it, who was glad to see him and also did not understand what was wrong with his eyes. Yi Wuqian became convinced that he was right and had a higher opinion of her. And now, in his opinion, it turns out that she is not even up to date with the latest fashion trends. Wang Fengxi did not accept this argument, saying that black eyes are now in fashion and will remember this. She also recalled that she got knocked down while looking for Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian immediately asked if she had told anyone about this village. Wang Fengxi didn't tell anyone, but considering the capabilities of the Ouyang family and Yi Wuqian's relatives, in her opinion, sooner or later they would find him too. Yi Wuqian was wondering what the Yi family needed from him. Wang Fengxi talked about pleasing the Ouyang family. The Yi family may be powerful, but ultimately their influence is limited to Dongqing, while the power of the Ouyang family extends to the entire Huaxia. Obviously, in order to reach the national level, the Yi family needs connections with one of the four great families. Yi Wuqian praised them for their prudence, when at that moment a car drove up. Yi Hengdong, Yi Guang and Yi Hengcai came out from there. Kursen greeted Hendon, to which he replied that he did not expect to meet her there. Yi Wuqian looked at him angrily, after which Hendon decided to still address him by name. Yi Wuqian did not like this, because he believed that he had no right to address him by name. Yi Hengzai got angry and asked Yi Wuqian how he dares to talk to his own father like that, because it was he who gave him his name, and now he suddenly became unworthy. Yi Wuqian didn't understand who he was and why he was interfering in someone else's conversation. Hearing this, he was shocked. Yi Hengzai began to reproach Yi Wuqian for his behavior, since Yi Wuqian did nothing for his family. Yi Wuqian wanted to know for which family, hoping that Yi Hengzai did not mean himself. Yi Guang entered the conversation asking for respect. Yi Wuqian asked him not to interfere, otherwise, if he said one more word, he would spend the rest of his days in a wheelchair. Yi Guang was scared by these words. Yi Wuqian was interested, because the Yi family themselves wanted him to leave the family and renounce the inheritance. He showed that he lived well without the help of the Yi family and did not know that now they were not satisfied. Yi Hendon rushed to Yi Wuqian asking him to listen to him, but Yi Wuqian had no intention of doing so. He left and declared that he didn't need anything from the Yi family and ordered them to get out, and quickly. Yi Hengzai reconciled himself and decided to ask for an admission of guilt that they were guilty in front of Yi Wuqian. He explained this by saying that they did not come to him empty-handed. He took Yi Wuqian by the shoulder and asked him to understand that the family sympathizes with him, but sometimes circumstances are stronger than them. However, now, he stated that Yi Wuqian has a chance to return to his family. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian suggested that if they want him to return, then he has conditions, half of all the property of the Yi family, and there is nothing else to talk about, Yi Wuqian believed. Yi Wuqian asked about silence, why they were silent. If they have nothing more to say, then they can leave in all four directions. Kursun spoke to Yi Hendon, saying that it would be better not to bother Yi Wuqian now. Hendon decided to find out what he did wrong. Kursun believed that she had no right to discuss such things. Later, she was going to talk to Yi Wuqian herself. Hendon decided it was time to return. Hearing these words, Yi Hengzai was angry that his sibling's son had gotten so out of hand that he didn't even listen to his own father. Yi Guang explained to his uncle that this might be their only chance. Yi Hendon understood that he was a bad father, but he wanted to know if it was really all his fault. Weren't they the ones who did everything possible to separate him from his son? Yi Hendon began to leave. Yi Guang asked his father what they should do now that Hendon was leaving. Yi Hengzai said that if Yi Wuqian didn't even listen to his father, then he wouldn't even listen to them and was about to leave too. Then, while leaving, Yi Hengzai asked her son about the circumstances with Ouyang Xinyue. Yi Guang said that Xinyue is a smart woman and, in his opinion, you can't approach her so easily. She carefully monitors her behavior and does not make close acquaintances. Yi Hengzai realized his words and decided that if they failed to persuade Yi Wuqian, then they could only give away his location to Xinyue and leave the rest to her. In his opinion, this would be a chance for Yi Guang to get closer to her. Next is the Ouyang family villa. Xinyue asked Xiao Ai about negotiations with Jihao. She was informed that it was slower than predicted, but they were able to make some progress. In a few days, in her opinion, everything should be resolved. Xinyue was afraid that all interested parties already knew about the misfortune that befell their family, because many would like grandfather to never wake up. At that moment, Yi Guang called her, picking up the phone and telling her that they had found Yi Wuqian. Approaching Yi Guang, she apologized for keeping him waiting. Yi Guang thought there was nothing wrong and was going to show her the way. Removing his hand from the handle of the car, she agreed to this and asked him to go ahead. According to rumors, no man had ever ridden in the same car with Ouyang Xinyue, including her father. Yi Guang doubted this matter, whether these were actually rumors. While heading to their destination, Xiao Ai asked whether Xinyue believed in Yi Wuqian. After all, rumor has it that she knows that Yi Wuqian is just a rake with a bad character that no one takes seriously. Xinyue already knew all this information, since they had already met, but she believed that this was at least some chance. The only thing Xiao Ai couldn't understand was how Yi Wuqian could change so suddenly. It was as if he suddenly became a completely different person. Xinyue asked about the possibility of replacing him, but she herself argued that everything indicates that he is the real Yi Wuqian. Besides, all that mattered to her was that Yi Wuqian could help her grandfather. According to the information collected, Xin Yue knew that Yi Wuqian not only had a crappy disposition, but also wonderful medical techniques. Arriving at the place, Yi Guang reported this and decided to accompany Xin Yue. But she, passing by, thanked him and stated that she did not want to annoy Yi Guang anymore. Yi Guang was angry and didn't know how to understand it. He didn't want her to think that she could get rid of him so easily. He decided that it was no big deal and he didn't mind at all. Besides, Xin Yue could easily get lost, and then he took her hand. Xin Yue knocked his hand away and ordered him to return without it. She promised that if she needed help, she would contact him. Yi Wuqian, Wang Fangxi and Curson sat at the table and discussed lobster matters. Curson reported that the first batch of lobsters will soon be ready for sale. She wondered if Yi Wuqian had already found a buyer. Yi Wuqian stated that a famous reporter was sitting with them and they had no need to worry about customers. He offered Wang Fangxi a small promotion. Wang Fangxi was unhappy about this because Yi Wuqian considered her an errand girl. In her opinion, Yi Wuqian disappears without saying a word, and when she needs help, she immediately turns to her. She didn't understand why she should help him. At this moment, Xin Yue came to them and Yi Wuqian showed their buyer. Approaching Yi Wuqian, she greeted her and began to once again ask for forgiveness for the misunderstanding that happened with Chen Curson. Yi Wuqian pretended not to remember any misunderstanding. Xin Yue thanked him for his generosity. Yi Wuqian understood that Xin Yue was all polite, cultured and successful and turned up her nose. He was sorry that the same could not be said about her family. Since Lady Ouyang had come all this way, there must be a reason for it, Yi Wuqian thought, and then asked Curson to bring some lobsters. Having brought the lobsters, everyone began to try them. The first to comment was Wang Fangxi, who was surprised that Yi Wuqian could cook something so delicious. Curson praised Yi Wuqian, saying that he is actually a very good cook and has all his own spices. According to her, she can no longer imagine life without his dishes. Yi Wuqian invited Ouyang Xin Yue to taste the lobster, assuring that he had not seasoned them with anything unusual. Having tried the dish, she was pleasantly surprised by how tender and pleasant it tasted. She was wondering if Mr. Yi still had lobsters like this for sale. Yi Wuqian explained that the technology for growing his lobsters is unique, which is why their price is quite high. Therefore, he cannot immediately agree to Xin Yue's proposal. Xin Yue replied that if it was a matter of price, then she had no doubt that they could come to an agreement with him. Yi Wuqian was glad that she fell for the bait. Xin Yue also noticed that Yi Wuqian did not immediately name the price. She really thought that these lobsters were good enough to bargain for. Yi Wuqian decided that since Madame Ouyang herself was asking him, then so be it. He did not raise the price and will sell only twice the market price. Xin Yue agreed with Yi Wuqian's proposal. She understood that such lobsters could be bought for triple the price, and besides, a couple of lobsters, in her opinion, would not ruin her. Yi Wuqian offered to shake hands and she can pick up the lobsters at any time convenient for her. He said that there are not many of them in stock, only 300 pieces. Hearing this, Xin Yue realized that she herself had jumped straight into his trap. This was observed by Curson, who was surprised by Yi Wuqian's ease of sale. The guy who considered Yi Wuqian a mentor did the calculations and stated that they could raise 300 lobsters in the pond at the same time, and if they dug another pond, then next month it would be 600 lobsters. Xin Yue decided that since they had come to an agreement, it was time to sign a formal agreement. In the future, her Ouyang family is ready to buy all of Yi Wuqian's lobsters. At that moment, Grandpa burst in with news about buying their lobsters. Yi Wuqian became interested in the buyer and was surprised that rumors about their lobsters had spread so widely. A certain woman named Wei came and saw Xin Yue, saying that she did not expect to meet her here. Xin Yue decided to introduce Situ Wei, the richest member of the Situ family. Curson understood that Situ was one of the 4 great families and was surprised what she was doing here. How did she know about Yi Wuqian's lobsters? Situ Wei said that Xin Yue was like someone other than her own and asked her to be simpler. She heard that Mr. Ouyang was unwell and asked about his condition, to which she received an answer that his condition was much improved. Situ Wei wanted to ask Yi Wuqian if he would sell her his lobsters because she wanted them all. She offered him a check for 10 million as a guarantee of their long-term partnership. Yi Wuqian was surprised that as many as 10 million fell into his hands. Yi Wuqian asked Sita Wei how she knew about his lobsters. Laughing, she said that Yi Wuqian may not have heard about her, but she had heard a lot about him. He wondered if she was following him. Sita Wei asked not to worry, because no one was following him, but recently his name has been heard by many. She also stated that Chang Xiaomei is her cousin. Yi Wuqian blamed her that Chang Xiaomei's mother was seriously ill, but he had never seen her visit her. He believed that if she told him the truth, then she turned out to be an unimportant cousin. Sita Wei explained that in fact, she were quite close before, but now everything is much more complicated. After that, she wanted to return to discuss lobsters. Yi Wuqian told her that she was a little late, since he had already promised to sell the lobsters to Xinyue, and no matter how tempting her offer sounded, nothing could be done about it, Yi Wuqian thought. Xinyue confirmed these words, adding that they were just discussing the details of their partnership and Sita Wei would have to leave empty-handed this time. Sita Wei was not upset, believing that in the near future they would have many opportunities for the closest cooperation. In her opinion, the sooner that day comes, the better. She put the check in his t-shirt, saying that he could keep it as a pledge for their future relationship. Yi Wuqian asked her if she was afraid that he would simply run away with the money. Sita Wei didn't believe that he was such a person. Yi Wuqian understood that she had found out a lot about him, after which Sita Wei decided to leave, leaving them alone. Yi Wuqian asked him to wait for her and pick up his check. Sita Wei actually considered him not such a simple person and offered her business card in return. Taking the business card in her hands, Sita Wei wanted Yi Wuqian to return the favor since he now knew her number. Yi Wuqian guessed that she was just something. At first she tried to make him her debtor, then to establish a partnership, and when she failed, she decided to find out his number by offering her business card. Thus, Sita Wei obtained Yi Wuqian's phone number, after which she promised to call him and left. After she left, Xinyue wanted to talk to Yi Wuqian without prying ears. While walking along the beach, Yi Wuqian asked her about her presence here, whether she was here because of her grandfather. Xinyue really hoped for his help. Yi Wuqian understood that despite his advanced age, her grandfather was biased and looked at people with prejudice. What was more important in Yi Wuqian's opinion was that he publicly humiliated Kurson, and Yi Wuqian simply could not turn a blind eye to this. She tried to take his hand, while apologizing for her grandfather, but Yi Wuqian waved him off, beginning to explain the reason for ignoring the calls, all because he has no desire to get involved with the people who had the courage to organize an assassination attempt on her grandfather. No matter who it was, Yi Wuqian had no intention of getting in their way. Xinyue promised Yi Wuqian's guaranteed safety with Yi Wuqian's agreement. Yi Wuqian began to shame her for the security that she could not even provide for her own family. In addition, speaking about the medicine, he said that it is not so miraculous, it is designed to keep the patient alive and prevent him from dying, and since her grandfather is in a coma, the pill will not do him any good. Xinyue realized that Yi Wuqian would not be able to wake up her grandfather and was disappointed that Yi Wuqian noticed. Unexpectedly, she asked about Chen Kurson, whether Yi Wuqian liked her. Yi Wuqian explained that a lot had happened between them and that Kurson had done a lot for him in the past. Now he just wants her to be happy. Xinyue felt that in other words, if she could guarantee their safety, then Yi Wuqian would agree to help her grandfather. Yi Wuqian was surprised by this statement as he had not said such a thing. The next day, Yi Wuqian was preparing to leave. Grandfather persuaded him to stay a little longer. The guy also didn't mind, because in his opinion, Yi Wuqian never came to visit him. Yi Wuqian explained that he promised Wang Er to make sure that her grandfather no longer needed to go to sea, and that's what he came for, and now that they have a lobster pond, they no longer have to worry about making money, so Yi Wuqian's promise is fulfilled in his opinion. Grandfather also tried to convey his message that he could not just sit still and do nothing. Yi Wuqian, in turn, told the guy that he asked Grandfather Li to pay him 100,000 monthly from the profits from the sale of lobsters. Hearing this, the guy was shocked and began to bow to thank Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stated that this was the guy's share of the proceeds and ordered that while he was away, take care of Grandfather Li and under no circumstances allow him to go to sea. The guy agreed with this and reminded him that he had already broken his grandfather's boat. As Yi Wuqian asked, after hearing the news, the grandfather was furious and began to run after the guy. Wang Fengxi heard that Yi Wujian was planning to open his own business and offered him investment. She believed that money just stuck to him, so any investment was simply doomed to pay off, and offered to make money together. Yi Wujian promised to pay the rent and asked not to try to cling to his success. The next day, Kursin was happy to be in her home. Yi Wujian approached her and reminded her of his words that she should have stayed here, but she didn't listen. Kursin wanted to return to the conversation about the company, whether Yi Wujian had come up with anything. She understood that first he would need employees and offered to start with her. Yi Wujian was surprised by this proposal. Kursin asked not to forget that she had already raised a company on her own once. Yi Wujian wanted to know why she was sure she wanted to work with him. Kursin felt that there was something that didn't suit him and she didn't want him to accept her just out of pity. Yi Wujian believed that with her abilities and experience, absolutely any company would happily accept her. He asked her again why she wanted to work with him. Kursin admitted that she wants to be with Yi Wujian. Hearing this, Yi Wujian's heart began to pound. Kursin did not continue and left, saying that they had agreed. At that moment, Yi Wujian's phone rang, and when he picked it up, he asked who he was talking to. It was Wu Quansheng. Yi Wujian asked if he knew about confidentiality, because Yi Wujian's phone was found from somewhere. While in a certain house, Yi Wujian asked Dr. Wu about seriousness. The doctor believed that this was a very, very important event for all of Chinese medicine. Their professional prestige was at stake. Yi Wujian didn't understand what this had to do with him, because Yi Wujian didn't even have a diploma. In fact, Dr. Wu stated that there was none, but they really needed Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian wanted to know why he would help them in this case and asked him to cope on his own. Dr. Wu tried to stop him, saying that he simply didn't explain everything very well to Yi Wujian. He was going to pop into the kitchen and get them something to eat, and then discuss everything again. Then, as he left, Dr. Wu suggested we pass the time in his office. Entering the office, Yi Wujian saw a large number of different books, but in Yi Wujian's opinion, most of them were low-grade medical nonsense. Becoming a true expert is not easy, Yi Wujian understood. He didn't even know if among all these books there was at least one worthwhile. He saw one book that seemed to be lost against the background of the others, citing the example of a needle in a haystack. The title interested Yi Wujian, Collection of Peach Blossoms. Flipping through the book, Yi Wujian realized that the contents of this book were not obvious. In his opinion, Dr. Wu failed to understand its true value. At this moment, Dr. Wu approached and notified that the food was ready, asking him to appreciate his cooking. Yi Wujian showed him this book and asked him about it. Dr. Wu explained that he once bought it at a flea market for $5. He thought it was a fake martial arts book and decided to ask Yi Wujian about it. Yi Wujian, for the benefit of Dr. Wu, confiscates this book, because for his age, the doctor is in good health. Dr. Wu didn't mind because he said it was fake. Suddenly, Dr. Wu received a call, promising to arrive as quickly as he could. The doctor told Yi Wujian that he needed to urgently return to the hospital, and Yi Wujian too. They were talking about Yi Wujian's friend. Yi Wujian decided to find out which friend he was talking about, and Dr. Wu said about Chang Xiaomei. He immediately began asking what happened, to which he received the answer that he had a gunshot wound to the head and was in critical condition. He was shocked and did not understand how this could happen, after which they immediately went to the hospital. While in the hospital, Yi Wujian asked Director Su about what happened. The director explained that Chang Xiaomei was investigating the assassination attempt on Ouyang Anan and today received a report that the suspect was hiding in one of the buildings in the commercial district. She was seriously injured and doctors are currently fighting for her life. Yi Wujian didn't understand, because she knew that the criminal was armed, but for some reason she acted so recklessly. The director told Yi Wujian that he must save her. Chang Xiaomei, according to him, although she has a bad character, she is a selfless and responsible police officer. At that moment, the surgeon came out of the operating room, with the news of what they had done, everything in their power. The director rushed to beg the doctor that he was obliged to save her. The doctor understood what Director Su was feeling now, but Chang Xiaomei's wound was too serious. The bullet entered from the right side of the chest. Director Su was confused and couldn't believe it. Yi Wujian approached Dr. Wu to see if he was going to do anything. The doctor explained that this man is the best surgeon in their hospital. In his opinion, if a specialist says that there is no hope, then so it is. Yi Wujian screamed, accusing the surgeon of being a terrible specialist because he gave up. Yi Wujian decided that he would show them a real specialist and went to the operating room. Before entering, he asked Dr. Wu not to let anyone outside, and also to find him a couple of nurses, prepare 2 boxes of silver needles and some large containers. Entering the ward, he asked to remember that no one should be allowed in without his permission. A vat of water was prepared in the operating room. In addition to the gunshot wound to the chest, Chang Xiaomei had injuries to her face. Even if he survives, the marks of his wounds will probably remain. Yi Wuqian could heal the wound with his powder, but it wouldn't be enough. Next, he ordered 2 nurses to lower her into the vat. They didn't understand whether something would happen to her, because water would get into the wound, but Yi Wuqian asked not to worry, since the medicine was dissolved in the water. Yi Wuqian realized that surgery was not his strong point, but such early ones were deadly even in his time. He could only rely on the acupuncture method he had learned. Director Su and Dr. Wu were sitting outside the door. The director did not understand why there was still no news, because almost 4 hours had already passed. The doctor himself didn't know what Yi Wuqian was doing, and all they could do was just continue to wait. At this moment, the Ouyang family came to them. Ouyang Xiangyu turned to the director, saying that he was in the hospital all the time, and asked about the criminal. Director Su did not understand what Ouyang Xianyu needed from him. Ouyang Xiangyu was going to find out the whereabouts of the killer and assumed that they were not doing anything. In his opinion, they were of no use. One of the policemen was furious at his words. He explained that they were investigating day and night. Because of this matter, Chang Xiaomei was between life and death. Ouyang Xiangyu felt that the police put Chang Xiaomei above his father. The police were angry with him because he did not consider the captain's life important. Ouyang Xiangyu began to threaten the policeman, saying that one more word and tomorrow he would be kicked out of the police. Director Su ordered not to bury himself, because in his opinion, it is not Ouyang Xiangyu who decides which of his people will stay and who will not. Xiangyu continued to threaten, asking the director if he was tired of being the police chief. He asked to give him 3 days and Director Su would be on the street. The director agreed to this, but until then, Ouyang Xiangyu had to hold his tongue. Dr. Wu realized that Xiangyu was nothing but a disappointment to his family. The director asked Dr. Wu to check how things were going in the operating room. Dr. Wu reminded Yi Wuqian's words that he should not be distracted and they should better be patient. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiangyu realized that he was talking about Yi Wuqian and asked if he was now in the operating room, since he was wanted throughout the city. The director didn't understand that since suddenly Ouyang Xiangyu ordered her people to immediately bring Yi Wuqian to him, because one patient was already waiting for him. Dr. Wu tried to stop the people, because Yi Wuqian was in the middle of an operation and in his opinion, the people wanted to kill the victim. The doctor said that no one should disturb him while the operation was underway. Ouyang Xiangyu was surprised that someone's life could be more important than his grandfather's, accusing the doctor of self-interest. Next, one of the people hit Dr. Wu. After falling, he asked Director Su to stop them. The director understood that he would rather tear off his shoulder straps himself than allow his subordinate to die. Taking out a gun, he pointed it at the people and ordered everyone to move away from the operating room. Staggering, Ouyang Xiangyu called for them to shoot at him, if he had enough guts, because he was surprised that they dared to point a weapon at him. The director said that no one would enter the operating room and ordered not to move. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue came, who was furious with what was happening and asked Ouyang Xiangyu about what was happening. Ouyang Xiangyu explained that he only wanted to ask Yi Wuqian to cure his grandfather, and in his opinion, Ouyang Xinyue should watch her tone when addressing her brother. From what she heard, she believed that Xianyu did not understand what a request looks like and said that her uncle would find out about what happened. Xianyu realized that she was threatening him, but Xinyue explained that she was only stating a fact, since she could not threaten her own brother. Turning to Dr. Wu, she reassured him, asking him not to worry, because as long as she was there, no one would dare to put pressure on him. After this, Director Su ordered everyone to put away their weapons. Ouyang Xiangyu said that he was doing all this for the sake of his grandfather and it was better for her not to interfere. Ouyang Xinyue asked her brother to stop considering himself smarter than everyone around him. In her opinion, he greatly overestimates his ingenuity. Dr. Wu watched this from the side and was surprised that they staged family squabbles in front of everyone and were not afraid to wash dirty linen in public. Ouyang Xinyue looked at the door and wondered if Yi Wuqian could perform a miracle, after which the door opened and Yi Wuqian was helped from there. The doctor immediately began asking questions about the success of the operation. Nurse Yi Wudianyu, who helped, said that the patient's condition had stabilized and considered it a real miracle. The police were shocked by this, because Yi Wuqian managed to save a patient who even the famous surgeon considered hopeless. Director Su began to thank Yi Wuqian. Dr. Wu ran to find a doctor who would take care of the patient's further care. Ouyang Xianyu understood that what happened here today would undoubtedly attract attention, after which he pushed the guard aside and asked Yi Wuqian about the price of his services, since he wanted him to cure his grandfather. Yi Wuqian could not even think that the Ouyang family had such a grandson, and then asked if he really cares so much about his grandfather. Ouyang didn't understand what Yi Wuqian was hinting at. Yi Wuqian, judging by his actions, decided that he came to anger him rather than ask for help. Ouyang Xiangyu wanted Yi Wuqian to stop trying to build himself up and answer how much he needed to start treating his grandfather. Rising from the floor, Yi Wuqian stated that it was not that he liked Ouyang Hao, but in terms of hypocrisy he was far from Xiangyu. He didn't like this statement and started calling Yi Wuqian crazy, because knowing about his capabilities, he still dared to talk to him in such a tone. Yi Wuqian, turning to Director Su, reassured him by saying that Chang Xiaomei's life is not in danger, but from now on he should keep a better eye on her. Director Su promised to take care of everything. Next, at the entrance to the hospital, Ouyang Xinyue called out to Yi Wuqian and asked her to wait. She thought he was great and that she didn't know his medical skills were so amazing. Yi Wuqian didn't know if she was really almost out of breath just to flatter her. Xinyue really hoped for his help. Yi Wuqian explained that she herself saw what happened. He believed that if she agreed, she would definitely make enemies for herself, including those members of their Ouyang family who did not want their grandfather to recover. He couldn't just take risks and asked him to understand that getting involved with large families like them would not lead to problems. Ouyang Xianyu watched all this from the window and made a phone call to Yilan. From that day on, Yi Wuqian's peaceful life was completely destroyed in the most unexpected way. He became famous. The news talked about Dr. Yi Wuqian, a person who practices traditional Chinese medicine, saved the life of a patient considered hopeless by doctors. The news channels did not understand what secret lay behind the mystical medical talents of the young man from the Yi family. According to the information they had, Yi Wuqian was the street doctor who showed up a couple of months ago. It was also said that Yi Wuqian was expelled from the Yi family, and in their opinion, this story still hides many secrets. After hearing the news, many rich people and tycoons began to seek meetings with Yi Wuqian. Someone will pay 10 million to anyone who finds Yi Wuqian for him. The journalists found the apartment where Yi Wuqian lives and tried to get through to him with their proposals, but Yi Wuqian walked past them in disguise. He was surprised that in just a few days all his ins and outs were revealed. At this moment, he received a message from Chen Kurson on his mobile phone. She didn't know what to do. She was afraid to leave the house for several days. She believed that if this went on, then soon everyone would know that they lived together. Yi Wuqian wanted to take advantage of this situation, reminding them that they were going to open their own company. Kurson agreed that this could be used if everything was organized properly. Yi Wuqian decided that it was better for them not to see each other for now, and for now he would go to the hospital to see Chang Xiaomei. Next in the Ouyang family, the father, sitting with his grandfather, declared that day after day they only confer, calling them not doctors, but complete charlatans. Ouyang Xinyue told Dad that he knows that many in their family don't want Grandpa to get better. The father reminded that in addition to these people, there are 3 other families. In his opinion, if the Nangong family is entirely focused on show business, it will certainly remain neutral, but he could not say the same about the other 2 families, in particular about the Sita family. Ouyang Xinyue remembered that she had recently met with Situ Wei and believed that they were definitely planning something. She also told her father that Yi Wuqian did not want to help them because he feared for his safety. The father believed that Yi Wuqian just had to be okay with it, and he would come up with something about it. At the Yi family's home, Yi Wuqian's sister was watching the news on TV, which was talking about the miraculous doctor. She didn't understand where he was now and just wanted him to come home. And further in the hospital, in Chang Xiaomei's room, there were Dr. Wu, Yi Wuqian and Director Su. The director asked Yi Wuqian about her condition. He explained that she was recovering and in his opinion, she should wake up tomorrow. Yi Wuqian wanted to know if something could be done to Xiaomei's face. He also stated that the reporters were annoying him and he wanted to somehow get rid of them. The doctor believed that this was Yi Wuqian's chance to become famous, because with his medical skills, according to the doctor, he was not destined to remain in the shadows. Yi Wuqian just wanted to know how to get rid of them, to which Director Su offered two solutions to this problem. First, either Yi Wuqian continues to hide from them, second, either wait until the public's interest in him wanes. Yi Wuqian thought it was logical, but he didn't want to grow old by then. Suddenly, Ning Shiqi opened the door, announcing that she had an offer. Yi Wuqian noticed that the Ning family had arrived and asked her to speak since she came. Ning Shiqi could tell him how to deal with his problem if he traveled with her. While on the road, Yi Wuqian gazed at Ning Shiqi. She asked him not to look at her like that, but he waited for her to start speaking, as she promised. Yi Wuqian assumed that she probably meant her grandfather, Old Man Ning, since in his opinion, she could not come up with more. Ning Shiqi told him to keep quiet, because sooner or later she was going to repay him for everything. Yi Wuqian clowned around, asking where she would shoot this time, in the chest or directly in the head. Ning Shiqi didn't understand why he was still talking about this, because she had already apologized. He explained that if he had done something bad to her, and then apologized, how will she react in this case? Abruptly stopping the car, she called him a pervert and believed that this was no longer an option. Yi Wuqian didn't mind her saying anything, but if he was going to take revenge, then he would teach her another lesson. In a nutshell, he advised her to keep her pocket wider. Next up in the Ning family, Grandfather Ning was happy to meet Yi Wuqian again. Yi Wuqian was also happy to see his grandfather in good health. Laughing, the grandfather said that he had not heard such a thing about himself for a long time and he was pleased. Ning Shiqi did not like Yi Wuqian's behavior and asked him to be more respectful. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian asked Grandfather Ning how his future son-in-law was doing and when he would find justice for his bride. Grandfather didn't understand what he was talking about and Yi Wuqian pointed at Ning Shiqi and her behavior. Ning Shiqi didn't want Grandpa to listen to Yi Wuqian. Grandfather allowed her to explain first, but she simply walked out and slammed the door. After she left, Grandfather Ning suddenly asked if Yi Wuqian wanted his granddaughter's hand in marriage. Yi Wuqian began to be shocked by this proposal and asked him not to joke like that anymore, because he would not agree to marry her for any money. Having laughed, the grandfather was going to get back to business and talk about how to protect him from these pestering journalists. Yi Wuqian understood what old Ning was leading to and asked him to say right away what he wanted for his help. Grandfather was interested in the powder that Yi Wuqian used to heal the wound inflicted by his granddaughter. This is due to the fact that its importance for military medicine can hardly be overestimated. Of course, Yi Wuqian also should not have remained a loss, in the opinion of his grandfather. He believed that Yi Wuqian himself should have understood everything and simply thought about how many soldiers on the battlefield die because they did not have time to provide first aid in time. Yi Wuqian agreed with this and he could not say that the lives of their valiant soldiers were indifferent to him, but still he considered himself a businessman, and first of all thinks about his own interests. According to him, his drugs are available to anyone who can pay for them. Grandfather also understood this and explained that there were two options for their cooperation. Either a one-time sale of a manufacturing patent, or a percentage of the profits. Yi Wuqian preferred his third option. He would be both the manufacturer and the supplier himself. He could offer Old Man Ning a discount as a sign of their friendship. Old Man Ning wanted to test the effectiveness of the product first and hoped that it would not be a problem. Yi Wuqian replied that he could provide samples accordingly. Grandfather Ning was pleased with this, but he could not make such a decision alone, because there are higher-ranking people above him. He could only promise that he would not make concessions to the last. Yi Wuqian was also happy with these conditions, but first Grandpa Ning needed to do something with the reporters. Now they decided to talk about Yi Wuqian's problem. Grandfather asked him about helping Ouyang Anan. Yi Wuqian felt that this was not Grandfather Ning's business and he had no intention of helping him. Grandfather Ning decided to ask again about this, because he believed that Ouyang Anan had already paid enough for his behavior. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why he had any business with this, since he believed that this was not his problem and it was not he himself who shot him. Yi Wuqian didn't even have a doctor's license and that was why he had no intention of helping. At that moment, the door opened and Ning Shiqi came in, declaring that the guests had already arrived. Grandfather stood up and called Yi Wuqian, because they were expected. The Ouyang family came to visit them. One person introduced himself as Ouyang Gongjian. He was Xinyue's father. He came to ask Yi Wuqian, as a famous doctor, to help his father. Grandfather Ning asked Yi Wuqian to listen to them, because Gonglin and his daughter were having a very difficult time right now. Yi Wutian realized that he did not suspect grandfather Ning that he would become an intermediary, after which he told the Ouyang family that he could not help. Ouyang Gongzhen explained that Xinyue had already told Yi Wutian about the conditions and assured him that he should not worry, since he would personally guarantee his safety. He also apologized for his father's behavior. Gonging was ready to apologize to Madame Chen Kursen and prepare proper compensation. Yi Wutian believed in his sincerity, but still could not do anything. He understood that because of him, he now feels awkward. After that, he asked to bring him tomographic images and all the information about his condition that the doctors had collected, down to the last detail. Xinyue took out a folder of documents from her bag and gave them to Yi Wutian. Yi Wutian also realized that he himself had jumped straight into the trap that had been set, because Xinyue had already prepared everything in advance. 10 minutes later, Yi Wutian stated that if he understood everything correctly, then Ouyang Anan had already suffered a serious injury before. Ouyang Gongzhen confirmed this information, saying that when Ouyang Anan was 40, he hit his head and then recovered for a whole year. Ouyang Gongzhen understood that as expected from a miraculous doctor, Yi Wutian noticed the old injury at first sight. Yi Wutian explained that he would recover, then he recovered, but the blood clot that formed in his head did not resolve. Yi Wutian assumed that when Ouyang Anan fell, he was wounded. He hit his head on the ground again and disturbed an old injury. Ouyang Gongzhen wondered why the other doctors were so confused, because according to numerous studies, no blood clots were found. Yi Wutian explained that the blood clot was hidden right behind the frontal bone, so it was not surprising that it was not visible in the pictures. He calculated this using a technique that would not be invented until decades later. The Ouyang family, in his opinion, would still not understand anything. Ouyang Gongzhen asked Yi Wutian if he was telling the truth. What are their chances? After thinking, he said 10%. The family was shocked by what they heard. Xinyue understood that even if Yi Wutian gives only 10 chances out of 100, then there is even less hope for the rest. Yi Wutian admitted that even this 10% is a rather optimistic forecast. According to him, old man Ouyang was simply unlucky, since the old injury caused complications in the new one. Old man Ning asked Yi Wutian if everything was so bad and even he couldn't do anything, to which Yi Wutian reminded him that he was still a doctor, not God, and he was not omnipotent. At this moment, a phone call came from Chen Kursen. Picking up the phone, she urgently asked to come home, as they had an emergency. He tried to find out what happened, but she had already given up. Ning Shiqi came to visit Yi Wutian and he noticed this, after which he asked for a ride. Ning Shiqi explained that she was not in the mood today and asked to find someone else. Getting up from his chair, Ouyang Xinyue herself offered Yi Wutian a ride since she was not busy anyway. Ouyang Gongzhen was surprised by this and asked her if she was sure, to which he received the answer that everything was fine. Yi Wutian didn't understand what was going on, because he didn't think that throwing someone up was such a big problem. After that, Yi Wutian took her hand and they quickly left. The remaining Ouyang Gongzhen and grandfather Ning also did not understand what was going on. Grandfather Ning asked her father if he had heard correctly that she wanted to give him a ride. The father himself could not believe his ears, because Xinyue never lets men into his car, or even him and his father. He believed that if they found out about it, there would be a big sensation, because everyone knew about it. Then, sitting in the car, Yi Wutian asked about her condition, since she had been barely breathing for 10 minutes. He assumed that he was bothering her, but she reassured him, saying that she was fine. Arriving in the Tianjin region, he saw a fire truck and it already reminded him of something, and the building too. Realizing that there was a fire again, he rushed to Chen Kursen's apartment, hoping that this would not happen again. Running up to the apartment, Chen Kursen stood nearby, who saw Yi Wutian and rushed to him and was very upset that their apartment was on fire. Yi Wutian reassured her that everything would be fine and he was no stranger to it. He just had to wait until the fire was put out. Yi Wutian understood that once was not enough for someone and they decided to repeat it. He guessed that this was Ouyang Hao's work again. Yi Wutian was indifferent to the apartment, but he didn't want Kursen to worry about them. 2 hours later, when the fire was extinguished, Yi Wutian turned to Xinyue that she might not wait for him, since now he had no time for her grandfather. Xinyue said that she would think about how to help him, and until then she asked to take care of herself. The owner of the apartment was angry because she agreed to rent the apartment to them, and they repaid her with a fire. Yi Wutian asked her not to talk nonsense, because she blamed them for the fire. he understood that the apartment was hers, but their things were burned in it. The hostess explained that this is called a business risk, namely that he cannot shift responsibility to them. She didn't know what to do now, because the repairs cost her a lot and she paid as much as 396 million yuan. Yi Wujian said that tomorrow he would bring money and buy the apartment. The hostess was happy about this, but asked him if he had enough money. He understood that he had no money now, and Kurson had invested everything in the lobster pond. At this moment, Xin Yue took out a check for 4 million and gave it to the owner, asking her not to bother them anymore. The owner was happy with this and said that now they can do whatever they want with the apartment. Yi Wujian agreed to accept the money, but promised that he would pay off the debt as soon as possible. Xin Yue asked not to worry about little things. Inspecting the apartment after the fire, Kurson was upset about the lost clothes and jewelry. Xin Yue offered to help with the cleaning, but Yi Wujian believed that there was nothing left to clean there. He noticed some piece of paper that was still intact. He didn't remember leaving it in that place. Yi Wujian realized that he was putting the book he took from Dr. Wu in that place. It turned out that the whole book burned, but this sheet remained intact. Putting the piece of paper into her pocket, Xin Yue wondered what it was. Further in the courtyard of the Tianxin district, Yi Wujian asked Xin Yue to leave while they looked for a hotel to check into. Xin Yue understood that now was not the right time for this, but still hoped for his help. Right now, Yi Wujian didn't know how to save her grandfather, but he promised to let him know if he thought of anything. Hearing this, she was eagerly waiting to hear from him, after which she got into the car and drove away. Kurson became jealous of Yi Wujian, saying that Xin Yue treats him well. Yi Wujian didn't understand why she was so wound up, to which he received an explanation that Xin Yue never lets a man into his car, even his own father. Yi Wujian felt it was an honor to be the first. According to Kurson, he made a certain impression on Xin Yue and Yi Wujian agreed with this. Praising himself, he was going to ask if she liked him, since it would be nice to get close to a rich family, in his opinion. Kurson got into the car and slammed the door and drove away without waiting for Yi Wujian. Then, while in the hotel and looking at a page from the book, Yi Wujian did not understand what kind of page it was, because he carefully read the entire book, but did not notice anything like that. He thought that it must hide some secret, but no inscriptions were visible on it. Deciding to check this, he turned on the lamp and brought the piece of paper to it. He explained this by saying that the temperature of an open fire was not enough to damage this paper. Half an hour later, all his actions were to no avail. He realized that if the fire did not work, then he needed to try the water, because he did not believe that it was just a blank sheet. Having gone to the bathroom, he completely wet this sheet and certain symbols immediately appeared on it. Yi Wujian realized that this was the same famous healing technique and that a real legend had fallen into his hands. At that moment, Kurson came to him with a question about dinner. Yi Wujian saw her and hugged her, as he couldn't get enough of his find. Out of joy, he accidentally kissed her, which shocked both of them, after which he apologized, saying that he didn't do it on purpose. Kurson asked him to just forget it and asked why he was so happy. Showing the piece of paper, he said that this is what he always dreamed of getting. He couldn't even think about it, but he was angry with the arsonist, considering that the house was nothing compared to this. Yi Wujian suggested that Kurson test this technique together, but she believed that it would be better without her, since in any case she would interfere with him. It was enough for her to just be next to him, after which she left and closed the door. Yi Wujian stayed behind and began to read the information on the piece of paper. It explained that Xianyan Qi has 5 stages of strengthening the body, restoring bones, removing gases, removing diseases and prolonging life. Significant changes will be noticeable at each stage. However, this technique is not suitable for everyone. Its successful use requires knowledge of the acupuncture points of the human body. To begin with, you should imagine the energy running inside your body, which is what Yi Wujian actually did. This qi energy should circle around the acupuncture points, which must be pressed at the right moment. Yi Wujian began to try pressing these points throughout his body. The next day, Yi Wujian looked exhausted. They sat with Kurson and had dinner. She also noticed that something was wrong with him, suggesting that he had not slept all night because of this piece of paper. Yi Wujian, on the other hand, was shocked because he had been trying all night, but he didn't feel any changes other than pain all over his body. Being in the bedroom again, he tried to press on the points, but did not understand how much more he needed to press on these points. Yi Wujian understood that at this rate, he would rather mutilate his acupuncture points than learn the technique. By pressing one point, he suddenly felt pain and screamed so loudly that Kursin could hear him. She burst into the room asking what happened. She asked not to scare her like that and to stop torturing herself. Kursin believed that he was very strong even without this technique. Due to the pain in his ears, Yi Wutian could not hear anything. He couldn't even imagine that he, a master of pharmacology and an expert in human anatomy, would come to this. He will damage his own acupuncture points with his own hands. Yi Wutian believed that if only he had known, he would never have brought the matter to this. Yi Wutian's eyes closed. Kursin, sitting next to him, asked him to wake up, not understanding what was happening. She promised that she would no longer be angry at his antics and would cook him dinner every day whenever she wanted, all for the sake of him just opening his eyes. Opening his eyes, he saw that she was crying and wiped her tears, asking her to stop, because in his opinion, tears did not suit her at all. Kursin saw that he woke up and rushed to hug him. Yi Wutian was pleasantly surprised that there were people in the world who cared about him. He said that everything was fine, that it was time to stop crying. She hoped that he would answer honestly, and he confirmed, reminding him that he had heard something interesting. He heard that someone promised that they would no longer be against his antics. Kursin jumped back, explaining that he heard something and he was too daydreaming. Yi Wutian also thought that maybe it was just his imagination. At least he felt that he no longer felt pain. Moreover, the technique finally bore fruit for him. He understood that he had reached the first stage of Xianyan Qi. He received a message on his phone from Wu Quansheng, asking Yi Wutian why he didn't answer the messages. He said that Chang Xiaomei regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was still not feeling well. Dr. Wu asked to come to the hospital. Next to the Ouyang family estate, Xin Yue was sitting at the table with her assistant. The assistant said that according to the information they managed to obtain, Yi Wutian's previous apartment also became the target of arson, which was most likely carried out by Mr. Ouyang Hao. She was afraid that this time he was involved, but before she finished speaking, Xin Yue interrupted her. Xin Yue understood that Ouyang Hao was in love with Chen Kursin, who was cohabiting with Yi Wutian. Besides, he had pulled this off in the past. The assistant believed that knowing Yi Wutian's character, he would probably harbor a grudge against the entire Ouyang family, but now they really needed his affection. Xin Yue realized that it was too early to draw conclusions. She asked to check everything again, because she would like to believe that Ouyang Hao had nothing to do with it. Turning her head, she saw a girl from the Situ family asking about Xin Yue's condition. Xin Yue looked out and was happy to see her. She wondered what she had done to deserve the honor of receiving such a guest in her home. The girl thought that she had not visited Grandpa Ouyang for a long time and decided to drop by. She asked to be let in, since she only came to visit. Xin Yue explained that grandfather stayed up late last night playing chess and was still sleeping. She suggested not to disturb him. If she was lonely, then Xin Yue offered to keep her company, but the girl refused, since she was not particularly attracted by the company of another woman. Then she got into the car and drove away. The assistant felt that the Situ family was already preparing to make their move. Xin Yue agreed with this thinking, also pulling the Nangong family to join forces against them. In her opinion, the situation was getting worse than ever. That evening, Yi Wutian was already in the hospital and was heading to Chang Xiaomei's room. She completely flew out of his head. In his opinion, it couldn't be worse, considering her a beautiful girl who suddenly wakes up disfigured. Passing one of the chambers, he heard some exclamations and worship of Satan. Looking into the room, he saw Qian Shuhong being held by hospital staff. The nurse asked him to return to his bed and not make a fuss, but he had no intention of returning anywhere, because he felt good here too. After that, the guy injected him with a syringe and he fell asleep. They began to drag him towards the bed when Yi Wutian ran up to them and asked about Qian Shuhong's condition. The workers themselves could not understand what was happening. Qian Shuhonga has trouble sleeping at night and can suddenly jump out into the corridor and start scaring other patients. Yi Wutian asked about his family, whether they were doing anything to help their child, but the workers explained that they could not do anything, since Qian Shuhong was already hospitalized. One of the workers heard that his mother was trying to negotiate with various foreign hospitals about treatment abroad. Next, Yi Wutian only wished him good luck and left. Passing the chambers, he counted them and finally found the right chamber, 621. He walked in and saw Chang Xiaomei crying at the window. Yi Wutian turned on the light and Chang Xiaomei immediately began to ask about who came to her. He introduced himself and offered to run away with him, but she just wanted him to leave. Yi Wutian began to explain that they had not seen so much that he managed to yearn for her to the point of tears. It seemed to him that an eternity had passed, that he wanted her to finally smile, because he felt awkward. Chang Xiaomei began to cry and ask about the reason for her salvation. She assumed that this was revenge for the fact that she clung to him all the time and believed that it was better to die than to stay alive like this. Yi Wutian was unhappy with this and said that if she really wants to die, then nothing could be easier. Since he knows how to save lives, he is, of course, knowledgeable about the opposite. He himself began to encourage her to start doing this, saying that they were on the 6th floor and if she jumped out the window, he wouldn't even collect her bones. Xiaomei felt that Yi Wutian did not think that she would dare to do this. Yi Wutian believed that it was actually not difficult to commit suicide and even offered to help her get out of bed. Only her mother felt sorry for Yi Wutian. He couldn't imagine how long she would live if she found out about Xiaomei's death. Having cried, Xiaomei said that she herself understood the need to live on, but in her opinion, Yi Wutian could not even imagine what she felt when she saw what was under her bandage. Yi Wutian thought that no one would marry her because of this, so he offered himself, because he himself is not picky. Chang Xiaomei was embarrassed and asked to repeat it again. Yi Wutian repeated the same words, to which he received an exclamation that he didn't even know what was wrong with her face and how he could say that. Yi Wutian explained that he operated on her and wanted to find out what he hadn't seen there yet, repeating that he did not go back on his words. Chang Xiaomei was not sure, considering herself scary. Yi Wutian wanted his wife to be a beauty, but in his opinion, Xiaomei forgot how he earns his bread. Xiaomei immediately felt hopeful and lifted her spirits. Yi Wutian stated that 50%, after that, he asked about his proposal, whether she would marry him. Chang Xiaomei thought that 50 was too little and wanted at least 80%, in which case he would think about it. Yi Wutian explained that this is not market trading and he can raise it by 10%. Yi Wutian talked about the rumors from Dr. Wu that she was in a bad mood all the time and had trouble sleeping. Sitting on the bed, he decided that that night he would stay with her to help her get used to the new environment. Chang Xiaomei believed that he would not dare, and Yi Wutian did not understand what she would do in this case, whether to threaten her with a gun again. Only he noticed that she did not have a weapon with her in the hospital. In response to this, Chang Xiaomei wrapped herself in a blanket and turned away. Yi Wutian announced the presence of good news, namely that he had figured out how to overcome her mother's illness. In his opinion, by the end of the year he will be able to get her back on her feet. She turned to him and became interested in this news. Yi Wutian confirmed that this is true, so Xiaomei should rest well, not aggravate his serious condition, and wished him good night. She agreed and fell asleep. Half an hour later, Yi Wutian was about to leave as she fell asleep. Just after taking a step, she took his hand and Yi Wutian decided to stay. The next day, Dr. Wu and Director Su went to Xiaomei's room. The director was interested in her condition. Dr. Wu explained that Yi Wutian promised to come see her yesterday, so now everything should be fine and suggested that he come in to check. Walking inside, Director Su asked her about her condition, and Dr. Wu was sure that Yi Wutian had taken care of everything. When they entered, they saw something that shocked them. Yi Wutian and Xiaomei slept in an embrace and had various dreams. Yi Wutian accidentally bit her and received a slap. Chang Xiaomei was disgusted by Yi Wutian, but he didn't understand what he had done to deserve this. She noticed that he was on the bed and threw him off, since she did not let him in. Yi Wutian didn't understand where justice was, because according to him, she herself dragged him and never let him go. He also blamed it on the fact that there was no place to sleep there. Dr. Wu told us to tell them what they were doing there all night long. He didn't know that they were in a relationship and he was wondering when they had time. Director Su laughed and praised Yi Wutian, since not everyone, in his opinion, can start a relationship with a girl, which keeps the entire police department in horror. Yi Wutian saw that they were laughing and asked them to continue, because in fact they were just sleeping. Turning to Chang Xiaomei, he asked where she got so much anger, because there was nothing. Chang Xiaomei didn't understand how they could just sleep and pointed to the bite, asking for an explanation. Yi Wutian was embarrassed for this and made an excuse that he forgot to turn off the iron at home. He ran away and slammed the door. Before he had time to leave, requests were heard from the ward not to return again. Yi Wutian looked inside and asked about Chang Xiaomei's facial treatment. But she replied that this was exceptional. Yi Wujian left the hospital and understood that the first stage of Xianyan Qi was completed, and in theory he could now use the Qixing needle. It was not yet clear to him how effective it would be. Going down the steps, he saw Ouyang Hao next to the car, beckoning him to talk. Yi Wujian didn't understand what kind of conversation this was, but if it was about Chen Kursen again, then Yi Wujian asked him to remember that Ouyang Hao was running into trouble himself. Ouyang Hao stated that if Yi Wujian did not leave her, then there would be no problems later. According to him, it is not difficult for the Ouyang family to deal with one lying youth. Yi Wujian laughed at this and said that he understood everything about their family. Hao didn't understand why he was laughing. Yi Wujian explained that while old man Ouyang was dying, one of his grandsons couldn't wait for him to pass on to another world, and the second one goes crazy because of the girl. According to Yi Wujian, only Ouyang Xinyue is trying to do at least something, and their entire Ouyang family rests on her alone, and the rest are not worth mentioning, Yi Wujian believed. If we talk about how, Yi Wujian offered to deal with him, because this lying young man is always at his service. But if he were in his place, Yi Wujian stated that he would be prepared for the fact that the Ouyangs would not be called a great family for long. Further at the hotel, Yi Wujian returned to his room and was met by Kursen with questions about where he was and why his phone was turned off. Yi Wujian explained that he had something to do and his phone's battery had simply run out. Sitting on the bed, he noticed that Kursen's eyes were red and asked if she had been waiting for him all night, but she answered sharply that she would not stay up at night because of him. Kursen offered to bring some fruit, and Yi Wujian remembered that recently, her acquaintance Ouyang waylaid him and ordered him to stay away from her. She was interested in what he answered. Smiling maliciously, he replied that he agreed, because his family was so rich and influential, so he would not dare to contradict. Hearing this, Kursen decided that in this case, she would move out today. Yi Wujian took her hand and told the truth that Ouyang Hao responded negatively, because Yi Wujian likes to live with her. Kursen said that she noticed that Yi Wujian had disappeared from the news channels and showed the news online on her phone. Yi Wujian was glad that he was finally out of the headlines and praised Old Man Ning for his speed. Kursen continued to show some interesting articles, when unexpectedly, Yi Wujian wondered who he and Chen Kursen were to each other. He didn't understand, because they didn't seem to be a couple, but they acted like lovers. The next day in the hospital, in Qian Shu Hong's ward, he ran around unwilling to sleep. He could not go to bed because, according to him, he would turn into a monster. His mother asked him to listen to her. She said that he needed to sleep. Qian Shu Hong tossed and turned and was not going to sleep, because he did not want to become a monster again. Mom wanted him to listen to her and go to bed, but Qian Shu Hong repeated his words that he didn't want to sleep and wouldn't. Having contacted the doctors, the mother stated that she was leaving him with them. The doctors took a syringe and injected Qian Shu Hong, after which he immediately fell asleep. Yi Wujian came into their room and Qian Shu Hong's mother noticed this. She was glad that he decided to help them anyway. Yi Wujian believed that she overestimated him and he was by no means omnipotent. Mom told me about the rumors around that everyone says that it's better not to find a doctor. She hoped that Yi Wujian would not leave the unfortunate woman in trouble, and she, in turn, pledged to do everything for him. Yi Wujian asked to describe Qian Shu Hong's symptoms. He considered this a good opportunity to practice medicine. Mom told me that as soon as Qian Shu Hong fell asleep, he began to dream that he was beating people. At first, the nightmares came only at night, but now he cannot sleep a wink even during the day. Yi Wujian understood that with the help of Xianyan Qi he could heal him, but he believed that Qian Shu Hong did not deserve it. Having written the recipe on a piece of paper and given it, he ordered that it be strictly followed. They will see if he gets better in the future. Yi Wujian also stated that he was doing all this only for her sake, and not for Qian Shu Hong. Mom thanked him and gave him her business card. She promised that if Yi Wujian's medicine helped, she would thank him generously. Next, Yi Wujian went to Chang Xiaomei and brought a certain box. Xiaomei didn't understand what was there. Yi Wujian explained that this is what will help restore her beauty. At first he warned that it would hurt a little and that I would have to be patient. Yi Wujian did his job, and Chang Xiaomei did not feel any pain at all, but only a slight numbness. She was not sure that this would help, but Yi Wujian explained that otherwise, he would not be called a miraculous doctor. Then he locked the door and ordered her to take off her clothes. She was shocked by this statement, but Yi Wujian reminded her of the scar on her chest and suggested that she keep it as a souvenir. Chang Xiaomei wanted Yi Wuqian to give her some time to gather her courage, she suggested in a couple of days, since she was not mentally ready yet. Yi Wuqian explained that helping the sick is his sacred medical duty and therefore they are starting right now. She didn't want Yi Wuqian to come near her, but he sprayed the powder and she couldn't move anymore. Yi Wuqian stated that as a doctor, he was obliged to fulfill his medical duty and asked not to be shy, since for doctors there are no concepts of man or woman. Yi Wuqian was going to treat her, but she was unhappy and he didn't understand what to do. He suggested that she dress if she did not want to be treated, considering this harassment. Yi Wuqian didn't think so, and moreover explained that she was now his girlfriend and therefore everything was fine. Chang Xiaomei was surprised by this statement and decided to find out since when she became his girlfriend. Yi Wuqian recalled her words that no one would love her and said that from now on she can forget about other guys. He believed that since he saved her, she should think about him. Chang Xiaomei couldn't understand why he wouldn't give up, and Yi Wuqian wrote it all off as a medical bill. After all, first he saved her mother, now he saved her herself and did not understand how she would repay for this. Chang Xiaomei suggested that if she becomes his girlfriend, what will he do with his girlfriend and what will he say to her? Yi Wuqian understood that this was a difficult question and he had not yet found the answer to it, but in the long term, he planned to buy them a large mansion at the foot of the mountains, where they would all live happily ever after. Yi Wuqian told her to remember that the bandage should not be removed and the wound should not be wet. The bandage should not be removed in front of anyone, especially male doctors. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and Xiaomei threw Yi Wuqian off the bed, saying that she needed to get dressed. Yi Wuqian opened the door. There was a certain guy with a bouquet of flowers who came to visit Xiaomei. Xiaomei addressed him by the name Bai Fu and did not understand why he was here. Bai Fu didn't understand why her door was closed. Yi Wuqian explained that the door was of course locked and asked if he recognized him as a doctor. Bai Fu didn't know what he was supposed to do, since he wasn't even wearing a robe. After giving the bouquet to Xiaomei, he asked her why she didn't notify him that she was in the hospital. Xiaomei just didn't want to make a fuss over a trifle. Bai Fu asked about the wound, whether it was serious. Xiaomei began to answer, but Yi Wuqian interrupted her, saying that Bai Fu was on time, because Xiaomei was worried about this trivial scratch, and asked him if he would love her despite this. Xiaomei realized that Yi Wuqian wanted to test Bai Fu's feelings for her. Yi Wuqian was asking him to talk to her, otherwise she had just nearly jumped out of the window. Bai Fu decided to make sure of this and ask her again, but Chang Xiaomei was silent and he realized that it was true. He couldn't believe the scar behind the bandage was so bad. Yi Wuqian motivated him to go and comfort Xiaomei. Yi Wuqian reminded that it is not the appearance that matters, but what is inside. Bai Fu agreed with this and asked about the advanced plastic surgery in their time, whether it would help. Yi Wuqian's answer was disappointing. He explained that according to the doctors, even the best plastic surgeon would be powerless here and she would have to live with this all her life. Yi Wuqian pushed him to go and calm down Xiaomei, also telling him that it was not only about the face, because there were also scars on the face, on the stomach and chest. Bai Fu was shocked by this statement and that things were so bad. Yi Wuqian scared him, saying that fortunately the scars were small, only the size of a plate. He believed that Bai Fu should explain to Xiaomei that nothing bad happened. Bai Fu hesitantly agreed and committed to talk to her. Yi Wuqian believed that now was the time for Bai Fu to propose to her, just when she needed his support. Bai Fu screamed at what he heard. He didn't intend to marry her because he didn't know what people would think of him. Yi Wuqian suggested that he not only propose, but also swear eternal love to her, otherwise why would Xiaomei live? Bai Fu believed that with his money he could get any beauty and did not understand why he should get involved with this disfigured girl. Bai Fu said that they would discuss this a little later, because he remembered now that he had to deal with one urgent matter. Chang Xiaomei was disappointed in him and no longer believed that true love existed in the world. According to her, she did not feel anything special for him. For her he was just another suitor. She asked Yi Wuqian if he was happy now, but he only wanted to show that in the whole wide world she couldn't find anyone better than him. Xiaomei said that Bai Fu swore his love to her almost every day, but in reality it turned out differently. Yi Wuqian was ready to admit that he did not consider himself a good guy, but according to him, if he loves a woman, he loves her no matter what, and will never give up his feelings. Chang Xiaomei wondered how Yi Wuqian would feel about her liking several men at once. Yi Wujian nervously replied that he cared about her and asked her to see for herself that this way she would always have friends with whom she could play mahjong. Xiaomei believed that we still need to look for such a shameless person like him. Yi Wujian suddenly remembered and decided to ask her about a certain Situ Wei, since she claims to be her cousin. Angry, Chang Xiaomei asked what else she told him. Yi Wujian didn't understand why she became so nervous at the mere mention of her. Chang Xiaomei didn't know who decided that something connected her with Situ Wei and asked not to mention her again in her presence. She also advised Yi Wujian to stay away from her. At this moment, a phone call came from Yi Wujian. It was Wu Quansheng. After picking up the phone, Yi Wujian wondered what happened. Old man Wu explained that last time they were unable to have a normal conversation and called him to Wei Ju in the evening. Wei Ju was one of the most luxurious clubs in the city. Arriving there on a bicycle, Yi Wujian was stopped by security with a statement that he could only enter with a membership card and could not be allowed in without a card. A car drove by with Situ Wei, who realized that it was Dr. Yi Wujian. She offered to help him get into the club, asking him to simply leave his bike on the street, assuring him that no one would dare steal it. Yi Wujian got into her car, noticing Situ Wei's nice car and outfit. The guards who remained on the street were surprised that Yi Wujian knew Mrs. Situ. They were wondering who he was. This was the first time someone had seen that Mrs. Sita had decided to let someone down. Having reached the club, Situ Wei stated that they were there. Situ Wei noticed that Yi Wujian was looking at her intently. Yi Wujian asked her to be more careful, but in response to this, she only asked to call her sister. Situ Wei believed that Yi Wujian was eager to get to know each other better, but Yi Wujian only asked if anyone had told her that she looked like a fairy. He didn't understand why, being a genius like him, he had to endure harassment from a girl. Hearing the words of association with the fairy, she stated that she would gladly become his personal fairy. In response to this, Yi Wujian ran out of the car, explaining that he had made a mistake and asked to leave him alone. Situ Wei asked him not to forget to call her when he finished with his business, because she wanted to talk to him alone. Walking inside, Dr. Wu called out to him. Yi Wujian didn't understand why the doctor told him to come, because in Yi Wujian's opinion, he knew very well that he didn't have a membership card. But Dr. Wu only apologized, saying that he forgot about it. Dr. Wu represented Regional Secretary Zhou Huanzhang, who is in charge of healthcare in Dongqing. The secretary was glad to meet the famous doctor and Yi Wujian reciprocated, asking what he was needed for. Dr. Wu said that in 4 days there will be an exchange of medical knowledge between China and country N. He would like to invite Yi Wujian to take part in this event. Yi Wujian understood that this was serious and asked about the demands from him, because he had nothing to do with this. The doctor believed that Yi Wujian should be present just in case, since last year they suffered a crushing defeat and now must win back at any cost. The secretary explained that Dr. Wu had a very high opinion of Yi Wujian, which is why he wanted to see him with their specialists. Yi Wujian thought this was a bad idea since he is not even a licensed doctor. The secretary stated that this was not a problem and would organize all the necessary paperwork. Dr. Wu said that the event would not last long, 3 to 5 days at most. In his opinion, Yi Wujian will not lose much time, but he really needs his help. Yi Wujian did not understand that Dr. Wu, at his age, cares about little things like winning or losing. Angry, Dr. Wu explained that Yi Wujian had not yet seen the faces of these people from country N. One of the scoundrels, in his opinion, turned up his nose so much that he dared to say that their medicine was orthodox, and Chinese medicine was just an imitation. Dr. Wu said that China's honor was at stake and this was a battle for honor and respect that they could not lose again. Yi Wujian realized that it was all about pride. It is difficult for him to refuse when asked so sincerely. Moreover, he owes old man Wu for the Xianyan Qi technique. Yi Wujian eventually agreed to go, but asked not to expect too much from him. The doctor believed that with Yi Wujian, their chances of winning would increase many times over and reminded them of 3 days. At that moment, Yi Wujian's phone rang and when he picked it up, he heard a question from Situ Wei about where he was, as she missed him. In 5 minutes she was going to come get him, so she asked him not to run away anywhere. Yi Wujian didn't like it and told her to stop talking to him like that. He decided that there was no need to come for him, but now he would find her and show her what a real man was capable of. Yi Wujian was unhappy that he was being treated like a little boy and was going to show her that he was not to be trifled with. Having rung the doorbell of the apartment, Situ Wei opened it for him, saying that she missed him so much. Yi Wuqian convinced her that she was playing with fire, but she only pretended to be afraid. He understood that he needed to pull himself together and outplay her, otherwise the initiative would remain on her side. Walking inside and sitting on the sofa, Yi Wuqian asked her what she needed from him. Situ Wei showed Yi Wuqian a VIP pass, explaining that now he can visit her club whenever he wants. Yi Wuqian was surprised that it was like a gift and asked her if she was the owner of this club. Situ Wei was pleased that he finally figured it out, but Yi Wuqian could not accept this card because he did not want to owe her anything. Situ Wei didn't know how he would meet with her then and gave him a card, also stating that she was completely free now. Yi Wuqian reluctantly accepted the card and believed that they would not make a good couple. He wondered what she needed him for. Situ Wei said that everything depends on Yi Wuqian and she would really like to get to know each other better, inviting him to become her personal doctor. Yi Wuqian offered to help as a doctor, but there was no need for anything personal for him. According to Situ Wei, she was completely healthy and just wanted to hire him as her personal doctor for 100 million a year. Hearing this amount, Yi Wuqian was shocked. Situ Wei asked not to look at her like that, because she was embarrassed. But she had one condition, namely that Yi Wuqian was not allowed to treat other members of the 4 families besides her. Yi Wuqian realized that she wanted to use him to quarrel with the other 3 great families. Situ Wei considered his words too rude, because she is not asking to poison them, but only not to treat them. For her it was completely healthy competition. If the conditions are not suitable for Yi Wuqian, then she stated that she is open to negotiations. Yi Wuqian was pleased that he would receive 100 million just to sit back, but he couldn't do that. Situ Wei wondered why, to which he explained that he had already promised Ouyang Xinyue that he would do everything possible to save her grandfather. Yi Wuqian indicated that this does not mean that he is on their side, but only decided to simply help Ouyang Xinyue for personal reasons and he had no desire to get involved in their squabble. Situ Wei understood that it was not so easy to remain on anyone's side and decided to change the topic of conversation. She stated that she wanted to borrow it for the night. Next at the Weiju Club, Situ Wei was walking with Yi Wuqian. The people there were unhappy that they were ahead of them and were interested in who Yi Wuqian was, because he didn't look special in appearance. Yi Wuqian thought that this was just another harassment, but Situ Wei only needed a partner for the banquet. Situ Wei explained that such parties should not be neglected, because in her opinion, they are useful for making new connections. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why there were any other connections with her family. Situ Wei believed that it was not in her rules to underestimate what others usually overlook and cited Yi Wuqian as an example. Yi Wuqian understood that the more he listened to her, the more he was amazed by her. Situ Wei asked Yi Wuqian if he realized how cool she was and suggested that he even fell in love. Yi Wuqian immediately refuted this, calling her unpredictable, since it is unknown where she will be tomorrow, and asked how old she was, suggesting that she was an auntie. Laughing, Situ Wei said that she needed to go to the restroom and told Yi Wuqian not to pay attention to the other girls, because for the whole evening, in her opinion, he belongs only to her. Suddenly, Yi Wuqian was called out, saying that they didn't expect to meet him there and it was a pleasant surprise. Turning around, Yi Wuqian saw Ouyang Xinyue asking him if he had come alone. The people there were surprised that Yi Wuqian also knew Ouyang Xinyue. Yi Wuqian nervously replied that she had just gone away for a while, to which Xinyue offered to sit down and talk. Yi Wuqian did not mind, but at that moment Situ Wei appeared and declared that this evening, Yi Wuqian was only hers. Ouyang Xinyue was confused that Yi Wuqian came with Situ Wei and did not understand when they managed to get close. Situ Wei provoked Xinyue by asking her opinion about their couple, also explaining that she and Yi Wuqian have a date today, so Xinyue will have to wait for next time. Xinyue agreed and planned to borrow Yi Wuqian sometime next time. Situ Wei didn't mind, but Yi Wuqian was unhappy that no one asked him. Xinyue began to walk away and Situ Wei noticed that Xinyue was not indifferent to him and she also liked him. Yi Wuqian refused, finding it not even funny. Situ Wei said that Yi Wuqian was in her car, and Xinyue never lets men into her car. He didn't understand what the problem was, because she just gave him a ride. Situ Wei also wanted to say something, namely that she had never given a ride to any guy before and he was her first. Musicians began to play in the hall and Situ Wei invited Yi Wuqian to dance, despite the fact that he did not know how. While they were dancing, Xinyue was watching from the side, who understood that the Situ family decided to act openly. Yi Wuqian danced clumsily and stepped on Situ Wei's feet, which hurt her. He explained that that's why he said he didn't dance, he wanted to offer something in return, but Situ Wei interrupted him, saying that they still had a lot of dancing ahead. Situ Wei took Yi Wuqian's hand and placed it on her waist. He didn't understand what kind of dance this was and believed that at this rate he would die before the end. The people who watched this were very unhappy and wanted to be in Yi Wuqian's place. Yi Wuqian thought that they were dancing too close to each other and wanted to suggest something, but Situ Wei again interrupted him by asking if he didn't like it. Continuing to dance, Yi Wuqian suddenly felt ill and ran to the toilet. Having washed himself, he returned to Situ Wei again, surprised that she, too, could blush and offered to admit this as a mutual defeat. Situ Wei suggested one more dance and see how long it would be enough. Yi Wuqian refused because he admitted that he had lost. He understood that Situ Wei was a truly dangerous person, and now it was not surprising to him that Chang Xiaomei advised him to stay away from her. At this moment, Xin Yue approached him and invited him to dance, but Yi Wuqian refused. She was upset by this because she realized that he did not want to dance with her. Yi Wuqian admitted that he couldn't dance at all and in response offered to teach her. Xin Yue agreed and they went to dance, with Situ Wei watching nearby. People saw that Yi Wuqian was now dancing with Ouyang Xin Yue and were angry. They were going to find out all the ins and outs of Yi Wuqian and where he came from. There were some exclamations from Xin Yue and she realized that Yi Wuqian really couldn't dance. Yi Wuqian apologized and wanted to stop there, but Xin Yue insisted and continued teaching him. Yi Wuqian also continued to step on her feet, but after 20 minutes, people applauded their dance. Yi Wuqian was glad that he finally succeeded and could dance like a normal person. Xin Yue wondered if she made a good teacher. Yi Wuqian praised her even though she had to pay a considerable price by pointing to her legs, which were all bruised. He knew about massage and offered it to her, otherwise he would worry. Xin Yue almost forgot that he is a doctor. Further in the utility room, Yi Wuqian massaged her legs. Yi Wuqian began to treat the pain in her leg and assured her that she needed to be patient a little and the pain would go away. While he was doing the massage, Situ Wei called him, saying that it wasn't fair, because he spent very little time with her, but he was in no hurry to part with Xin Yue. Yi Wuqian remembered Situ Wei and asked her not to bother her anymore, since this was just a massage and there was no point in creating misunderstandings. He believed that she was talking nonsense and Xin Yue noticed this. She asked if he was worried about her and offered to come back so as not to keep her waiting. Yi Wuqian replied that there was no need to pay attention. He believed that compared to Situ Wei, Ouyang Xin Yue was much simpler and by no means stupid. Xin Yue directly asked if he liked Situ Wei. He was shocked by this question, because he didn't think it was like that. Xin Yue explained that she didn't mean anything like that, but simply didn't want anything to happen to him. In her opinion, it would be better if Yi Wuqian did not get close to her. Yi Wuqian recalled Chang Xiaomei's words and heard Xin Yue's words. He assumed that Situ Wei had some kind of dark side. He finished the massage and thought it was a good workout for his skills. After that, Xin Yue handed him the Moonstring Club membership card and asked him to take it. Yi Wuqian understood that just as Wei Ju belonged to Situ Wei, so the Moonstring belonged to Xin Yue, suggesting that this was some kind of fashion for handing out club membership cards. He also remembered that he had a gift for her. He showed a certain box of pills, which made Xin Yue think that it was for grandfather. But Yi Wuqian explained that this would not wash her grandfather, but this was for her. He assured Xin Yue to receive her at a certain time, but before he could finish speaking, she had already received her. Yi Wuqian rushed to look for water and Xin Yue pointed to the bathroom. He took her in his arms and they began to quickly run there. Xin Yue was in the bathroom, not understanding what was happening and where there was so much dirt on her. Yi Wuqian asked not to be afraid and just wash it off, and then she herself would understand everything. Xin Yue looked in the mirror and couldn't believe it was her. Her face has changed greatly. Coming out of the bathroom, she took Yi Wuqian's hand, saying that she wanted more. Yi Wuqian explained that one pill is enough, otherwise if she eats more, there will be no effect. Returning back to the hall, people noticed that Yi Wuqian and Xin Yue had only been gone for half an hour, but she had become very prettier. One of the guests also noticed that she had become prettier, and a nearby guest said that according to the collected data, Chen Kursen suddenly became prettier the day before attending the banquet in honor of Ouyang Annan's birthday. Situ Wei assumed that this was one of Yi Wuqian's techniques and realized that he actually had such a remedy, wanting to put it into mass production. She approached Yi Wuqian, saying that he had completely forgotten about her, because he was so carried away by Xinyue. Approaching him, she suggested that he get ready to go home and promised to give him a ride. She understood that women are ready to pay any money for beauty, and this medicine is literally priceless. Xinyue watched this and believed that she must persuade Yi Wuqian to the side of the Ouyang family at any cost. For her, the secret of this pill is no less valuable than his medical skills. Having reached the place, Yi Wuqian decided to leave, but Situ Wei stopped him, asking if he wanted to say something in the end, because she was so sad because he was with Xinyue, he completely forgot about her. Yi Wuqian responded rudely that he didn't care. Situ Wei agreed not to talk about Xinyue now and would rather return to her offer of 200 million a year. Yi Wuqian understood that 200 million just so that he would not try to cure old man Ouyang was an interesting proposal and was going to think about it. Situ Wei was upset that Xinyue revolved around him all the time and he was kind to her, but cold towards Situ Wei, suggesting that he did not like her at all. Yi Wuqian was only afraid of getting burned by it. Situ Wei began to explain that she was not scary enough to get burned by her, citing as an example that she touched him and nothing happened, but Yi Wuqian didn't like it and asked him to be careful, otherwise he might not be able to stand it. At this moment, the question rang out about what Yi Wuqian couldn't bear and what he was holding back. It was Chen Kursin who wanted everything explained to her in more detail. After Yi Wuqian got out of the car, Situ Wei left, asking him not to forget her. Chen Kursin really didn't like Situ Wei and noticing that Yi Wuqian was trying to leave, she began to ask him about this situation. He believed that she would not believe him, since she was seeing Situ Wei literally for the second time, and she already wanted to give him money for nothing. Kursin thought this was not surprising, because he listened to her carefully. Approaching the house, Yi Wuqian believed that Situ Wei only wanted to take advantage of him, but Kursin was in no hurry and wanted him to tell her everything in detail at home. After that, Yi Wuqian spent the rest of the evening explaining and finally calmed down Chen Kursin. Yi Wuqian spent the next few days practicing the Xianyan Qi technique, almost reaching the second stage. During this time, Situ Wei tried to tempt him countless times, but Yi Wuqian did not give in. Meanwhile, Chen Kursin found them a new rented apartment, into which she and Yi Wuqian moved, saying goodbye to the need to live in a hotel. Chang Xiaomei was also already preparing to be discharged from the hospital. The police chief asked Yi Wuqian to quickly remove the bandage, because he said that by today, Chang Xiaomei should be fine. Yi Wuqian agreed with this and believed that as the chief of police, he should learn patience, because he did not understand where the distrust came from, because he did not say that something went wrong. Xiaomei, removing Yi Wuqian's hand, said that she should panic, because Yi Wuqian said that he was only half confident of success. Yi Wuqian optimistically explained that there are many different variables in this world, but in one thing, Xiaomei, in Yi Wuqian's opinion, can always be sure that no matter whether she is beautiful or not, the love for her will remain the same. After removing the bandage, Dr. Wu and the police chief could not believe their eyes and utter a word. Xiaomei decided to see for herself, because none of those present could believe it. Yi Wuqian took the mirror and asked him to promise first that she would become his girlfriend. Xiaomei said that in childhood, her mother told her that her future husband would never get rid of her and asked if he was sure that he wanted to marry her. Yi Wuqian stated that he was predicted to have a difficult fate as a child and therefore everything fits together. Xiaomei didn't understand how Yi Wuqian could ask her for this, because he has a girlfriend and they even live together, but he believed that one girl is good, but two are better. This was observed by Dr. Wu and the chief of police, who were not surprised by Yi Wuqian, for he was in his repertoire. Xiaomei did not want to talk to him and simply asked him to give her the mirror, but Yi Wuqian stood his ground and asked him to answer accurately. She promised him and only wanted to quickly look in the mirror, and Yi Wuqian told Director Su to witness it. The director agreed that when he returned to the station, he would tell the guys not to pay attention to Chang Xiaomei's oddities. Looking in the mirror, Xiaomei was surprised that she became normal again. Her face was truly restored. Next, Xiaomei escorted everyone out of the room, declaring that she would remove the remaining bandages herself. Dr. Wu believed that since Chang Xiaomei had recovered, they could finally leave and Yi Wuqian agreed. Director Su did not understand where they were going. What was the purpose of receiving an explanation from Yi Wuqian that they were going to Country N? Arriving at the place, the doctor asked Yi Wuqian why he did not notify him about his fear of flying, but Yi Wuqian didn't know that planes still existed. The doctor was surprised and thought that he would not be pleased. Having gone out into the street, a car was supposed to be sent for them and they went to her. They arrived at a hotel in Country N. When they got out of the car, they were already met by people who knew Dr. Wu and were glad to see them. One guy noticed Yi Wuqian and was surprised by this meeting. Yi Wuqian addressed him by name, Mr. Hanja, saying that he also did not expect to see him there. At this moment, Dr. Kim Jae-chen approached them and was surprised that Mr. Heng had been sent here again. He couldn't believe that there was no one better in China, and that's why they continued to send beaten generals. Mr. Heng was angry because he believed that it is normal for any competition to have a winner and a loser, reproaching the doctor for being proud of his only victory. Laughing, the doctor assured that Mr. Hanja not only lost last year, but would also be defeated this year. The people nearby were unhappy with this. Yi Wuqian immediately remembered Dr. Wu's words that Dr. Kim Jae-chen was completely unbearable. Dr. Kim Jae-chen proposed a bet to Mr. Hanja as Mr. Hanja is confident of his success. Mr. Hanja understood that he should not, because today he represents the whole of China and if he makes a bet and loses it, it will affect the entire country. Dr. Kim Jae-chen asked not to be so scared, because he did not ask to put his career on the line. Mr. Hanja eventually agreed to the bet and wanted to know what they were betting on. Dr. Kim Jae-chen explained that everything is simple. If Mr. Hanja loses, he will fall to his knees and publicly admit that their Chinese medicine cannot be compared to theirs, and he will also agree that he personally, as a doctor, is completely unsuitable for them as a specialist. Mr. Kanza didn't know what to answer. Noticing this, Dr. Kim Jae-chen felt that he had suddenly lost faith in his abilities. At this moment, Yi Wuqian asked what would happen if Dr. Kim lost. The people standing nearby did not understand where this amateur had come from. Dr. Kim explained that if they lose, he will apologize to them. Yi Wuqian thought this was unfair and said that he knew that their country was especially famous for some videos and beautiful girls. In this case, Yi Wuqian wanted that if Dr. Kim lost, he would do it to them and show it to Yi Wuqian personally, and then crawl between his legs. Dr. Wu was surprised by this proposal, because he believed that even he would not invent something so ridiculous. Dr. Kim was angry because Yi Wuqian didn't know who he was talking to in his opinion, but Yi Wuqian didn't care. Dr. Kim agreed to these conditions, adding that if Yi Wuqian loses, he will break both of his arms and will never practice medicine again. Yi Wuqian thought that Dr. Kim was even more dishonest than that, but they made a deal. Hanja thanked Yi Wuqian, to which he asked to remember that he represents not only his team and the whole of China. He needed to believe in himself because there was no way he would lose to Dr. Kim. A certain man understood that after such a bet, they simply had no choice but to believe in Yi Wuqian's abilities. Yi Wuqian promised to show them what he was capable of at the competition tomorrow. The next day, the doctors gathered in the room. They were explained that to win the competition they had to win 2 out of 3 rounds, 1 round per day. Participants are not limited in any way in the methods used and all competitions are extremely fair and open. None of the participants have any information about the patients. The first task for them would be to diagnose the patient next to the doctor who explained the conditions. Participants could all act together, and then they would determine who was most effective. After a while, the doctor asked to follow him to the conference room. Participants will have an hour to present their findings and suggest treatment. One of the participants asked the thoughts of those there. One stated that without dialogue with the patient and without a normal examination, nothing could be understood with the naked eye in such a time. The participant sitting next to him agreed with this. Mr. Hanja approached Dr. Wu, explaining that he thought the patient might be experiencing migraine symptoms. From the point of view of traditional medicine, he believed that they should reduce the influence of the elements of fire and air on the body, and support the vital energy of the liver and kidneys. Dr. Wu agreed that it was a migraine, but he preferred Western medicine and suggested sticking with his version. Dr. Wu wondered if Yi Wuqian had any objections, but he agreed with everything and offered to write out a prescription, since in any case, this is just the beginning in his opinion. Approaching the man who explained the rules and was the judge, he read out the prescription of Dr. Kim Jae-chen, praising him that it was written in Western style and was quite good-looking. Dr. Kim praised himself and was going to look at Yi Wuqian and how long he would last for yesterday's self-confidence, but Yi Wuqian only advised him to think about his own self-conceit. Suddenly the judge asked whose recipe it was. The doctors didn't understand if there was something wrong with the prescription, because it was written by Yi Wuqian. Dr. Kim laughed and began to wonder what Yi Wuqian wrote, because he managed to piss off his mentor. Yi Wuqian asked about the problem in his recipe, but received a remark about the incomprehensible handwriting. Dr. Wu expected that even mere mortals would be unable to decipher his handwriting. Yi Wuqian thought that something serious had happened and offered to read it himself, since, in Yi Wuqian's opinion, his Chinese language was so bad. Dr. Kim believed that such cheap tricks would not help him win, but Yi Wuqian only reminded him of his promise. He began to read out loud that the patient was clearly in severe pain, his face and tip of his tongue are red, his skin is dry and yellowish, and his pulse is irregular. All this means that he has problems with the liver and kidneys. Next was the recipe: 30 grams of peony root, 15 grams of acaranthes, 8 grams of ginseng, 10 grams of chrysanthemum. All this had to be mixed in a vat of water, boiled and taken a glass 3 times a day, but Yi Wuqian thought that they knew all this without him. Dr. Kim's mentor understood that he was a doctor from country N, but as a judge he had to remain impartial and evaluate both sides objectively, after which he announced that victory belonged to China. The doctors there were surprised that they would not even test the effectiveness of the treatment on the patient. Dr. Kim was furious that they had lost and asked whether it was possible to judge the effectiveness of the method without seeing the result with one's own eyes. Next, the Chinese representatives had dinner at a restaurant and praised Yi Wuqian for helping them a lot today. Yi Wuqian considered this their common victory. He understood that after the competition there was a banquet at which there was no room for talking about medicine, so he believed that he could drink all night long with the others. Dr. Wu praised Yi Wuqian, not understanding who could compete with his medical knowledge. He approached Zhou with a question about local beauties in order to introduce them to Yi Wuqian. Zhou believed that the ladies he liked would be too old for Yi Wuqian and decided to make sure of that. But Yi Wuqian said that the best women are married. That evening, he returned home and realized that he had drunk so much that he could not even walk straight. He needs to take his medicine quickly before he gets even sicker. Unexpectedly, he saw Ouyang Xinyue was shocked by her appearance. Before he could greet her, he was hit on the head with something. In the morning, Yi Wuqian woke up with a terrible pain in his head and wondered who knocked him out yesterday, and more importantly, why. He noticed that he was without clothes and remembered that he had a dream about how he had a good time with some girl. Turning around, he saw Ouyang Xinyue crying. He didn't understand how it happened and what she forgot in country N. At this moment, the phone rang and Yi Wuqian answered it. There they asked him if Yi Wuqian liked their gift. Yi Wuqian began to ask who it was and why it was done, but they hung up. He began to explain to Xinyue that it was a setup and he didn't know it was her. He assumed that she knew something and asked her to tell how she ended up in his room. But Ouyang Xinyue only asked her to forget it. Yi Wuqian didn't understand how anyone could forget this, because she doesn't even allow men into the car. Xinyue was angry and didn't know anything herself, but she understood that someone had played an evil trick on them. In this case, Yi Wuqian wondered if she wanted to find the culprit, but Xinyue gritted her teeth and said that she would find him out. She began to get dressed and Yi Wuqian decided to apologize. In her opinion, he had nothing to apologize for, because he had nothing to do with it. Xinyue explained that they should not blame themselves for what happened and from now on they will behave exactly as before, as if nothing had happened. According to her, everything will remain the same between them. Yi Wuqian didn't know if she would really be satisfied with this. He felt uneasy, because he considered her too cold-blooded. Xinyue wondered what Yi Wuqian thought she should do. She believed that if she cried and was indignant, it would not change anything. Opening the door, she reminded me that there was nothing between them today and asked me to forget. Yi Wuqian walked along the corridor and wanted to know who could have arranged all this so that even Ouyang Xinyue knows nothing. He understood that if the one who framed them had photographic evidence, then this could be a fatal blow for Xinyue. Dr. Wu saw Yi Wuqian and called out to him, reminding him that the competition was about to begin. Hanja also saw Yi Wuqian and said that everyone now believes that without him, he is not capable of anything. He felt a certain aroma of perfume, he wondered, indicating that he smelled of expensive perfume. Mr. Hanja explained, saying that now he understood where Yi Wuqian had gone and asked how he spent the night. Yi Wuqian was not in the mood and told Mr. Hanja to keep his mouth shut, otherwise he would make sure that he would not be able to open his mouth for the rest of his life. Mr. Hanja was scared by his answer and asked Dr. Wu about Yi Wuqian's condition. Dr. Wu assumed that something bad happened at night, that's why he's angry. The doctor asked just not to cling to him. Being in the same room, people saw that Yi Wuqian was darker than a cloud and recalled Dr. Wu's words that it was better not to interfere with him now. Dr. Kim Jae-chen walked by and started making fun of him, saying that he couldn't wait to be taught a lesson. Approaching Yi Wuqian, he promised that he would not wait for mercy today and asked him to get ready to run away and cry. Dr. Wu understood what was about to happen and condoled with Dr. Kim. Yi Wuqian only asked him to simply disappear. Dr. Kim Jae-chen wanted to know what Yi Wuqian would say about the fact that their country has been losing these competitions for several years now. Yi Wuqian decided to remind him that their country is famous for its plastic surgery. With this in mind, he challenged Dr. Kim, stating that he would prove that their plastic surgery was terrible. Dr. Kim and the guy next to him laughed because they believed that Yi Wuqian would lose in any case. Yi Wuqian only warned them to laugh while they could, because according to him, he would trample him, in his own field. Hanja was unhappy because he believed that they would never win in plastic surgery and was going to stop Yi Wuqian. At this moment, the doctor came up to him and calmed him down, saying that Yi Wuqian would not raise a fuss without a reason. The judge explained that if both parties agreed, then the second round would be about cosmetic surgery and asked everyone to start preparing for the second round. Next, a patient with scoliosis came to see them. The judge explained that the second task would require them to have therapeutic skills and the goal was to help this patient. He suffers from a severe form of scoliosis and cannot straighten his back. All participants had to do was alleviate their symptoms. Dr. Wu said that scoliosis itself is not particularly dangerous if treatment is started on time, but judging by the patient, he clearly lived with him for many years and this is a very advanced case, Dr. Wu believed. The judging doctor understood that at this stage it was almost impossible to cure the patient and therefore said that it was necessary to relieve his symptoms. Mr. Hanja said that the spinal column is made up of many vertebrae designed to protect the spinal cord. According to him, this part of humans, like any vertebrate, plays an important role in motor skills due to its function of conducting nerve impulses. He realized that if they made a mistake, the patient could easily become paralyzed. Dr. Kim Jae-chen believed that it was better not to take risks and limit himself to an orthopedic corset for the back, advising once again not to strain the spine. While everyone was thinking about their next steps, Yi Wuqian began to tear open the bag and pour the contents into his mouth. This powder was supposed to make him stronger for a short time. After the powder took effect, Yi Wuqian took a good swing and hit the patient on the back, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone who watched this was shocked. Dr. Kim Jae-chen began to scold Yi Wuqian for wanting to leave the patient disabled for life. The patient, not understanding who hit him, stood up and straightened up. The participants watching this did not understand how this was possible. He realized that he was able to straighten his back and was certainly happy that this was not a dream. Yi Wuqian's team was happy for him that victory was his, surprised that he was able to cure an incurable disease with one blow. Yi Wuqian stated that he and Dr. Kim Jae-chen would see each other again during the next test, and he couldn't wait to finally find out what Dr. Kim was capable of, after which he and Dr. Wu began to leave the place. The judging doctor explained that even if he did, once we lost, the last test is a completely different matter. They could not afford to give in their own field, otherwise they would disgrace the whole country. But he believed that simply winning would not be enough and they must completely and irrevocably trample Yi Wuqian's team. Dr. Kim agreed with him, saying that he had an idea. Yi Wuqian didn't know that that same evening, in order to undermine the Chinese team's confidence in victory, news of the bet was leaked to the press. This caused a storm of outrage throughout the country. Journalists turned to Yi Wuqian, calling him an upstart from China who decided to challenge the country's famous cosmetic surgery in. Dr. Wu and Mr. Hanja didn't understand where the reporters were coming from. Yi Wuqian thought it was obvious and clear what kind of people set this up. Dr. Wu still did not understand why this was necessary, to which he received an explanation from Yi Wuqian that they wanted to make his defeat public so that he would become famous throughout the country. Also, in Yi Wuqian's opinion, they did this so that no one else would dare to challenge the superiority of their medicine, as he did. At that moment, Dr. Kim passed by and asked to follow him to the operating room, since it was already time to start the competition. Mr. Hanji believed that this should have been just an exchange of experience and asked why they were going so far. Dr. Kim explained that in his opinion, people have a right to know about their competition, and besides, nowhere in the rules did it say that the media should not be involved. Addressing reporters, he said that the results will be known immediately when they are ready. Yi Wuqian thought this was a good move. Journalists were already standing outside the doors and broadcasting live. Suddenly the door clicked and the reporter announced that after a 3-hour operation, Kim Jong, who is an expert in the field of traditional medicine, had finished his work. Upon leaving, Kim Jong announced that the operation was successful and the bandages could be removed in 10 days, then people will be able to see the result. He saw Yi Wuqian and hoped that his defeat would not be too obvious, otherwise, in his opinion, people would start saying that he was being bullied. Mr. Hanja explained that even if Kim Jong wins this round, the victory will still remain theirs. Angry, Kim Jong said that it was Yi Wuqian's turn to show himself. Yi Wuqian was about to get down to business, because in his opinion, if Kim Jong is eager to screw up in front of the whole country, then who is he to stand in his way? He walked into the room and Dr. Wu asked him about the need for an assistant. But Yi Wuqian believed that for such a trivial operation, he alone was more than enough, but everyone could be present as observers. Unlike Kim Jong, without mentioning his name, he is not a person who can only make faces. The Country H team didn't think that Yi Wuqian could handle it alone, without the help of an assistant. Next, Yi Wuqian put on his uniform and prepared to perform the operation. Yi Wuqian poured the powder from the bag into a bowl of water, after which the water turned dark. After moistening the cotton wool with water, Yi Wuqian began to rub it over the patient's face. Dr. Kim did not understand what kind of plastic surgery this was, because it looked more like village poultices. Dr. Wu understood that Yi Wuqian's medical techniques had always been extremely mysterious. In terms of the drugs used, according to the doctor, they were indeed similar to traditional Chinese medicine, but their effectiveness was unprecedented. Yi Wuqian began the operation and began to cut without anesthesia, according to people, which made them shocked, but the patient did not react as if he did not feel anything. After bandaging the patient's face, Yi Wuqian stated that the bandage could be removed the day after tomorrow. Dr. Kim laughed, because he believed that Yi Wuqian performed a 5-minute operation and only ruined the patient's face. Yi Wuqian came out of the operating room, saying that he didn't want to argue with him now and he was going to see what Dr. Kim had to say about the results of the competition. And now, 3 days of waiting have passed. On this day, there were many more reporters at the hospital. Not only journalists from Country N, but also many foreign media became interested in the results of the operation. After all, some young man dared to challenge the famous cosmetic surgery of the Country N. This topic quickly gained popularity. Approaching the patients, they first removed the bandage from Dr. Kim's patient. Dr. Wu noticed that in just 3 days the wounds had already healed as well as expected. In his opinion, from a nationally renowned specialist, after the scars heal completely, there will be no trace left of the wounds. Dr. Kim believed that this was just an ordinary operation for him, but he was interested in the result of his opponent. Yi Wuqian removed the bandage from his patient and everyone present there was shocked by what they saw. There was no scar on the patient. Dr. Kim couldn't believe it and was angry because he thought it was major facial surgery. The team from Country N did not understand how scars could heal in 3 days. Kim Jong also believed that this simply could not happen. The judging doctor understood that this was a complete defeat. Dr. Kim also knew that this was the end and that Country N's cosmetic surgery had failed, but they couldn't afford it. Yi Wuqian was pleased with his result and stated that Country N, thanks to the reporters they called today, they will be humiliated in front of the whole world. The judging doctor told his ward to make sure that none of the reporters found out about this and also that no one should find out about the competition. The judging doctor sadly admitted that this medical exchange of experience is a win-win situation for China. Yi Wuqian's team rejoiced and thanked him for this, promising to celebrate today. On this trip to Country N, the Chinese doctors won a crushing victory. That night everyone walked until they dropped. Zhong Huichang thanked Yi Wuqian repeatedly, hating himself for not having a granddaughter or something else to tie Yi Wuqian to himself. Wei Juanji also did not miss the opportunity to make another request to Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian realized that he had kidney failure and was going to write what he needed to do and everything would pass. With the recipe, Wei Juanji went home happy and thanked Yi Wuqian very much. The next day, Kim Jong kept his word to Yi Wuqian to act in a movie. Kim Jong noticed that there was definitely something wrong with the actor, to which Yi Wuqian replied that he was not going to look for a beautiful girl for him so that he would not enjoy it. Yi Wutian stated that they would get to work and start filming. Then, while in his room, Yi Wutian decided that he would never do such things again. From then on, Ouyang Xinyue did not call again, as if nothing had happened. He was going to call her himself because he couldn't wait for the woman to work up her courage. Yi Wutian called her, but she didn't answer the phone. At that moment, Dr. Wu came in with a statement that this was shamelessness. Yi Wutian wondered what happened. He was told that Country N had falsified the results and announced that it had won the plastic surgery competition. He did not understand how they could win, to which he received an explanation that Country N took the initiative at the press conference and told everyone that they were the ones who won. They bribed the patients treated by Yi Wutian and said that Kim Zheng had won. Yi Wutian asked about the official victory in this exchange of experience, who was awarded the victory. They explained to him that they are not so unscrupulous. Dr. Wu was angry with them, believing that such people could not treat people. In his opinion, it is the height of shamelessness to claim that they won after such a devastating defeat. Yi Wutian took this news calmly, as he understood that they could not allow their national medicine to lose. He stated that Secretary Zhou could turn things around to eat them alive, only he asked not to enjoy this alone, to leave him a peace. If these boring things in Yi Wutian's opinion are over, then he is going to return to China. Dr. Wu and Secretary Zhou assured that the rest could be left to them. After flying back, Yi Wutian could not get used to the plane again, no matter how many times he flew. He intended to use other modes of transport in the future, as much as possible if possible. Chen Kursen met him and asked him to hurry up, as she wanted to show him something. Arriving at the place and entering the building, Yi Wutian was shocked by what he saw. Kursen said that this is now their company and from now on, Yi Wutian is the director of this company. The company was called Tianxin Hongyan Group. Tianxin meant the crossing of the names Yi Wutian and Chen Kursen. Yi Wutian hugged her, thanking her and saying that he really liked her, but didn't understand why this was necessary. Kursen wanted to see his growth and how he became a wealthy person. Looking at the certificate for 20 million, he understood that this was most likely all her savings and promised to return everything to her. Kursen thought that Yi Wutian was treating her like a stranger, but Yi Wutian denied this, saying that she had never been a stranger to him. But that's exactly what it sounded like to her. Hearing this, Yi Wutian decided to swear to her that he would create a heaven on earth for her in the future, will create her business empire. Kursen stated that the company was registered in his name and the future depends on him. Yi Wutian believed that 10 million was not enough. Even though the company was well established, it still lacked equipment and also needed to establish production. Kursen heard that 10 million was not enough and offered more, but Yi Wutian asked to keep it for himself and rely on him for the rest. Kursen said that there were still unresolved issues in the company and she was going to leave first. Yi Wutian understood that he couldn't call Ouyang Xinyue now and he could only rely on Situ Wei, and then called her. Situ Wei was glad that Yi Wutian finally remembered her and answered the phone call. She considered him heartless because he never calls her, and now he decided to remind her of himself. Yi Wutian explained this by saying that he was busy and called as soon as he finished with work. Situ Wei guessed that he was calling her for money, but she was still happy about his call. Yi Wutian was surprised at how she understood this. She told about her guesses, namely that his girlfriend created the company and appointed him as director, but now he needs money. Yi Wutian understood that she knew him very well and asked her conditions. Situ Wei was willing to invest 500 million in his company for just 1% of the company's shares. Yi Wutian thought she was a crazy woman who wanted to break him with money. Yi Wutian told her to forget about 500 million, and even if it was a billion, she still wouldn't receive a percentage of the shares. He was sure that in the future of the company, this money would not be enough even for one share. Situ Wei asked him to offer his terms if he did not agree with hers, but she assured him that he would not receive money from her just like that. Yi Wutian stated that except for Ouyang Xinyue and her grandfather, he will not treat any of the other families until the end of the year. Situ Wei promised that 200 million would be in his account tomorrow. Having finished the conversation, she did not understand what she owed him in her past life, because he was using her for his own interests. Next to the Ouyang group, at the meeting of directors, Uncle Xinyue asked her if she wanted to tell him something. But Xinyue had already said everything and did not understand what else they wanted to hear from her. Uncle was angry that she lost her virginity with him. In his opinion, she has disgraced the Ouyang family and also has the nerve to act so arrogantly. One of the Ouyang family members said that the decision would be Jing Ren's. Ouyang Xiangyu believed that this was a chance for his father and he should not miss it. Zheng Ren said that following family rules, Xin Yue was temporarily suspended from work. Xin Yue respected the family rules, but she wondered how they all knew about her accident. Zheng Ren explained that they only need to have ears to find out everything. According to him, this has already been decided. Xin Yue is still the vice president of Ouyang Group and she will still go to work, but she has no right to interfere in the company's affairs. Ouyang Hao stood up from the table and said that he was protesting because Xin Yue had made a great contribution to the development of the family. In his opinion, this is unfair to her. Ouyang Xianyu did not understand what his elder brother was doing and wanted him not to regret it, because he was still his elder brother. Zheng Ren explained that Ouyang Hao's grandfather created these rules and they have no right to change them. He believed that Ouyang Hao did not understand that he was doing all this for their benefit. Ouyang Hao suggested delaying Xin Yue's punishment since grandpa was still in a coma. Xin Yue didn't understand why Ouyang Hao was helping her, because they weren't particularly close. Zheng Ren said that it is unclear when grandfather will wake up and if he does not shut up, he must leave. At the Ouyang Group office, Xin Yue was asked about what was happening and her father could not believe that she was one of those women who did not see her worth. Xin Yue explained that she was set up and it was a trap, but she had no evidence. Father was curious about what Yi Wuqian said. In his opinion, he should have taken care of this as a man and demanded an explanation from him. Xin Yue considered Yi Wuqian to be a victim like her, and she doesn't want to involve him in this. The father was of the opinion that because of him she was disgraced and was surprised that she did not want to know his opinion on this matter. The father left the room and Xin Yue was left alone. She wondered if Yi Wuqian knew about everything, whether he would help her. She thought it was no use calling him, because there was no relationship between them. Next, Ouyang Hao called Yi Wuqian to meet. They were sitting at the same table and Hao wanted to know his opinion that Xin Yue was removed from the company's affairs because of him. Yi Wuqian believed that the family elder was also ill, because if a woman ceased to be innocent before marriage, then she could no longer participate in family affairs. In his opinion, she has already violated the family rules. Hao stated that he was the eldest son and could help her regain her status in the family and could also resolve the misunderstanding between them. Yi Wuqian scoffed at Hao offering to help him because he didn't consider himself stupid. Hao offered him help not without his own conditions. Yi Wuqian had to return Curson to him. He explained that Xin Yue had made a huge contribution to the family's affairs and now it was all ruined because of Yi Wuqian, urging him to take responsibility. Yi Wuqian believed that in this situation, Hao was only thinking about himself, despite the fact that he said that he wanted to help Xin Yue in the current situation. Ouyang Hao wanted Yi Wuqian to say yes or no, because in his opinion, he had no right to judge him. Yi Wuqian replied that Xin Yue would help personally, which is why Hao could have forgotten about Chen Curson, but still thanked Hao for the information provided. As Hao left, he said that Yi Wuqian would regret this. Yi Wuqian tried to call Ouyang Xin Yue again, but it was no use. After leaving the restaurant, he didn't understand why she didn't answer the phone and was planning to immediately go to Ouyang Group and find her. Xin Yue received a message from Yi Wuqian, saying that he was at the cafe next to her office and if she was not there in 5 minutes, he would call the police. Xin Yue understood that sooner or later this had to happen and finally they would meet. Sitting at the same table, Yi Wuqian stated that Hao told him everything. Xin Yue was not surprised that he was protecting her, because in her opinion, he was using this as blackmail to get Yi Wuqian to leave Curson. Yi Wuqian confirmed her theory and asked if she found out who was behind all this, but she only had bad news for Yi Wuqian, namely, everything that happened that night in Country N was already in the news. Yi Wuqian was surprised at how this all came out. Xin Yue said that there are many versions and most of the media said that Yi Wuqian is a rapist. She apologized for dragging him into this. Yi Wuqian believed that the worse it was for her, the better it was for some people, and in his opinion, she should have known this. He was afraid that many in the Ouyang family were happy with the current situation. Yi Wuqian asked her to stop being sad, because he was sure that he could cure her grandfather. He assumed that if grandfather came out of his coma, the situation would change. Xin Yue was happy about this news, but did not understand why he suddenly wanted to help her so much. Yi Wuqian believed that sometimes you need to do good things for no reason and asked to make an appointment for him with Elder Ouyang. Xin Yue left, saying that she would prepare everything. He understood that if the target was only Xin Yue, then the Ouyang family would do everything themselves, they would not need to expose everything to the public, as this would only disgrace their family. Next in the Yi family, the head of the family told the news about Ouyang Xinyue and believed that if they could form an alliance with their family, it would greatly strengthen the position of the Yi family. Hendon suggested using this opportunity to improve his relationship with Yi Wutian. Yi Hengsai explained that Ouyang Xinyue had already been removed from the company and if they sided with her, it would be, in his opinion, a fatal mistake for their family. The head of the family ordered the time in his schedule as he was going to meet Yi Wutian in person. Yi Hendon was surprised by this decision and promised to prepare everything necessary as soon as possible. Yi Hengsai explained that Yi Wutian is too hostile to their family, and even if the head of the family goes, he still won't be able to cope. The head of the family stated that even though he hates him, he is still his grandfather. Yi Hengsai, Yi Hendon and the head of the Yi family were waiting for Yi Wutian and standing near the door. Yi Hendon didn't understand what was happening, because Yi Wutian hated the Yi family, but he came to meet with the elder of the family. He assumed that Yi Wutian would indeed return to their family. The elder wondered how Hendon persuaded Yi Wutian to come. Hendon explained that he did not do anything, but only said that his grandfather wanted to talk to him and Yi Wutian agreed to come. Next in the Yi family villa, the elder and Yi Wutian were sitting together. The elder was wondering how he was doing and if he wanted to tell his grandfather something. Yi Wutian agreed that he was still his grandfather, but asked him not to wait for him to start telling him something, because in his opinion, the elder was not worthy of it. The elder was shocked by Yi Wutian's impudence, but he asked him not to worry at his age and not to think that Yi Wutian was afraid of his anger. The elder decided to drop the topic and decided to cut to the chase, asking him about where he learned his medical skills. Yi Wutian rudely replied that it was none of his business and asked him to stop playing family since he would not return to the Yi family. But in the elder's opinion, the fact remained that Yi Wutian was still his grandson. He also stated that he knows about Yi Wutian and Ouyang Xinyue and he should take care of her, because she is a good girl. Yi Wutian got angry and repeated his request not to interfere in his life. He recalled that when the elder kicked him out of the house, he did not remember that he was his grandson. He hoped that the elder did not think that he had agreed to meet with him and immediately decided to return to the family. Yi Wutian stated that he would return to the Yi family only when it belonged to him. He promised when this moment came that he would throw them all into the trash, including the elder. Saying that this day would come soon, Yi Wutian left. Hendon came in and asked his father what happened. The elder explained that Yi Wutian was very hostile towards them and did not agree to return to the family. The elder believed that Hendon was obliged to persuade him to return to the family. Yi Hendon was going to come up with something, since now the situation in the family does not suit Yi Wutian. Yi Wutian left dissatisfied as the elder started talking to him only to find out about his medical skills and Ouyang Xinyue. He understood that Yi Hodong didn't care about anything other than using Yi Wutian as a pawn. He realized that he was stupid, because he came here with a grain of hope, but now he was not going to believe it anymore. Raising his head, he suddenly saw Ning Shichi. She heard about his successes in Country N and praised him. Yi Wutian didn't understand what was happening to her, because at first she rushed at him for no reason, but now she suddenly decided to congratulate him. He decided to find out if she had fallen in love with him, since it was unusual to hear such a thing from her. Ning Shichi stated that she would not look in his direction, even if he remained the last man on earth. After that, she told her to get into the car, because her grandfather wanted to see him. Further at the Ning residence, the grandfather asked his granddaughter if she had a fight with Yi Wutian again. Yi Wutian replied that everything was fine, it was just that Ning Shichi, in his opinion, did not appreciate the attention given to her and asked Ning's grandfather the reason for the meeting. Grandfather asked Ning Shichi to go, and he and Yi Wutian should discuss something. After she left, grandfather said that the medicine they talked about in their last meeting had successfully passed the test. According to him, very high-ranking officials have become interested in him and want to buy out his stake in the company. Yi Wutian was wondering how much they were offering, but when he heard the price of 100 million, he was shocked, since Situwei was willing to pay 500 million for 1% of his share and was refused. Grandfather asked to treat this as charity, but Yi Wutian did not know who would provide him with charity in this case. Yi Wutian asked him to convey his negative answer to them. Grandfather explained that these are not the people with whom you should spoil relations and asked you to think again without unnecessary emotions. Yi Wutian understood that grandfather was a forced man in this matter and followed instructions, but he asked him to judge for himself that he could not agree to such injustice. Grandfather himself did not know what the authorities were thinking, offering such an obviously dishonest price. Yi Wujian also asked him to convey that no one in the whole world could unravel the secret of his formula. While at home, Yi Wujian was dissatisfied with the continuous intrigues and conspiracies around him. He believed that it would be easier to promote his business without them, on his own. Kursin was wondering what happened and whether someone was putting a spoke in his wheels again. Yi Wujian asked not to worry, since he had everything under control, and asked to simply purchase raw materials according to the list that he gave. In his opinion, they needed neither more nor less. Seeing the list, Kursin was surprised, because she believed that these herbs could fill the warehouse to the brim. Yi Wujian explained that they would still need advertising and asked to find more journalists, even if it would cost them a pretty penny. He was going to declare on behalf of the company that they were ready to treat one critical patient a day for free. Kursin was surprised that they didn't even have the product ready yet, and Yi Wujian was already promising to treat a patient a day. Yi Wujian stated that this is aggressive marketing. Next, at the press conference of the Tianxin Hongyuan Company, Chen Kursin, on behalf of the Tianxin Hongyuan Company, thanked those present for taking the time to visit them today. From that moment on, she officially declared the press conference open. Yi Wujian was unhappy that as soon as Kursin organized the conference, Situ Wei was already there. Situ Wei explained that her older sister was also very interested in his cosmetics and now she wanted her skin to be smooth and silky, but Yi Wujian asked her to get away from him. The journalist asked Kursin that, according to her, their drug is not only a cosmetic product, but also has healing properties. Is this true? Kursin did not answer exactly, but she promised that very soon they would be able to see for themselves. Another journalist clarified, about the previously mentioned words, that their company will receive one patient a day for a month for free. The journalist would like to know if this means that after a month they will stop the practice of providing gratuitous services. Kursin explained that this is so, but still they have a commercial enterprise that is unable to exist without making a profit and hoped for their understanding. The journalist proposed creating a quota for providing free assistance. According to him, many people do not go to the doctor because they simply cannot afford it and offered to help them. Before answering their question, she wanted to ask her own, namely, whether a person was ready to work as a reporter for an idea, not for a salary, but only for the sake of providing people with honest and accessible information. Wang Fengshi was wondering if their company could withstand such competition, and it was she who said about cosmetics and cosmetic surgery that Country H was among the world leaders. Kursin agreed with this, but explained that the advantage of their drug is that complex surgery is not required for a noticeable effect, and the result can be observed faster. According to her, half an hour is usually enough. The effectiveness of the treatment has been proven internationally, and very soon they promised that they would be able to verify it for themselves. The people were surprised by this, believing that Country N was far from similar. Someone doubted that it was possible to replace plastic surgery with half an hour of therapy. At that moment, the doors opened and Yi Guang entered with a certain patient. He stated that he had heard that their company's drug worked wonders and asked Miss Chen to do a favor and take a look at his friend. One of the guests considered this nonsense, since in his opinion it was an ordinary mummy and there was nothing to do there. They explained to him that the company described its product in such a way that now they simply have nowhere to go. Yi Guang began to put pressure on Kursin, saying that she was now not sure of her words or suggested that their company's product was nothing more than a fake. Kursin understood his feelings and sympathized with his friend, but explained that a press conference was being held here now and their request was inappropriate. Yi Guang admitted honestly that he did not believe in their miracle cure, so he came to laugh at them. The patient asked Miss Chen to help him, because in his opinion, their company would not be difficult. Kursin explained that the matter was not able to prove the effectiveness of our remedy, but that now was not the time or place for the procedure. Situ Wei asked Yi Wujian what he was going to do, because the situation was heating up, and offered her help. Yi Wujian believed that she was doing some business with the Yi family. Situ Wei did not understand what was wrong, but Yi Wujian said that it was in her best interests to break everything that ties them with the Yi family. She noticed that he was seriously angry and thanked him for the warning, promising to take it seriously. Yi Guang laughed, because in his opinion Kursin could not do anything. He also turned to Yi Wujian, asking how long he was going to hide behind the girl. Yi Wujian got up from his chair and talked about his confusion, that he thought a dog was barking here, citing Yi Guang as an example. Yi Guang got angry and asked him to demonstrate his medicine instead of chatting. Yi Wuqian agreed, explaining that it was just a burn and he would heal it right in front of everyone. Then he asked Kurson for someone to remove the bandages from the patient. The patient was surprised that they were actually going to remove the bandages right here, but according to Yi Wuqian, he had no other choice, and now it was too late to be a coward, because the patient himself wanted this. Having removed the bandages, people were shocked by such a sight, believing that meeting such a person in a dark alley could be seriously frightening. Yi Wuqian stated that the patient was lucky to bump into him, because he just knows how to cope with such scars on his face, but Yi Wuqian himself understood that looking at such burns, he couldn't talk about luck. He took the scalp and got to work. The people were surprised that Yi Wuqian was cutting without anesthesia and that the patient had not yet screamed in pain. Half an hour later, Yi Wuqian said that the bandages could be removed in 4 days, which the patient did not believe at first. But for Yi Wuqian, there was no point in lying in front of the cameras, because he would become a liar in front of the whole world. The patient threw himself at Yi Yuxian's feet and began to thank him for giving him a chance to become a normal person again. Yi Guang was surprised that the patient simply believed Yi Wuqian, recalling that they had agreed on something else. The patient removed his hand and stated that Yi Wuqian was his benefactor and he no longer needed his money. Yi Guang could not say anything to Yi Wuqian, and he took him by the clothes and warned him that this time he would let him get away with it, since there were cameras there, but next time he promised that he would regret that he was born if he did something like that. At that moment, a certain guy turned to him, saying that he recognized him and Yi Wuqian was the same brilliant Dr. Yi Wuqian. Wang Fangxi also approached him, interested in the situation, that the patient did not feel pain and asked what panacea he was using. Yi Wuqian realized that she was playing along with him and began to tell him that he used the best product from the Jianxin Yuen company, the Qingchengshan drug. Wang Fangxi realized that it was the Qingchengshan medicine and asked if they were really sure that it could defend its sonorous name and acquire buyers. Chen Kurson said that she uses it herself, and the results were obvious. According to her, it was all thanks to Qingchengshan pills. She offered to try it themselves if they were in doubt. A certain girl asked for 1 pill and asked how much to take. Kurson gave the pill and explained that 1 would be enough, and further use would have no effect. Next, on Yi Wuqian's orders, the reporter was taken to the hotel bathroom and given a pill. And then, an hour later, a miracle happened. The reporter showed her result and people were shocked. People believed that Qingchengshan pills would turn the whole world upside down, and the Jianxin Yuen company will also turn the whole world upside down. Thanks to a successful PR campaign, Jianxin Hongyuan products, and especially Qingchengshan pills, quickly became the buzz of everyone. Yi Wuqian and his magic pills were also shown on TV. The Yi family saw this, surprised by the medicine. Yi Guang said that he was at that conference and believed that Yi Wuqian had completely lost his way. According to him, Yi Wuqian kept saying that he would let them go around the world. Sister Yi Wuqian didn't believe him and defended him. Yi Guang believed that she knew nothing, and Yi Wuqian turned into a truly bad person. The elder of the Yi family asked him to leave it and advised him to think about pills. In his opinion, if they manage to take over Qingchengshan, it will bring considerable benefits to the Yi family. The elder remembered that Yi Hengcai had recently spoken with Yi Wuqian and wanted to know the results of the negotiations. Yi Hengcai stated that their conversation was of a business nature and offered him a deal and partnership. He also promised to return to the Yi family, but Yi Wuqian replied that he would think about this proposal only if they transferred all the Yi family property to his account. The elder thought Yi Wuqian was arrogant and told him not to complain when he got to him. For days flew by unnoticed, and now it was time to remove the bandages under the gaze of the crowd. Yi Wuqian met Secretary Zhou and Old Man Wu, asking about their presence today. The secretary explained that after returning from Country N, he found out that Yi Wuqian was opening his own business and believed that he could not help but come, also remembering that Country N was ready to pay Yi Yuxian the money that was owed, 10 million. Yi Wuqian was not impressed by this number, but was not upset since he did not intend to make a fortune from this. Suddenly, he decided to ask Secretary Zhou for a favor. Yi Wuqian said that he was not satisfied with the medicinal herbs available on the market, so he decided to grow them himself, but for this he needed land. After doing the math, he decided that he would need 1,600 acres. The secretary explained that he would be happy to help, but in Dongqing an acre of land was worth its weight in gold and in his opinion it would not be easy to find so much free land. he advised Yi Wujian to look for land in the suburbs. Dr. Wu wondered whether Yi Wujian used the same Qingqishan drug for his performance in Country H and for Chen Xiamei's transformation. Yi Wujian confirmed this, and now he was going to take off the bandage and see how he could cope with these scars. Chen Kursin stated that today was an important day for their Tianxin Hongyuan company and she was grateful to all the guests present at this event. A few days ago, people already had the opportunity to see the effectiveness of their medicine, but today Kursin wanted to demonstrate it to the whole world. Kursin asked the nurse to remove all the bandages from the patient. The dreams were all bandages. People were shocked, because the patient had fully recovered. She was glad that Tianxin Hongyuan had taken her first step towards universal recognition. Dr. Wu was also pleasantly surprised by Yi Wujian and asked him if he knew what would happen if his pills were put into mass production. Yi Wujian believed that from now on, his company would become famous throughout the world. Further, after the new press conference, incredible news spread across the front pages of not only local, but also many international media. For some time, eyes from all over the world were focused on Tianxin Hongyuan. It was even said that the invention of the Qingqishan pill would go down in history. For China, this also meant a revolution in cosmetology. In one fell swoop, China surpassed Country M and Country H to become the international leader in the field. And Yi Wujian, the creator of the Qingqishan miracle pill, was nicknamed the father of charm. Ning Shiqi showed her grandfather that Yi Wujian was already everywhere. Grandfather was wondering why she had been talking only about him lately, to which he received the answer that they were looking for his weak point. Grandfather wanted her to finally grow up and asked her to invite Yi Wujian to him. Next, the Tianxin Hongyuan company received phone calls asking them to determine when their order for Qingqishan pills would be fulfilled. Kursin asked Yi Wujian when he would set a price for his drug. Because the phones did not stop for a minute, they also get calls from well-known hospitals and important entrepreneurs wanting to buy a share of the profits, she said. Yi Wujian stated that they were in no hurry and the buyers should be hungry for now. In his opinion, the more they were willing to pay in the end, the higher their profits would be, and asked Kursin to wait until they began to choke on their saliva. At this moment, Yi Wujian received a message from Yi Hendon that someone in the Yi family was plotting against him. Yi Wujian didn't understand that he was trying to pretend to be Yi Hendon, believing that Ye's family had received little. The door opened and a girl came in, declaring that they were being fined at once by the Ministry of Industry, Health and Trade. They wanted to fine them 4 million for non-compliance with the requirements and take away their license until re-inspection. Kursin was worried that they had not yet started sales, but were already fining and closing. In her opinion, the company will not survive this and someone was behind it. Yi Wujian asked not to worry about this, since they had everything covered. Yi Wujian went for a walk and left Kursin in charge. After he left, she came out and announced to the employees that from today they were all on paid leave. Yi Wujian was walking down the street when suddenly a car stopped next to him. It was Ning Shiqi who told him to lie down in the car, because her grandfather wanted to see him. Yi Wujian asked her about his behavior. Why couldn't she act more feminine? After getting into the car, Ning Shiqi asked in return why he couldn't act like a gentleman. Yi Wujian believed that she was not his wife, so she should not behave like a gentleman, and Ning Shiqi replied that he was not her husband, so she should not be feminine. Yi Wujian stated that in order for him to be polite to her, she would first have to become his wife, and then he would see how much femininity she had. Ning Shiqi did not understand why she had to marry him, believing that he would not be able to pretend to be a gentleman. Then she pressed the gas pedal and they accelerated. They arrived at the place and grandfather noticed that Yi Wujian was angry. Yi Wujian explained that Ning Shiqi drove so hard that he almost turned inside out. Grandfather Ning wanted them to finally get along and asked Ning Shiqi to leave them alone. After slamming the door, she thought about Yi Wujian's words, not understanding whether he seriously asked her to marry him. Assuming that Yi Wujian was serious, she remembered that she had a husband, but on the other hand, in her opinion, this did not stop Yi Wujian and praised him for his courage. Grandfather drew a sign on a piece of paper and announced that it was for Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian thanked him, but didn't understand what it was. Grandfather explained that Yi Wujian greatly underestimated the resonance caused by his pill. In his opinion, this is no longer even a national level, because any country would like to have such a medicine. Grandfather was interested in how he was going to defend his invention. He advised Yi Wujian not to rush with the Qingqishan pills, but to take care of his rear first. According to him, given Yi Wuqian's current capabilities, we need to talk not even about the safety of his company or the pill, but also about his personal safety. Yi Wuqian stated that King Chengshan pills would go on sale no matter what and would arrive any day now. Grandfather noticed that Yi Wuqian did not have the patience to listen to his advice. He asked to understand that the desire to get everything at once rarely leads to good. Yi Wuqian replied that he understood this and he was well aware that right now he could not guarantee the safety of the medicine or even his own life. Grandfather advised us to agree to his proposal. According to him, as long as he is under the protection of the Ministry of Defense, no one will dare lay a finger on him. Yi Wuqian was going to think about it, but grandfather asked not to delay the answer, also remembering that Yi Wuqian had some problems and offered his help. Yi Wuqian politely refused, saying that he would deal with the Yi family with his own hands. Further, Ouyang Xinyue was surprised that they wanted to return her to her previous duties. They explained to her that it was unfair on their part to remove her from business, so after their friendly meeting, they had to cancel the previous decision. Having wished good luck, he left and Xinyue was left alone. She understood that she had always been like a thorn in their side, but as soon as they got rid of her, they immediately returned everything back. Yi Wuqian thought about Old Man Ning's words, realizing that he was right. In his opinion, many would want to grab his King Chengshan pills into their hands and did not understand how to fight off so many enemies. He could not accept Ning's offer, since the Ministry of Defense is too dangerous and sooner or later, it will chew him alive. Suddenly, Kursin announced that an incident had happened to the Yi family. The shopping center they owned burned down and the hotel was destroyed. After which she turned on the TV to show that there was a riot in the city and it was being shown on all channels. The people protesting were of the opinion that the Tianqin Hongyuan company could have cured his face if not for the Yi family. Someone said that he had been living with these ugly scars for more than 10 years, and just as soon as he found hope, the Yi family dared to take it away. They believed that if there was no longer a normal life, they would complicate it for Yi's family. Yi Wuqian laughed when he saw this news, because he could not think that the first move against the Yi family would be made by ordinary citizens. Kursin believed that Yi Wuqian was ready for something like this, because when the Yi family closed the company, he was calm. Yi Wuqian replied that they took him by surprise. He expected that large families would engage with Yi for a share of the proceeds, and did not think that things would turn out like this. He wondered what the Yi family would do in such a situation. Further in the Yi family mansion, Yi Hengcai said that the protesters were threatening that they would not stop until Tianqin Hongyuan opened again. Some of them threatened to go even further. The head of the Yi family couldn't believe that someone dared to threaten his Yi family and hoped that they thought that the Yi family would follow their lead. Arson is a serious crime and asked about the actions of the police. He demanded to contact them and demand that the culprits be caught. Yi Hengcai explained that Dongchen is a large city with a population of millions and it will not be easy to find everyone. He believed that there were too many cripples in the world who wanted to get the miraculous pill. The elder understood this, but even he himself refuses to back down. It shouldn't have happened to him that a bunch of psychopaths would intimidate his family. But the desperation of the crowd far exceeded the Yi family's expectations. People with disfigured appearances gathered together and openly went out into the street, scaring random passers-by. The appearance of the King Chengshan pill gave them long-awaited hope, but the Yi family ruined everything. And the riots continued, despite the risk of going to jail. Wang Fengxi was with Yi Wuqian and she assumed that Yi Wuqian had planned this and asked her to tell her opinion on this matter, because she wanted the material and to get on the front page. Yi Wuqian shared his emotions that he was very happy now and people expressed their will, and the Yi family got what they deserved. Fancy explained that she couldn't insert such a phrase into the article and suggested saying something else. Yi Wuqian did not mind and wanted her to write for him that all victims were guaranteed a 50% discount on their goods. Wang Fengxi felt uncomfortable writing this. In her opinion, it was the same as encouraging riots, and after such an article, everyone would think that Yi Wuqian was behind the pogroms from the very beginning, regardless of whether it was true or not. Yi Wuqian was not going to waste time on trifles, and if he was going out, then he was going to go out in full. When the interview with Yi Wuqian finally came out, the participants in the pogroms felt like martyrs and redoubled their efforts. The riots even involved people from other regions who came specifically to raid the Yi family's property. Within 2 days, more than 300 people were arrested, but new participants continued to arrive. Having staged a pogrom, they sometimes did not even try to hide and remained at the scene of the crime, thus expressing protest. The elder of the Yi family asked about their losses. Yi Hengcai reported that they lost 2 billion. In his opinion, this will not bankrupt them, but the losses are still significant. The elder did not understand why there was so much and how a couple of hundred crazy people managed to ruin property worth 2 billion. Yi Hengcai explained that they not only carry out raids, but also blockade their enterprises, scaring away workers and clients. Hendon suggested leaving Yi Wuqian alone since their hotel and shopping centers were suffering more and more losses every day. Yi Wuqian's sister also thought so, because now they are afraid to leave the house. The situation has long been out of control and is getting worse and worse. She suggested that they just stop interfering with Yi Wuqian's business. The elder agreed with this, but Hengcai believed that they could not give up halfway, because not only their finances, but also their reputation would suffer. The elder stated that the damage was too great, and after thinking it over, he decided that they had no choice but to admit defeat. Further, in an unknown place, a man was interested in the affairs of the wolf. They told him that everything was ready and all he needed was a go-ahead. He asked if he was sure, because it was about murder. They explained to him that Yi Wuqian destroyed them, took everything from them, and even if he died 1,000 times, it would still not be enough. In addition, he conducted his own investigation and found out that no one was behind Yi Wuqian, therefore there would be no one to shed tears for him. Yi Wuqian was happy at home, because he couldn't even think that without doing anything, you could achieve so much. Even the Yi family, with all their capabilities, could only tuck their tail between their legs before the wrath of the crowd. Kursin understood that it was right for the Yi family, but she asked not to rejoice too early. She asked him when he would finally decide at what price he would sell his pill, believing that it was time to set a price tag. Yi Wuqian named the price as 100,000. Kursin was shocked by this decision, because in her opinion it was expensive for one piece. Yi Wuqian did not think so, since plastic surgery in country N costs many times more. He believed that if he did not produce pills for the mass market, the price would be at least 300,000 yuan. Kursin thought that even at a price of 100,000, it would be difficult to sell the product in large quantities and many would not be able to afford it, offering to reduce the price. Yi Wuqian explained that he took this into account and deliberately weakened the medicine, dividing the pills into 3 categories by quality. The lowest category pills will be sold at a price of 29,999, the middle category at 69,999, and the best at only 999,999 yuan. Kursin agreed with this decision. Since he was still the boss and asked about starting production, Yi Wuqian asked not to rush, because they will always be in time. Kursin said that after their conference and the riots that followed, the popularity of King Changshan pills skyrocketed. In her opinion, they could already start making a profit and did not understand why they should wait. Yi Wuqian leisurely replied that everything was simple and it would be safer. Kursin realized that with their current capabilities it would not be easy to guarantee production safety. Given the hype surrounding the pill, even great families may not be left out. Yi Wuqian took her hand and promised that he would keep his promise and take her to the top of her own business empire. He wanted her to just trust him and one day become the most powerful businesswoman in the world. Kursin was embarrassed by the words about the most influential businesswoman and said that she just wanted to help him, that's all. Yi Wuqian reminded her that she lost company because of him and was not even afraid to object to the Yi family. He hoped that she did not think that he would just leave it like that. Kursin explained that she simply did not want to be indebted to the Yi family, and she does not like it when others interfere in her personal life. At that moment, the door rang and Kursin pushed him away, asking him to open the door quickly, and she was already leaving to go to bed. Yi Wuqian didn't understand who had come, and when he opened the door, he saw Wang Fangxi, who was saying that her aunt was admitted to the hospital and asked to see what was wrong with her. They got into the car and quickly headed to their destination. Yi Wuqian asked not to press on the gas so much, otherwise it would not be her aunt who would need help, but also themselves. Wang Fangxi convinced that she was a much better driver than she might seem at first glance. Yi Wuqian thought about helping her one last time, since he still owes her for her help with promoting the company. He also recently asked her for help. Suddenly they were hit from behind and their car spun down the road in different directions. They noticed that the truck deliberately rammed them, after which Yi Wuqian ordered her to step on the gas. They did not understand why they were being chased and whose enemies they were. Yi Wuqian understood that Wang Fangxi might be a little arrogant, but he didn't think that she had enemies and didn't want to believe that it was to his liking. The truck then hit them and their car overturned. Yi Wutian asked about Fangxi's condition and saw that she was not feeling well, so he unfastened the seatbelts and covered her. They tried to get out, but the door was jammed. Yi Wutian realized that it was too late, as the truck was flying towards them and then crashed into it. Further, the people who were plotting against Yi Wutian did not know what to do. One of them tried to calm down, since they couldn't panic now. If they lose their composure, they will only hurt themselves and then, in their opinion, everything will actually be bad. He was told that the truck driver was ordered to run over only Yi Wutian, but for some reason the daughter of Mayor Dongqing was also there. The second of them asked about the wolf, whether they managed to contact him, to which he received the answer that his phone was always turned off. One of them explained that they maintained the strictest secrecy all the time and no outsiders were involved, therefore, they only have one weak link. The second guy agreed with this, but reminded that the wild wolves were a former military man and asked if they could deal with him. They answered him that they would not go ahead, but would act wisely. Further in the hospital, Yi Wutian woke up, not understanding where he was, and Kurson was glad that he finally woke up. Yi Wutian realized that he was in the hospital and asked how long he had been unconscious, also asking about Wang Fangxi. Kurson said that 2 days had already passed and Wang Fangxi got more than he did. She has multiple leg fractures. She explained that it happened very quickly and when they arrived at the place, it was all over. Fortunately, her head was not hurt, otherwise things could have been much worse. Kurson asked not to worry. This time, very high-ranking people are interested in the investigation, so the criminal will probably soon be identified and caught. Yi Wutian thought it strange to attempt the life of Mayor Dongqing's daughter in his own city. He apologized to Kurson for making her worry and asked her to help her get up so he could go take a look at Wang Fangxi. Entering her room, she was glad that he was finally deigned to visit her. Yi Wutian was also happy to see her, saying that they never got to her aunt, but they both ended up in the hospital. Wang Fangxi didn't understand why every time she and Yi Wutian, something always happened and she was tired of it. Wang Fangxi asked for help as soon as possible, since the doctors said that she would have to lie here for a whole month, and she still has so much material not published. Yi Wutian agreed, but only asked to say who the coolest guy in the whole world is, and in that case, he will cure her. Fancy replied that he was such a guy, praising him in a variety of words. Kurson, laughing sweetly, considered him a scoundrel, since he almost died, and was already teasing those around him with all his might. At that moment, the door opened and Chang Xiaoye came in, asking about his condition. Yi Wutian immediately began to look at Kurson and try to explain something, but Kurson did not understand why he was looking at her like that. Yi Wutian stated that he had not done anything that he could be ashamed of and decided that there was nothing to be afraid of. He praised Captain Chen for his concern and replied that he was fine. He wondered if she had managed to find out anything about who was behind this incident. Xiaomei replied that there was no information yet, but asked not to doubt that they would catch them as soon as possible. She realized that Yi Wutian flirts with her at every convenient opportunity, but in front of Chen Kurson she does not say a word that is unnecessary. Yi Wutian thanked her, saying that he had no doubt that they would find the culprit. Xiaomei believed that now there was no time to argue with him, since the mayor's daughter had suffered and they would probably be put under pressure from the very top. She asked Yi Wutian if he had seen what the intruder looked like and if he could describe him. She understood that judging by the evidence collected at the scene of the accident, Yi Wutian's actions could very well have saved Wang Fangxi's life. She was surprised that at least Yi Wutian could act like a man sometimes. Yi Wutian explained that he saw that he was wearing a cap and sunglasses, but he didn't think that it would do them any good. At this moment, Situ Wei appeared and asked Yi Wutian about his condition. She promised to take care of him, but Yi Wutian just has to tell him where it hurts. Suddenly, Chen Kurson got between them. Kurson thanked Situ Wei for taking care of Yi Wutian's health. Situ Wei explained that she misunderstood everything because Yi Wutian was only her dear brother. She didn't understand what was wrong with it, because she was simply worried about her brother. Kurson realized this and turned to Yi Wutian, but he tried to justify himself that he and Situ Wei were only acquaintances and nothing more. At this moment, a question came from Chang Xiaomei to Situ Wei about the purpose of her visit. Situ Wei, on the other hand, believed that she should not report every time she decided to visit someone in the hospital and asked her if they had found the killer. Xiaomei replied that they had not found it yet. Situ Wei began to call Uncle Li and ask him to find the culprit as soon as possible, because Yi Wutian is her friend. Chang Xiaomei heard who Situ Wei was talking to and assumed that it was the chief of the head of the police department, Su. Uncle Li asked if he was her boyfriend, but Situ Wei explained that she and he were just friends. At this moment, the door swung open and Ning Shiqi walked in, immediately insulting him and asking about his health status. Yi Wutian asked her not to immediately call him a pervert, at least today. He thanked her for the visit and asked her to tell her that he would visit old man Ning in the coming days. Ning Shiqi did not understand why Yi Wutian decided that her grandfather had sent her and explained that she came here because she wanted to. Yi Wutian thought that she hated him, but Ning Shiqi explained that he used to irritate her, but now she didn't understand. After all, according to her, he himself said that he wanted to take her as his wife and now she didn't even know what to think. From what they heard, all the girls present there were shocked, and Yi Wutian was angry that they were all against him. Ning Shiqi realized that she had said something unnecessary and remembered that her grandfather asked her to tell her that the Ministry of Defense would also look for the criminal and asked if she needed to give him something in response. Chang Xiaomei didn't understand since when did the Ministry of Defense engage in assassination attempts on civilians. Yi Wutian was glad that they finally changed the topic and he was no longer in danger. He asked his grandfather to convey his gratitude. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue walked in. Yi Wutian understood that it was hard for him to get away before, but now that Ouyang Xinyue is here, he will definitely not be in trouble. He assumed that they all conspired behind his back. Kursen said that while Yi Wutian was unconscious, Messrs. Ouyang visited him twice. She didn't do anything, just stood and silently looked at him. Ouyang Xinyue wondered if he was doing well. Yi Wutian thanked her for being worried. Xinyue said that she had already sent someone to deal with what happened, so the attacker should be caught soon. She was about to leave and said that if he needed help, all he had to do was call. Yi Wutian realized that after a long time, he still didn't know how to behave with this woman. Situ Wei noticed that Ouyang Xinyue was not indifferent to him, but Yi Wutian, in turn, said that she also did not forget about him. Situ Wei explained that she was just ready to take care of him at any moment and told Kursen that he was a prankster, but Kursen believed him. She believed that in the end he would still be hers. At that moment, Yi Fei Qiao ran in and began asking about what happened and whether he was hurt. Xiaomei couldn't believe that Yi Wutian had finally established a relationship with his family, but Kursen very much doubted it. Yi Wutian sharply asked Yi Fei Qiao the purpose of her coming and stated that he did not need the help of the Yi family. He sent her to return and hand it over to them. Yi Fei Qiao said that she came on her own, to which Yi Wutian thanked her and said that she could go home. Crying, she explained that no matter what happened between him and the rest of the family, for her he was always her only brother. Xiaomei didn't understand why it was necessary to bring the girl to tears. She reassured her, saying that he always does this. At that moment, Ning Zitsu and Situ Wei received a phone call and they were both informed that they had found a suspect. At this time, only Li Wang-er, an ordinary student with no special connections, knew about the incident that happened to Yi Wutian. Next, the people who were plotting against Yi Wutian celebrated their success. They invited the wolf to drink with them. The wolf asked not to try to change the subject and asked where the rest of the fee was. They explained to him that the money was already ready and suggested that he mark it first. The wolf wanted them to overcharge him with at least another 5 million, since, according to him, they did not warn him that this Yi Wutian had so many connections, otherwise he would never have agreed to such a low price. One of them got angry because he noticed that for a wolf 5 million is not money. They believed that the wolf was to blame for not conducting his own investigation. Suddenly the wolf took the fork and stuck it into the table. He declared that he was professional enough to finish him off and offered to check it out. They began to calm him down, saying that they simply did not take that kind of money with them and if he wanted another 5 million, he would have to wait a few days. Rising from the table, the wolf said that they had one day, either tomorrow he will receive his money, or things will not go well for both of them. The wolf promised. They agreed and now offered to drink together, and tomorrow he himself would bring the wolf's honestly earned reward. The wolf suspected that they were trying so hard to get him drunk and asked about it. They explained to him that this was not the case and they simply prepared this dinner especially for the wolf. The wolf got ready to leave and told them to eat their dinner themselves, but suddenly he felt bad and fell to his knees. He realized that they were going to poison him. People denied that it was not them, but the wolf undertook to take them with him to the grave. One of the guys tried to run away, screaming for help, but before he could escape, a knife stabbed him. The wolf said that now it was the next guy's turn, but he promised to pay everything to the last dollar. After that, he threw a chair at the wolf and asked him not to come near him. He realized that he had hit him with a chair. Looking at him, he understood that the poison had worked and was now going to see how long the wolf would last. He beat the wolf, no longer considering him a tough killer, and called him to stand up and fight with him. The wolf saw a knife on the floor and began to reach for it. Taking the knife, he wanted to plunge it into him. A telephone flew out of nowhere and knocked the knife out of the wolf's hand. Yi Wuqian and all the girls who came to see him burst into the door. Yi Wuqian was surprised by how Situ Wei started the phone and understood why she didn't need bodyguards and decided to ask about her martial arts. Ning Shiqi also understood that throwing a mobile phone instead of a knife, and even hitting the target, in her opinion, even she could not do that. She was going to re-evaluate the threat that her family posed, for Situ Wei hid her abilities well. Situ Wei realized that she shouldn't have shown her abilities. She explained that she was just a weak woman and did not see anything strange in the fact that she had learned a couple of self-defense techniques. Yi Fei Qiao noticed the dead people and began to panic. Curson calmed her down and asked her to turn away and forget what she saw. Chang Xiaomei checked the wolf's pulse and there was none. At that moment one of the guys recognized her and asked him to help. Yi Wuqian saw him and recognized manager Zhu Li. He asked about what happened and whether the two of them organized it all. Zhu Li asked Yi Wuqian to call an ambulance as soon as possible, since he did not want to die. Yi Wuqian, in turn, pressed his foot on the manager's stuck knife and declared that there was no need to worry, and he definitely would not die next to him, even if he really wanted to, in Yi Wuqian's opinion. Xiaomei stopped him, explaining that in this way he himself would go to jail and asked him to leave everything to her. Yi Wuqian believed that this would not work, since because of Zhu Li, he and Wang Fangxi barely went to the next world, so in his opinion, he has the right to let off a little steam, but he promised that he would not kill him. Xiaomei said that Zhu Li will not escape retribution anyway. She thought that it was not worth getting her hands dirty on him. Without thinking twice, Yi Wuqian turned to Ning Shiqi and Situ Wei that whichever of them detained Chang Xiaomei would owe him a favor. Xiaomei asked to think about her position, because she is still a police officer. She also asked him to think about himself and did not understand why he could not be at least a little law-abiding citizen. Yi Wuqian believed that if he were a law-abiding citizen, he would have died a dozen times already. Sitting down next to Zhu Li, Yi Wuqian asked him how much blood he thought would spill out if he pulled out the knife. Zhu Li began to say that Wang Lu Tian was to blame for everything and that he had invented everything, but he had nothing to do with it. After that, Yi Wuqian pulled out the knife from his thigh and he screamed in pain. Xiaomei looked at the wound and called an ambulance. With the rest, Yi Wuqian believed that Chang Xiaomei could handle it herself and was about to leave. Chen Kurson comforted Yi Fei Qiao and planned to take her home. Ning Shiqi passed by Yi Wuqian and reminded him that he now owes him a favor. Situ Wei was unhappy because she sacrificed so much for him, and now even her phone can only be thrown into the trash. Yi Wuqian wanted to know what the model was and was going to buy her a new one, but Situ Wei wanted them to choose a new phone together. Further in the hardware store, while Situ Wei was choosing a phone, Yi Wuqian was wondering how she knew martial arts. She explained that she was not just the daughter of the rich Situ family, but also had some other connections. In her opinion, for his own good it is better not to ask which ones. After that, Situ Wei asked Yi Wuqian for his phone and, taking out the SIM card, simply threw it away. She asked the seller for 2 phones for couples and gave one to Yi Wuqian, asking him to accept it as a sign of her affection for him. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why he had to do this. He said that the phone she threw away was also a gift from Chen Kurson. Situ Wei stated that this was already his problem and explained to her as he wanted, but in her opinion, he should now only use this phone. She explained that if his pills went on sale, then even more people would want him dead and his life would be under constant threat. According to her, her Situ family can guarantee the safety of both him and his company for only 40% of the profits. Yi Wuqian was against this proposal, since the Ministry of Defense agreed to protect 40% of it and did not understand why he needed it. Situ Wei believed that he had used her so many times for his own purposes and hoped that he would allow her to take advantage of him a little. If it was a matter of price, then she offered to bargain. Yi Wuqian apologized and explained that it was not about money. At the moment he did not want to take anyone's share. At this moment, Yi Wuqian's phone rang. He received a message from Ouyang Xinyue with a story about a certain opportunity. Situ Wei didn't understand what this opportunity was and asked what they were planning with Ouyang Xinyue and wanted with them. Yi Wuqian had a feeling that she was literally everywhere lately and finally agreed to take her with him if she wanted to. Next up is the Ouyang mansion. Situ Wei apologized to Xinyue for being without an invitation, but Xinyue did not mind, telling one nuance that she would not be able to pay much attention to both of them today. Situ Wei said that she just dropped Yi Wuqian off and didn't dare bother them anymore, after which she said goodbye and left. After the door closed, Xinyue called Yi Wuqian upstairs. They went up to her grandfather and she explained that her uncle and the others were not letting anyone in, so they only had an hour until they returned. Yi Wuqian immediately noticed that grandfather's muscles had already begun to atrophy. He began to give a massage and after half an hour, he said that the massage was only the first of his treatment, he will need more time. Yi Wuqian was going to great lengths just to see the smile on her face. He gave her a piece of paper with his recommendations for the next 6 months, then he would need to come again. Xinyue was glad that Grandpa finally had hope of waking up. She wiped the sweat from Yi Wuqian's face and thanked him. He realized that it was definitely worth it. He explained that it was impossible for her grandfather to take other medications, not even once, otherwise everything could go down the drain. Xinyue wondered why and if he had found out anything else. According to Yi Wuqian's observations, someone poisoned her grandfather and this poison causes damage to internal organs, causing them to accelerate aging. Xinyue asked if this could be proven somehow and Yi Wuqian answered positively, but asked if she really wanted this, even if the evidence pointed to someone from her family. After thinking for a while, Xinyue replied that she wanted to. Yi Wuqian decided that he would take a blood test from her grandfather and the results would be out in a couple of days. Suddenly there was laughter and surprise that the great creator of the pill, Yi Wuqian, would sneak into their house for a date with Xinyue. Turning around, they saw Ouyang Xiangyu and his father with the guards, who believed that they had not chosen the best place for cooing. Yi Wuqian stood up for Xinyue, saying that in such matters the main thing is not where, but with whom. The father laughed and agreed, because in his opinion, Yi Wuqian is a prominent guy and has no time for decency, and an old man like him can only be jealous. Yi Wuqian noticed that he is really not young anymore, but he can help him lose, for example, 10 years. Xinyue didn't understand why he was saying this and what he was planning this time. Yi Wuqian explained that if someone can create a drug that can age a person, then why can't he do the opposite? The father did not understand what he was talking about. He asked Xinyue if she brought him here. Xinyue said that she asked Yi Wuqian to examine her grandfather. The father was angry, because he had said earlier that no one should be allowed to see his grandfather without his permission. Xinyue was only worried about her grandfather, but Father Xianyu was indifferent, since they are all worried, but to no avail. He reminded that until he gets better, he is the head. He explained to Xinyue that her grandfather was already old and Dr. Zhang was doing everything in his power, but he said that no one should interfere with the treatment. He wondered why Xinyue suddenly decided to change doctors and whether she really cared about her grandfather's health. Xinyue understood that if Yi Wuqian was right, then it was most likely Dr. Zhang who poisoned grandfather on someone's orders. Yi Wuqian also realized that Father Xiangyu was a hypocrite and was convinced that when he was angry, he did not watch his words at all and decided to press harder. Yi Wuqian found it strange that Mr. Ouyang was so excited and assumed that he was hiding something. Mr. Ouyang felt that even if he was hiding something, it was not Yi Wuqian's business. Yi Wuqian explained that he is an ordinary guy who does not like things like cruelty and ingratitude. He also does not tolerate those who go over their heads easily. Mr. Ouyang ordered the guards to kick Yi Wuqian away. As soon as the guards decided to approach, Xinyue stood in front of Yi Wuqian, declaring that he was her friend. Ouyang Xianyu understood that they had just started dating, and Xinyue was already covering him with her chest and was ready to close it. In his opinion, if they really become a couple, then she will present the entire Ouyang family to him on a saucer. Xinyue got angry and said that her affairs did not concern Ouyang Xianyu. Ouyang Xianyu did not like this and swung at her. At this moment, Yi Wuqian caught his hand, explaining that everything Xinyue does is for the sake of his grandfather, and in his opinion, Xianyu has no right to slander her. Xianyu asked the guards what they were looking at and what he was paying them for, but they only asked to look at his hand. Looking at his hand, he saw that it had turned red and did not understand what had been done to him. Yi Wuqian tried to leave, but Xianyu ordered to stop him and not let him leave. Xianyu turned to his father, saying that it was Yi Wuqian who poisoned him and he should quickly give the antidote. His father was angry with him and asked him to calm down as he had spoiled enough already. He apologized to Yi Wuqian for what Xianyu had just tried to do and asked him to forgive him. Yi Wuqian was pleasantly surprised that the temporary head of the Ouyang family himself was bowing to him, but Yi Wuqian explained that he simply did not like Xianyu. Father wondered what Yi Wuqian wanted in this case. Yi Wuqian wanted Xianyu to fall in front of Xinyue and apologize personally, otherwise he might be preparing to say goodbye to his pen. His father believed that Yi Wuqian himself forced him, so he would make sure that he did not leave this mansion. The guards immediately pointed their guns at him and Xinyue stood in front of him. He felt like an important person, explaining that Ouyang Xianyu had less than an hour left, after which blood poisoning would inevitably begin. Ouyang Xianyu asked him not to be arrogant and give him the antidote, otherwise, according to him, Yi Wuqian would not leave there alive. The father hoped that Yi Wuqian did not think that he would be afraid of the poison. In his opinion, in the worst case, Xianyu will lose one arm, which is better than losing his life. Yi Wuqian stated that before visiting them, he visited Situ and if something happens to him, then her family will receive a recipe for his Qingchengshan pills from Kursan and then, in his opinion, the Ouyang family will definitely not be in trouble. The guard reported to his father that Situ Wei came with them today. He understood that without the old man, the Ouyang family would really not be able to resist Situ, especially if they had the Qingchengshan pills. The father laughed, saying that they were just joking and not to take it so personally. He said that they could remove the weapons, otherwise the joke had gone a little too far. Turning to Yi Wuqian, he explained that his son could not bow to Xinyue, otherwise what would they say about the order in their family, and suggested that they agree on something else. Yi Wuqian agreed, saying that they would not allow anyone into the room with old man Ouyang for 3 months. The father agreed to these conditions and then let Xinyue take care of her grandfather for these 3 months. After that, Yi Wuqian gave the powder and told him to apply it to his hand and everything would go away. The father said that that was all and said goodbye to them. Ouyang Xianyu asked his father if they would just take it and agree after everything that happened. His father got angry and hit him, because it all happened because of him. He began to beat him, not understanding why his son approached Yi Wuqian. After leaving the house, Yi Wuqian already thought that he would leave the ends there. Xinyue asked him about the agreement with Situ Wei and Chen Kursan in advance. Yi Wuqian explained that he was a doctor, not a prophet, and could not have foreseen this. He simply pulled the wool over their ears and he was very lucky that they fell for it, otherwise he would have already been buried in the ground. Xinyue heard this and rushed towards Yi Wuqian. She asked to forgive her, because she did not think that it would be so dangerous. Yi Wuqian believed that he needed to apologize, because of him she had such problems with her family. 10 minutes later, Xinyue asked how long Yi Wuqian would continue to hold her, to which she received an answer of an hour and a half. Yi Wuqian lowered his hands a little and Xinyue immediately asked why he was letting his hands go. Yi Wuqian explained that he checked to see if she had lost weight, but made sure that everything was fine. He said that he would be in touch and asked not to ignore his calls, to which Xinyue did not answer. Next, Wang Fanqi asked not to touch her there, because it was ticklish. Yi Wuqian said that he was only treating her legs. Wang Fanqi said that she was really ticklish, because he was touching her and she couldn't help it. Yi Wuqian didn't understand her, since this was ordinary therapy, so he asked her to lie still, otherwise he would learn to walk on his hands for the rest of his life. He said that he applied the medicine. Under no circumstances should she get her feet wet or try to walk for at least 1 week. Wang Fanqi was surprised because she didn't know how to take a shower, so Yi Wuqian volunteered to help. She wanted to kick him, but she missed and her leg began to hurt. Yi Wuqian recalled that he told her once again not to move, because she wanted to get better quickly. Wang Fanqi explained that a week is too long. She asked if it was possible to somehow shorten the period by at least a couple of days, because in her opinion, he is the best, most brilliant and wonderful doctor in the world. Yi Wuqian said that he didn't need to flatter him like that, otherwise he would feel sick asking who she got it from. In response to his question, he was told that it was from him. Yi Wuqian further said that he was just teasing her and asking her to forget about a week, since 3 days should be enough. Hearing this, Wang Fanqi was overjoyed, saying that she knew that he was teasing her. She was glad that she would finally get back on her feet soon, otherwise, according to her, she almost went crazy in that bed. At that moment, a question came from behind who made her daughter laugh so much. Her father came into her room and asked her to tell him too, so that he could laugh with her. Wang Fangxi was surprised by this, because she didn't expect her dad to come. Yi Wuqian also didn't expect to meet the city leader here. He asked his daughter to introduce her boyfriend to her father. But Wang Fangxi immediately indicated that he was her attending physician and asked her not to talk nonsense. Her father believed that having a boyfriend who is a doctor could help reduce medical costs. She, embarrassed, replied that there was nothing between them. The father said that his daughter had a quarrelsome character since childhood, so it was new for him to see how pleasantly embarrassed she was and asked Yi Wuqian if he would introduce himself. Yi Wuqian introduced himself and his father had heard a lot about him. He asked if Yi Wuqian was the creator of the Qingchengshan pill. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what this was supposed to mean. He was surprised that Secretary Wang disliked him so much that they wouldn't even shake his hand. Wang Fangxi wanted to understand what was going on, but her father asked her not to get involved in someone else's conversation. The father thanked Yi Wuqian for saving his daughter's life and suggested they have dinner together sometime. Yi Wuqian also thanked Secretary Wang, but thought it was not worth it. He knew that Secretary Wang was a very busy person and did not dare to distract him from their duties. Having wished him a good day, he was about to leave. After the door slammed, Wang Fangxi asked Dad why he did this, because Yi Wuqian didn't do anything and she didn't understand why to provoke him. Her father only asked if she cared about him, but Wang Fangxi couldn't answer for sure, since Yi Wuqian had already done a lot for her and was now undertaking to treat her legs. He explained that he knew a lot about Yi Wuqian and they even had a meeting dedicated to him after his victory in the country of N. He said that he had his own reasons for doing this. Yi Wuqian was leaving and didn't understand why the biggest shot in Dongqing could be so scared that he could insult him. At this moment, a notification sounded on Yi Wuqian's phone. Wang Fangxi asked for forgiveness for her father. Yi Wuqian understood that she should have been ashamed to be present at something like this, and she was also apologizing for her father. Suddenly, promises were heard in the nearby ward that someone would kill Yi Wuqian. Not understanding who else he had pleased, he decided to go into the ward. He saw Qian Shuhong who promised to definitely get to Yi Wuqian. His mother tried to calm him down and suggested he get some sleep. Mom noticed Yi Wuqian and came over to find out why he came. She remembered that the recipe he gave her last time worked. As a token of gratitude, she would like to invite him to dinner. Yi Wuqian thought that this should not be done and asked about her son, why he wanted to take revenge on him. Mom assured that Yi Wuqian had heard something wrong and her son would no longer do such things. According to her, he has changed and is now a good boy. She asked to give him a chance to start life from scratch. Yi Wuqian admitted that he was jealous of him because he had such a mother, but he didn't understand why he cursed him. Qian Shuhong continued to promise to finish off Yi Wuqian and wish him to burn in hell. Mom explained to Qian Shuhong that Yi Wuqian was standing in front of him and how he could say such things. Suddenly, Qian Shuhong seemed to wake up and was afraid of Yi Wuqian, asking what he forgot here, asking him to leave. Mom hoped that Yi Wuqian would understand what her son had to go through and asked him not to take his words to heart. Yi Wuqian threw her hand away and replied that there was no need to worry, since he had his own head on his shoulders. Qian Shuhong did not like that he was touching him and ordered him to leave from there. Yi Wuqian asked if Qian Shuhong would only yell in his face, to which Qian Shuhong promised to finish him off. According to him, he hated Yi Wuqian and wished the worst for him. At that moment there was a slap and my mother ordered to stop already. Qian Shuhong was surprised that his mother dared to hit him because of a stranger. Mom hugged him and explained that this stranger was the only one who could help him and she didn't know what to do. Qian Shuhong pushed his mother away and declared that he and Yi Wuqian were mortal enemies. Sooner or later, he promised to definitely finish him off, saying that he would die in agony. Yi Wuqian decided to check whether Qian Shuhong was afraid of him and scattered some powder. Qian Shuhong began to suffer from a headache and bang his head against something. Mom asked her son to stop doing this, as he would break his head. She promised Yi Wuqian to do whatever he said, but only to spare Qian Shuhong, explaining that he was his only son. After thinking a little, Yi Wuqian took out a bag of powder, saying that it would stop the pain, but promised that this was the last time he would go to a meeting. As he left, he stated that if he heard a threat directed at him again, he would not get off so easily. According to him, he cannot simply ignore such threats. Mom wished him all the best and promised to definitely talk to her son about this. After leaving the room, Yi Wuqian believed that he was too soft and could not resist the pleas of Qian Shu Hong's mother. Not having had time to move far from the room, a loud scream was heard. Yi Wuqian walked in and saw a broken window and Qian Shu Hong's mother sitting on the floor. Yi Wuqian realized that he jumped out of the window. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why he immediately freaked out. At that moment, Qian Shu Hong's mother pushed him away and, saying that she had nothing more to live for, was about to jump out too. He stopped her, but the mother did not know what to do now that her son was no more. Yi Wuqian repeated the words to calm her down and stuffed sleeping powder into her mouth. 10 minutes later, Yi Wuqian explained to Chang Xiaomei that this was how it all happened. He didn't think that Qian Shu Hong would suddenly jump out of the window. The rest, according to him, can be told to Luo Shen when he comes to his senses. Xiaomei wanted to make sure that Yi Wuqian was not hiding anything else. Upon waking up, Luo Shenyu immediately began blaming Yi Wuqian, calling him a murderer and that he killed her son. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what she was saying that he didn't kill anyone. Luo Shenyu did not understand what the police were waiting for and asked to arrest Yi Wuqian, since he killed her son and now must go to prison. Chang Xiaomei calmed her down, explaining that they would figure everything out. After this, Xiaomei asked the police to arrest him. Yi Wuqian couldn't believe that she would actually handcuff him. She explained that if he really was not guilty of anything, then he would be quickly released. Xiaomei asked not to hold a grudge against her. They handcuffed him and began to lead him away. Yi Wuqian was angry, declaring that Luo Shenyu had no conscience. In his opinion, if she had not indulged her son in everything, it would not have come to this. The mother believed that now it didn't matter and he killed her son, and now he would pay for it. News about the murder committed by Yi Yushin spread across the front pages almost faster than the news about his pill. All the major news agencies competed with each other to be the first to dig up as many details of the incident as possible, and the tabloid press also added fuel to the fire by inventing non-existent details of the case. Next to the Public Safety Department, Kurson explained to the policeman that Yi Wuqian could not have done this and asked him to let his lawyer come with her. She was told that the matter was very difficult and that no one was allowed to visit Yi Wuqian yet. Kurson didn't understand, even if he was suspected of murder, why they didn't let a lawyer in. Following the normal process, the lawyer can always meet with his client. Xiaomei was sure that someone was deliberately trying to slander Yi Wuqian, and therefore she would like to end this matter as soon as possible. The commander agreed with her that they should take this matter seriously. He ordered to investigate everything thoroughly and not to worry about outside pressure. At that moment, an employee ran into them and gave them the report they asked for. Taking a look at the matter, Xiaomei stated that it was even worse than they thought. According to her, Yi Wuqian's prints were found on the body of the deceased. The commander asked about the reliability of the report, to which he was told that the report was absolutely reliable, since the employee checked everything himself. The commander realized that Yi Wuqian claimed that he had not touched the deceased with a finger, but his fingerprints were found on the body, and specifically on the wrist. It seems that the commander thought the matter was clear and this time Yi Wuqian would not escape criminal punishment. The commander was wondering what Xiaomei was going to do now. She suggested interrogating Luo Xinya again and believed that she would definitely dig up something. Next in Ye's family, Yi Fei Qiao asked her grandfather to help Yi Wuqian since he was still his grandson and begged her to do something. The elder asked to remain silent, because Yi Wuqian himself was to blame and, in his opinion, was not worthy to be called his grandson and bear the surname. Yi Hengcai agreed with the head of the Yi family, saying that Yi Wuqian is the architect of his own misfortune and they cannot do anything. Yi Guang was glad that Yi Wuqian would finally get what he deserved. According to him, they tried to be friendly with Yi Wuqian, but he did not cooperate. Yi Fei Qiao didn't understand how they could say such things. She wanted to ask Grandpa again, but Yi Henden stopped her. She wanted her dad to talk to her grandfather, but her father asked her to go, since begging was useless anyway. Yi Guang gloated that the heavens were now on their side and Yi Tian was now finished. Yi Hengcai said that Yi Guang underestimates Yi Wuqian and his medicine. In his opinion, as long as he is willing to share the secrets of his pills, there will always be someone willing to save him from prison. Yi Guang considered this impossible since he checked and all the evidence pointed to Yi Wuqian and the law against him. Yi Hengcai explained that the law is a whip for the poor. According to him, any law has its own loophole, and the more money a person has, the wider it will be. The law is just a toy for the powerful. Ouyang or Ning, if not one, then the other family will definitely try to pull him out, Yi Hengcai believed. Further during the interrogation, Luo Xinyu stated that Yi Wuqian was a murderer and killed her son. Xiao Mei noticed that she was completely fine just now, which was visible on the surveillance camera, but as soon as Xiao Mei walked in, she immediately burst into tears. Luo Xinyu was surprised how Xiao Mei could say such things, since she had just lost her only son and did not understand how she could not cry. Xiao Mei agreed with this and allowed her to continue crying, saying that they were waiting for the results of her son's autopsy. She said that according to the report, Qian Shu Hong really died as a result of a fall from a great height, as his mother told them. However, Luo continues to claim that Yi Wuqian pushed him, but Xiao Mei wanted to know why there were no fingerprints of Yi Wuqian on the body. Luo Xinyu believed that Xiao Mei did not notice, but she saw with her own eyes how Yi Wuqian pushed her son out of the window. Xiao Mei decided to ask differently why she stopped crying. She assumed that Luo Xinyu was so interested in the autopsy results that she forgot what was happening. Xiao Mei asked Luo Xinyu why she was silent, after which she began to cry and regretted the loss of her son. Xiao Mei decided that they were done for today and Luo Xinyu could go. She suspected that this woman was hiding something and ordered an employee to follow her quietly. At that moment, one of the police officers ran in and told Xiao Mei that someone was creating problems for them at the entrance, asking them to bring Yi Wuqian quickly. Yi Wuqian sat in the cell and didn't understand why he had been stuck there for 10 hours. As soon as he had just recovered from the accident, he went to be locked up. He was a little upset that during these 10 hours no one had visited him, even Chen Kursen did not come and thought it was strange. The door opened and Ouyang Xinyue walked in. She asked Xiao Man to wait for her outside since she wanted to talk to Yi Wuqian alone. Yi Wuqian thanked her for coming, but in his heart he hoped that Chen Kursen would come first. He asked Xinyue if she thought that he intentionally committed the murder, but Xinyue believed that Yi Wuqian was not guilty. She said that it was not so easy for her to get a meeting with him, which was strange in itself. In her opinion, she assumed that most likely one of his enemies tried to do this, perhaps because of the Qingchengshan pill. Yi Wuqian noticed that everything was happening just like the last time in Country N. Xinyue agents could not find the culprit, and he also could not put his mind to who it could be. The door opened and Xiao Mei came in. She told him to come with her. She was going to leave with him through the back door. Yi Wuqian didn't understand where she was coming from, because this was her area, and he didn't even panic. Xinyue received a call saying that something was happening outside the site. Coming out of the prison, Yi Wuqian asked to show him those suicides who came here for his soul. Despite the fact that he was not in the best shape, he was not going to hide behind a woman. Xiao Mei stood up so that she blocked the exit, declaring that he was not allowed to go out. Yi Wuqian thought that he was in danger and Xiao Mei wanted to take him out of the station, but it turns out on the contrary, she wants to keep him inside. This made him even more interested in the situation on the street. Xiao Mei couldn't say because it was an order from her boss and asked her to just listen to her. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian became even more interested in who scared their valiant police. She tried to stop him, but he ran out into the street, where the final warning was heard to hand over Yi Wuqian, otherwise the assault would begin. Yi Wuqian did not understand what was happening and assumed that the war had begun. Ning Shiqi stated that there were 10 seconds left and if the station did not accept their conditions, they would act. Yi Wuqian was asking Director Su about what was happening, when at that moment Ning Shiqi saw him and called him to her. Director Su believed that if they just handed Yi Wuqian over, the reputation of the Dongqing police would be bad. The director tried to stop Ning Shiqi, saying that they could not do this. Ning Shiqi explained that Yi Wuqian is their person and this is an internal matter of the Ministry of Defense. Returning back to the station, Director Su ordered official clarifications from the Ning Shiqi ministry to be sent to him. Ning Shiqi took Yi Wuqian's hand and led him along. Before he could leave, Yi Wuqian called out to Xiao Mei, who was angry that he never listened. Yi Wuqian had no intention of letting them arrest him again. Xiao Mei became completely angry and reached for a weapon, but was dissuaded from doing so. Xinyue watched this from the side and was glad that Yi Wuqian was still free. She understood that many people were watching Yi Wuqian's affairs, hoping to win him over to their side. Xiao Man asked her if they should continue the investigation. Xinyue ordered to continue, since the result is not as important as participation. In the evening at the Ning mansion, no matter how much Yi Wuqian didn't want to admit it, he said that he was grateful for his intervention. Grandfather just laughed and asked about being in the cell. Yi Wujian replied that everything was fine and hoped that Old Man Ning would not get into trouble because of this. The old man believed that there was nothing he couldn't handle. Yi Wujian became interested in the question of who wants to get rid of him and decided to ask Old Man Ning. Grandfather explained that he would have told him if he himself had known and asked not to worry, as they would soon figure him out. He also said that in order to get Yi Wujian out of the station, they had to tell him that Yi Wujian was a soldier and offered to join them for real, so it would be easier for them to protect him. Grandfather Ning explained that a real man must have many talents, and with the support of their ministry, Yi Wujian will not be afraid that they will start to put a spoke in his wheels again. Yi Wujian asked Old Man Ning not to tempt him. He believed that in their army there were too many restrictions, but he liked his freedom. Yi Wujian also remembered that he didn't ask about her granddaughter Ning Shiqi, namely when her wedding was. Grandfather suggested that he wanted to intervene. Yi Wujian explained that it was nothing like that. According to him, she just helped him a lot today and he would like to repay her for the service. Grandfather said that it was he who sent Yi Wujian to help, and it turned out that Yi Wujian also owed Old Man Ning. Yi Wujian decided that there was no need to beat around the bush and asked about her fiancé, whether he was as good as Yi Wujian. If not, then he thought that Ning Shiqi would be better off marrying Yi Wujian. Grandfather couldn't figure out whether Yi Wujian really liked his granddaughter or if he was just joking. Yi Wujian asked Old Man Ning if the day came when he had to choose between him and her fiancé, who would he choose? Grandfather suggested that if such a day came, he would remain neutral. He explained to Yi Wujian that if he seriously liked Ning Shiqi, then that was good, but if he was going to play with her feelings, then despite his mercy to their family, he promised to smear Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian in this case said that there is no need to worry, since he is monogamous. Old Man Ning's faith in Yi Wujian was at the level of faith in ghosts. One of their guards was reporting some information to Old Man Ning. Grandfather realized that the news was not good and decided to take responsibility. Yi Wujian asked if the problems were because of him, and if so, then he could forget about them, and according to him, he would sort it out himself. Grandfather asked not to be stupid, because Yi Wujian is now the patron of the Ning family, therefore his problems are their problems. When leaving, Old Man Ning said that he was leaving for a while and asked not to sit idle, but to find out why his fingerprints were on Qian Shu Hong's body. Grandfather Ning considered Luo Xinyue very suspicious, and Yi Wujian believed that Luo Xinyue loved her son so much that she was ready to kill Qian Shu Hong to spite him. Ning Shiqi saw her grandfather leaving and was surprised that he was leaving at such an hour. Grandfather explained that he would take a short walk, and let her chat with Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian didn't understand what was going on and assumed that Ning Shiqi had gotten into something again. Ning Shiqi considered only Yi Wujian problematic, and leaving this topic, she asked what she and her grandfather were talking about. Yi Wujian replied that he asked for her grandfather's blessing. Hearing this, she was surprised that he really liked her and did not know what to do, because she had a fiancé. Touching her, he asked why she fell silent, to which she screamed and ran away. Yi Wujian realized that everyone had left, and there was no one to take him. Approaching the guard, he asked if he could give him a lift, but the guard apologized, saying that he was on duty. Going outside, Yi Wujian complained that Old Man Ning lived in a bad place, since there was no village, no shops nearby, and not even a taxi. He blamed himself for egging Ning Shiqi on because he was now walking home. Suddenly, a supercar driven by a woman drove up to him and asked Yi Wujian if it was him. Yi Wujian introduced himself and did not expect to be recognized by such a beautiful lady. The girl asked to call her sister. She noticed that he was having problems and offered to give him a lift. He agreed and got into the car, explaining that he needed to be dropped off at the security office. After that, they rushed to their destination. Yi Wujian didn't understand why she needed to give him a lift and asked how she knew his name. She explained that it was difficult not to know the name of the creator of the beauty pill and that she gave him a free ride. Yi Wujian was wondering what she wanted for the trip. She considered herself a woman who loved beauty and worked hard to give him a ride. In her opinion, it would be dishonest not to thank her in return. Yi Wujian realized that she wanted a beauty pill and said that she was already beautiful. He assumed that after the pill she wanted to kill them all with her beauty, asking him to spare them. The girl noticed that Yi Wujian had a loose tongue, but she didn't like quirky people, asking if Yi Wujian refused to give her the lowest level, because he knew that there were 3 types of pill levels. Yi Wujian promised to give her a discount on a better one, but he still didn't think it was cheap. After stopping, Yi Wujian didn't understand why they stopped. but the girl asked if Yi Wuqian really wanted to charge her. She noticed that the city was still far away, and people were rare here. Sighing heavily, Yi Wuqian admitted that she had won. He understood that something was wrong with her. She didn't want to spend 100,000 yuan, and did she just need a pill? Having reached their destination, Yi Wuqian got out of the car and explained that the tablet cost 100,000 yuan, saying that it was somehow expensive for travel, since they met on the road by fate and he didn't even know her name or phone number. The girl believed that if they met on the road again, then she would believe that this was fate. After giving her the pill, she left, declaring that when the time comes, she will not be late. Yi Wuqian believed that 100,000 yuan had disappeared into thin air. The girl called and said that she had the goods, alerting them to be ready. Inside the security bureau, Kursun was surprised that Yi Wuqian was taken away by the military. Xiao Mei said that Yi Wuqian had disgraced the security bureau, and promised that he would be in trouble if he appeared in front of her again. Yi Wuqian stood at the entrance and didn't understand why they were so angry. Seeing him, Kursun immediately rushed to hug him. Yi Wuqian was unhappy that he had made her worry again. Kursun asked if he was injured, but Yi Wuqian explained that with his talents, who could hurt him? Xiao Mei stated that Yi Wuqian could hang around with the 4 women of the main families and cheat the security bureau. Yi Wuqian said that he went to the Ning family to think about life and found that the security bureau is the best place. The people, the food are simply wonderful in his opinion, and the bed is simply gorgeous. That's why he came back. Xiao Mei didn't understand what he forgot in her office in this case and sent him to the cell. Yi Wuqian explained that he came to ask Xiao Mei where Luo Xinyu lives. Xiao Mei hoped that he did not intend to harm her. She would answer that she knew nothing. But Yi Wuqian only wanted to talk to her and do nothing. If she didn't believe it, he invited her to take the gun and go with him. Xiao Mei agreed, but stated that if Yi Wuqian caused trouble again, she would be really angry. Xiao Mei, Yi Wuqian and Kursun came to Luo Shen. Yi Wuqian knocked on the door, saying that the food delivery had arrived. Luo Xinyu opened the door and was surprised because she had not ordered anything. She hurried to close the door, but Yi Wuqian put his foot down and asked her not to rush, as he had a lot to ask her. Entering the house, they saw that several guys were with her. Yi Wuqian was surprised that her son was dead and she was in the mood to party and drink. Luo Xinyu did not understand why he was free, because he killed her son. He understood that she did not expect it and explained that he also had a patron. According to him, if she has a person who can put him in jail, then he has someone who can get him out of there. Yi Wuqian believed that it was not surprising that Qian Shuhong was not himself, saying that with such a mother, anyone would go crazy, but Luo Xinyu tried to explain herself, saying that these were service personnel and had come to fix the bathtub. He asked them how they made a living, to which he received the answer, service. Yi Wuqian showed them the map, saying that there were 200,000 on it and it would be theirs if they named the real reason for their stay. After thinking a little, they said that they had arrived on call to please Miss Luo and took the card. Luo Xinyu became angry and told everyone to leave her house. Having grabbed her, Yi Wuqian believed that she wanted something more exciting. Luckily for him, he has a journalist friend who always needs interesting material. Luo Xinyu did not want this and turned to Chang Xiaomei, saying that Yi Wuqian was using violence and she should protect her. According to Xiaomei, if she had known this in advance, she would not have come. She told Luo Shen that she did not see any violence. Kursun said her son's death was not worth it. Yi Wuqian began to question her about who ordered her to frame him and why his fingerprints were on Qian Shuhong's body. Kursun asked Luo Xinyu to get ready and tell them the truth, since sooner or later they would recognize it anyway. Luo Xinyu explained that no one ordered her and again accused Yi Wuqian of killing her son. Suddenly a shot rang out and a bullet flew towards Luo Xinyu. Everyone was shocked by what they saw and Xiaomei began to cover Yi Wuqian and Kursun. Taking them around the corner, she asked them not to worry, since they couldn't be reached from there. Yi Wuqian began to calm down Kursun and realized that the enemy was much more dangerous than he thought. Later in the evening, Yi Wuqian and Kursun were already at home and he reassured her, saying that it was safer at home. Having given her a sedative, he assured her that it would help her sleep. Yi Wuqian understood that not every person could bear what he saw. After putting Kursun to bed and leaving, he believed that it should be easier in the morning. 3 hours later, Yi Wuqian suddenly woke up from a scream. He approached Kursun and calmed her down, promising that he would not go anywhere. Yi Wuqian was unhappy with this situation, because even without killing Luo Xinyu, everyone still thought that he was a criminal and could only wait. Waking up in the morning, Kursun saw Yi Wuqian preparing breakfast. Sitting at the table and eating breakfast, Yi Wuqian admitted that he expected less from himself and asked him to eat faster before it got cold. Kursun thought for a moment and suggested that Yi Wuqian should not sell Qingchengshan. Yi Wuqian did not understand why, to which Kursun burst into tears and promised to find a new job, earn money and support them. She was afraid that one day he would be in Luo Xinyuai's place, because they had already tried to kill him a couple of days ago. He explained that the thirst for profit had blinded him and he did not expect that his enemies would do such a thing, but now, according to him, he has thought it over well and from now on they have nothing to worry about. Kursun wanted to say something, but Yi Wuqian interrupted her, asking her to eat slowly, and he would go to the Ning family's house. Next, a certain guy asked the girl who gave Yi Wuqian a lift and how things were going. She said that the analysis had not yet been completed and the guy had already heard about the incident in Dongcheng. He was angry and broke a glass of wine, saying that after he taught the Ouyang family a lesson, he did not expect the Ning family to appear. The girl got up from the table and said that that was all for her. The guy believed that after he dealt with the Ning family, there would be no more problems. Next up in the Ning family, Grandfather Ning was surprised by Yi Wuqian's words that he could extend the life of everyone in the Ning family by more than 100 years. Yi Wuqian admitted that he really didn't want to reveal all his cards, but he was forced, because difficult times have come for him. Grandfather Ning understood that if no unforeseen events happened, then each family member could live more than 100 years. In Yi Wuqian's opinion, Grandpa Ning realized that in the entire world he was the only one capable of doing this. Grandfather Ning believed that thanks to longevity, the Ning family would prosper and none of the three great families, in his opinion, could compete with them. Grandfather decided to see if he could trust Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian, in turn, put his title of miraculous doctor on the line. With his abilities, he was going to do it in no time. Grandfather assumed that Yi Wuqian would not be able to and asked what would happen in that case. If Yi Wuqian fails, he promised to give half the share of the beauty pill to the Ning family. Grandfather understood that half the shares of a beauty pill were a lot of money. He wanted to know why Yi Wuqian chose the Ning family, since he knew that Yi Wuqian was on good terms with the Ouyang in situ families. Yi Wuqian explained that there are three reasons. First, Grandpa Ning is a good person. Second, as far as Yi Wuqian knows, Ning's grandfather's family is very influential. Well, thirdly, he thought his granddaughter was stunning. Grandfather asked about cooperation. What would be required from their family? Yi Wuqian does not like fights and intrigue, all Grandpa Ning needs to do is help him get rid of his enemies. He responsibly declared that sooner or later he would surpass the main families and his strength was beyond Grandfather Ning's imagination. When Yi Wuqian left, he gave him a couple of days to think about it. If the Ning family doesn't take him, then there will be others in his opinion. Grandfather believed that it would not take a couple of days and that one day would be enough. When leaving, Yi Wuqian believed that he had given too generous an offer to the old man and he would have enough time to make a decision. Given the level of the enemies, in his opinion, the Ning family should be careful. While riding his bicycle, a police car suddenly stopped in front of him. Chang Xiaomei came out from there, declaring that Yi Wuqian was detained and if he resisted, they would use force. Next, while in the interrogation room, Yi Wuqian asked for a convincing explanation. Xiaomei was angry that Yi Wuqian demanded an explanation. She didn't understand how many times she had to warn him so that he would create fewer problems. According to her, the shooter who shot Luo confessed and said that it was Yi Wuqian who hired him. She believed that Yi Wuqian would not be carried away like the previous times, and this time he got into a big mess, asking who he offended this time. Yi Wuqian was wondering so what. Xiaomei believed that Yi Wuqian did not understand the seriousness of the situation, since this shooter was a pro, but he confessed against Yi Wuqian. Even if he was facing death, she couldn't imagine how terrifying the people were behind him. Yi Wuqian reminded that Captain Chan was on duty and asked not to mix work with personal emotions. Xiaomei agreed and asked Xiaoli to continue the interrogation. Xiaoli stated that according to the rules, they must hold Yi Wuqian until the trial begins, having said that, besides, not only the shooter pointed at him, but also two guys. Yi Wuqian understood what kind of guys they were talking about, but he didn't understand why they would testify against him. Xiaomei said that the guys said that Yi Wuqian deliberately shocked and held her in a convenient position for the shooter so that he could hit her in the head. Yi Wutian couldn't believe that she actually believed it. Chang Xiaomei assumed that someone talked them into it, but Yi Wutian humiliated them with money, therefore, it was not surprising that people could throw wood on someone else's fire. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yi Wutian laughed, finding this interesting. According to him, he didn't even think that pills could push people to do such things, but for such a small thing people would try to frame Yi Wutian, which he thought was ridiculous. Xiaomei didn't understand what was wrong with Yi Wutian. In her opinion, he should jump and curse everything, not understanding how he could behave this way. Yi Wutian knew that considering how much they loved him, it wouldn't be difficult for them to see them. In his opinion, this would also help their investigation, asking if he would be informed if details of the case emerged. Xiaomei was surprised that Yi Wutian was actually asking her for this, since she was already risking her life by investigating this case and he had nothing to ask for there. Yi Wutian only asked her to tell him, looking at her aggressively. Xiaomei felt a sense of killer aura. She felt a similar feeling when she was around those convicted of murder, but in her opinion, Yi Wutian's aura was more sinister than those criminals. She didn't understand how this was possible, since there was nothing criminal in Yi Wutian's file, but he had such an aura. Yi Wutian repeated, asking if he needed to repeat it a third time. Xiaomei explained that given his danger and the safety of the others, she should request instructions from the security bureau. After the phone call, she beckoned Yi Wutian, saying that she would take him. She brought him to prison, explaining that this was the shooter Lu Famiy, an assassin, and asked him not to be nonsense. Yi Wutian immediately asked him why he wanted to frame Yi Wutian, to which the answer was that he was simply telling the truth. Yi Wutian decided it was time to leave, which shocked Xiaomei. He explained that he is a law-abiding citizen and cannot extract a confession by force. Xiaomei wondered if Yi Wutian could do it without violence, but Yi Wutian only wanted to know who wanted to solve it before he died. Deciding to look at those two guys, they went to them. The guys were surprised to see Yi Wutian appear. Yi Wutian said that he just missed them. They asked him not to approach and retreated back. Having fallen to the floor, they begged not to come near them. Yi Wutian considered them to be real slugs. Deciding that they were done here, Yi Wutian informed Xiaomei about this. Xiaomei reported this to Director Su. The director understood that something was wrong here and this was some kind of pressure. In his opinion, if Xiaomei said that Yi Wutian just beat them up, it would make sense, but his behavior was too strange. Chang Xiaomei also thought so, but nothing happened. One thing was clear to Director Su: they wanted to remove Yi Wutian. First there was Qian Shuhong, then Luo Xinyu, and now this shooter. Xiaomei couldn't back down. What kind of monster makes such provocations? Director Su asked to calm down, since they work only on the basis of evidence and nothing else. He didn't know who leaked the information about the shooter, but the news spread like wildfire. Because of Qian Shuhong and Luo Xinyu, Yi Wutian was in big trouble, so killing Luo Xinyu made sense. The media drowned Yi Wutian. Xiaomei recalled that Yi Wutian was first called the father of pills and sucked up to him, but now one only had to look at the headlines. In her opinion, many people will fall for it without paying attention to anything. Director Su said with heaviness that this is how this world works. It's hard to turn on the brain, and as long as they are entertained by the situation, it will continue, no matter what the result, the director believed. 12 hours before the trial, Li Wang-er came to Wang Fangxi, saying that Yi Wutian had been arrested. Wang Fangxi knew about this and led her into the house. Li Wang-er believed that even though Yi Wutian was a fool and an evil person, in her opinion, he was very kind and definitely could not kill anyone. Wang Fangxi also counted and reassured her, saying that everything would be fine, but for now she would go and pour some tea. Wang Fangxi ran up to her father and before she could call out to him, he declared that he would not help him. She didn't understand why her father was so careless, because Yi Wutian saved her life and glorified the whole country. The father believed that if Yi Wutian was not guilty, then the law would acquit him, otherwise he would be punished, and in his opinion, she could not do anything about it. 10 hours before the trial at the Ning family villa, Ning's grandfather's son approached him, saying that the conditions that Yi Wutian put forward were incredibly generous and he did not want to miss the chance. He was interested in his father's opinion. Old man Ning believed that if they wanted to elevate the Ning family, then they must cooperate with external forces. At the same time, this is associated with great risks. He thought that this kind of mistake could crush the Ning family. The son didn't think so. For him, it was just cooperation, and even if they made mistakes, the Ning family should be able to protect themselves. Grandfather laughed, saying that everything was so simple for his son and asked if Ning Zika was aware of the events. The son didn't know, because last night she jumped out all red and left the military unit. He asked his father if Yi Wuqian told him about his plans for Ning Shiqi, because she has a fiancé and Yi Wuqian knows about it. Grandpa wondered if she was still engaged. The son did not understand what his father meant. The father explained that while they were young, let them have fun, and as long as Yi Wuqian was able to overcome difficulties, he offered to cooperate with him. The son suggested what would happen if Yi Wuqian failed this time, but Grandfather Ning believed that he could handle it, since he became part of the Ning family, and this is another reason to cooperate with him. Grandfather hoped that Yi Wuqian could surprise him or give him confidence that he had made the right choice. 8 hours before the trial, Ouyang Hao came to Kursun. He wondered if she had heard that Yi Wuqian had been arrested again. Kursun agreed and was sure that he had been framed. Ouyang Hao tried to explain to her that Yi Wuqian is not as simple as she thinks. In his opinion, she cannot judge people by their appearance, since no one knows what their hearts are hiding, asking if she knows exactly who Yi Wuqian is. Kursun did not understand what Ouyang Hao wanted to say. He stated that he got it completely by accident and showed her a certain folder. Opening it, she saw photos of Ouyang Xinyue and Yi Wuqian together. Hao said that he sincerely did not want her to find out about this, calling her his beloved sister and woman. But unexpectedly for him, she replied that she believed Yi Wuqian. Ouyang Hao became angry because even in the face of evidence she refused to accept reality. Ouyang Hao was angry and couldn't say anything. He was going to see who won. 5 hours before the trial, Ouyang Xinyue came to Yi Wuqian. She said that she wanted to come and see him, but now it was impossible. Yi Wuqian clowned around, explaining that something told him that she liked a date across the meeting room. She noticed that Yi Wuqian was fine. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what could break him, since the people hiding in the shadows were just waiting for him to break. Ouyang Xinyue understood that Yi Wuqian had some kind of plan and wondered if she could help him with something. Yi Wuqian asked not to worry and just wait for the show, and when it's over, he said, she can arrange a banquet for him. Xinyue agreed to host a large banquet in honor of his victory. 3 hours before the trial, Situ Wei came into Yi Wuqian's detention room. Yi Wuqian knew that a greedy woman like her would not be able to stand still, but she literally appeared at the last moment. Situ Wei took Yi Wuqian's words as if he thought she was petty. In her opinion, he sat so carefree and assumed that he had a plan. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what plan a simple civilian could have. According to him, he believed in law and justice. The hour of trial arrived and Yi Wuqian was brought into the courtroom. Xiao Mei told Kursun that she had not found a single piece of evidence in his favor, and every time she came across a dead end, but Yi Wuqian was satisfied. Kursun assumed that Yi Wuqian had a plan. Ouyang Xinyue understood that 2 days had passed since the arrest. The trial had never started so quickly. In her opinion, it is impossible for an ordinary person to pull this off. The judge announced that the trial had begun. Next, the man introduced himself as Luo Xinyu's lawyer. He immediately asked Yi Wuqian if he would admit to killing Luo Xinyu. Yi Wuqian only considered him not a very smart person. The lawyer said that you only need to answer yes or no, and Yi Wuqian answered in the negative. In response to this, the lawyer asked another question, whether Yi Wuqian admitted that he had a conflict with the late Luo Xinyu. Yi Wuqian believed that he still had a conflict with him, since the lawyer, in his opinion, was not behaving nicely at all. Yi Wuqian wondered if tomorrow the lawyer was found dead on the floor with his feet smelling. In that case, would Yi Wuqian also be at fault? The jurors in the hall laughed, which the lawyer did not like, and he stated that Yi Wuqian needed to be reasonable and answer questions only yes or no. Yi Wuqian also responded negatively. The lawyer asked about Yi Wuqian's plan to first throw Qian Shu Hong down and then kill Luo Xinyu. Yi Wuqian wondered how the lawyer got his license with such conclusions. He mocked him, asking him if after their discussions he would go home and smell his smelly feet and then die. In that case, would it be considered a plan to kill him? The lawyer was angry and said that if there is another such prank, he will sue Yi Wuqian. Judge X also asked Yi Wuqian to be more serious since this is a trial. Yi Wuqian explained that no matter what the lawyer said next, he still would not admit to the murder because he was not guilty. He asked me to take out any tricks up my sleeves, if any. The lawyer began to ask the killer, his name, what his profession was and how long he had been working. The killer said that his name was Zhao Fenai. he has been working as a professional killer for 10 years, Luo Xinyu was his target and he admitted that he killed her. The jury was shocked by his composure and that he spoke of the murder as if it were an ordinary matter. The lawyer asked about the details of how and why he killed Luo Xinyu. He realized that this was a simple matter, the evidence was irrefutable, and Yi Wuqian, in his opinion, would be punished. The killer said that he shot Luo Xin in the head from the window of the apartment across the street from her house. The reason for the murder was the price of 200,000 yuan for it. The lawyer continued to ask about who told him to kill Luo Xinyu and whether this person was currently in court. The killer answered positively. The jury was surprised and could not wait that a sincere confession was about to begin. In their opinion, the killer will betray the customer and the evidence will be irrefutable. The lawyer asked to see the customer. The killer raised his hand and began to say that the person who hired him to kill Xinyu was this, but was in no hurry to answer. The lawyer furiously asked to show his employer again and who paid for Luo Xinyu's murder. The killer did not have time to point to the customer when suddenly blood began to flow from his mouth and he simply fell to the floor. Yi Wuqian believed that the best way to solve the problem was to poison the problem itself. The people there were shocked by this situation. People asked for a doctor. The doctor came out and began to examine the corpse. The doctor made a statement that the man was dead and this was a specific case of death that needed to be studied in detail. Xiao Mei didn't understand how a man died so easily, because he was a key witness in this case. The lawyer believed that Yi Wuqian was lucky, but convinced him not to rush to rejoice, since there were 2 more witnesses. The guard said that they had a problem and the remaining 2 witnesses were also dead. The lawyer could not believe it and imagine how it happened, that 3 witnesses died at the same time. Judge X stood up and stated that due to the unexpected death of 3 key witnesses, the case was adjourned for retrial. The death of the witnesses shocked many people. What happened made people believe in a higher power, as if God himself had helped Yi Wuqian avoid disaster. Others believed that there were sinister forces behind this that were supporting Yi Wuqian in order to become friends with him. Next is the Crescent nightclub. Yi Wuqian was glad that he finally didn't have to hang around in that detention room anymore. Xiao Mei believed that their room met all standards and there was nothing to complain about, in her opinion. Some people came to congratulate Yi Wuqian and remind her of themselves. In their opinion, at the banquet hosted by the Ouyang family, they have an excellent chance of getting to know each other better. Someone still wanted to invest in Yi Wuqian's enterprise. Yi Wuqian asked Xinyue who these people were. Xinyue assumed that these people were here to make friends with Yi Wuqian. She said that he could do as he wanted. Yi Wuqian stated that he was happy today and glad to everyone who came here. After a while, Yi Wuqian sat drunk on the sofa, inviting his guests. All the girls watched him and Ouyang Xinyue explained that given Yi Wuqian's condition, she assured them that he would not be able to get home. Since this is her establishment, she asked to be allowed to take care of it. In the evening, Xinyue barely carried Yi Wuqian to bed. Falling onto the bed, Yi Wuqian pulled Xinyue along with him. She couldn't break free and calm down, deciding that whatever was going to happen was inevitable. Grandfather Ning read the news and was surprised by Yi Wuqian. According to him, Yi Wuqian silenced 3 witnesses at once. He believed that Yi Wuqian had already fulfilled the first requirement to become a master. His son was also starting to like Yi Wuqian. Grandfather stated that his son was not the only one who was curious about Yi Wuqian. Many people are already interested in it and are trying to approach it in various ways. The son guessed that he meant the Ouyang family and the Situ family. Grandpa Ning thought it was a shame for them, since they allowed 2 charming girls to get close to the boy, but Yi Wuqian was like a little ghost, and it was really difficult to guess who would eventually eat whom. The son was convinced that this time it was proven that Yi Wuqian was not just a doctor or a businessman. Its value is much greater. Families will now appreciate it in a completely different way. The grandfather agreed with his son's thoughts, stating that they should therefore be 1 step ahead of others. Grandfather asked to invite Yi Wuqian to come see him tomorrow. He wanted to reward him big. The next morning, Xinyue woke up and saw Yi Wuqian lying on top of her. She also had trouble sleeping through the night. She understood that Yi Wuqian was sleeping like the dead no matter how loudly she called him. In her opinion, being in prison for these few days greatly exhausted him. At that moment someone started calling the phone. Ouyang Xinyue realized that Yi Wuqian had the phone in his trousers and began to look for it. She couldn't find him for a long time and Yi Wuqian finally woke up. While washing his face, he asked her not to be offended, because he had taken advantage of her in the past, and this time she took the initiative to get him. Ouyang Xinyue didn't know what she needed to do to make Yi Wuqian believe that this was not what he thought. She decided to talk about business and alerted Yi Wuqian that he needed to hire some good bodyguards for himself, since their opponents were very secretive and she could not find out their identities, and Yi Wuqian had to find a way to protect himself. Yi Wuqian believed that if the other party still wanted to cooperate with him, then because of this they would reveal themselves sooner or later, because they could only play a dirty game. Ouyang Xinyue asked about her grandfather, namely, whether Yi Wuqian had found out which drug was harming her grandfather. Yi Wuqian explained that these days were very busy and he didn't have time to check. Xinyue suddenly said that there was no need to check anything. Yi Wuqian wondered why. She explained in despair that I couldn't find out anything, since the Ouyang family could not be sullied. Yi Wuqian understood that this was done by someone from the Ouyang family. Even if they figured him out, he wondered if it would cause a lot of fuss and whether it would be worth committing lynching. Ouyang Xinyue got out of bed and stated that in any case, she should thank him now, since grandfather looks much better. She wanted to make sure he could actually get up. Yi Wuqian stated that he would not have dared to say this before, but now he is confident in it. He understood that before he learned the Huang Yuan Qi technique, helping elderly people like her grandfather was difficult, but now for Yi Wuqian, elder Ouyang's health is no longer such a big problem. Having sat her on the bed, he asked her not to rush to thank him, since he also had a big gift for her. Further, Ouyang Xinyue said that Yi Wuqian wants to give her 10% of the shares. They praised her, saying that she had done a good job. Ouyang Xiangyu's father believed that thanks to this 10%, his position in the Ouyang family would stabilize. Even though 10% was a little low, he thought it was better than nothing and asked whether Yi Wuqian himself had decided to offer it. Xinyue confirmed this, saying that Yi Wuqian did not ask for anything in return. Ouyang Xiangyu suggested to his father that he buy a house for Yi Wuqian and Xinyue and let them live together, allow Xinyue to talk to Yi Wuqian again, and he will definitely give them more shares. The father agreed with his son, saying that he had the same intentions, assuming that Yi Wuqian would then want to join the Ouyang family. Father asked Xinyue if Yi Wuqian said anything else. He believed that as long as the negotiations mattered, this was truly an incredible step forward for the Ouyang family, and besides, even if Elder Ouyang got back on his feet, his position would remain stable. Ouyang Xinyue relayed Yi Wuqian's words that those 10% shares of Qingqing pills would go to her, personally to her, and has nothing to do with the Ouyang family or the Ouyang company. Hearing this, everyone there was shocked. Xinyue did not understand what the problem was, considering this news to be good. The father was angry, not understanding what Yi Wuqian meant by showing this. Xinyue said that Yi Wuqian also did not think about joining the Ouyang family and they were all thinking about it. My father believed that such a huge amount of money could not just fall into the pocket of the only Ouyang Xinyue. He reminded Xinyue that Elder Ouyang was currently bedridden and the rest of the big families were watching their family, offering to think about them and sign on behalf of the family. Ouyang Xinyue apologized and said that she could not do this. Ouyang Xianyu suddenly turned to Xinyue, saying that she was acting arrogantly because she was selling herself to Yi Wuqian. In his opinion, she does not have a strong position, thanks to Yi Wuqian by her side. Ouyang Xinyue got angry and asked him to do it again. Xianyu was scared and Xinyue explained, hoping for a misunderstanding, that she just wanted to inform them because they were one family, and not to discuss. Next, Yi Wuqian rode with Ning Shiqi. He was wondering what kind of surprise Elder Ning was talking about. Ning Shiqi assured him that he would know when they arrived. After reaching his destination and getting out of the car, Yi Wuqian saw an army of soldiers greeting him. Yi Wuqian did not immediately understand that they were addressing him. Grandfather laughed and asked if Yi Wuqian was pleased with his gift. Yi Wuqian couldn't believe whether they were joking with him. Old man Ning explained that these are his best people and they are all good on the battlefield. According to him, his heart is still bleeding because this is less than what Yi Wuqian did for him. He recalled what he told the soldiers yesterday and also gives them the opportunity to refuse, and now that they are standing here, they must make the right decision themselves. With wet eyes, the army commander did not have time to answer as old man Ning ordered him not to cry and anyone who dared to cry would disgrace him. He ordered not to allow himself to be despised along with them and asked if they remembered what he told them yesterday. After this, the commander-in-chief stated that from now on, they are no longer soldiers in the army and obey the orders of the new commander. Grandfather Ning was pleased with them and asked them not to cry. since Yi Wujian would never interact badly with them. Yi Wujian was shocked. He had planned to find Elder Ning to ask for a couple of bodyguards, but he didn't expect so many. Old Man Ning knew what Yi Wujian lacked the most and gave the soldiers to him. According to him, if Yi Wujian allows them to do immoral things that harm people, then he will not forgive him. Yi Wujian asked to be sure that he would never treat them badly. He began to introduce himself, believing that they had already heard about him before. According to him, he is glad to see them, and from today, they are his brothers and sisters. He ordered them to hold on no matter what, to share their joys and sorrows. There was deathly silence, and Yi Wujian did not understand what was happening, because in his opinion, the commander's speech should have cheered him up and wanted them to say at least a few words about loyalty to him. Looking around, realized that it was useless to chat in vain in order to establish contact with him. Yi Wujian also realized that it was pointless to talk and decided to act like an adult. He noted that they are all masters of their craft on the battlefield and they should admire the best. If someone didn't like Yi Wujian, he offered to fight him. They didn't understand whether Yi Wujian really wanted to rush to the hospital, believing that he was looking down on them. Yi Wujian decided to discuss one point, that this would not be a one-on-one fight, but he would fight all of them alone. The commander-in-chief asked Yi Wujian if he really wanted to fight with 28 soldiers. Yi Wujian didn't care, considering them a gang of schoolchildren, and asked them to attack him. He would reward them if he won. The commander-in-chief introduced himself as Chen Li and as the group captain. In his opinion he was good enough to deal with Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian only asked them to attack, since time is money, and wanted to finish faster. The soldiers rushed at him at once. Yi Wujian, seeing that they were running towards him, raised his hand and pointed down. All the soldiers fell in an instant and could not help themselves, since their body did not obey. Yi Wujian scoffed at the fact that they thought he couldn't handle their crowd. After this, Chen Li stabbed him. Yi Wujian didn't understand who he was, because he could still stand even after such a large dose of the drug. He assumed that he had used the wrong drug, but he immediately refuted this idea, since others fell, but he did not. Chen Li fell to his knee, saying that he could not deal with Yi Wujian with such a small part of his strength. Yi Wujian realized that this was not an accident and his physical indicators should be much higher than those of the others. He taunted the soldiers, showing how strong he was. Chen Li stated that Yi Wujian did not defeat them through force. Yi Wujian explained that when you fight the enemy, they don't tell you what means they are going to use. He asked not to come up with excuses for his loss. In his opinion, if this was a real fight, Chen Li would already be a dead man. When leaving, Yi Wujian asked to remember, citing an analogy with a cat, that whether it is a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can hit a mouse, it is a good cat. He explained that in a real fight there is no justice, no matter what means are used, and the winner is the one who ultimately survives. Yi Wujian stated that if they saw, then he is not a master and a bad person, and over time they will be able to understand him responsibly. He told them that he could not give the glory of a warrior, but in addition, they would live better than the military. Having given the card to Chen Li, he said that there are 10 million on the card, 5 of which are a gift to them and they must divide them equally. Let the remaining 5 million be used to rent a training court and purchase some equipment. If it was not enough, he asked to notify him. Chen Li understood the instructions and was surprised that Yi Wujian gave 10 million just like that. Despite everything else, he considered his commander to be very generous. Yi Wujian turned to Chen Li, explaining that since he had survived, he would remain the leader. Future training and team building will be on it. Yi Wujian also asked not to be called his commander, as he preferred the title Young Master. Everyone agreed with this instruction and Yi Wujian was happy. Chen Li asked Yi Wujian if they could still use weapons. Yi Wujian asked Grandpa Ning to get a weapons license. Grandpa Ning was surprised what each of them needed, since it was a weapons license, not some kind of student diploma. According to him, he can only get enough for some of them. Yi Wujian noticed that now they are his people and he wanted to use all their skills. He offered 1 million for the license. Grandfather Ning realized that Yi Wujian dared to take everything with money and set his price for the license at 5 million. Yi Wujian reluctantly agreed, but on the condition that each pistol must be equipped with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Everyone was shocked by what Yi Wujian did and began to rejoice for him. Yi Wujian promised that they would soon understand that they did not regret leaving the army and following him. Later in the morning, Kursun woke up with a lack of understanding of what was happening and why Yi Wujian was in her bed. She realized that Yi Wujian was lying on his bed, but she didn't understand how he didn't do anything to her all night. didn't even move. She assumed it was because she had no charm and he didn't like her, or maybe she recently gained weight and wanted to take a few more beauty pills, but immediately remembered Yi Wuqian's words that it was pointless to take more than one. She thought that Yi Wuqian usually approved of women and slept with them, believing that she was not interested in him. Kursun was angry that Ouyang Xinyue had already taken a step ahead of her and accepted the affair behind her back, but Yi Wuqian is still sleeping so soundly and in her opinion, she is the only one who is offended. At this moment, Yi Wuqian had already woken up and noticed that she had also woken up. Kursun responded by simply pushing him off the bed. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what was wrong and thought that Luo Xinyu's death had a psychological effect on her and was worried that she was afraid to sleep alone. If she didn't want him to come, then he wasn't going to come anymore, not understanding why he was angry. Kursun wanted to explain that this was not what she meant, but Yi Wuqian had already left and was not going to do it next time. Next, Yi Wuqian was with Kursun on the training ground on the first floor. Yi Wuqian said that these are the people who were given to him by Elder Ning and they are absolutely reliable. He was surprised that Chenli actually chose this place, since this building is the same as Tianqing Hongyan Group and the rent is definitely not cheap, but he still decided that it was convenient. Yi Wuqian asked Chenli if they were getting used to it. Chenli and the soldiers thanked him for his concern. He had several reports for Yi Wuqian that the study group rented the premises for a year and paid 3 million yuan. They used the remaining 2 million yuan to settle the gang and there is not much left anymore. Yi Wuqian explained that there were still a lot of them and large expenses were expected and asked if there was anything else, allowing him to speak out. He ordered Chenli to select several guys. They will be responsible for protecting Kursun 24 hours a day. Chenli appointed Zhuan Hongling and Sun Feng. They stated that they could be trusted to ensure the security of Kursun. Chenli said that these two had the best performance. They provided protection for the commander and had experience working as bodyguards. Yi Wuqian trusted his decision. Kursun believed that she did not need this and there was no need for her to protect her. Yi Wuqian told her that her safety was at risk as long as Qing Chen's pills were on sale. In his opinion, not only does she need bodyguards, but their number should also be increased over time. Kursun agreed, but asked Yi Wuqian not to call her Miss, as she thought it was strange. He suggested that they call her Princess, but Kursun thought this was even stranger and settled on the option of Miss. Yi Wuqian realized that these 20 people were not enough for his plan, and he decided to find out if Chenli still had many comrades who had retired from the army. Chenli confirmed this and asked how much Yi Wuqian needed. Yi Wuqian stated that he needs 50 people to start, but he has two requirements. One is good skills, and the second is a pleasant character. In his opinion, it is easier for him to work with someone who meets these two requirements. Chenli agreed to bring them. He was surprised by the number of people for one task, realizing that if everyone was well trained, then the forces were definitely not small. Yi Wuqian realized that the money for purchasing raw materials for Qing Chen pills, the cost of maintaining so many soldiers, plus the company's operating expenses. Considering this, there is not much money left in the company's account. He was going to do something daring today. He decided to go to Situ Wei's home. Opening the door, she received a bouquet of mouth from Yi Wuqian, who was happy to see her. She was surprised by how the wind carried him here and he came to see her of his own free will. He assumed that he was short of money again. Entering the house, he agreed that she was right and he really couldn't hide anything from her. Situ Wei said that Yi Wuqian asked for so many bodyguards from Elder Ning, and the cost must be considerable. In her opinion, he plans to sell pills to Qing Chen. Yi Wuqian confirmed that everything was exactly like that and recalled that Situ Wei offered to pay him a salary of 200,000 yuan when she allowed him to become her personal doctor. He was wondering when the money would be transferred. Situ Wei wondered why Yi Wuqian was so prejudiced, because when he didn't have enough money, he always asked her for it, and she never refused him, but he gave 10% of the shares to Xinyue. Yi Wuqian said that Xinyue is different from her in a sense, namely, she is his woman. Situ Wei explained that whenever he had an incident, she stayed as quickly as she could and let him take advantage of her, no worse than Xinyue, but in her opinion, he was always cold to her. She believed that she was the best option for him and asked him to give her some shares too. In any case, she could have purchased them with her own money, she said. Yi Wuqian apologized, but he couldn't promise it. He was upset that Yi Wuqian did this after everything she had done. At that moment, a call came from Li Wang Air, who reported that Grandpa Yi had been beaten, the lobsters and the rest had also been robbed. Yi Wuqian explained that he had something urgent and planned to talk later. After he left, Situ Wei realized that Yi Wuqian did not want to give her even a small part. She decided to call someone and said that it was time to start the second plan. While quickly driving with Wang Er to his grandfather, Yi Wuqian did not understand what was happening. Wang Er explained that she didn't really know. Hu Zi suddenly called her and said that someone else was going to steal the lobster, and Grandpa didn't allow it. Then they beat my grandfather. Having reached their destination, they saw the grandfather in bed. Grandfather apologized for the lobsters being stolen. Yi Wuqian approached Hu Zi, who also apologized for this, saying that there were too many of them and he could not protect Grandpa Li and did not save the lobsters. Yi Wuqian stated that he would cure him first, and if Hu Zi had something to say, he would do it later. An hour later, Wang Er asked Yi Wuqian about his grandfather's condition. He explained that this was not such a big problem and he would soon get back on his feet. He asked her to rest, and he would go out to discuss something with Hu Zi and she should take good care of her grandfather. Going outside, Yi Wuqian asked Hu Zi who did it, for what purpose, how many people there were and what their losses were. Hu Zi said that the people were hooligans from a neighboring village. The leader's name is Wang Shun. There were more than 20 people who came to them for lobster, Grandpa Li, and he tried to stop them, but they beat them up and took all 86 lobsters. Yi Wuqian heard this and became interested in this situation. He gave Hu Zi a tablet and told him to put it in a glass of water and treat the wound with it. At that moment, a car drove into the yard. Kursun got out of the car and asked about the situation. Yi Wuqian didn't understand why she was here, to which he received the answer that she was worried about him being alone. She wondered if he called the police and what the lawyer said. Hu Zi explained that it was useless, since they were all related to Wang Shun, they maintained relationships with each other. Yi Wuqian ordered Chen Li to leave 2 guys here for observation, while the rest went with him. Then they drove to their destination and Hu Zi confirmed that this was how everything happened and did not know what would have happened if the master had not come. Chen Li said that barren lands give rise to cunning people. In another car, Kursun shared her opinion that it is difficult to deal with. Disseminating information in poor areas is difficult. She believed that those with a little power were about to become king of the hill. Next up is the Wansuan Village Committee. They arrived and the mayor of Wansuan, Wang Tuozi, opened the door and asked who they were and why they blocked the gates of their village committee. Yi Wuqian was surprised that they told him about the law. Since their residents stole his lobsters and harmed his people, he ordered them to survive here now. The mayor asked him to stop talking nonsense, explaining that his son was a good guy and very decent. In his opinion, there was absolutely no way he would do something like that. It was not surprising for Yi Wuqian that Wang Shun rushed here, since his father is the head of the village. He said that his son could come here to check with him. The mayor agreed and went to call him now. He noticed that judging by the people next to Yi Wuqian, they were not simple. There were shouts from behind Yi Wuqian asking that someone was looking for their brother Shun. It was a bunch of guys asking Yi Wuqian how old they were and why they brought so many people. Seeing Kursun, they were glad that they even brought a pretty girl here. They did not understand how they could take such a beauty with them to a fight. At this moment, a blow came from Kursun's bodyguard, who warned that if he dared to stare at Kursun again, don't be surprised to lose a few teeth. The guys realized that they had contacted the wrong people. In their opinion, they have problems and these guys are too powerful. One of them was also afraid, but did not show it, saying that these people would not dare to do anything on their territory. Yi Wuqian began asking the victim where Wang Shun was. The guy asked not to do this, because he was scared. He said that Wang Shun went to the city and said that he was going to earn some money. The mayor came out and said that he called Wang Shun, and he said that he would be here soon. Yi Wuqian saw the village head and asked him to admire his friend, his decent son. The mayor began to scold the village boys, saying that they had come to disgrace him. According to him, they usually hang out with Wang Shun and behave very decently, without understanding why they have changed. Yi Wuqian did not understand what Tuozi was doing and why he was lying so openly. He was surprised that the representative of a small village was not bothered by the fact that he was a big leader. The injured guy also didn't want to be bullied, but according to him, Yi Wuqian would not let them leave and asked the mayor to help them. The mayor stated that this is now a society ruled by law. He is the head of this village and Yi Wuqian will not intimidate him, but they dare to mock the people in their village and he, as the head of this village, was going to restore justice. The guys understood what grandfather was talking about and decided that in case of injury or something like that, they asked their uncle to take care of it. After that, they got ready to get down to business. Yi Wuqian explained that a bad environment spoils citizens and ordered Chen-Li to deal with them in 10 minutes. Chen-Li said that 3 minutes would be enough and they began to deal with the boys. They realized their mistake and asked to forgive them and not beat them anymore, admitting that they were wrong. Yi Wuqian asked the head if this was his trump card. The head did not understand what trump card and simply saw how they beat the children from their village. A riot of people gathered, who heard that someone had beaten their child. They did not understand who dared to touch their son. They were going to make Yi Wuqian answer for everything. The boys showed their parents that their limbs hurt and bruises appeared. Some of them said that a little more and they would have found the corpse of their child. They did not understand who hit him, promising to tear off his head. In their opinion, in Wangsuan village, no one is allowed to roam freely here. Kursun realized that Wang Tuozi did not call Wang Shun. He warned all these people. He deliberately incited these punks to attack, just so that they would be beaten and thus anger the villagers. Chen-Li turned to Yi Wuqian, asking what we would do, since they could not just beat up all the villagers. There are too many of them and young ladies can get hurt by mistake. Yi Wuqian realized that he had underestimated Wang Tuozi. He never would have thought that he would involve so many villagers to protect his son. In his opinion, he obviously saw that they were not weaklings and wanted to make things worse, so they would be the losers if they actually did something. The guys pointed at Yi Wuqian and his team, saying that they were the ones who beat them. Local residents did not understand who they were and why they attacked their guys. They were surprised that they had the courage to bully their children in their village. According to them, they are always polite and respectable. Yi Wuqian introduced himself, explaining that Wang Shun robbed him of more than 80 lobsters and beat his men so badly that they could not get out of bed. They gave Wang Shun a head start, in his opinion, and asked if it was wrong for him to teach them a lesson. The guys, sobbing, said that they were making it all up, since they were adults and could not beat them. The guy who was beaten for Kursun did not understand how Wang Shun could rob them, because he is very decent. The people also did not believe Yi Wuqian, believing that their son was an honest person and how dare they touch him. They were going to smear them and began to advance. At that moment several bikes arrived. Wang Shun told his father that he had hit the jackpot, selling dozens of lobsters and making tens of thousands. They were going to have a nice dinner today. The village leader was uncomfortable, not understanding why Wang Shun chose this particular time to return. Wang Shun noticed the crowd of people and asked what was going on. Yi Wuqian noticed that the truth had come out and he wondered if the people still wanted to make a scene. People asked Wang Shun if he had stolen someone's lobsters. The mayor approached Wang Shun and decided to make sure that he himself bought the lobsters in the city and did not steal from anyone. Wang Shun understood what the mayor was talking about and agreed with it, saying that he bought them from fishermen in the city. The people again began to accuse Yi Wuqian that his people were clearly asking for trouble, not understanding how they dared to deceive the inhabitants of their village and hoped that they did not think that they could leave there unharmed. Kursun hid behind Yi Wuqian out of not knowing what to do, because everything had gone too far. Yi Wuqian asked not to be afraid and asked if she had brought any assistance with her. Luckily for them, Chen-Li and the others were also here, otherwise, in his opinion, they would have had a hard time. Yi Wuqian understood that he could not carry medicine for the dozens of people with him. Yi Wuqian suggested calming down as he was not there to cause trouble. One of the residents saw Kursun. He invited her to go into the house and talk, since in his opinion, she should be from the city. Yi Wuqian was angry at their impudence and admitted that he didn't want any trouble, but after that he ordered Chen-Li to break everyone's legs. Chen-Li and his team began to beat Wang Shun. The people were shocked that they dared to do this in front of them. They were going to beat them to death. Hearing this, Chen-Li fired into the air and stated that they did not want to harm innocent people and hoped that they could remain calm and distanced. People were shocked that they had a real gun. After that, Yi Wuqian suggested that they calm down and talk now. One of the residents understood that a weapons license costs an incredible amount. Wang Shun screamed in pain and asked to be taken to the hospital. The mayor stated that the presence of weapons does not change the matter, suggesting that they want to get rid of them with the help of this. He assured that they would not succeed and if they could, he urged them to shoot him. The people believed that they would not dare to shoot. They increasingly called to shoot, since they had weapons, and to finish off the entire village. One of them ordered their car to be smashed. Chen Li asked Yi Wuqian if they would really fight to the end. Yi Wuqian explained that it is not necessary unless absolutely necessary, since these villagers are simply being used. Chen Li calmed down, because he really didn't want to shoot innocent people. He understood that their boss was a good person by nature and made sure that he was with the right person. Yi Wuqian was going to show Chen Li something more effective than a gunshot. Approaching the people, Yi Wuqian pretended to be scared and asked them not to break their car, since he was giving up and they could still come to an agreement. The mayor ordered not to move. He believed that even if they beat Yi Wuqian and his people to death, the children would not recover from their injuries. They now needed funds for medical care. The mayor explained that they had broken their boy's leg and the cost of medical care would be 500,000 yuan, plus moral damages, and in total, Yi Wuqian must pay 800,000 yuan. Yi Wuqian was surprised that in the end, he would have to pay to get justice. He took out a card and stated that the money was on this card and they could go to the city to see if there was enough money there. The mayor was pleased with this and noticed a certain white thing on the map. He decided to press it. After this there was a rumbling sound and an unpleasant smell. The mayor did not understand what the stench was and why it smelled so terrible. Residents thought that the old man had incontinence and insisted that he had shit himself. Yi Wuqian noticed that the village chief was truly an excellent employee, so worried that he became incontinent as soon as he was able to get medical help for free. The old man rushed at Yi Wuqian, asking what he had done to him, but Yi Wuqian dodged, stepping aside and asking not to touch him with your dirty hands. Hu Zi laughed because the head of their village ruined his own pants. The old man got angry and ordered Yi Wuqian to return everything as it was. Yi Wuqian repeated his request not to touch him and pushed him away. The old man fell to the floor and could not move. He did not understand what had happened, assuming that he had angered the ghosts. After picking up the card, Yi Wuqian approached Wang Shun and asked to look at his father's fortune, saying that they could not give the money to him. In his opinion, the son should inherit his property, so Wang Shun will take the compensation payment. Wang Shun denied this, promising to return all the money from the sale of lobsters, namely all 45,000, and asked to be released. Yi Wuqian considered him a genius businessman since he sold lobsters that cost millions of dollars for only 40,000. He decided that Wang Shun was good at business management and therefore compensation should be paid to him. Then Wang Shun also became incontinent and could not move. He believed that it was all over and that he could no longer be a man. The people were shocked by what was happening and Yi Wuqian remembered that they had just shouted about compensation and was about to give the card to them. The people moved away and Yi Wuqian decided that since they didn't need compensation, he would put the card away. He also told me to remember that it was they who did not take the card, and not he who refused to give it out. At that moment, the police arrived and Chang Xiaomei, seeing what was happening, could not understand what had happened. Yi Wuqian explained that these people stole his lobsters, injured his student and grandfather Wang Er, and Yi Wuqian was there in search of justice. He remembered that this territory was uncontrolled and asked the purpose of their arrival. Xiaomei said that someone reported that a city resident named Yi Wuqian had come to the village and was causing problems, so she decided to take a look, but as expected, she met him. She was angry that Yi Wuqian had just been released, but was already getting into trouble. She believed that nothing would happen to him if he did not give her work. Yi Wuqian said that he had had enough of this and suggested calling her an ambulance to pick up these people. In his opinion, it is a good punishment for them to be crippled in their best years. Xiaomei started calling and said that she was already calling, and now Yi Wuqian should tell her exactly what happened. 10 minutes later, Xiaomei realized what had happened, but insisted that even in such a situation, they should have called the police and waited for them to deal with them. Yi Wuqian pointed to the farm equipment and suggested that if he had waited, they would have lost many. She also planned to ask the victims about what happened and see what they had to say. At that moment, Xiaomei's phone rang and she was shocked by what she heard. She stared at Yi Wuqian, which he did not understand, and explained that he was just a victim. Xiaomei stated that in this situation he was really a victim and said that the ambulance convoy was involved in a major accident, 10 dead and 7 seriously injured. Evidence of his involvement was found in the dump truck that caused the accident. She believed that it was a premeditated murder, clearly staged, and the enemies were targeting Yi Wuqian, presumably the same person as before. Yi Wuqian began to run to the car and call Chen Li and Qihin with him to go to the scene of the incident. He understood that that man was obviously watching him and knew him like the back of his hand. It seemed that the incident with the fishing village was deliberately provoked. In his opinion, his opponents studied his methods and personality very well. They were definitely deliberately spreading rumors among Wang Shun's bandits. Wang Shun and the others learned that the lobsters were only guarded by 2 people, and one of them was an old man, so it would be easy to steal them. Grandfather was beaten. Li Wang heir will call Yi Wutian in a panic, and he is confused and is lured back to the fishing village, provoking a series of events. This Wang Tuozi was also very shrewd, suggesting that he could be a chess piece and still lead the game. Arriving at their destination, everyone there was shocked by the situation. Yi Wutian was shocked as these were all innocent people. Yi Wutian asked to find everyone who was still alive and they should not allow them to die. He told Kursun to take out all the pills she had with her, dissolve them in a bowl of water, and when all the pills dissolved and the water became viscous, she should apply it to the wounds of the patients. Turning to Xiaomei, he ordered not to call an ambulance, assuming that something else might happen. Also, their injuries are too serious, so it is too late for the ambulance. Yi Wutian ran up to the victim and asked him not to say anything, as he would help. Yi Wutian believed that all these innocent people suffered because of him. Xiaomei stated that they needed clear pictures from every place and they could not miss a single clue. She understood that someone on earth hated Yi Wutian so much and was capable of using such cruel methods to harm him. What was certain was that in her opinion, the ability of the person behind the scenes was terrifying, and with his approach, killing Yi Wutian would be easy. 3 hours later, Yi Wutian was panting with thirst and fatigue. Xiaomei, sitting next to her, recalled Yi Wutian's words that he is not a doctor and can only produce medicine, and that he does not have a heart to save lives, but today he proved the opposite to her. When asked why, if he could help the world, he should become a doctor, he replied that it was because something serious happened, after which he did not want to position himself as a doctor. Yi Wutian took out a jar of some liquid and poured it into her hand. Yi Wutian became interested in this. Xiaomei explained that this is an antiseptic and she often works where her hands get dirty easily, so she carries it with her. Yi Wutian was surprised that she cared about him, but she only asked whether he wanted to wash the blood off his hands or not. Yi Wutian did not toss and turn and put his hands at her disposal. Watching this from the side, Kursun believed that Yi Wutian could very easily fall in love, and for her it was more like she and Xiaomei were a couple. Yi Wutian remembered Xiaomei's words about finding evidence of his guilt in the dump truck. Xiaomei said that the bank transfer records say that he transferred 5 million to a person named Luo Huxing. And the dump truck that caused the accident was registered to a man named Luo Hongxing. It seemed to her that Yi Wutian's opponents would definitely stir up the interest of a bunch of reports in him so that they would interview him. In her opinion, the latest would be tomorrow and his reputation would suffer again. Yi Wutian just laughed, thinking that someone was playing with him. He understood that it was quite normal to press him once, but to do it 3 times in a row, in his opinion, was ridiculous. Xiaomei asked not to take it to heart, as his anger would only make the enemy happy. Yi Wutian thought that in this case, let him have fun, because soon he would not be laughing. As Chang Xiaomei predicted, before Yi Wutian, who had been on his feet the entire previous day, woke up, a shocking report had spread across major news channels. Kursun didn't understand what to do next, since all the media cursed Yi Wutian and said that he not only intimidated the villagers, but also killed those doctors. Someone even recorded a video of Chen Li beating those people and posted it on the internet. Yi Wutian clearly saw that their opponent was simply asking for trouble. Since he was doing it for the sake of their pills, he believed that since his opponent wanted to continue being a hypocrite, he would show him what it meant to be a real villain. He explained that Kursun would go and arrange for the beauty pills to be released for sale tomorrow. In addition, this news should be published. Since the products are limited, orders will be placed randomly through a lottery, and all orders will be subject to a 50% advance payment. Kursun thought about it and realized that Yi Wutian was using a random selection method so that no one would be offended. Also, if the choice is made randomly, then no one will accuse Yi Wutian of depriving someone of pills. She believed that this was the same as directly telling their enemy not to think about getting beauty pills. Yi Wutian had a lot of things to say to this enemy and was practically counting the hours. They must be ready. The next day, the Tianqing Beauty Salon published the news about the beauty pills, and the response was great, especially the random order selection condition, which caused the extreme dissatisfaction of many businessmen who originally planned to buy up the pills and engage in speculation, and now their plans have collapsed. A certain guy asked the girl who drove Yi Wujian if she had analyzed the ingredients. She answered in the negative and he didn't like it, because he gave her a lot of time, but for some reason she still hadn't finished. He didn't understand how long she would keep him waiting, explaining that his patience was not endless. The girl replied that she did not work for him and asked him not to forget that they were simply collaborating. She talked about the news that she had heard that the police in Dongqing district had identified the appearance of the person who made the bank transfer, and through the process of technical processing and physique correlation, Yi Wujian's innocence was proven. This time he was not even detained. The guy didn't understand what she meant. The girl repeated her previous words that he should not use his arrogant methods and it was better to act more narrowly. She also informed him that the production of pills was now ahead of schedule precisely because Yi Wujian saw right through it and became defensive. The guy thought that she was laughing at him, but she explained that she did not dare to laugh at him and there are few people in the world who have the courage to do this. At that moment, the phone rang and the girl picked up the phone, where she received an offer from which she was interested. She asked the guy to check his phone. According to her, Yi Wujian's second counterattack has already begun and it is more straightforward than expected. Taking the phone, he saw that people were responding to Yi Wujian's video, which said that he spoke out after the dump truck incident. The video went viral, racking up tens of millions of views in just half a day. Opening the video, he saw that Yi Wujian was telling a special story for the person that he was trying to set him up again. Yi Wujian called him to show his face, because he had already plotted 4 times, but he kept hiding. Yi Wujian stated that he was wasting his time, based on his actions and according to medical psychological theory, even without knowing him, Yi Wujian could conclude that he was simply a crazy person. In his opinion, people like him have obsessions or were bullied as children, otherwise, the world would not have seen a psychopath like him. Yi Wujian understood that his opponent started all this in order to deal with beauty pills, but now that they were on sale, he could say with responsibility that his enemy would never get his hands on them. Seeing this news, the guy broke the phone out of anger, promising to deal with Yi Wujian. The girl laughed because she thought it was really funny, and Yi Wujian was also a funny guy in her opinion. She asked how this video spread so quickly, because the media company that broadcasts this recording is owned by the Situ family. The guy was very angry and started hitting furniture. Next in the Ouyang company, in the office of Ouyang Xinyue, she also observed Yi Wujian's actions, finding it funny that he actually said this publicly. Xiaoman reported to Xinyue that according to the information received, this media company belongs to the Situ family. Thinking, Xinyue realized that Yi Wujian asked Situ Wei for help. In the evening, Yi Wujian was in a certain apartment and looked around because he could not find anyone. Situ Wei called out to him and Yi Wujian was shocked when he saw her because he noticed that her outfit was too revealing. He didn't understand what was wrong with her looking at him like that. She invited him to examine her, but Yi Wujian suggested getting straight to the point, since he had to thank her. Situ Wei was not going to, because in her opinion he wanted to examine her, but she was not going to let him do it. If he guessed the color, she promised to accept his apology. Yi Wujian understood that she was teasing him and hoped that she would be scared, but he decided to try, but if it was difficult, he asked him to give him a hint. Yi Wujian tried to guess, offering several colors, but everything was wrong and he asked her to name it herself. Approaching him, she replied that none of this had happened, after which Yi Wujian started bleeding from his nose. He explained that his patience had a limit, asking if she was so sure that he wouldn't do anything to her. Situ Wei decided to talk about business, wanting to make sure Yi Wujian was happy with her actions. Yi Wujian had already imagined this person's face and pledged to return the favor to her. Situ Wei was glad that Yi Wujian had a conscience, but unfortunately her media company was retaliated against and almost closed down. Yi Wujian was shocked by the news, asking what happened. Yi Wujian knew that Situ Wei had lost company as soon as the video appeared online. He was surprised that the enemy was hiding this to suppress Situ's family. Situ Wei did not consider this a problem, since for her it was just a loss of face. She asked not to worry, because it was all over. Yi Wujian immediately began to find out from her who did this to her and who was behind it. Situ Wei still asked her not to worry about her. According to her, he can't do anything now and first he needs to grow up. He explained that he did not like to be in debt, and she helped him so many times and asked how he could repay her. Situ Wei was interested in his pills, but since he couldn't give them to her, she asked her to forget it. Yi Wuqian suddenly declared that he could extend the life of any member of the Situ family by 100 years. Situ Wei was shocked by what she heard and asked him about it. He believed that as long as the fate of fate was silent, he could do it. Situ Wei didn't understand whether a person was capable of such a thing. In this case, in her opinion, she should return home, because so much happened in one day, promising to see her later. Yi Wuqian heard that Situ's house was far away and offered to book her a plane ticket. Situ Wei said that she has a private plane, and besides, he won't be able to, because all the flights are busy. He did not understand why all the flights were booked, to which he received the answer that the influence of beauty pills is much greater than he thinks. Next in the Ning family, Grandfather Ning asked Yi Wuqian the reason for his presence, because he had to deal with pills now. Yi Wuqian wondered how the investigation was going and whether he had found out who this person was, what was bothering him over and over again. Grandfather Ning only advised not to focus on this. It is better to cultivate your own strength. In his opinion, sometimes patience is most important. Yi Wuqian remembered that Situ Wei stopped him at first. Now old man Ning is saying the same thing. He wondered who this person was that he couldn't deal with now. Grandfather asked, instead of his enemy, to think first of all about beauty pills. He said that not only local forces are watching the pills, but foreign players are also starting to act, and the number of spies caught is already in the dozens. That is why his grandfather repeatedly told him about the pills. As the governments of all countries are beginning to put pressure on China, they hope to export the pills to their countries. They sent a large group of spies, but although Grandfather Ning didn't know their specifics, he knew for sure that they came for the pills. He asked if Yi Wuqian had noticed how many people from the regions had come to Dongqing, especially foreigners. According to him, among the spies most of all were Mortazniks. These thieves were trying to create unrest in their China. Yi Wuqian understood what Grandfather Ning was talking about, asking if they were the bigger basins whose flag looked like a dirty gasket, suggesting that they were called Japanese. According to him, they have been in their country since this era, considering it disgusting. Grandfather didn't understand what Yi Wuqian said about the era, but Yi Wuqian only apologized, saying that he had started talking. Yi Wuqian understood that in the future, the Asian alliance would dominate China. Japan is part of this alliance. From time to time more than Tazniks will interfere with the Celestial Empire. They believed that the white race was the arch race. They would strive to fully integrate into the West. Grandfather gave Yi Wuqian a folder, explaining that there were photographs of alleged spies inside and thought that it would be useful, one way or another. In his opinion, Yi Wuqian should be careful, especially with foreigners, and asked him to take care of his safety. Yi Wuqian wanted to change the topic to a more cheerful one, recalling his words that he could extend Grandfather Ning's life by 100 years and pulled out a packet of pills. Grandfather asked if it would be just one pill, to which he received an explanation that later Yi Wuqian would teach him a set of exercises. Yi Wuqian gave the pill, saying that before he took it, Grandfather would need to find a large barrel of hot water and sit in it. He needed to let the water cool, and then change the water and maintain the temperature at 40 degrees for an hour. Grandfather wondered if Yi Wuqian planned to sell these pills as beauty pills, to which he received a negative answer. Grandfather did not understand, because in his opinion, this could help all of humanity. Yi Wuqian explained that he was going against the will of God, because each life has its own time limit and he should not interfere. He believed that living longer would bring as much misfortune as killing a lot of people. Further somewhere in the suburbs, Chang Xiaomei and a police team came to arrest the criminal. Having knocked down the door, Xiaomei declared that Luo Hongxing had been arrested and resistance was useless. Luo Hongxing said that they arrived earlier than he expected, but for him it didn't matter. Getting out of bed, he explained that he would not resist and they handcuffed him. Xiaomei said that he caused a collision with a dump truck involving an ambulance, which led to many deaths among doctors and civilians. Framing Yi Wuqian, she asked who ordered him to do this. Luo Hongxing sarcastically replied that these were definitely Yi Wuqian's instructions. He thanked him for the opportunity to kill in such a cool way. In his opinion, he understood that he was already a corpse, but it was worth it. He called for him to be thrown into prison as quickly as possible, since he was ready for this and had nothing to lose. After thinking for a while, Xiaomei asked everyone to leave and no matter what they heard, no one should enter. After the employees left and the door slammed shut, Xiaomei began to beat Luo Hongxing, explaining that the victims were doctors, those who saved countless lives, innocent people and wanted to live. They had families, one had a 1-year-old child, the other supported his elderly people, asking how they could survive now. Lying on the floor beaten, he liked this feeling and asked to hit him harder. Further, while in the interrogation room, she asked Li Shuang not to make a mistake, since this man's case is very important. She noticed that he had masochist tendencies and needed to be watched with both eyes, to prevent him from committing suicide. She understood that after a technical examination, it turned out that Yi Wujian was not related to the person who opened the bank account. If Luo Hongxing's mental condition worsened, in that case, she believed that suspicion could be easily removed from Yi Wujian. Director Su thanked Xiaomei for her hard work. She said that the arrest went smoothly and it was not difficult, asking if anything happened. The director said that there was an escort mission for her and this was someone she knew. After this, several cars accompanied the truck and people watching from the side were shocked by this. Xiaomei told Yi Wujian that she had captured Luo Hongxing and if everything went well, suspicion would soon be cleared from him. Yi Wujian was pleased with her that she grabbed the killer so quickly and asked her to let him reward her with a kiss. Xiaomei told her to watch her language and not to forget that she was at work. Yi Wujian, in this case, offered to do her job as a bodyguard. While sucking up, he said that his lips hurt and needed to be kissed to heal them. Xiaomei agreed for him to ask her again, in the sales office in front of Chen Kurson, and then she would definitely take care of him. She believed that if he had the courage, he could call her baby in front of Kurson instead of Captain Chen, and why shouldn't she find out how close they were? Yi Wujian explained that this was not yet possible and that he would talk to Kurson a little later, promising to convince her to allow her to become his concubine. Next is the place where beauty pills are sold. The presenter welcomed everyone who came from all over the world and those watching the live broadcast. She stated that today was a special day and on behalf of the Tianxin group, she greeted everyone. Watching this from the side, Yi Wujian was surprised that this stadium was designed for 70 to 80,000 spectators and it was completely filled. He wondered if Kurson had planned this all. Kurson confirmed this, believing that after the public conference and his proposals, such a reaction was expected. However, she explained that she did not choose the largest stadium in Dongcheng. The presenter asked if people noticed the boxes behind her. According to her, these were boxes full of beauty pills. The sales rules can be found on their website and the giveaway is based on their seating. At her command, they began selling the first batch of 10,000 pills. The people rejoiced at this. According to Yi Wujian, in order to create this batch of 10,000 pills, he almost died from overwork, but now I saw the meaning in it and realized that it was worth it. Xiaomei calculated that if he sold 10,000 pills, he would earn 1 billion, and she worked like hell to earn several thousand a month. She thought that he should treat her to dinner. Yi Wujian asked not to worry, as he promised that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Today was doomed to be a bustling day as tens of thousands of people gathered to buy at least one pill. To maintain order, Chen Li and the rest of the officers were completely immersed in work, but even their strength was not enough to maintain order and more officers were needed. The stadium was very lively, with countless eyes focused on this event, from all over Dongcheng, perhaps from the provinces and even from other countries. In 2 hours, 10,000 pills were sold. To maintain the excitement of events, Chen Kurson gave away 50 pills for free out of competition and sales exploded with renewed vigor. Ye's family was also present at the stadium. Yi Fei Qiao showed Yi Hendon that her brother's pills were not enough for everyone, as there were too many people wanting to buy them. Father also praised Yi Wujian. The head of the Yi family was dissatisfied with this. He believed that if he had not kicked Yi Wujian out of the family, everything could have been great, a mistake whose regrets will last for centuries. He did not understand how to look his ancestors in the eyes. Ouyang Xinyue and Xiao Man were also at the stadium, and she believed that from now on, no one would dare to underestimate Yi Wujian. Kurson said that all the pills were sold and she didn't even have to do anything. In her opinion, it was like she was living in a dream, compared to the past days when she had to drink with clients. Yi Wujian recalled his words that he would give her a business empire. According to him, this was only the first step and there are still many surprises ahead. Remembering that he said to transfer 10% of the shares to Xinyue, he asked her to sign them. Kurson decided that there was no point in postponing her promise and left to do it right away. Yi Wujian was telling Xiaomei that they had finished here, when at that moment she received a phone call. She was informed that Luo Hongxing was dead and someone asked to meet with Yi Wujian. She was shocked by what she heard. Next in the detention cell, Xiaomei didn't understand how this happened, because she said not to take her eyes off Luo Hongxi, but he turned out to be dead. She asked whether it was suicide or murder, and if murder, then who could have broken into the bureau. The person watching the cameras said it was a murder. Yi Wuqian asked about the request to meet with him. They told him that it was the killer and that he wanted to see him. After loading the gun, the employee stated that he was a killer and wanted to meet. Yi Wuqian and Xiaomei were shocked by what they heard. She asked me to stop talking nonsense, put the gun down and explain what was happening. She wanted him to think about his family, since he is still young and has everything ahead of him. The employee began to cry and apologized to the captain for letting her down. Xiaomei tried to stop him, saying that despite the fact that he upset her, but now she asked to lower the weapon and explain. For 4 years he was under her command and never disobeyed orders. She didn't understand why he wouldn't put the gun down now. According to him, the reason why he is still standing there is because he was asked to deliver a message to them. Yi Wuqian asked what the message was, to which he received an answer in the form of the phrase "the show has begun." He realized that he had received a message and was wondering who it was from. Despite their persuasion, the employee was still going to leave them, and Yi Wuqian suggested that he tell him everything. The employee explained that if he remained silent, he would die alone, but if he spilled the beans, people would die, and in his opinion, he had no choice. Xiaomei stated that he is a police officer, but does not believe that they can protect him. She again asked to put down his weapon. Sobbing, the employee said that if he had a different life, he would continue to serve them, helping them resolve their affairs would make him happy. After these words, he pulled the trigger and a shot was fired. Xiaomei said that he was with her for 4 years, together they solved many cases and he was her colleague for all 4 years. She couldn't believe he left like that. Bursting into tears and rushing to Yi Wuqian, she believed that she was obliged to avenge him. Next, Kursun and Ouyang Xinyue were at the same table. She explained that she was here to help fulfill Yi Wuqian's promise and asked him to sign this contract. Kursun considered Yi Wuqian a brat, because in her opinion he picks up girls and wants her to help him with this. Having signed the contract, Xinyue returned it, admitting that she was very grateful to Kursun for coming in person. She said that she was at a place where pills were sold and thought that it was a success. Kursun kindly responded and congratulated that Xinyue was now a major shareholder. Xinyue decided to ask Kursun a personal question by asking her about it, to which she received a positive answer. She asked why Kursun was still clinging to Yi Wuqian, since he was the one who wanted to break off his engagement with her. In her mind, it was obvious that he was the one who caused her a lot of problems. Kursun explained that she could not let Yi Wuqian go. He cannot come to terms with the idea that he appeared in a difficult moment, and now wanted to leave when everything was fine. In her opinion, she couldn't let him leave without finding out the reason. Xinyue wanted to clarify whether she was happy now, to which Kursun agreed and noted that he was very kind to her. At the end of the conversation, Xinyue clarified that Kursun deserves this. The next day, Yi Wuqian went down the elevator thinking that his phone would explode from orders after yesterday. Considering himself a boss, he was going to inspect the company. In his opinion, 1 floor is not enough for an office and we need to think about expansion. Arriving at the desired floor and after the door opened, Yi Wuqian was shocked by what he saw. There was a crowd of beautiful women there. Having made his way through this crowd, he explained to Kursun that the path was blocked and in order to see her, he had to endure humiliation and slip through them. Taking Yi Wuqian, they went to the office together. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what was happening. Kursun said that the sale was so successful that even though they were asked to pay only half of the order, their revenue reached 10 billion in one morning. She understood that with the current number of employees, they would not be able to cope with the work and should expand the staff. Yi Wuqian expected this, promising that in the future the company would expand even more and it would be better to spend another 10 billion. He was going to personally plan the design of the building. Yi Wuqian realized that those ladies downstairs had come to apply for work. Kursun wondered if he liked the fact that she arranged a harem for him. He said that he was only joking and no one could compare with her beauty, but Kursun asked to stop sucking up, because this situation arose due to the fact that there were too many applicants and all the employees were already busy with work. They were going to increase their demands, look for highly educated, comprehensively developed, worthy, young people. Coupled with the problem of their company's attributes, they had very few applications from men. Even with such high demands, the number of people exceeds all expectations. Yi Wuqian noticed that there are a lot of beautiful foreigners there. Looking at them, he remembered that he had seen one of them before, but he could not remember who. Taking out the folder that grandfather Ning gave him, he asked Kursin if there were any photos of the candidates. Kursin selected several of them. She didn't understand why she needed photos of foreign women so urgently, because the interview would be in the afternoon. Yi Wutian realized that they were spies. He was surprised that the sale only ended yesterday, and today there was already a team of spies here. Kursin also realized that if they found out about their recipes, they would be taken out of the country and the consequences would be disappointing. She was going to tell the HR agent not to let anyone out of the building who was in the photo. In her opinion, in key positions there should be people whom they trust the most. At that moment, Xiaoman came in and said that there were big shots here who wanted to meet Yi Wutian in person. These were the top managers of the Chaochuan group, their head here. Kursin was shocked by this news, since the Chaochuan group is affiliated with China and is powerful and government-backed. While in the meeting room, the representative of the Chaochuan group is Li Qitao. He said that Yi Wutian's beauty pills were heard not only by them, but also by the whole world. He didn't know whether Yi Wutian's company could withstand such a turnover and explained that the importance of these pills had grown. Now this intersects with state interests. Yi Wutian understood Li Qitao's words that someone else besides him wanted to protect the pills. Li Qitao laughed when he said that he had decided to buy beauty pills from him for 5 billion. Yi Wutian assumed that Li Qitao was underestimating the pills or was looking down on Yi Wutian. Li Qitao believed that the price of the goods should be negotiable and invited Yi Wutian to name his price. Yi Wutian was not taken aback and named the price at 300 billion. Li Qitao stood up from the table, because he didn't understand whether Yi Wutian's entire company was worth such a price, to which he received an explanation that since he named so much, it's worth it. Yi Wutian said that this morning he received 10 billion on deposit, and Li Qitao offered only 5. He told him to crawl back into his hole and dream. Li Qitao admitted that he came here by order from above, and if Yi Wutian chose his words more appropriately, he could throw in a few zeros. Otherwise, he promised not to let Yi Wutian earn even $100. Kursin understood that they were the elite of China and were acting at the behest of someone. They are just pawns, the real player is behind the scenes. She didn't know what to do. Would she really need to sell it to them? Yi Wutian also realized that they were a small pack that served their master. He gave them 3 seconds to get out of there, otherwise he promised to send them to the hospital for several months. When leaving, Li Qitao stated that Yi Wutian asked for it. Kursin asked Yi Wutian whether it was worth it to act so impulsively with them, because even the room is small for a fight. Yi Wutian explained that they left them no choice. It was obvious to him that they were here to put pressure on them. He asked not to worry, promising to take care of everything. Kursin assumed that they went for raw materials, since whoever owns the raw materials of the pills sets the price. Yi Wutian decided to stop purchasing material in this case. According to him, he expected this and they have reserves of raw materials for a year and a half. Yi Wutian understood that they needed raw materials. They could not allow others to speculate on them. He needed to increase the amount of raw materials and sacrifice something. Next to Villa Situ, head of the Situ family, Situ Zong asked how much confidence there was in these words. Situ Wei stated that about 70%. She said that this level of medical skills is simply incomprehensible, since what the head heard about beauty pills, Yi Wutian did it with his own hands. Situ Wei's father, Situ Zhe, believed that just because Yi Wutian could make beauty pills, it did not mean that he could control people's lives. He didn't believe that Yi Wutian could extend their lives by 100 years, so they couldn't act without proper investigation. Situ Wei was angry because they didn't believe her. The Ouyang family was already one step ahead of them and benefited from this. Situ Zhe asked again if they didn't share the pills only with Ouyang Xinyue, but Situ Wei believed that this was just the beginning, because if the Ouyang family got into trouble, Ouyang Xinyue would help them. Situ Zong, remembering the Ouyang family, asked how old man Ouyang was and whether Yi Wutian could cure him. Situ Wei replied that the chances are high because Yi Wutian's medical skills cannot be assessed normally. Situ Zhe could not understand how a personality could change so much, assuming that these were different people, but Situ Wei said that she secretly checked his hair DNA. There was no doubt it was the same person. He still couldn't understand why Yi Wutian was hiding, and if he was still the same person, then where did he learn such medicine? According to him, he cannot trust such a mysterious guy. The risks are too great. Situ Zong asked Situ Wei to let them think about it again, to which Situ Wei agreed. After that, the girl who gave Yi Wuqian a lift asked a certain guy where the girls were with him. The guy said that something went wrong and they broke. He was already thinking about replacing them. In his opinion, money is good and you can buy anything. He decided to ask the girl how the tests were going and asked her not to say that everything was still inconclusive. The girl explained that if this continues, they will earn a lot of money and then they will have nothing left. She suggested trying other methods. The guy understood that she was talking about a honey trap, but she didn't think that Yi Wuqian would bite. The guy hoped that she wouldn't burn while playing with matches. The girl thanked him for his concern, but asked him to think about himself first. She heard that his family is not happy with his methods, especially with what he plans to do. The guy stated that this was only his business, since for the first time he had a chance in his hands. She did not understand what he wanted to do and repeated her words that the ingredients had not yet been determined and he would not be able to copy this medicine. The guy decided to launch the product to the masses. Rising from the sofa, the girl tried to explain that he did not understand the seriousness of the consequences. Something will definitely go wrong, people could die. He believed that the death of some people was a trifle. A piece of the pie had already been measured out and they could not miss the opportunity to catch luck, otherwise they would have nothing left. The girl left, saying that if he wants to play, then let him play alone and it doesn't concern her anymore. The guy didn't care. Retribution from the Chaochuan company came quickly. Several departments of industry, commerce and health joined the raid on the Tianxin Beauty Pill Company. It was all over in an hour. Tianxin was notified of the suspension of their activities for rectification. At the same time, some media did not miss their chance, distributing materials of the case. They distorted the facts that Tianxin was a fraud company. According to the test results, a large number of harmful substances were found in the beauty pills. Nevertheless, the pills were verified as a drug. The media is slandering. Many people maintain a half-hearted attitude. Some people support Tianxin, others think it should be closed. Fierce debate began on the internet. Words turned into actions. When you argue on a computer or phone, you cannot attack your opponent, but disputes on the streets often escalate into open fights. For a while, fights occurred frequently in Dongcheng. Disfigured people, desperate to get beauty pills, gathered together and in violent protest blocked the entrances of the main offices of industry, health, etc. The situation began to get out of control. His daughter came to see Wang Fangxi's father. She asked why the pills were banned. According to her, not only departments, but even the media have united to attack Yi Wuqian, and now there is unrest outside the window. The father only replied that he knew about it. She didn't want her father to tell her this, and he laughed sarcastically, noting that she had guessed why she had come to him. She was terrified that her father did this, because he admired him. The father explained that he was forced to. Power is something that often comes without the ability to act independently. According to him, the only thing he can do is blame himself for being on the wrong team. Next in the Tianxin company, Kursin could not realize that just yesterday there was a lot of activity here, and the corridors were filled with workers. There is silence here now. Yi Wuqian believed that they did everything they could, giving them paid leave, since they couldn't just leave them here. Kursin agreed with this. She was angry, because before the raid, she put everything in order here. Hygiene, rules, regulations all met the strictest requirements, but they were simply sealed. Yi Wuqian explained that this was useless, since in his opinion they needed their puncture. They may bring something and throw it away as evidence. Kursin can put everything in order here over and over again, but it is useless. She didn't know what to do now, because they definitely want to destroy their pills. He asked her not to worry, because the lifeline of their Qingchangshan is very long and it is not at all easy to cut it off. It was obvious to him that this could not last long, so they had to play their part, play the role of the weak. Kursin understood what he meant, relying on the strength of people like they did last time. Protesters are rampant and the entire eastern part of the city is in chaos. According to her, even the Ministry of Health is not backing down. Yi Wuqian said that they don't know who their real enemy is and where he can strike. They were going to not only tell them who their opponent was, but also give them a strong dose of medicine, a dose capable of detonating a volcano. The next day, an announcement appeared on the official website of the Tianxin company, faintly indicating that some powerful companies were abusing power to put pressure on them and freeze their activities. The Tianxin group can only surrender. People who urgently needed pills should remain calm and take care of themselves. At the same time, on the most popular website, some active users quickly posted statements that they accidentally saw Chief Chaochuan heading to the Tianjin office building. The news from the active users spread and people who supported Tianjin targeted Chaochuan. Soon, the official website of the Chaochuan group was hacked, serious damage was caused to the reputation, and the company's shares went down. However, before everything had time to calm down, a new statement was published on the official website of Tianjin. Since their company was closed by the Ministry of Health, and the period of use of the pills is limited, the company decided to destroy all the pills in 3 days and there will not be a single beauty pill left in the world. There was an announcement on the official website of beauty pills, and at that moment the volcano woke up. The people were divided into two opinions and they could not agree on a common point. They began to riot and the police arrived with Chang Xiaomei. She ordered them to stop immediately, explaining that they had started a street fight and if they stopped immediately, the punishment would be light. Xiaomei tried to repeat the words again, but they were ignored. Before she could finish speaking, a stone hit her. Angered, she ordered water cannons to be used to wash them away. An hour later, the rioters were detained. One of them turned to Xiaomei, saying that he knew very well that he had acted wrongly and should not have violated public order, but he asked to look at his face, asking if he looked like a person. A lot of people rebelled and said that when they go down the stairs, people look at them like a monster. Someone hoped that his child would never see his face, because it would scare him to tears. One of them said that Xiaomei had never been disfigured, so he did not know what it was like for them. According to them, the appearance of the pills gave them hope, but a group of people were pressuring Tianjin to take the pills for their own benefit. Xiaomei believed that she had only been disfigured once, and how could she not know how important the pills were for them now? But she could do nothing except maintain law and order. Next to the security bureau, a stack of cases was placed on Director Su's desk. Director Su said that 13 cases appeared in just half a day, 13 major fights in the city, traffic was paralyzed in many places, 400 were wounded and 100 people were seriously injured. According to him, the Chaochuan company also suffered. The glass is broken and the door is all smeared, the whole company is covered in raw eggs and the smell can be smelled a mile away. Now the Chaochuan elite is putting pressure on Director Su, and what's worse is that people from all over the country and even from abroad have come to the city, a rough estimate of more than 400,000. He asked if Xiaomei knew what this meant, because they supported beauty pills. Xiaomei understood that even more fights were coming and tourists would be involved in them, other countries would be able to take advantage of the situation. She believed that if they allowed them to come, it could lead to international disputes. The director was furious because knowing this, Xiaomei still had not called Yi Wujian. He thought that it was all his fault and if he had not played the victim on the internet and said about the destruction of the pills, all this would not have happened. Xiaomei said that she called Yi Wujian dozens of times, but he did not answer her. She couldn't contact him right now. Director Su understood that Yi Wujian did this deliberately. All they had to do was maintain order as much as possible, and the rest was up to the top. Further, being in the apartment of Kursen and Yi Wujian, she was surprised by the current situation and could not even think that people could make such a big mess. Yi Wujian expected this, believing that the strength of the people was incredible. Kursen offered to give away free beauty pills to the people when everything was over as a thank you. There was a knock on the door and Kursen went to open the door. Ouyang Xinyue was there and informed them that counterfeit beauty pills had appeared on the market. Ouyang Xinyue said that all the information about this case is in the folder that she handed over. In her opinion, whether it's threats from Chaochuan or Sizhu's healthcare, it's a bird of a feather. Yi Wujian was pleased that his pills had enough advertising and were banned during sales, and now counterfeits are appearing on the market. He understood that someone had set it up and asked where the counterfeit pills were found. Ouyang Xinyue explained that counterfeits appeared in Shanghai a few days ago. They are not called Qingchengshan pills, their name is Qingou. According to the investigation, the name of the pill company is Qingou Tianjin. Within a few days, 1 million pills were sold. It was obvious that customers were mistaking the pills for a product from Tianjin Group, that's why they buy them. According to Ouyang Xinyue, unfortunately, she realized this too late and now Qingou pills have spread throughout the world, which is creating problems. Instead of treatment, patients get worse, some even die from serious complications. Yi Wujian asked Kursen to publish a statement on the official website that Tianjin Group has nothing to do with Qingou pills. It was necessary to urge everyone to be careful before purchasing in order to avoid counterfeits. He asked Ouyang Xinyue where the company was registered and who the official representative was. Ouyang Xinyue said that their office is located somewhere outside the border of Guam. They are unlikely to be able to find an official representative, because she only knows that he is African. Yi Wutian knew that Guam was a small island nation with a population of more than 100,000 people. He understood that this was an interesting place to register and people wanted to make a fortune and escape. Rising from the sofa, he announced that this evening he would go to Shanghai and personally assess the situation. Ouyang Xinyue and Kursin asked to go with him at the same time, and what they heard made them feel uncomfortable. Yi Wutian stated that they were staying here and he would ask Chenli to send a couple of people with him. Further in the Ning family, grandfather Ning said more and more he began to love Yi Wutian, because even under such pressure, Yi Wutian remembers how to use strength, deliberately put yourself in a position of weakness in order to gain sympathy, play on people's emotions and put pressure from above. Ning Shichi's father explained that the matter was taking a serious turn and ending it would be problematic. In his opinion, when big brother Dongqing attacks Yi Wutian, he will make a big mistake. Grandpa Ning could only blame him for his unfortunate fate, following the wrong person, playing for the wrong team. Grandfather believed that he could not blame others, but now Qingchengshan pills have alarmed the top, and this will not last long. And Ning Shichi's father said that yesterday he received news about the appearance of counterfeits in Shanghai. They are called Chingo and they have big sales. In his opinion, Yi Wutian has the support of Ouyang Xinyue Internet Network and he should know about it. Having heard about Chingo pills, grandfather understood what it was all for. The father asked if they should do something, to which he received an explanation of what not only to do, but also to show some people the attitude of their family. He ordered Shichi to be recalled to keep Yi Wutian company, since he would definitely go to Shanghai to investigate this matter. Ning Shichi's father didn't understand whether his father really wanted to choose Yi Wutian and what about the groom. Recently, the Qing family has had difficulties in marriage, in his opinion, will help avoid problems. Grandfather Ning did not understand what his son was talking about, since the decision would be up to the youth and he would not choose a side. Further at the Shanghai airport, Yi Wutian was surprised by what Ning Shichi was doing there, to which he received the answer that it was just a coincidence. Yi Wutian believed that she missed him, because, according to him, there is no limit to male charm. Chenli and another guard were surprised by their boss that he was not a timid person to dare to tease Miss Shichi. According to him, one day a colleague confessed to Miss Sitza, and she beat him so hard that he didn't get out of bed for a month. At this moment, Yi Wutian was heard saying that he had taken so long to get here and had made his little sister wait for a long time. Turning their heads, they saw Situwei. He didn't understand why Situwei was there. Taking him by the hand, she asked him not to stand and asked if they were there to conduct an investigation. Yi Wutian wondered if she had accidentally planted a bug on him, but Situwei only explained that the investigation was much more dangerous than he thought. Ning Shichi understood why her grandfather asked her to go, because not only the Ouyang family, but also the Situ family stood behind Yi Wutian. Already on their way, Situwei invited Yi Wutian to take a look at where they were going. Opening the map, he saw the address of Qinggua's group. Situwei praised herself and Yi Wutian noticed that she was bending over backwards to do as much as possible for him. He was wondering what was needed from him. Arriving at their destination, everyone was shocked and could not believe that this was Qinggua Tianqi's company. He decided to ask Situwei if he was sure that they were where they needed to be. Situwei said that at first she thought that she was also mistaken, but it really was here. Yi Wutian angrily approached the door, because he believed that they dared to organize a circus with fakes together with this company. To him, it was an insult to Qingchen pills. Opening the door, he asked if this was Qinggua Tianqi's office. Yi Wutian was dissatisfied with what he saw, because there are not even many people working there who play at work. He repeated his appeal once again and asked to stop playing. The employees answered impudently and indicated on the form on the table that they should fill them out as they wish and do not forget to indicate the address. According to them, the order will be received within 3 days, and they must also remember to pay for delivery. Hitting the table, Situwei stated that they had a big order and wanted to talk about business. Seeing her, the employees were shocked by her beauty and immediately approached them, asking them to sit down. They began to find out how many Qingchen pills they wanted to purchase and that they could also place an order for a larger batch. They said that they were just a branch, they never have a boss and here they are the only ones in charge. They could also arrange for as many pills to be delivered as needed, they said. Yi Wujian stated that they needed 1 million pills. From what they heard, the employees were surprised, since it was 100,000 per pill. Yi Wujian seemed familiar to one of the employees, but he couldn't remember who it was. Situ Wei asked him if he could make a decision regarding 1 million pills. If they were unable to call their boss, she asked them to at least ask the senior manager to meet with them. The employees repeated their words that they could give orders themselves, but for some reason they were still asked to meet the boss. According to them, if they are not going to buy, then let them get out. Situ Wei noticed that someone was asking for it, and Yi Wujian gave an order to let Chun-Li taste the fine wine. After the employees were beaten, they lay on the floor and did not understand that they had come on business, but in the end they beat them. According to them, they are just 2 part-time workers and are not hiding anything and have not contacted anyone. Approaching the employee, Yi Wujian recalled the employee's words that he seemed familiar to him and asked again if the employee knew who he was. The employee realized that in front of him was the creator of the pills, Yi Wujian. Yi Wujian was angry because even knowing this, the employee still dared to sell Qing Chen's pills, which were also fake. Everyone watched this from the sidelines and did not understand what was happening. Yi Wujian continued to deal with them, but they began to explain that they really didn't want to and didn't even know who was in charge. No contact information was provided. According to them, they were always contacted themselves, each time from a new number, and if they tried to call back later, the number was unavailable. Yi Wujian realized that since he was taking orders so casually, there must have been a warehouse somewhere and asked where it was. Having said that they would now take him there, they went to the place. After looking around this warehouse, Ning Shiqi said in shock that this warehouse should be about 500 square feet in area. There are at least 1 million pills here, and the last boss must have planned to make crazy money selling all of this. Situ Wei understood that such a quantity was produced in a very short period of time, and this was only one department. Their enemy acted too quickly. Chun-Li asked what they should do, because if all these fakes go on sale, it will be bad. Yi Wujian ordered everything to be burned. Hearing this, the employees began to beg him not to do this, believing that their lives were not worth the money and they would kill him. Yi Wujian explained that a huge number of people would die if 1 million fake pills hit the shelves. A lot of people had already died, and he asked about the employees' conscience. They said that they could not burn it, otherwise they would die. They asked not to do this and to spare their lives. Yi Wujian understood that they were innocent and decided to try something, after which he sprayed the powder on them and they fell asleep. When leaving, Yi Wujian explained his wish that in 30 minutes there would be an accidental fire here. After the warehouse caught fire and Yi Wujian was leaving, the employees woke up and couldn't remember where they were or their names. Situ Wei asked Yi Wujian why he was not happy after doing something so significant and was still somehow not happy with the result. Yi Wujian believed that the main thought giant behind all this had not yet been discovered, and he could not be satisfied yet. Ning Shiqi explained that he was difficult to locate. The official representative uses African names, and the registration point is a small island state, and asked how he wanted to find him. What they saw, according to her, was just a front organization. Their opponents were pure from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, Situ Wei suggested Yi Wujian to visit a very nice hot spring resort. Yi Wujian thought it was a good idea and invited Ning Shiqi to come along with them. But when she got out of the car, she sent Yi Wujian to go there himself. Situ Wei told Yi Wujian that although she wanted to go to the hot springs, she did not bring a swimsuit with her and asked him to help her choose a new one. Chun-Li asked Yi Wujian why they were staying here and assumed that they were going to rest. Yi Wujian said that he had some urgent business, and they were all free and could leave until tomorrow. Walking through the shopping center, people envied Yi Wujian that he was lucky enough to meet someone like that. Yi Wujian suddenly asked her if she was trying to seduce him. Hearing this question, she let go of his hand and realized that for some time now she had gotten used to being around Yi Wujian. In her opinion, such simple actions as holding hands, as if a couple, she had obviously never done with anyone before. She decided to find out if Yi Wujian thought so. Yi Wujian was surprised that she suddenly became so serious that it looked like he was wrong. He knew that if he was actually asked if he had feelings for her, he was definitely going to answer yes, because no one could resist such an attractive woman, but he had a constant bad feeling that if he accepted her feelings, he would regret it in the future. In his opinion, What is undeniable is that no matter how Situ Wei appears, she has a hard time dealing with her emotions, otherwise she would not have asked such a thing. She also cannot be as casual and easy as Ouyang Xinhua. Situ Wei wanted to hear the exact answer, yes or no, but Yi Wutian took her hand and reminded her that they were going to choose a swimsuit. While in the store and handing her a swimsuit, he asked her to try it on, assuming that it should be good. Situ Wei asked if Yi Wutian really wanted her to wear this. Yi Wutian was surprised that he chose this type of swimsuit, which ended up in his hand. He offered to change it to a more decent one if she didn't like it, since he meant that a sports swimsuit would be fine. He did not understand what was happening to her, because she suddenly began to behave like a normal girl, and for her to be normal, in his opinion, is absolutely abnormal. The store employee noticed that Yi Wutian really has a trained. Since this kit is the flagship product of their store, it was a limited edition and she thought his girlfriend would definitely look great in it. Taking the swimsuit in her hands, she decided to try it on. It was the first time she had heard someone call her that. Walking into the fitting room, she was going to calm down, because she noticed that she was really strange. Coming out of the fitting, she showed it to Yi Wutian, asking if he liked it and would buy it for her. She understood that it was a little expensive, but she still wanted him to buy it for her. Yi Wutian explained that she helped him a lot and she can buy an item no matter how expensive it is. Next in the Shanghai hot spring, at the hotel, while in the hot spring, Yi Wutian considered it a loss because the moment he acted like a gentleman, Situ Wei didn't even speak to him and he had to rent 2 rooms. He remembered that even if he had booked 2 rooms, it would be in the spirit of Situ Wei to barge in and all he had to do, in his opinion, was sit back and wait. He realized that she used to like to tease him, but today she blushed non-stop. In his opinion, this could be considered his revenge. Also, when she came, he was going to tease her. 20 minutes later, Yi Wutian didn't understand what he was doing and was about to leave and the door suddenly opened and Situ Wei came out. Yi Wutian was about to leave, as this heat was killing him, but just as he stood up, an arm grabbed him from behind. Situ Wei asked if he was leaving already, but Yi Wutian decided to stay and wait a little longer, because Situ Wei had come after all. Yi Wutian didn't understand what she was doing in his room, to which Situ Wei replied that he doesn't often buy swimsuits for her and she couldn't help but show it off. He explained that although he had seen it in the store, it looked much better on her at the hot springs. He seriously said that he was not exaggerating and looked cool. Situ Wei suggested that he see something else, which made Yi Wutian surprised because he didn't understand whether she finally wanted to cross the line, for previously she was always straightforward, but today everything is different. He asked not to trust his self-control so much, as he was afraid to do something unnecessary. Situ Wei reassured him, saying that nothing would happen. Having descended into the water, she noticed that the water current here was really strong and she felt unstable. Yi Wutian didn't understand what she was talking about, because there is no current in closed springs. After that, Yi Wutian saw the swimsuit and Situ Wei confirmed that the current was too strong, so the clothes were carried away. She asked to come closer to cover her, otherwise, in her opinion, if some bad person saw her, she would not be able to get married. Yi Wutian didn't understand what was happening to her, because it was obvious that there was no one else here and promised to come over now. He asked her to understand that he did not want to put her in an awkward position and that she should be aware of what she was doing. Situ Wei further called him, but he was worried that she might regret it later. Getting closer, she suddenly asked if he could take care of her, because she wanted to become his first wife. He was shocked by the request. Situ Wei didn't understand why he wouldn't take care of her, because she was ready, but Yi Wutian, moving away, said that he was not ready for this. In this case, she offered to become his second wife if the first position was occupied by Chen Kursen. Yi Wutian believed that she should understand that men do not always think with their heads and it is not a matter of whether she is the first wife or the second. According to him, he could do something stupid now. Realizing that Situ Wei was definitely not as simple as it seemed, he decided to leave. For him, the Situ family was too mysterious and he needed to be on his guard. While in the room, Yi Wutian noticed that there were a lot of people missing from Kursen and Xinhua. He was wondering what happened to them. After calling Kursen and asking about what was happening, she said that counterfeit pills had spread throughout Dongqing, almost throughout the country. More and more people are suffering because of this. He didn't understand how this happened, because he only burned down one of their warehouses. According to Kursen, they have many outlets and Shanghai is just one of the not too large ones. Hearing this information, Yi Wutian promised that he would leave immediately. Further, a certain guy said that money is a wonderful thing. It took him a lot of money to patch up his girl. According to him, thanks to Yi Wutian's pills, he earns more than 8 million in 2 days. It was worth the effort for him. At that moment the phone rang. It was his grandfather asking about Qinchin pills, whether it was his work. The guy replied that he wouldn't do that, but the grandfather did not care what funds his grandson used or how much he earned in the past days. He wanted him to quit this case, right now and completely. The guy didn't know how he could give up everything, since he has almost 10 million and his grandfather wants him to give up everything. He assumed that grandfather was furious that his actions had displeased his superiors and that grandfather had been put under pressure. Next, after receiving the news from Qin Kursin, Yi Wutian hurried home, after which he organized a workforce to investigate the sales channels of counterfeit medicines, while investing a lot of money in mobilizing the media, urging consumers to beware of deception. However, before Yi Wutian could organize everything, China's most powerful forces were already deployed and began to take action. Ouyang Xinyue reported that Tianjin Cosmetics may open for business. According to her, people have already begun to realize and measures have been taken at the top. On that day, whether it was newspapers, TV news, or online media, the Qinchin pill scam was discussed everywhere, from small towns and villages to big cities, with unprecedented force sweeping across China. In response to these events, an extremely large no-counterfeit drugs operation was officially launched. In just a week, all sales points and warehouses of counterfeit drugs were sealed and destroyed, and a huge number of people involved in this were also arrested. They were going to take legal action against them. Next to the Ouyang residence, Xinyue congratulated Yi Wutian as Qinchin pills are back in operation. Yi Wutian asked not to forget that she is also the main shareholder, so this is also good news for her. More and more people are turning to the company looking for work, he said. Yi Wutian was thinking about expanding. Xinyue asked how much he wanted to invest and what the scale was. For the Ouyang family, it didn't matter how much, since they could afford it. Yi Wutian said that they want to invest more than 10 million to build a 30-story commercial building. He already had ideas for the design and planned to give her a copy later. Xinyue promised to use the most suitable materials for it, and everything will be built in the best quality. She remembered and decided to ask if he had lied to her when he said that her grandfather would get back on his feet today. Yi Wutian explained that if she took care of him the way he advised her, then there should be no problems. Ouyang Xianyu did not understand what Yi Wutian was doing there and ordered the guards to throw him out. Yi Wutian understood that the elder must wake up and some family members were already on edge. Ouyang Xinyue stated that this was her guest, but Ouyang Xiangyu assumed that this was a close friend or lover. He mocked her for selling out for 10% shares of Qinchin pills and asked her not to dirty his Ouyang family, and if she wanted to go on a date, he told her to find another place. Slapping him in the face, she ordered him to be silent, otherwise if he continued, she promised not to spare him. Ouyang Xianyu got angry and rushed at her with his fist, but Yi Wutian kicked him and explained that if it weren't for her, their Ouyang family would have fallen into decay, but even after this, he dares to beat his sister. At this moment, Ouyang Hao approached them and asked about what was happening here. Yi Wutian said that Xianyu not only insulted Xinyue, but also tried to hit her. He hoped that Hao was not going to stand up for him as for his brother. Hao decided to clarify this information with Xiangyu, to which he received the answer that Yi Wutian and Xinyue did not deserve to be in their Ouyang house. He asked to tell them to get out, but Ouyang Hao slapped Xiangyu in the face. Ouyang Xiangyu was shocked by this action, asking Hao if he was on the side of the outsiders. Hao explained that no matter what happened, he could not treat his sister like that. He stated that Xianyu gave that slap, no matter what. He is also a member of his family with Xinyue, and according to him, Yi Wutian has no right to touch him. Yi Wutian didn't understand what would happen if he hit Xianyu. I assumed that Hao would fight him. Yi Wutian called him out, saying that on the condition that each of them become his opponent. Addressing Xianyu, Yi Wutian said that at the moment when old man Ouyang was about to wake up, they wanted to anger him so that he would leave Ouyang's house and not be able to get closer to the old man. He considered it a cheap trick, because the more often they did it, the less likely it was that he would meet them halfway. Xianyu decided to call his father and told him that Yi Wutian had come and was going to his grandfather, but he couldn't stop him. While in the old man Ouyang's room, Yi Wutian examined him and stated that he looked good and could wake up this evening. No later, he understood that the Xian Yuan Qi technique was a real treasure, and if he had found her earlier, he could have given her more time to master a few more techniques. The family was happy, but some of them showed false emotion, which Yi Wuqian noticed. He asked not to be so reluctant if they don't know how to laugh. At that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around. It was Father Xiangyu, who did not understand what could be going on and that someone was not happy. According to him, an old man recovering is a great joy, regardless of who it is for. Yi Wuqian realized that something was wrong, and if old man Ouyang did not wake up, then Ouyang Jingren, the temporary head of the family, would definitely be a loser, but his smile is natural, as if he is smiling from the bottom of his heart. Yi Wuqian examined the old man carefully. His physical condition was fine, but his body had not yet moved. In his opinion, no matter what he did, he calculated that the old man would handle it and he shouldn't worry about it. The father asked Xinyue to accompany Yi Wuqian so that he could rest, and they would wait here until the old man woke up. Sitting on a bench, Xinyue thanked Yi Wuqian, to which he replied that he was a realist and explained that gratitude alone would not be enough. She didn't understand what he wanted and received the answer that he loved beauties, pointing his finger at her. Xinyue assumed that this was his way of forcing her, but Yi Wuqian tried to explain that it was just a joke. She said that she didn't like such jokes, and Yi Wuqian asked in this case to forget it, suggesting that they wait for news about old man Ouyang. After a while, evening came and Ouyang Xinyue's phone rang. Picking up the phone, she was informed that her grandfather still had not woken up. Arriving in the room, Hao asked what this meant, because Ouyang Xinyue said that he would definitely wake up, but it was already night and for some reason he still had not woken up. Yi Wuqian considered this impossible, because the time he named was already long enough. According to him, he should have woken up in the afternoon. Ouyang Xianyu began to mock Yi Wuqian and promised that if grandfather did not wake up after 12 hours, then a gift would be waiting for him. Yi Wuqian only asked him to shut up, but Xianyu believed that Yi Wuqian did not like it when the truth was told about him. Ouyang Xinyue assumed that the night had not ended and there was still time. Maybe it was worth checking if anything had happened to Grandpa. Yi Wuqian assured that everything was fine and asked everyone to leave. Ouyang Hao explained that if he wanted them all to leave, then he must explain the reason. Yi Wuqian assumed that in their opinion, he would harm the old man, but he explained this by saying that if he wanted to harm him, there are at least 100 ways, 900 of which Hao wouldn't even notice. He asked to go out if they wanted old man Ouyang to wake up. After everyone left and the door slammed, Yi Wuqian told old man Ouyang to stop pretending, because he knew that he was not sleeping. Opening his eyes, the grandfather said that he had overheard their conversations and assumed that Yi Wuqian was the doctor who saved him. He wanted to know his name. Yi Wuqian stated that he did not think that old man Ouyang was also selfish, but grandfather did not understand what he was talking about. He explained that he didn't want to save him, but only because of Xinyue he helped. Yi Wuqian recalled that the old man humiliated Chen Kursen at the birthday banquet. Grandfather was uncomfortable, but he thanked him anyway. Yi Wuqian believed that if he wanted to give thanks, he should thank Xinyue. After all, she had put in too much effort for him, and since he woke up, then in his opinion, he has nothing to do here and he is going to leave. Getting out of bed, grandfather asked if Yi Wuqian would tell his family that he had come to his senses. Yi Wuqian was angry with him because after being in a coma for a long time, the first thing he does when he regains consciousness is to test his loved ones, calling him selfish. Grandfather asked him to watch his words, but Yi Wuqian said that he was too lazy to bother with his family and let him do what he wants. And after walking out the door and slamming it shut, the Ouyang family began asking Yi Wuqian if Grandpa had woken up. Yi Wuqian said that there are no problems on his part. It's old man Ouyang who doesn't want to wake up. According to him, it all depends on the will of his grandfather, whether he can open his eyes. Ouyang Jingren didn't understand what Yi Wuqian meant and how long it would take for Grandpa to wake up. Yi Wuqian said that no one knows, guessing in a day, a month, or even a year. He did everything he could and asked not to see him off, after which he left. Next, Ouyang Xinyue was in her grandfather's room and asked him to wake up. Ouyang Jingren saw them off, saying that it was already late and there was no need to disturb grandfather's rest. He was going to try tomorrow. That night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Yi Wuqian received a call from Situé. She said that there was a fire in the villa on Mount Ouyang and the source of the fire was the room of old man Ouyang. At Ouyang Manor, At 2 a.m., Ouyang Zhengren ordered the firefighters to put out the fire quickly, because the elder was still in the house. Ouyang Xinyue asked her grandfather to save her and tried to rush there herself, but Ouyang Zhengren stopped her, since the fire was too strong and she should not take risks. An hour later, firefighters searched for survivors but found no one. Xinyue didn't understand how it happened and where grandfather disappeared to. Ouyang Xianyu began to blame Yi Wutian for this, because he was the only one who was left alone with his grandfather. Xinyue explained that it couldn't be him. In her opinion, he didn't need to look for roundabout ways to do harm. One of the Ouyang family believed that they should find out everything, no matter what the cost and no matter who it is. He told them to remember, no matter what it cost them and who did it, it didn't matter to them. Ouyang Zhengren suggested that he suspected him, his own brother. The fire in the Ouyang estate tickled the nerves of many people and once again stirred up the initially calm city of Dong. After all, this is the Ouyang family, the oldest family with a history of several hundred years, and now the head of the family, Ouyang Anan, has disappeared from his own territory, and this alone is enough to become a laughing stock for people all over the world. The Security Bureau and some special departments responded quickly, searching for people throughout the city, and Big Brother Dong City was also under great pressure. Wang Fangxi's father asked Director Su to solve this problem within 3 days, no matter what methods, otherwise it would be a great shame for the city. Director Su understood that it was too difficult for him and explained that Dong City is so big and it would be a little difficult to do it within 3 days. The mayor of Dongqing explained that it was not he who was putting the pressure on, but his superiors, and he had no choice but to rely on them. Director Su approached Xiaomei, thinking that she knew well who the main suspect in this case was and asked to detain him again. Further in the interrogation room, Xiaomei said that Yi Wutian, 5 hours before the incident with Ouyang Anan, he stopped at the Ouyang estate for a long period and was alone with him for some time. In other words, she explained that he was the main suspect and asked if he had anything to say about this, or if there were any witnesses. Yi Wutian repeated that he just came to visit him as a doctor. He was angry that he didn't even receive any money at all and was already in trouble. Director Su stated that he would also be happy to believe that he was innocent, but the only question was the evidence. He understood that there must be at least some witness who would confirm his innocence, otherwise it would be difficult for him to do so. If Yi Wutian realized that he really didn't have any witnesses, because last night he was alone at home, he understood that the kidnapping of the head of the Ouyang family was a major event that could shake the whole country, and if suspicions were not removed from him, there would be serious problems. At this moment the question was raised about who said that there were no witnesses. Situ Wei came in and stated that she was a witness. Xiaomei did not understand how Situ Wei got here, because this is a security bureau, to which she received an answer from her that she entered here in the usual way, but her method does not need to go through the little captain. Xiaomei decided to ask Director Su what was going on and he answered that the authorities let her in. Situ Wei understood that Xiaomei hated her, but in her opinion now was not the time to worry about personal grievances. Xiaomei agreed and asked her how she would testify for Yi Wutian. Situ Wei hugged Yi Wutian and said that they were together last night. Xiaomei was shocked by what she heard. Yi Wutian was also surprised by her statement, because he did not understand how she could joke with her reputation, since large families like hers care about this the most. Xiaomei asked in surprise what they were doing last night, to which she received an answer from Situ Wei that that was what they should have done. Xiaomei didn't understand how he could still have sex with other women, because he has Chen Kursen. Yi Wutian understood that he had never dated other women besides her, but it was obvious that Situ Wei had hooked him up now, but he couldn't say it now, otherwise he would lose his only witness. Xiaomei repeated the question whether they did something, to which she received a positive answer. She decided to leave, but Yi Wutian called out to her. Xiaomei asked to call her Captain Chen, since they are not that familiar, or better asked not to talk to her. An hour later, Director Su praised Yi Wutian, saying that he was really lucky with women. He congratulated him on removing suspicion for some time. Yi Wutian hoped that they would detain him a little less often, because in his opinion, this is not a place where he wants to appear often. When leaving, Director Su said that it depends on whether Yi Wutian can get into trouble less often. Xiaomei also turned around and was about to leave when someone told her to stop. Situ Wei grabbed her and stated that this was not the first time she had detained Yi Wutian. According to her, she is very angry. Xiaomei explained that she was just doing her job and if Situ Wei wanted to do it herself, then she was not going to interfere with her. Yi Wutian began to calm down Situwei, saying that she was angry with the wrong person. In his opinion, Captain Chen was just doing her job and had no intention of harming him. He said that when the Ouyang estate caught fire, he guessed that he would be arrested, since he really was the main suspect. Next in Ouyang Xinyue's room, Xiaoman said that Situwei helped Yi Wutian, but in order to act as a witness, she sacrificed her reputation. Xiaoman understood that Situwei had some kind of goal, which is why she was trying to be closer to Yi Wutian. She asked Xinyue not to doubt anymore and call Yi Wutian to at least sympathize with him. Xinyue believed that it was too late and he got into trouble because of her, but she was too worried about her grandfather and did not help him at all. She couldn't muster up the courage to call him and suggested she do something else. While driving in the car, Situwei noticed that Yi Wutian was in a very bad mood. She decided to guess his thoughts. The reason why he dealt with Elder Ouyang was in Xinyue, that's why he got involved in all this and was arrested. Xinyue's intelligence team should already know about everything, but she didn't even call him. Yi Wutian understood that Situwei had guessed right. In his opinion, it doesn't seem like she cares, but she never even called and he's a little disappointed. Stopping, Situwei asked not to think about Xinyue, since his sister should be enough for him. According to her, she even forgot about her good name in order to help him. Yi Wutian only wondered if she came to help him today as a representative of the Situ family or of her own free will. Situwei believed that there was no difference, but Yi Wutian only accepted her help. She responded by calling him a stupid person because he doesn't show weakness. According to her, there are many suspicious things about Ouyang's fire, and she came to him to find out some inside information, such as whether Ouyang Anan woke up or not. Yi Wutian stated that no comments and all these questions about the situation are not worth her efforts. She helped him out without even risking damage to her reputation and he wondered what the real reason was. Yi Wutian repeated his question, did the Situ family ask her to help or did she come on her own? After thinking a little, she was wondering what if he said that she came herself. In response, Yi Wutian kissed her. Getting out of the car, he thanked her for her help. Arriving at the Tianxian beauty office, he was glad that the roles had finally changed. In his opinion, Situwei was wrong to think that it would be so easy to corrupt him, but she herself could not even think that they could play with her like that. Having seen the employees, he understood that the company was working smoothly. The employees were also all pretty girls, and he was sure that the more orders there were, the more beautiful ladies would want to join them. He was finally going to put the issue of expanding the company on the agenda. While in his office, he didn't know how he could get such a large territory, because land in the city of Dong is not cheap, and in a good location it is even more expensive. Yi Wutian saw Kursin and asked why she was in such a good mood. She said that a huge amount of money had just suddenly been transferred to their company's account and wanted him to guess. Yi Wutian could not guess and Kursin said that it was 87 billion. She checked several times and counted the zeros absolutely correctly. Yi Wutian thought this was good news and asked if she knew who they were from. Kursin said that she only found out that the money came from a foreign exchange and then the trail was lost. She assumed that this was another intrigue against him. Yi Wutian didn't understand what kind of intrigue they would have if they wanted to remove him by giving him money. He believed that since their opponents had risked sending them money, he could not help but accept it. The assistant came and said that someone important had come, namely a person from the government of Dong City. While in the meeting room, Yi Wutian asked Minister Won what his business was and whether they wanted to shut down his company again. Minister Vaughn explained that there are times when he cannot help himself. According to him, the importance of Qingchen pills in his eyes is much greater than Yi Wutian thinks. He can't wait for them to support such an influential company in their Dong City. Yi Wutian agreed with this, saying that the company started its operations in Dong City, so if everything develops well, then Minister Wang, in his opinion, will not only look good, but will also be able to reach great heights. Minister Wang agreed with this and Yi Wutian asked about the consequences if he built the company's headquarters in another city. The minister said that they needed to talk seriously and everyone present began to leave the room. Yi Wutian was curious about what the minister wanted to talk to him about in private, to which he received a request to build the company's headquarters in Dong City. Yi Wutian said that Minister Wang really looked down on him and almost brought his company to bankruptcy. He didn't understand how he could decide to stay in the same city with them. Minister Wang admitted that it was his fault and he could apologize to Yi Wutian and also ensure that similar problems would not arise in the future. Yi Wutian explained that he didn't need an apology, but now that the company was gaining momentum, he was afraid that it no longer mattered which province or city he went to. In his opinion, he will be warmly received by local managers. Putting the folder on the table, Minister One decided to clarify, since he knows that Yi Wuqian wants to expand the company and also knows that he needs something. Minister Vaughn stated that the territory as large as he needs will be allocated for his company. He only had one condition: Yi Wuqian must leave the company headquarters in Dong City. Yi Wuqian understood that he had spent his money on such a large piece of land and seriously intended to apologize. In his opinion, he shouldn't ask for more. Shaking his hand, Yi Wuqian thanked him for his support and asked him to take care of him in the future. Minister Vaughn hoped that it would be worth it to smooth over the conflict. After the company returned to business, sales of Qingchen pills were as high as ever, and the first batch sold out very quickly, but there were still a lot of orders for Qingchen pills. In the next few days, in order to meet the demand for orders, Yi Wuqian locked himself in a small room and made Qingchen pills day and night. Although the process was boring, thanks to Chen Kerson's company, he persisted and successfully produced 20,000 Qingchen pills. Resting on the sofa, Yi Wuqian believed that he could not even imagine that he was capable of such a thing. To earn some money, he almost put his life on the line. Yi Wuqian understood that the number of orders would only increase in the future and he would become exhausted if he continued to do this. He said he was a little nervous about actually releasing the recipe and letting the rest of the staff do it, assuming that there are already spies in the company. This could be really difficult. At that moment there was a knock on the door. It was Ning Shiqi. Yi Wuqian noticed that she was about to cry and he wondered what would happen. She went inside and began to find out where the wine was. Yi Wuqian told her that he was in the kitchen, but was surprised that she came to his house to drink. Yi Wuqian didn't understand what was wrong with her, because she wanted wine, but for some reason she came all the way to his house. He saw that she took the bottle and asked her not to fool around, since this bottle was for medicinal tinctures and it was too strong for her. Having drank it in one gulp and left it on the table, Yi Wuqian was shocked by what he saw, because he was afraid that she would not be able to handle this bottle, but she drank it in one gulp. Barely walking, Yi Wuqian asked what she wanted and she fell on him with a request to marry her. He did not understand what happened to her, since she is usually very rude and harsh, but Ning Shiqi only wanted to hear the answer to her question, whether he agreed or not. She explained that what her grandfather told her was true. Her fiancé was with her because he wanted to enter the Ning family to help his family. According to her, she was the only one who took it seriously, but in reality she was just a tool. Yi Wuqian said that everything was fine, no matter what goals he pursued, asking if her fiancé was not friendly with her, to which he received the answer that it was like that before. Knowing her family, Yi Wuqian knew that it must be very difficult to get her and he put in a lot of effort. Yi Wuqian wondered how her fiancé was able to attract her attention. Ning Shiqi admitted that she only likes men who can defeat her, but he was defeated. Yi Wuqian was surprised by this, but in any case, he talked about his habit of not being a spare. In his opinion, she has been abandoned and is looking for someone for comfort and he cannot accept this. Turning his head, he saw that she had fallen asleep. He understood that if he allowed a drunk woman to sleep in the house, Chen Kerson would go crazy when he returned. He didn't know what evil he had done in his past life, that he had not recovered and still had to take care of others. Having picked her up, he decided that he had to bring her back. Arriving at Ning's grandfather, he saw Yi Wuqian carrying her. He was wondering what happened. Yi Wuqian replied that he didn't know, and Ning Shiqi suddenly came to his house for a drink, and then said that she wanted to marry him. Grandfather asked what Yi Wuqian thought about this, to which he received the answer that he was alone anyway, so it didn't matter whether old man Ning agreed. Grandfather said that he agreed, which made Yi Wuqian shocked, thinking that he was joking, but grandfather didn't think it was like this. After leaving and slamming the door, he asked Yi Wuqian to think about it carefully. Yi Wuqian didn't understand whether the old man was up to something or why he didn't hesitate to use his granddaughter like this. He could not believe that in this world everything worthwhile is not given for free, and he also did not believe that Ning Peng would give his granddaughter away for nothing. Standing on the road, Yi Wuqian remembered that he was in Ning Shiqi's car and didn't think about how he would return and where he could take a taxi in such a wilderness. Before he could ask Chen Lu to pick him up, a taxi car had already arrived. Once in the car, he was pleasantly surprised that he caught a taxi, saying that they saved him a lot of time. As soon as he got into the car immediately rushed off, which Yi Wuqian noticed. asking him not to be so harsh. Looking at the driver, he realized that something was wrong and explained that he had not even told him where to take him. In his opinion, it is not a good idea for them to go straight without knowing where. Yi Wuqian realized that they were not listening to him and loudly declared to stop the car right now, but the driver only turned around and aimed a gun at him. Yi Wuqian didn't know what to do and wanted to use drugs, but the problem was whether the driver was still driving the car and should he take the risk. The driver only asked Yi Wuqian to refrain from doing anything. He said that right now the speed of the car is 90 miles per hour and if Yi Wuqian makes even one move, he will follow him to the next world. Yi Wuqian explained that by hearing his voice, he could guess that he was a foreigner, but he didn't remember knowing anyone like him. He was wondering what he wanted to do. According to the driver, there is someone who wants to meet Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian didn't understand who wanted to see him and who they were, while simultaneously reaching into his pocket. The driver assured that Yi Wuqian would know everything when they got there and noticed that he knew about the phone in Yi Wuqian's pants. The driver promised to make a hole in his hand if he didn't move his hand back. Yi Wuqian began to make excuses that he was just stretching his arm, since sitting in the same position was uncomfortable. Arriving at the place, several people were waiting for him. Yi Wuqian didn't want to get out, but the driver ordered him to do so. The main one introduced himself. His name was Ichiro Miyamoto, and according to him, he was very glad to meet Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian didn't understand and only called them people with foot basins. Ichiro Miyamoto apologized for bringing him here in this way and asked him to refrain from such loud names, saying that they are not like that from the Japanese. Yi Wuqian could not believe that with such a level of security, in China, so many people on foot could cross the border with weapons, assuming that they were not foreigners. The people who were targeting Yi Wuqian did not understand what he was talking about and he began to scream. He called them traitors. Since at such a time people like them still exist, Yi Wuqian reminded how many people had once resisted foreign invaders with their flesh and blood decades ago to achieve peace today. One of them was embarrassed for this, but Ichiro Miyamoto only asked to calm down and listen to the reason why Yi Wuqian was there.